Why do you say that?
Now remember,
And she's never doing it again?
Everybody, no. What do you need? Roll.
All right. Do you know that you're going to lose 10 straight games in mini golf right now?
Will be destroyed because the way it works is all
Who's that, Zoot?
Is destroyed. The property, however, again,
Zoot, did you know you Zoot? Zoot, did you know you have an invitation?
Let's say the Tzaddik was in Dachas.
All right. Well, who was there?
Let's say the same Tzaddik owns property.
Oh, was she down to fuck?
That property remains untouched. On the other hand,
all right, Zoot, do you know you have an invitation?
Very interesting. The Rishon of the Yerni Dachas, property in the city, and their property outside the city, all of it is destroyed.
All right, well, that was like your previous desired position, and now your current desired position, so works out perfectly for you. Zoot, do you know you have an invitation?
The main square, the main street of the city, and you destroy it. What happens if the city
Zoot. What about male strippers, big dog?
It's such a profound line.
Baby, you have an invitation. You're not waiting on me. I'm waiting on you, big dog.
What happens if the reality that you wish you had created, don't spend 2% of your entire life, on aspirational ideations.
What are you doing?
In life, just make it happen.
I've sent it like 12 times. Keep checking. Do you not see it? Okay. Then I'll send it to you.
Expand the territorial boundaries of the city to include the
it could be one of those things where it's like an old invite and it just gets
and this is like a very nice tie into the beginning of how
doesn't go through. All right, dude, check your direct messages, son.
Goes out of its way to help.
Dude, I'm gonna dominate you so badly. You're gonna have no idea what happens to you, son. Big dog, you ready? Yeah. So how was it funny?
The city doesn't have a main street.
All right. Did you talk to Allie?
It's very important. Yeah.
Did you tell her you'd munch your box any day of the week?
What do you destroy in the area?
Zoot, look at this move.
Of the residents, not property that belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's property that belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Hekdeshos shebo yiftu. Let's say in the area Dachas, there's hekdesh. So what do you do with that?
I don't know if that was a smart move on my end. That's too hard.
And if there's Meiser Sheni or
look how great a shot that was, Zoot.
They put it in Sheamus.
Are you going to tell her that you? Are you going to tell her that you'll munch your box?
You do proper judgment in the area Dachas and destroy this city.
That's what I like to hear, Zoot. That's the spirit, dog.
So this is incredible. If you go ahead and you eradicate the area Dachas,
how do you think that she would? How do you think she would respond?
This is something that sometimes is a little bit. It's difficult for us to reconcile with our modern day.
Oh yeah, she would. Yeah, she would. Zoot, you, my friend, are 1,000% right on that. She would never let you live that down. Even if she were like, I mean, I've seen her comedy. She would. You'd be her closer.
Only occurs in Eretz Yisrael.
Yeah, you get that right. You know, that would actually be a really funny, stand-up bit. Is if you said to her, "Look, or just any chick, I'm gonna give you a layup," and you could just be like, "All right, so we're gonna pretend that I hit on you, and that I wanted to have sex with you." and you shot me down. But I won't reveal who the person is who shot me down. But I'm gonna go out on stage and just be like, "Hey, everybody! I just wanted you to know I'm kind of sad because I just got shot down. I just asked some girl if she wanted to fuck, and then everybody else goes on stage, and then the girl goes up on stage, and she's like, you're never gonna believe what happened. We'll let this person remain nameless, but some comedian just came up and said that they wanted to fuck, and I rejected them. It would be like it'd be like a very Inception like joke.
Gardens and orchards.
Zoo, did you know that you're down one game, one hole to none, or what? 2 holes to 1. One of the best shots we've ever seen, Zoo. That was terrible. Oh, for sure, Zoo. I'm surprised you don't bomb every fucking time you get behind the microphone. Somehow, some way, you work it out. Why do you think that you're gonna bomb on Monday?
From this world, ultimately, divine wrath is removed from this world. A very powerful statement.
All right, will you please do my joke?
It has to be the insiders themselves.
Dude, you are terrible. Dog, it's the best joke those people will ever hear.
And ultimately, again, not
What are you talking about, big dog?
The insiders have to be a group.
Nobody wants that. That's going to be terrible.
Men and not women. Not women. Anoshin below kitanim. Men and not women. Remember again, I just want to point out, keep on reinforcing. Obviously, if
all right.
The criteria
and you're proud of that?
It's going to be like those interests and adventures too. You don't meet that criteria.
All right, well, but that's somewhat true.
It means ultimately, again, one of these insiders, these are people who have
okay.
shirked the yoke of heaven off of their neck. Be careful.
But I would say that that's more because you really like that game. Nothing against women per se. Would you agree with that assessment?
Because the whole idea that's what it is.
Well, yeah, dog, because you don't know what it means to fuck a woman when you're 8.
The concern is the influence is not from within our midst. Who is the influence from? From the nations that live on our borders. That's just not your, again, there's still liability and culpability for worshiping Avodah Zarah, but that's not Irani Dachas. Yoshe Iram, Yoshe Irakares. Leymar, so we'll say, so that's again the insiders to come from within the city itself, but not from another city. Leymar,
big dog, are you excited for Winter Olympics?
Every member of the Irani Dachas has to get their own Hasra and their own Eidos. Okay, Itmar, the most very interesting.
Big dog.
Side piece of this is fascinating. Let's listen to this. When dividing up the territory of Eretz Yisrael, can you go
big
ahead
dog.
And divide up one city amongst 2 Shvatim?
Yeah, you are.
Can you divide up one city amongst 2 Shvatim or not? So
are you proud of your shot?
So Rabbi Yochanan says yes, and Rabbi Shlakish says no. Isha Yochanan Shlakish, Achu Mazimi Osair, Omi Osa so the insiders have to come from that very city and the same Shevet. So the says
probably Sydney Sweeney, but I still think they're both overrated.
So what do you see from there?
How about you, big dog? Who would you rather take down?
Otherwise, so most if you notice, you could be from the same city.
Are you fucking serious?
Right? So in other words, but
I just want to get under the hood. I want to get under the hood of Sidney Sweeney.
Rabbi
said they said
The city member
I think
was
the
not
brain
on the
was
same
right
shit
where we want to.
discuss what? That the same city could be divided up amongst two shvatim. To which one says, no,
You think
no.
she'd be too busy to fuck?
Yerusha, Inami Diavole,
Yeah, I think you
no,
get
that's
like
true.
10 minutes in there, but you get a front
Who always been in your city how?
get pulled, get pulled.
Why don't you just tell this bitch to shut off her phone?
But it's not a raya that in the actual division of Eretz Yisrael that you could divide up one city amongst two.
Dude, did you know that I've won one game in a row?
I'm sorry.
And you hate the term one in a row?
Sorry.
You gotta realize how
She's not that big, dog. She's not like Madonna.
And he said that there are 9 cities that are going to be given to Levium. Now, let's say now, it's interesting. 9 cities from 2 Shvatim.
Dude, what the fuck? I have to send you a different invite. It didn't send it correctly. Stupid douche.
So Brandon Conway.
What do you see from there?
Yeah, but you don't realize how big Britney Spears was back in the day, son.
Like everybody gets, right? You can go ahead and divide up cities.
Not
You
as
can
big
divide
as
up
us.
cities in Shvatim, to which they can
Bigger.
say, which one says no. No, Arba Mehai, the Chamish Mehai. 4 cities in this one, 5 cities in this one.
Are you ready for one of the greatest shots in the history of the game?
If that's the case, doesn't it make sense? Doesn't it make sense to go ahead and Halacha L'maisa tell us which?
What are your thoughts on that shot, Zoo? Zoo, what are your thoughts on that shot?
That's a good question. Good question. Okay. So we'll say, so by the way,
Scale, rank my shot.
Between Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish. Can you divide up one city amongst 2 shvatim? The Gemara doesn't resolve it.
Zoo, rank my shot, big dog.
So we'll say this is very interesting. What happens if you have a Yerni Dachas?
No,
You have a Yerni Dachas, and the people were excited.
That you have to hit the shot now? Basically impossible?
No one came along and actually decided to worship Avodah
That bitch has some nice boobs.
This is a self-motivated group, right? So they're self-inspired.
Why do you hate her?
They decided on their own to worship idolatry. So what's that look like? Can they become an Yerni Dachas or not? No. So it says, on the one hand, they are deep on Rachmana, on one hand, the pasuk says that someone's inciting them, not that they're inciting.
Why do you hate her?
Or maybe it's talking about a case where even if they're incited on their own.
Just gets involved with political things.
Remember again, the Mishnah said that if the inciters were it doesn't
All right, but like you're telling me if she would let you munch her box, she wouldn't?
And if you see that Lamaisa again, that they're not high. So if you're from here, that self-inciting ultimately again doesn't create any dachas. Tusmar says, no, that's actually not a fair
Dog, would you munch her box? It's an excellent question.
So this is very interesting. When it comes ultimately again to women and children who are inciting, the Gemara's assumption over here is how compelling could
She was not drunk.
Okay, there you go. That's really nice of you to say, Zoo. That was really sweet.
He is passionate about Avodah Zarah.
If she's
Which looks like right to women and children. It's
realizes,
realizes
that if we have a conversation, if we have a conversation, realizes that influential living views be extremely damaging, extremely damaging, and she's spreading a lot of misinformation.
All right, well, let's say she wanted to let you live in her Malibu mansion on the ground of stolen land. Would you live there with her?
The connection to Avodah Zarah is not going to be so strong. Therefore, I can't create in your
the free country, I should be able to live without trash.
All right, big dog.
That could be a very strong connection to idolatry. Perhaps that does.
Zoo, how are you going to do? Are you going to play really well? Are you proud of that shot?
There must be someone writing the city. Self-incite Avodah Zarah. So you'll be judged as all the Avodah Zarah. So skila, and your property is not destroyed. But to be an Irani Dachas, there has to
You know what I
be
say?
others who
You know what
are
I say?
inside. Okay.
That you need one of the best shots in the history of the game. You need one of the best shots. That's what she says.
Let's play this out. There's a city A.
No, she said no. She said illegal. I said nothing should be illegal.
Oh, okay, baby. So you think you should be able to rape people on stolen land?
We've learned our lesson about Lashon Hara regarding Eretz Yisrael. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. The land, Davar is old mode. So remember, let's see if City A. City A. So now City A.
I mean, I'm just using your theory.
Who are from the cities, from the Shevet, who are inciting others to worship idolatry. People are worshiping idolatry. So what's the halacha? If the majority of the city worships idolatry, it's an Irani Dakos, Sayyid, beheading, destroy all the property. The problem is, right?
Dog, do you want to see one of the greatest shots in the history of the game?
On one hand, I have to really judge every individual and then figure out, do I have a majority? So how does this work, right? So
Dog, this game is over. I'm up 2 games to none on you, baby.
But you only get to collective judgment after you've
I mean, you can just kill the race.
How does this work? So listen to this. I'm gonna
but you said that.
How does this work?
So you think that they should be able to rape?
I'm gonna read it out. Done in the Choshen, done in the Choshen. Here's what we do.
No, it's kind of
We try each individual, right? We go ahead and we put them.
All right, so you think they should be able to rape?
What do we do?
There's no laws, no laws.
Okay, I'm asking you. Do you think they should be able to rape?
We go one by one. Again, we're not
They
executing
want to
anyone.
die.
Why are we executing anyone? Because we don't know. Listen, should they be executed
People,
again with skila or with scythe, right? Which one is it? But it really says judge hold himself, and then we'll see.
Aren't they going to do that no matter what?
If we go ahead and we get to majority.
Like if you say that you can do anything, people start killing each other.
What does that mean? In halacha, one of the things that we established is there's quick execution of judgment, quick execution.
All right, so you're okay with rape if it's done on stolen land?
It's going to be unnecessarily cruel to delay carrying out of it.
Well, that's what you said.
If somebody said this, mostly you see this, by the way, right? You see this like in our legal system, where like people sit on death row and like they sit like it doesn't make any sense. If a person has done something that is so innocent that makes him liable, so again, give them the punishment. Again, especially in halakha, where the punishment itself is a kapara. Right? In other words, our punishments are not punitive.
You better be careful with what you say here.
Our punishment, like our penal system, is cathartically rehabilitated.
If you
Even
want
a death sentence is
to do
cathartically
something
rehabilitated.
like
So at the end of the day, how long is this going to take?
But that's not necessarily true. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking, are you okay that people rape on stolen land?
Oh, no.
This is interesting. So Ula says what we do is we judge and you get skila because right now you're an individual. Now,
Who's your favorite Australian
Everyone after that
person in the Olympics this year?
So Ula says essentially there's 2 demons. The first chevra, until we get to the majority of the city, are executed with skila. Then once we hit the 51% mark, now it's Yerni Dakas.
Did you know that Robert Irwin met Jackson Dart?
Quite interesting.
He met Matt Rice? Okay, don't hit my ball though, dog. That's going to be cool. Yeah, dog.
Then what we'll do is, again, we're going to judge, and as you judge this individual until we get to 1%. And then it's going to be says, it's interesting.
I don't either, dog. I don't know a single person in the Winter Olympics. All I know is that you
kind of wait to see, do we have
Lost
majority so we can judge
2 games in a row.
His approach was that it's going to take about
Hey, Rabbi.
so comes along.
Yeah, baby.
Doesn't have the answer. Set
Have you ever
up
met
a whole
a
bunch of
state
fake videos. In other words, judge everyone simultaneously. To the best of our ability, obviously it's an emergency situation. Judge everyone simultaneously so we can see before we execute anyone. What is the status of
Maybe
this
if I have a
situation?
time machine and teleportation, Chelsea and I might have fucked. And then the answer is yes. Oh, nationals? Oh.
They're not equipped. The local base is not equipped to deal with
Maybe that Ferguson chick.
a matter that involves the entire city.
I don't know. The lady who won from South Australia, her last name's Ferguson.
The local base is not the one.
No what?
Anyone to death. Right?
She was like the second ever Australian winner from South Australia. The first one was a guy, and the second one was like, oh, Ferguson or O'Loughlin or some shit.
Who adjudicates Irani Dakas situations? Sanhedrin. So this goes
Matt
up,
Rife?
they run this up to the Sanhedrin Agado. The government
Have you met any national winners?
The word of the local Din. Sanhedrin Agado will conduct its own investigation, but obviously, again, the local Din did most of the work, and then afterwards, if they're found guilty, then they're executed by the Sanhedrin Agado. So fascinatingly enough, no one is sentenced to death on the local level. What the local Din does, the local Din says.
I want to know why haven't you met James I want to know. Okay, cool. I want to know why haven't you met James McCann yet?
Sanhedrin passes the death sentence. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so let's listen to this. So remember, in order to be an Irani, the majority of the city, the donkey driver, and the camel driver who are going through. So the Gemara says, so let's say they're traveling through. So let's say again, the donkey
You
driver
haven't
and
met
the
him.
we're just passing through. We're excited to worship Abel Bizarre together with the residents. What's that? So let's say if they've been there, the donkey driver comes for more than 30 days.
No way you fucking make this. No way. Just don't even try.
If they've been there less than 30 days,
That's a miss.
then they're punished with skila, like a regular Ovidavo.
Are you going to go?
And their property remains untouched. So let's say, so it sounds like the 30 days is the determinant. If you're there for 30 days or more, part of the city, less than 30 days, you're not part of the city.
What did you say, big dog?
City and be like a member of the city.
James McCann was? I don't believe you.
Look it up.
There's a distinction between being part of
And
the
you
town
met him?
and a resident of the town.
Yeah.
Residency only occurs
Are you
after
sure?
12 months. Part of the town is after 30 days.
So then why didn't you tell me this? Like, and all,
you need to not be considered
like all the discussion.
in order to be part of the tally. You just have to be part of the tally.
So you've met James McCann?
He's been there for 30 days. You know, it's about time. You just listen to this idea.
Okay, did you suck his dick?
If you make an edit, right? I make an edit. I'm not getting any benefit.
Right, well, that's what I figured you would have done, son.
So again,
So you really met James McCann?
The residents of the city. So if someone has lived there for 12 months or more, I can't get benefit. Less than 12 months, I can't
He
get
didn't
benefit.
host Rock Comedy that year. You've never met this motherfucker.
And they can not to go ahead and get benefit from someone who's dwelling in the city. What's the definition of a dweller? In the Shtai, Lamid Yom Aser, the Harazimeno Pachos, Minkan Mutu Harazimeno. So interestingly enough, if they're there, so like a dweller, so to speak, right, is someone who's there for 30 days or 30 days or more. Less than 30 days, sorry. So it's a very interesting distinction. So if you're there for more than 12 months, you're a resident.
What's up, Zoo?
Yeah, you're less than 12 months, you're not married, but more than 30 days, you're considered to be a part of the city. If you're in Dacha, be a resident. What do we need
9.
to be? A dweller, part of the city. So if you're there for more than 30 days, then how
9.
you are counted towards the tally of the city. Incredible. Hakarim also has called a Shabbat. Hakarim also has called a Shabbat.
Dude, if you make this comeback, I'm gonna be so pissed.
When we destroy the property of the Eridach, we're going to be
Oh my God, this
I hate
but
this
there's
one
a
too.
tzaddik in the city. Tzaddik in the city, and he has property outside of the city. We
You know,
don't touch
I
that. However, that's called a Shabbat.
What are you talking about? We played it with Riser.
Obviously, the tzaddik is not going to be killed with any dachas, right? Because remember again, the tzaddik didn't worship Avodah Zarah. So he's not executed. His property is destroyed. Isn't that fascinating? So he will not be executed.
That one that you
cannot worship idolatry.
you've never scored on.
Inside of the city will be destroyed. What's the furthermore, we only destroy personal property, not property of the That's called shlava. All the property. The rabbos nixir shem shachutzala.
I feel like it's that one with all the balls.
Not only is their property inside
That's like
the city,
really short.
what?
The one that you like, but I don't like.
So the property of the old Avodah Zarah is not only destroyed,
You do?
but even property owned outside of the city. That was interesting. So the tzaddik is all but his property in the city is destroyed. Property out of the city is spared. He's killed. Property in and out of the city.
You feel like the barn and sheep find the hole is the most common one?
So it's interesting. Why is it? In other words, the tzaddik wasn't participatory in any of this stuff. So why
So do you think you could win here?
Let's say, what is a tzaddik doing in the city? What is he doing there? What is he doing? Right? Again, let's say, obviously, that means there's something sinister happening in the culture.
What are you talking about? Oh, how didn't that go in, Zoo?
There's only one thing. Money, business. You chose money over
Oh, yeah, you think that one's common though?
Okay.
Oh, Zoo, you almost fucking shocked the world.
You lose your money as well. But let's say the power of
Too bad you just lost your third game, son. You lost your.
Let's go.
This tzaddik is living in the city.
Whatever
If we penalize him, that's cultural love take boats. So we gather up all the property. The rabbis nixer shem shabachutzallah. So let's say this refers even to the property of the Rishon that's outside of the city. So literally, we'll accumulate the property of the Rishon outside of the city, destroy that. That refers to property.
Are you proud of that shot?
Accessible in the same day. In other words, we're not going to wait days to get the property of the Rishon outside of the city. What it means is like this.
Dude,
Russia has property.
you had an amazing shot.
In the day, and we gather it into the area and destroy it. We'll destroy that. If it's further away, we're not worrying about it. So in other words, like I'm not Christa. If don't actually earn dachas from Tari, let's say you earn dachas, you have a guy Ruvain. So you'll be unfortunately worse level design. It's probably earning dachas. He's going to be killed.
I'm making it.
Destroyed. Let's say he's watching property for someone else, right? He has a pikadon. He's watching something for someone else. What's the halacha?
Rabbi, I give you
It's not.
So again, if Ruben is watching someone else's property from another city, then of course it's not going to be destroyed because that's not property of the Erni Dachas. So maybe it's the property of Ruben that is in a different city. We already just spoke about that. So again, we'll say when it comes to property of Risham in a different city, you already said what's that law? That the property could be brought into the Erni Dachas within the same day. We're going to destroy it.
Thanks, baby.
Leave it alone.
That's going in the water. No doubt.
He's a member of the Erni Dachas. He's watching
Wow.
property for someone from a different
Water.
city. But the property is within his city. All right? He's watching it for someone else. So it's deposited with him. What's the case? So what's the intermediate
Oh, what up, Zoo? That's what I like to hear, son. Make it.
I would have thought that because Ruben's taking a couple of
Hey, Zoo, scoreboard.
the property is like his. It's like he's the owner. and therefore it should be destroyed.
So what are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on this shot?
It's not destroyed. Incredible.
I think it's an advantage.
An advantage. Okay.
So let's say if you have an animal that belongs half to the resident of an area,
Are you gonna go?
half to someone else, the animal is also.
Why is it an advantage going
So
second?
you have a go. Someone in another city.
You helped me.
It's mutter. So let's say why the distinction? Very simple. My time of behemoth, my time of.
Baby, watch this ball go in. Oh, that's all.
It's very simple. An animal doesn't lend itself to a new division. So because of that, again, it's considered that it's an intermixed ownership interest, and every have to treat like
Hey,
every
Zoo.
property. On the other hand,
Go on, word.
though is very easily divisible, and therefore again, we could say literally half belongs to the guy near the back.
Oh, I thought I had the lead.
That's beautiful.
Got lap line?
So this is very interesting. Obviously, you're destroying everything in the area.
No one knows what you're talking about. Doug, this is my best hole. You haven't beaten me on this hole. You haven't beaten me on this hole in like 69 straight times we've played it.
It's us, sir. It's us.
Oh, Rhino Room.
At least does that have the ability
The funniest person, J. Michael. Oh, yeah, Doug. I'm his fucking agent.
The Torah says that you have to go and destroy it.
No.
Whether you go ahead and you shaft it or not.
Maybe someday, though.
Zoo.
Zoo. What are you going to do, baby?
Will take away the Nevela status.
All right.
What about hair of righteous women?
Did he talk about going?
A righteous woman in Yerni Dachas, she has long hair. That's the type of hair that ultimately, again, would be ready to be cut. So what is the status of that hair? Is it ultimately, again, usher or not? Destroyed or not? So one side.
What did you say about
So first of all, are you telling me again that a woman's hair is usher, that would be destroyed in the Yerni Dachas? That doesn't make much sense.
What are you
I'm saying that you haven't beaten me in like 69 times we've played it. And that continues today, Zoo. And that continues today, son.
Right? Again, if it's not cut, then it's not included in property. What's the case?
No, you were doing what you're trying to do to like win. I get it.
Oh, wait. So what's the case?
Yeah, baby. Yes, sir. Maybe.
No different also, but remember,
Maybe.
right, and burning it. Because again, clothing is considered to be part of the body.
Yeah, baby. What'd you say? No, that's not true.
What's the case? The case is
No, you should try to fucking win.
She's a shape of hook. Right? Beautifully omnipresent, right? Shape of hook, right? So she puts her shape on the hook, right?
Baby,
again, so
I've beaten you. Is it, I think, 4 straight games?
She puts it back on. Someone says,
All right, now we're going for 5.
So do we treat this like the property of the righteous in the Irani Dachas, which get destroyed?
I hate this hole. I hate this hole.
What's on and off whenever she goes in and out of the house. And therefore, like the body, and not destroy it.
All right. Do they know that you probably have chlamydia, that you're patient 0 for chlamydia? All right, do they know that you're patient 0 for gonorrhea?
Bring it into the city, into the square of the city. Jerusalem says if there is no main road, no main square,
Are you fucking serious, Zoot?
Just technicality. Rabbi says, if there's no main city, you know what you do?
What the fuck was that? Zoot, what the fuck was that? Zoot.
Says you shall gather all the property into the main street.
Zoot.
So again, one opinion says what that means is it has to be a main square that already exists. That's the first opinion. That's Rabbi Shmuel. And therefore, if it doesn't exist, it can become an Dachas. No, it means there has to be a main square, even if you are creating that main square right now. We'll say our days. If there's any hektish in it, you have to redeem it. You can't destroy that. So it's a Sanabaran. How you bought Kadshin is be'ah. What happens if let's say there are animals designated as monos in the Erni Dachas? What's the halacha? Yamusu. We leave them to die. Never say what Yamusu means. Rashi points out over here is we just kind of don't feed them, don't do anything to them, and they die on their own. We don't actively slaughter them. We just let them die on their own. Kadshin be'ekabayis. What happens if you have property that is or items that are consecrated without the kabayis? Kabayis means financial consecration. Not physical consecration.
Are you ready for this shot?
They are redeemed. Transfer the sanctity onto money. Like the money becomes sanctified.
Dog, what the fuck is that cat?
Trumos, if there's truma there, let it rot.
Oh, that fucked me.
If there's Meiser Sheni or Kisei Kodesh. Again, holy writings, and ultimately again, they're put in shame. So Shimon says, Behemta, below Behemas, Bachar, Meiser. Rabbi Shimon says the only animal that is destroyed is no animal, and not a behemoth that's a bachar or meiser sheni. Like can't have hagdish, so Shala comes to explain or meiser sheni money. Aramar, how you bought kadshin?
Dog, F you.
If you have karbanos in the city, you have to let it die. So the Gemara says, why do you have to do that?
Scoreboard.
Develop them, then redeem it onto money. Let the money be killed.
That's a miss. It's one of the worst shots we've ever seen. Exactly, Zoot. Scoreboard, baby. Dude, look how good a shot that is. Dude, you need one of the best shots in your career, and you didn't get it.
All right, have a great day, everyone.
You're still worried about that shit? Since you were like fucking trying to be Mr. Magic Mike.
I was like then. I was looking at my muscles on that.
So you don't want to be a male stripper anymore?
All right, girls, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Top Shin Pei Hey, the Tulsi Mishpach HaMaretz, for dedicating all of the Shiva transactions this year, and as close as the Torah's troubles for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habad in the
Baby, if the price is right.
Celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Esther Halleck of West Orange, New Jersey. Anonymous sponsorship in the schools of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlinga for all of Klal Yisrael on the Avrishim Kalman. In memory of Avn's mother, Sarah Braina.
Dude, look how good this shot is, son.
Sponsors.
Zoot, scale that 0 to 10.
Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our family. Incredible. And our Dobi sponsors for today, Ari and Inbal.
Scoreboard, Zoot.
In honor of Dobi Alman's birthday. All right. Okay, come when he comes in. Okay, good.
Look at this shot, Zoot.
Jose, thank you to all of our sponsors for the incredible to be up to the American Talmud Torah. All of the Shabbos Lav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama.
No, come on, play seriously.
Bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Perhaps, big dog. 111. 111, and we are
Rabbi, you really are likely to take the lead for
on the days 110b.
You could not take the lead. You might have been able to tie.
Before the Mishnah, about 6 lines before the Mishnah. Remember again, we're in the midst of this concerning Dar HaMidbar. Does Dar HaMidbar have only
that may be true.
Of the desert, we have a portion of the world to come or not? This is the source of our ongoing focus.
Really?
So Dar HaMidbar comes to Olam Haba. We have a portion of the world to come. Shneimar,
Yeah, baby.
Shaka Rabbi Akiva la Chasidus, which the Gemara is actually going to.
You ask me about this quite often.
As well. Here's what the Gemara is surprised about.
Yeah.
Akiva is the opinion that
I think
says
so.
that the Dar HaMidbar does not have a portion of the world to come.
Because I think given enough time,
because it feels very
humans will figure out a way to do everything.
Rabbi Akiva is the great, is our
No,
Rabbi Akiva was a Gilgal of Moshe Rabbeinu.
Word, dog.
Again, Moshe was a Gilgal of Noah, because again,
That's what I'm saying, baby.
Advocating as much on behalf of Klal Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu was the Gilgal of Noah, and Rabbi Akiva was the Gilgal of Moshe Rabbeinu. Says the Gilgal of Moshe Rabbeinu, how could it be that you're not advocating on behalf of Klal Yisrael? How could it be that Rabbi Akiva
We're looking at 5 straight wins.
So the Gemara is like shocked by this. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva, you've left your Hasidus, right? You've left your entire essence of kindness, of goodness, of seeing the good. How do you see it? Shneimar, when you don't be happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mazel Tov. Your brother sponsored the shir on your behalf. I honor your birthday. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Ameh V'Esim Shalom Tovos. Oh yeah, this is. I think it should be a year of celebration. Personally, I think. All right, so the Gemara is surprised by this idea that Rabbi Akiva is.
So are you gonna go?
So intense with the Dar HaMidbar. Now the Gemara says, the Gemara doesn't explain
Zoo.
why. Right? What happened to Rabbi Akiva? That the Gemara just wants to show you how the Chesed of Rabbi Akiva.
Thanks for sending me hopeless. Zoot, go.
So the verse it says, go and speak into the ears of the residents of Yerushalayim.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
I remember the chesed of the youth, the love of our newlywed days.
I don't know what it is.
Hashem says to Klal Yisrael, I remember the chesed of your youth. What's the chesed of your youth? That you followed me into the desert, right? Into an uncultivated land.
I just played it, big dog.
Remember again. So just to give you context. Remember again. This is Yirmiyahu Hanavi, Jeremiah, right? Yirmiyahu Hanavi is the prophet of destruction. He's the one who told Klal Yisrael about destruction of the first base of Mikdash, and it happened during his days. So remember again, he's telling Klal Yisrael, don't worry. As much as Hashem is going to destroy the base of Mikdash, He will always protect and love you. Why? Because Hashem.
Zoo, what are your thoughts on losing? What are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on losing 5 straight games?
What did we do for Hashem in the beginning of our marriage?
All right,
We followed
Zoo.
God.
I'm going for number 6.
Of nowhere. We make reference to this during the Pesach Seder as well. During this time, can you imagine again, over close to 3 million people followed God out into a wasteland. What did we have with us? We had matzah. That was it. Sure, we had a lot of money, right, that we took from Egypt, but at the end of the day, money doesn't
Go in the water.
that much good.
Oh, dude, that was a great shot.
So close to 3 million people followed Hashem out into a wasteland, into a desert. Where was our food? Where was our water? Where was our provisions? We just
Not really.
So the Ribono Shel Olam recognizes that chesed that we did for him. It sounds like a strange thing to say.
Don't go in my way.
We did chesed for Hashem, but we did. Because we followed. Because at the end of the day, Klal Yisrael, we always put our faith. So don't worry.
Zoo, scoreboard.
Things will be difficult. But But just know that Hashem will never abandon us because He remembers that which we did for Him. So Rabbi Akiva says,
what do you think that's
Harry
Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tenino
are being saved because of the chesed, the fact that we left Egypt. So I say, who left Egypt? That's Dar HaMidbar. That's
the greatest cryptocurrency of all time.
So in the future is saved because of the merit of the generation of the desert. Then what?
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tenino. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tenino.
Doesn't make any sense. So therefore, the Gemara is astounded.
Yeah, but everything's hurting, dude. Do you really?
Then how can they not carry themselves?
No way, dog. It's making a comeback.
Okay, hold that. We're going to reconcile this just a little bit. Let's go back to it.
No, it's not.
Remember again, these are the 10 tribes that were exiled. So the 10 Shvatim, they don't have
It's
a
down
portion
like
in the world to come.
80%. Oh, I can't believe I didn't make that. I cannot believe it.
That refers to this world. Cast them onto another land. But they don't have portion of Olam Haba. These are the words of Rabbi
Okay. Okay. What do you mean? What do you want me to do about it?
So once again, interestingly enough, you begin to see like an emerging pattern.
Dude, all I know is that I've beaten you 5 straight games, son.
The 10 Shvatim don't have a chilek in Olam Haba.
How many times
It's not true. If the actions of the 10 tribes are like
No one knows.
today, obviously they were exiled for a reason, right? Why were they exiled? They were exiled because at the end of the day, they did not abide by Dar Hashem. So again, they continued the natural behavior, and ultimately they won't have Olam Haba. They don't come back. They love, but if they choose to change their ways, then ultimately what? They do come back. So Shimon disagrees with Rabbi Akiva and holds that Halacha and the 10 Shvatim can actually find their way back to Klal Yisrael and to Olam Haba. Rabbi says, why are they Olam Haba? Rabbi says they have Olam Haba.
Sex icon of all time. Sex icon of all time.
What is it about to say? On that day,
I'm the big dick in the wilderness.
And again, we know this concept.
Baby. I appreciate the fact that you think I'm
lost in the lands of Ashur. That's a reference to the 10 tribes.
Rabbi,
Right, has the Bible said,
who do you think is the most
I am. For sure.
So I said everybody is a little bit astounded. What happened here with Rabbi Akiva?
Thanks, baby.
How did
I
Rabbi
consider
Akiva
myself to be
abandon
in
his
good
position?
company. Are you ready for this fucking shot, Zoot?
Do you think he's evil?
I don't think anybody's evil, baby. Look at that shot. All right, well, did Epstein lose 6 games in a row like you did?
Right, I don't want to spoil the end. I don't want to spoil the end, but what an end of Masech. It's not just we're going to see, right? I think he was the one again. Everybody's trying to look for
Zoot, you've lost 6 straight fucking games. Do you understand that?
Listen, do you understand like the dramatic nature of saying that someone or some group doesn't have all the Haba?
The women that was at the chaos accounts, they were like, I don't know who just paid Christians. And then I read that
So the Gemara says,
Cool story, bro. Are you gonna hit? Oh,
I kind of wanted to feel like nobody's going to know this able to say and then the thoughts go like,
the pasuk seems to indicate that
okay.
who says to the lost tribes, I'll bring you back.
Zoot.
My Chassidus say, so ultimately again, where do you
Zoot,
see
you know you've lost 6 games in a row?
Our Can you show me an example of this type of kindness, piety, pietist kindness, right? That Rabbi Akiva would normally exhibit. So the Gemara says, "Desanya is Ketani b'nei Rishei Yisrael ain't ba'il olam haba." So we'll say this is a very, we're going to do this. It's a very profound statement. Literally, Ketani b'nei Rishei Yisrael.
What's your answer to me right now?
Jewish Rishayim, young children of Jewish Rishayim, ain't ba'il the olam haba. These children do not get olam haba. Shneimar. Ki hine hayom bo'er kasana, v'aya kol zidin v'chol osei risha kash v'lahat. Osam hayom. So osam hayom. Amar Hashem tzvakos asher lo yazov lahem shoresh v'anaf. So ultimately, as the Pastor is talking about the Rishayim, about the wicked, and ultimately telling the wicked that they will be like straw for the flame, that they'll be destroyed. And the Pastor says, if they will not leave behind,
yes, sir. Terrible shot.
Jewish Rishayim will not leave behind.
Did you know that Donald Trump mentioned
I knew you were going to say that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is wild.
So ultimately, that seems to give rise to this idea.
That was amazing, Zoo.
Children of Rishayim don't get olam haba, right? They don't leave behind.
That is amazing.
And a branch which represents children in the world to come as well.
I feel like we played this whole a lot.
That young children are held accountable.
So you've lost 6 straight games.
So this idea over here that children of Rishayim
Would you run your president?
Rabbi Kiva says no.
Mr. West.
Not true. The children of Rishayim go to the children of Rishayim themselves are just children. Of course, they go to Olam Haba.
Because he's not named one time in that fucking compilation of evil.
The Rothschild watches over simple people. A Pessi, as a Pessi is translated as a fool. But in this context, it means simple. Shabbos Hashem, which means that sometimes we'll say this classic happens. One of the most profound psukim in a Yoneh Emunah. That if you want to know what does it mean to be a man, a man means to be a simple person. Simple person.
You know who else is in it? Puff Daddy.
A simple belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Not a complex, multi-layered, multifaceted, intellectual belief. A simple belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
That was crazy.
The simpler I am in my emunah, the more HaKadosh Baruch Hu is able to look. Hashem says, you be simple with me, I'll be simple with you. Rabbi Kiva understands it differently. He says, Shekin kolim b'krach hayam yuka pasya. So apparently, again, it's the
Yo, dog.
word for a child is pasya.
So you gonna make your shot?
It's also the other word that Chazal uses, radya, okay? The Kruvim, right? So pasya, so he
Zoo, I need to win 2 holes in a row.
It's so beautiful. Hashem always watches over.
Oh, and this is not good.
Watches over children, whether they are.
You think X-Men was getting jealous when the children of the show
I don't know what that random mistake is. I have no clue. All I know is your shit's in the black. Oh, dude, you got fucked, son. I bet I put your ball in the hole, though. No doubt I'm putting your ball in the hole. Zoot, stay away from Zoot's ball. Stay away from Zoot's ball. That was not good. You're right.
So what does it mean according to Rabbi Akiva?
Yes, sir. So I can only tie. So you've stopped my streak, baby. You've stopped my streak. I know, baby. You stopped my streak. Good job, Zoo. Zoo, you've stopped my streak.
So again, obviously, whatever reward there is shut in.
Well, look at this shot, Zoo.
But they'll get it quickly and in this world. And this way, again, retribution comes.
Last time I peed myself.
This refers to the neshama. This refers to the soul. And anaf ultimately, again, this refers to the body.
It's been a long time, son. Maybe when I was like, I don't know, 2 years old.
So this is actually a very beautiful idea. That the shorsh is the neshama and the branch ultimately again is the growth.
You think I peed myself on stream?
Expression, like no one can see the root. Like I know the root.
I don't think so.
Is there. I know that the tree can't exist
In the future,
Oh, for sure, dog. Oh, for sure. Are you proud of the way that you played, Zoo?
So again, such a beautiful imagery. So the shoresh is the neshama, the soul, and the body is the branch. Because again, I know the soul is there. I know the soul.
All right, Zoo. I need a break, big dog.
See or find this expression only through the body.
I have a question for you. Are you ready for my question, Zoo?
Gentile Rishayim do not have olam haba. That everyone agrees with. So
Zoo.
Is by the children of Jewish Rishayim. Right? That Akiva says they do have olam haba, but not
Zoo.
olam haba. But by the young children.
Here's my question, Zoo. Why are you such a shitty communicator? Oh, wait.
Okay, so what says this gives rise now to a different discussion. Before we go on, just this whole Rabbi Akiva, and like
Zoo.
So what do you do with this? So first of all, there's two people.
Why are you such a shitty communicator? No, we're done, baby.
It comes down hard. Number one, number one is
No.
Perhaps what Rabbi says is like this. There's room for chesed everywhere.
Do you want to do trick shot?
When the Ribono Shel Olam delivers greatness,
All right, and then I need a break.
For you on a silver platter, and you are comfort told, and a person is an ingrate and doesn't recognize
All right.
that. And doesn't
Are you excited about the Winter Olympics?
ingratitude, like for that level of behavior.
You know, I'm going to make sure that you keep track of it every fucking day.
Everything Rabbi Akiva had in life, he had to work for. Everything Rabbi Akiva gained in life came only as a result of incredible
Zoo.
Nothing was easy. Nothing was.
I mean, there's the ancient Greek ones, and then most recently, 1896. Zoo, this is 9-ball, son. This is 9-ball, son.
People have a life like that. They become like very bitter. They become very disillusioned. Right? They see other people who have a lot. They have very little. But that wasn't Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva had the most incredible worldview. But the one thing Rabbi Akiva could not tolerate is people who had all the opportunities in the world.
Look how sick this shot is, Zoo.
Showed ingratitude for those opportunities.
Zoo, baby, you're up. Big dog, you're up.
I don't understand. And for 40 years after, he sustains you.
Zoo, that's a terrible shot. I'm telling you right now, one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. Everybody thinks that's a bad shot. One of the worst shots ever. In the history of humankind, no one will have ever thought that that was a worse shot than that one. Zoo, are you ready for some sexiness? Zoo, it was a bank shot and it was sexy. And you know it was sexy. Baby, you didn't help shit.
Then at the end of the day, such a person like that, I'm sorry, just you don't have a feeling. Olam haba doesn't have meaning.
Zoo, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
I'm sorry. You can work with any idea possible. But if you're an ingrate, if you manage lack the ability to understand the emotional living right to for that, there is no olam haba. For that, and I think perhaps that explains Rabbi Akiva's position as to come down there between Dar Midbar and Aseres HaShvatim. Because really those are the instances where you see Rabbi Akiva coming down hard, that shared midah of ingratitude.
Zoo, terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever seen as a people.
That's almost irreparable. For that, there's no olam haba. There's another part on Dar Midbar, but if we have time, we'll come back to it at the end.
Penalty? Why did I get a penalty? Why did I get a penalty? Oh, I had to hit the 3-ball first. Oh, that's some bullshit.
So Rabbi Shimon bar Rabbi.
That's some bullshit, Zoot.
One says the moment that a baby is
Zoot.
born, right, and then leaves this world and dies.
That was not good.
Others say, no, it
That
has
was
to be
not
the time
good.
when the child speaks. Only once there's speech is there olam haba. I must say, no, it's interesting. The whole conversation is fascinating. Because
Look at this shot,
what happens,
Zoot.
like, what happens to a child that doesn't go home? Like, what does it even mean?
Zoot, you have the worst
Our mind,
skill in bowling in the history, I should say pool, in the history of pool. Are you going to go? Dude, are you going to go? You're taking so long. I've never known anybody to take so long and be so bad at anything. Zoot, that was a good shot, but you didn't do it right.
So again, just recognize that.
You have to do it like this, son.
About Olam Haba, Yemos HaMashiach, all that stuff, which again, Hashem, I still have a couple of days to get there. So we will get there.
Oh, I noticed everything.
Says that there's Olam Haba from the time that the baby was born.
Got that one, baby.
Okay, so this is our fundamental focus over here. So the Gemara goes right there.
So no one knows what you're saying.
No, there's Olam Haba for the baby. As soon as it's conceived,
everyone just knows that you are making terrible shots. Some of the worst shots we've ever seen. That's a bad shot. Right there. That's a bad shot. Yeah.
This is a fascinating halacha. You know, the Shulchan Aruch points down that
it's been on TV before.
Miscarries or there's a stillborn.
Like assassinations and stuff.
And there's a name that is given to that baby. The whole discussion in halacha exactly. We use a name that we make sure to use a name that would not be used for future children, which is actually quite fascinating because the minute
okay, there you go, big dog.
Baby, and that baby is buried in an unmarked cavern.
Are you proud of that shot?
Because on one hand, halacha understands.
Dude, you fucked me, dude.
You don't want the family developing an attachment to this life that never was. So yet again, there's this recognition that it's a child, but in other words, it is a baby that comes to this world. So on one hand, again, it's buried
right behind, or perhaps right in front of your gameplay in terms of terribleness. Oh, dude, that was a great shot. Because you just gave me one of the easiest shots in the history of the game.
It's some of the most overwhelming circumstances to be involved in, but it's interesting that it's that
dude, that was garbage.
Even a stillborn or a miscarriage that's developed enough for bris milah to give it a bris milah.
No.
This is over here. Incredible. Yeah. So
no. How about you go? How about we rank how quickly you hit the ball? Dude, look. Martin Luther.
The time that a baby can say amen, that's when it gets old enough.
Malcolm X.
So my amen, the Gemara says, what does amen mean? Amen b'chanina kel melech ne'eman. So just want to say,
dude, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Ultimately, again, our God, Kel, is a trustworthy king. Kel melech ne'eman. The right Rashi says over here.
Name a chick who's been assassinated. That's what I just asked you.
That the Ribbon Shalom is you know what it means to be a Ne'eman? To be a Ne'eman means to be someone who others could always rely on. Now, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean Ne'eman doesn't mean always.
Virginia Woolf was assassinated?
That doesn't mean always going to get how you want it.
By whom?
When you want it, but it means that at the end of the day, you believe that person, that entity will come through. What does it mean?
God, you're not even making sense.
Always has my back. doesn't mean that he's going to do what I want him to do, how I'm doing it.
Are you gonna go?
I'm just me. And I absolutely believe that at the end
The author Virginia Woolf.
the emotion will always come through. Hypothetically, on different notes.
She was like in the 1800s, dog.
The big thing interesting enough, right?
Okay, understand.
Virginia Gouffre. Virginia Gouffre.
What is it?
Yeah, sure.
Right? They are little. I think that they are the biggest openly.
I was gonna say, how the fuck do you know who Virginia Woolf is? Why do you think the CIA killed her? All right.
This man goes back there. Rabbi Chanina, it's good. Look, hey, here, Piva, Shaw, now. She's once in America, over here, quotes another pasuk. Look, hey, what's it for that? So,
Maybe Princess Diana.
this idea over here. So remember,
There you go, big dog.
figure out with this Gemara. I'm going to figure out with this Gemara exactly.
So look at this shot.
Like I said, is this Olam Haba ultimately again? Is this like how we go after you die? Is this Olam Haba like? It's by the way, they were talking much more about Tchias HaMesim. And essentially, much as at what point is a person resurrected? Like if a child is miscarried, a baby is miscarried, like is that?
Dude, if Marie Antoinette were alive right now and requested that you specifically eat her box, do you think you would?
When it comes to Olam Haba itself, you see, there's another.
That's my boy.
We'll talk about
I didn't know this story.
She was just some bitch.
Children who die. The children who die young.
I understand that.
Isn't she the bitch who said let him eat cake?
In the afterlife. So again, we'll have to see the Rambam with all of this. So I'm going to go back.
Yeah, dog. Oh, that didn't count.
This pasuk is talking about Gehenna.
I think they killed her. Like people killed her. I think they beheaded her. Or maybe her husband beheaded her. Dog, I fucking distracted this shit.
Has opened the Gehenna has been widened. Open its entrance way wider. So who does
Look at this shot.
So it's pretty scary. But it's like it says.
Dude, did you know that you're down 30-0? And I want to know what your thoughts are.
Going to Gehenna. At least we'll be together.
Make this shot, dude. Before you say anything, make this shot.
No, I do not like that interpretation.
Oh, what? That didn't count?
Does not like that interpretation.
Oh, you got fucked, dude. What ball do I hit? We have to fist fight for the championship.
You have even if you don't keep one mitzvah, you're going to Gehenna. Rabbi Yochanan says, what do you think that Hashem wants you to
just put the black one in?
Right? It's such a profound statement.
So that you have to get the yellow one?
Because Rabbi wants us to see the good in each other. He wants to see the beauty in one another. And you're saying every single Yid who doesn't keep a mitzvah is going to Gehenna. So okay, you got it. That better be one big Gehenna, because all of Klal Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We'll say there is not one person, even the Gadol Shavik Golem, the greatest Gadol in the world, even Moshe Rabbeinu.
This is so hard. Let's see you do well.
And every single tzaddik and every single regular person is going to Gehenna. So Rabbi Yochanan says, this is not how Hashem wants us to interpret. So we still understand this, Moser, that the Ribono Shel Olam does not want us to find fault in each other. That's not what he wants. Just the opposite. He wants us to see the good. How does Rabbi Yochanan interpret the It's like Ella is beautiful. Ella afilu lo lamad Ella chokecha. No, here's what it means. What it means like this. Rabbi Yochanan says what it means is, even if you only did one mitzvah, that will save you from Gehenna. Wow. So I say, do you see this? Do you see this? Same pasuk. Reish Lakish sees it as saying, if you omitted the performance of one mitzvah.
Dude, look at this shot.
Even if you only performed one mitzvah, you're being saved from Gehenna. Rabbi said, who's right? Who's right? Of course, Rabbi Yochanan, right? But what's fascinating is all a matter of perspective. Do you want to see the good, or do you want to see the negative? That's it. That's pretty much. That's kind of the core choice.
No way.
Of life. You want to see the good, you want to see the
You
negative.
scratched. You should have won.
There's so much beauty, so much good to see. You want to see the good? As long as he does one mitzvah, he's called the Kadosh and he's safe from Gehenna. You want to see the negative? Okay, as long as you can maybe one Aveira, Mamish, you're damned for all eternity. Okay, all a question of perspective. So it says so again. So that what is it?
Dude, just make the shot.
Dude. So it's talking about the fact that much of humanity that is cut off. This goes back to remember again, Gog Magog Gimaras that we saw again earlier in the parak about this idea that in the world Gog Magog many will be lost.
The greatest shot in the history of mankind.
It refers ultimately again to the third offspring of shame that they will suffer the most in the Messianic era. Now, who's the third son of Shem? Rashi points out to here, it's a man by the name of Arpachshad.
That was not it.
And Arpachshad was the ancestor of Avraham Avinu, which makes it sound like that in Gog Magog times, the ones who are going to lose the promised land. This is Rish Lakish. So once again, Rabbi Yochanan jumps at Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish. Rabbi Yochanan does not like the way you are doing that possible. Rather, it's not the third son of Shem, but rather, again, it's the third son of Noah, who's also it's more general as opposed to being Arpachshad specific.
Zero. Dude, I hate playing this game. Just make it, dude. It's so hard.
That will occur.
That's a terrible shot. Zoo, that's not what I was trying to do. How dare you assume what I was trying to do? Zoo, check this move out, though. Check this move out. Yes.
One person from the city.
Zoo, you're up, big dog.
Two from our could go ahead and save the entire Mishpacha, which means sometimes we go through life and we think that we don't matter.
Dude, that's a terrible shot. I'm just going to be honest with you. It was really unimpressive and it was also bad.
And at the end of the day, again, one person could save a world. One person could save a Mishpacha.
That's what you wanted to do, baby.
The biggest pimp of all time. Bingo. So, what are your thoughts on my shot? Fuck yeah, you do. All right, Drew. I want you to know something. I beat you, or tied with you, in a lot of games. And I love playing with you.
And then coming to Yeshiva. You will not be found in the land of the living, which sounds like
fuck yeah,
I don't see the curse. I don't say that. It was just the shampoo.
Glad to hear that fucking Indian chick coming up. Right fist.
I'm not keeping up with the Kardashian
Torah cannot be found ultimately again, but literally translated upon someone like words to it, and that's not my favorite. When it's like so dumb, but it's so fucking funny. I was walking my dog the other day.
Find occupation is the persistence.
The clip itself. Now
sometimes you go through life and goal. What's my goal? I want to be comfortable. And again, that's the idea. I want to be comfortable materially. I want to be comfortable personally. The goal is I want to be comfortable. That's all. That's all. If that's your goal in life, let's achieve it, you'll be comfortable. But just understand you will not achieve spiritual greatness. Why? Because the Lord says if you're one thing that spiritual greatness requires, it is discomfort. It is discomfort. And it's discomfort almost in every way. And it's discomfort because you have to give up sleep, you have to give up time, you have to give up time. You have to give up time, right? The time that we spend learning, let's say, comes from somewhere. And I'm not inventing new time for learning. So I'm taking it from someone or from somewhere. That's uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable. To go spiritually requires money. I have to give tzedakah. I have to do. They say, again, we look at tzedakah as like, about tzedakah. As if like it's some Herculean accomplishment. It's an obligation. It's an obligation. Giving tzedakah and giving tzedakah even sometimes more than what we're comfortable. That is not like a shkaya. That's an obligation. If I have more than what I need, the Lord gave it to me, not to just simply purchase more things for myself, but to do more for my people. And by the way, it's uncomfortable. Why? I'd like to have it for you. I'd like to spend it on you. I'd like to use it for you. But that's not why you have it. If I have more than what I need, that's in order to be able to give it and to share with others. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to be outside. It's uncomfortable to be outside. It's uncomfortable to do Hafnasas Arkham because it's not always enjoyable, to be honest. Hafnasas Arkham is not your buddies. That's not your buddies. That's socializing. Hafnasas Arkham, that's when you'll realize, oh my God, this is going to be over. Right? That's how you know it's good Hafnasas Arkham. Right? That's Hafnasas Arkham, right? When you know, seriously, when you open your home to the people you don't really want to have over, because you know that if you don't have them over, it's quite possible they have nowhere else to go. That's Hafnasas Arkham. At the end of the world, that's what it is. So by definition, spirituality requires a sense of discomfort. So if my life is all about comfort, that's what it's about. Chances are, you may be a good guy, but you will not be accomplished spirituality. But every single day that you feel a little bit uncomfortable, you're on the right track. You're on the right track. If you feel uncomfortable, if you feel tired, if you feel a little bit crazy by about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you are doing something right. Because that means you are living an uncomfortable life. And where there is discomfort, ultimately again there is fullness. And therefore again, that gives that kahana a little bit of muscle. This is like kahana, Really, like, if you're taking a long hot shower before you come out here, it's like, it's a long hot shower. Like that. So for us, we do this generation, so for kahana, it's actually like comfort, you're not going to be spiritually successful. We must pray and see more of it. One of the Lakaki Esfamilaan, or the American reservation, Lakaki Esfamilaan, and then Basi Esfam, I will bring you to me. Nakish is the awesome in the trial versus the Nakish Stars of the Lakaki Esfamilaan, I will just see you to reservation, and then I'm going to Basi Esfam, and I will bring you to Israel. Nakish is the awesome in the trial, the awesome. It compares Exodus to ultimately again entering Israel. What's the comparison? Not the awesome or son of the law. Yes, I just remember again. Remember, 2 people in Israel, 2 people, 2 men out of 600,000. Remember again, it was Tani ben Yoshua. Tani Yoshua, the only regional. Right? The only regional who come to Israel. Obviously, the people below, remember again, the people below 20 didn't leave Egypt. Right? So the only people, it's incredible to think about, people who left Egypt, who actually entered into Israel was Kali and Yoshua. And Yoshua, after also in Israel, the son of the Lord, Shneim son of the Lord. So there was, again, remember, only a fraction of Klal Yisrael left the time as well. Like Rashi points out that from Mishin, only 1/5 of Klal Yisrael left the time. 4/5 died during the month of Choshech. Very overwhelming. Shnei Amar v'ansa Shema Kinimara. If you know what was Shema Yisrael, I'm going to do a record here. Tamachas was a very profound Gemara. And he says it's like Tamachas. Nichnastu so one time I went to Alexandria of Egypt. Matsasi Zaki Ahad, and I found an old man. So again, Rabbi Yossi is going into Alexandria. Found an old man. listen, by the way, it says, Mamish Yitzias Mitzrayim Gimanis. Absolutely, Moshe Chalbo. So his old man said to me, Rabbi Yossi says, I want to show you what my ancestors did to your ancestors when they were here in Egypt. Mehem, Tabu Bayan. Some right, so again, but the Egyptians were the Jews. Some of the Jews were drowned. Mehem, Hargu B'Chal. Some were killed by the sword. Mehem, Malchum B'Binu. And some, ultimately, they were just built into the structures. And for this matter, Moshe Rabbeinu himself was punished. How was he punished? Which listen to this. This is incredible Gemara. Remember, this is the end of Parsha Shmos. Remember, Moshe Rabbeinu comes. This was his first interaction with Paro. He comes forward with this beautiful message of redemption. And what does Paro say? Paro says two words. Tichbas ha'avoda. Let them work hard. And Moshe Rabbeinu is totally dumbfounded. And he cannot believe what's just happening over here. He says, I came to Paro, right, speaking in your name. I came to Paro executing your agency. And since I showed up at the end of the day, things only got worse. All that comes powerful. So listen to this. The Moshe is very taken aback by Moshe Rabbeinu's tone, which I also, by the way, I feel like that is a tremendous lesson. Sometimes we have to say something different. It is all how we say it. Right? Whether it's speak, whether it's feedback, whether it's understood, whatever it might be. Let's say, and sometimes again, the words are going to hurt, no matter how you say it, but nevertheless, mention type dictates that we learn how the system is accomplished. So specifically, we're going to see that Hakadosh Baruch Hu was upset at Moshe Rabbeinu is not as much about what he asked. What he was asking was a big kasha. Moshe Rabbeinu essentially was asking, why do bad things happen to good people? That was his question. But Moshe was taken aback by was Moshe Rabbeinu's tone. It was accusatory and it was harsh. So Moshe Rabbeinu says, hey, pump the brakes, pump the brakes. First of all, there's a way to talk. That's a way to talk. They certainly don't make them like they used to, as in this translation. Right? Again, woe to those who are lost, but are not forgotten. What does this mean? Right? Many times I heard the Adam Yitzchak and Yaakov, the Kel Shakai. Just don't look again. Right now, Kel Shakai means that name. Right, Ms. Kel, who Shakai Shek died, who again always provides enough. So I appeal to them with this presence of a God who takes care of everything. But here we are in the time, they never questioned my actions, but I'm going to Mashmech. I never asked me what they did. In other words, I was going to talk because I heard the others many times, and the others never questioned my Marty the Avram, Kumis Halek Bars, their Kalrakbal. I said, Avram, the land is yours. Walk the length and the width of the land, because it's yours. So again, I told him, Eretz Yisrael is yours. And yet, when Sarah died, he came to Makom with Sarah, Ad Sheker B'Dan Meos Shekel Kesef, V'lo Kira Ani Dosan. Right? I told him, the land is yours. When Sarah died, we need to bury a spot. So what happened? You have to negotiate with Ephraim, and you have to buy myself for 400 silver pieces. So you're going to be trouble into that money. Yes, I have never said to me, God. So look, friend, like the land is mine, the land is mine, and yet again, and not even retail. But I'm trying to even more than the 12 markets. I might be this car. Your bar says also, we ain't Ipa. So I told Yitzchak, the land is yours, and I'll bless you. And yet, when Yitzchak's servants watched the water, they dug wells, and when they finally found water, they were fighting over every single well. שנאמר, ויריבו יואי גרר, and Roy Yitzchak remember so finally when they found water, every single well was a fight. Every well was a fight. So yet with all of that, and then here at those times, Yitzchak never questioned my ways. I like to Yaakov, the quiet man. I told Yaakov, the land is yours. The land is yours. he keeps looking in the draw all over the matzah. Yes, and Yaakov Mamish community just the place to fish. He couldn't find a place to fish. Then add the matzah, add the fana, the milk, the sita. Finally, he get out, right? And he said, which man? Basically, goes down until he has to purchase area. So again, it's his land, but he has to purchase a place to fish his land. For the Kira Acham, he goes sign, for the Amali Mashnefa. And yes, God says to one side of the others. Has difficult time to realize also, yes, never once did they question my race, never once did they ask me my name. Never once did the essence of asking me my name. It was essentially, tell me how you operate, explain to me the plan. They never questioned my ways and they never asked for an explanation of the plan. The Atar, Amali Mashnefa, the Tila. But first of all, already by the snap, by the burning bush motion, you already asked me what my name is. So right out of the gate, you already asked me to identify myself. What is my name? Furthermore, the action of Aka Omerli, that separates itself as an Aka. Furthermore, again, now you try to lag in a physical. You have to think ahead of it, right? And now you accuse me of not saving my nation. First you ask me my name. Now you make accusations that I'm not doing my job. Moshe, therefore, you will see what I will do to Paro. The Rachamis Kar Atara, Zi Atara, the Rachamis Shoshin, the Atara. So this is actually amazing. It's fascinating. When you get up and talk with this Moshe, you will see the war against Paro, but you will not see the war of the 31 days, which represents the conquest of Eretz Yisrael. So you have this in the teeth in the Chazal, but then as it gets from the beginning, Moshe Rabbeinu was never going to be very Eretz Yisrael. Like this was before the Miracle already, right? Before the Miracle, not really before any of that, right? Before the story, right? Before any of that, and yet again, you see what the function of the most having, you see what happens to Paro, you won't see the war of the 31 kings. Now what happens? I want to say, after this exchange by Moshe, by both Arts of Aishtaku. Now again, it's not kind of something chronological, but we can all of this here. So Moshe saw by Moshe, like, okay, quickly bow down. So the Gemara says, my law, Moshe. What did Moshe see that made him bow down so quickly? But the thing about Dam Omer, Elachapay law. He saw the Ribono Shel Olam's tremendous patience. Elachapay means slow to anger. He saw how his father has every right to exact immediate punishment, yet is slow to anger. Moshe saw the smooth of Hashem, and he was overwhelmed. Rabbanan say, MS law. He saw the MS of Hashem. Let's say, what's MS? MS is he saw how the Ribono runs the world in a truly beautiful way. It sometimes hurts a lot, and it's sometimes difficult to comprehend, but it's always run by the overarching principle of truth and righteousness and everything that Hashem does. Incredible. Finally, from us, behind love, so we think that we must always be sang your Kishon Moshe Malom is incredible. It's beautiful to us. But Moshe went up to the heavens. Went up to the heavens. They also have a freshness. This is talking about when he went up to see the Torah. When he went to see the Torah, so what happened? Moshe HaBaruch Moshe the Posei, Erechapayim. He sees the Moshe writing the word Erechapayim, slow down. Slow to anger. I'm on the phone of Moshe Erechapayim and Tzadikim. So Moshe says, oh, I'm assuming this means for the righteous, and for the Tzadikim. He said, no, ultimately, again, even for the wicked. Even for the wicked. Amalei, Yishayim, Yoreyu. And he says, why do the wicked deserve Erechapayim? The wicked should just simply be obliterated. Amalei, so let's listen to this. Amalei causes might be violent. So essentially, what Moshe, be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for. Fast forward a little bit. Kishachatu Yisrael, when Klal Yisrael sinned, when Klal Yisrael sinned by the Uriel, Amalei, Lokan Amarti, Erechapayim is everything. So Hashem says, well, so if I'm speaking, that's all, remember what you say. Like, who should I be slow to anger with? I'll be slow to anger with the Tzadikim. Ultimately, along with the righteous. On the days, I'm on the bottom of the Lokas, I'm not to leave. After Hashem, but Moshe says to Hashem, but remember Hashem, remember what you said. You said, Erechapayim is speaking for the Hashem. I know this said, the Atom Yikana Klach Hashem, Kasher Didarta Lemar. And that's what Moshe said, now for this part, allow your part to be amplified as you said. As you said. I Moshe said, Erechapayim only for Tzadikim. Hashem said, even Rabbi for their children. Well, you know what? Let's go with you already. Right? Let's go. Let's say, by the way, such a person is so, so up in the life, right? We think that we got it all figured out. And we think we know exactly how life is about, is supposed to unfold. And when life doesn't go according to our plan, we feel very resentful. Understandably so. But so it's incredible. Whether we see it in this world or the next world, when we see how things turn out, when we see the way we wanted it, this is how it was Baruch Hu choreographed it, we're all going to say the same as Baruch Hu. It's so good that we went with your way and not our way. Because Baruch Hu's way sometimes maybe hurts a little bit more in the short term. Because Baruch Hu's way is the only way that we get to achieve all of our objectives and get to actualize our potential. Incredible. That's so Chicago is walking up the steps of the Yeshiva Rabbi Shamila Ulinika Amar Ezesecha Nanimod Lezeis Konav HaKodesh Hashem Yola Yamid. Right, so here are young things. It's a Semitic way, Tfilah L'Moshe. And afterwards, here's the concept of Tfilah L'Moshe. Amar Shmanina Arach HaPayim Ra. So again, you understand ultimately again, as I say, Hashem Orech Yamin, Arichos Yamin, and then it says Tfilah L'Moshe. There's a juxtaposition to me that it must have been that the thing that Moshe Rabbeinu saw that overwhelmed him more than anything was Arach HaPayim Ra Hashem's Chokeh. The whole other thing. In the future, Hashem is going to give you a crown on the head of every single tzaddik. Yeah, Hashem Tzedakos la'ataras tzvi u'b'tzefilas te'era l'sha'er amo. My la'ataras tzvi u'b'tzefilas te'eras la'osim l'sono u'b'mitzachim l'yeshua. So whom will Hashem be a crown? Hashem will be a crown ultimately again for those who fulfill His will and mitzapim Yeshua and the way is salvation. So I always say the first part of Osim Mitzvah, right? Those who fulfill the will of Hashem. What does it mean mitzapim Yeshua? What does that mean? So let's say, so here's what it doesn't mean. It doesn't mean people just sit and wait. Because Rabbi doesn't want us to sit and wait for anything. What it means is that we get to be read together. No simmitzono. We're supposed to be both to spend their lives engaged in dynamic activities. And recognizing I'm going to do my part, and I'm not going to wait for Hashem to do his part. But I know that if I do my part, the Moshe will do his. So they operate concurrently. Simmitzono, u'mitzapim Yeshua. I engage in dynamic activities that is what they all too often in life. And for other things in order to be successful. I always tell the people, do their part, they forgot to use my phone. So there's no time to wait. So everything you need to accomplish, do not wait for anyone to do their part in life. You do what you need to do and wait for no one. But while you're doing what you're supposed to do, just know that God will do his thing alongside. So if I live my life without understanding, constantly pushing on the gas, doing whatever I have to do, it's not always sort of putting on Hashem and knowing that while I'm doing my thing, Hashem is doing his thing by my side. That's what I'm going to say. I'll wake up to stop over here a little bit in the middle. We'll pick up this one side. Beautiful tomorrow. Tomorrow. Everyone.
Dolphin noise or something.
All right, so we're going to have a great day anyway.
Don't complain to your cats, go to your shitty comedy, and go back in your dungeon. Oh, man. Hey, Papa. Throwing glass at a stone house is not a good idea. Yeah, definitely. Dude, that's well said. And dungeon, dude, your house maybe is like storage facility, or at least your podcast, I guess. Yeah. We don't know if it's not the same thing. Well, I was talking about you calling it a comedy show. It's like, oh, that's even crazy. That's fucking go to your shitty comedy. Shitty comedy. Yeah, I think that's crazy for Sean to say for sure.
Hi, do you want to say good morning? Good morning.
Yeah, dude.
Let us begin. I get to welcome Mark Hashem too. And last week as we wrapped up in the status, it has been very incredibly exciting. Again, we're trying to cover as much ground today as we can. We'll be fine in Eretz Hashem. Again, also the Tfilas Chametz immediately after. We're going to try to do that in Eretz 8:50. We'll try to end a little bit around there. So we'll go right from here. We're going to do Tfilas Chametz right from the classroom across. So feel free to follow the migration in Eretz Hashem across the whole. Beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Emma Kamazoni sponsor, the Joshua Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shimon's Rothschilds this year as is a place for the Soros Kabbalah Sa'am Yisrael. Kamazoni sponsors for the month of Nisan Paul Holic in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Tikva as the anonymous sponsorship and the sports for all of our children. And for Nisan to be the month of Guru Shemot Klal Yisrael, Avin Yisrael Kelman, and memory of Avram's mother Sarah Reina Basi Yeshua Heschel. And we have many sponsors, Steve Galaska, and honor of all the bracha that Hashem is providing for me, Jordana, and our family. We thank all of our sponsors for their generosity, the beautiful, beautiful messages. To be so kind of Hashem, to see the English of Klal Yisrael, and this is everyone needs to go and get it, all in the Shemashad, and all the families should have a Kama, our hostages should come home with the Shalom and the Kala, and the soldiers should be successful with all of the Nasa Yidei. As with that, let us begin. Today's gospel is cooked one time, we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on cook test of days, cook test in the days, and we are up to Eliezer Abed Avraham. So again, remember, it's 2, 4, 5, 6 times up before the lines get wide on Cook Text 109. Lot to do. So let's remember again, we're talking over here about the and if by the way, and if I'm traveling to a different year and you're ahead of where you are, shame on you. And shame on you. And that means whoever your market year is not doing justice to the way these documents are supposed to be done. If you are on schedule, then at the end of the day, you sorry, here's something else. Anyway, you know what this follows. Just kidding. I'm just trying to come on the tracks over here. So you know what this follows. It's random hustles. We're in the middle of talking about the topic of Spain's, corrupted legislative legal system, and how essentially, again, it wasn't just we thought this was said yesterday, that we all do things wrong. And we all do things wrong on a daily basis. The most important thing, this is a tip. This is a tip for sinning. I'm going to teach you how to sin right. If you want to sin correctly, the picture is just always keep in mind that you're sinning. The most important is, if I'm going to do things wrong, and I'm going to do things wrong, just own it. It's wrong. It's wrong. And maybe I'm not ready to correct it. I'm not ready to stop it. But the most important thing is never to lose it. To never become self-delusional and begin to think that the wrong things I'm doing are right. As long as I'm honest with myself, and I know my awareness, I know exactly what I'm doing wrong, and I just try to pretend that it's correct, does it sound strange? I'm okay. Because as long as I know that it's wrong, at some point, sometime, I will fix it. The danger in life is when I convince myself that wrong things are right. When I pretend that the awareness are not awareness, when I explain it or rationalize it, that's when I put myself in a precarious spiritual situation. The profound downfall of Stone was that they legislated the legality of corrupted behavior. That becomes the work nature of here. When a society goes ahead and says that certain things that are clearly illegal, certain things that are clearly illegal, certain things that are clearly wrong, then become not only okay, but it encourages a legal system that can undermine the entire fabric of society. So that's the Gemara expression from my question over here. So here's the one to show Padu, what happened to injured him. Let's bring it again. What happened in Spain when someone injured you? Like you brought the assailant today, they normally do. They made use of it for paying for the service of bloodletting. But remember again, so that the aggressor hit you was bleeding you got a service, you have to pay for the service. I was listening to this. I was going to come in now, so he has a friend today. I'm going to have this, I've been shot on a collar. So and so you're injured, but you owe the assailant money because he provided for you the service of bloodletting. So just watch it, what Eliezer do? I'll sit with Allah. He took the clout out and he hit the diamond. He hit the judge. I'm on my house. The judge said, what are you doing? I'm on I said, no problem, judge, now you owe me money. right? Because I perform the service of bloodletting for you. You owe me money, so let's just do this. Right? You owe me money. I owe my assailant money. And so let's just do this. You pay my assailant and we'll call it even. Right? I'll keep my money, we'll call it even. So right, I got enough of enough. How much in the high? This is a good to the kind. So I write the guy and you take the money you owe me, give it to my assailant, I'll keep my money in my pocket, and Shalom Margin still. So we want to go back there. How do they put your stuff? They have a money are they arson. So in Stone they had a hospitality bed, a versus arson bed. Now what is unique about this bed? The guy is now this bed has to be one size fits all. So if you were tall, you were very tall, and your legs dangled over the bed, you cut off your legs. It's not the way if you were short, if you would stretch you out. And the other Abraham, the other hospital, the other comes to stand. And you know, couldn't go up there yet. In that means you have to also something that again, obviously this argument, but on the stone, it says, I'm going to hold Narda Najim Roma Denisa Sima, the Denina Afteria. Ultimately, again, he said, from the day that my mother died, I took a nagger not to sleep on the bed. He said that he was a very sleeping on the bed. Now, whether or not he made that nagger or not, it's not immediately clear. But it's quite, something like checking out that tomorrow. So he was like for that. Now, understanding is anya. So let's say when a poor person would come to the stone, here's what they would do. You have to call the class of Dinar. Everybody would give him money. They give him, right? They give him money. It's 6 Shmiale. They would write their name. So, for example, so let's say Anya comes to town. If I'm a person from Stone, or Ruben is a person from Stone, you give him $1 and you write on the dollar Ruben. You write his name on the dollar. What happened? So there's a direct to the Hobby Market, but no one would give him food. So everyone would give him money, but no one would give him food. So what would happen? Obviously, if the poor person is again, what ends up happening? He has a lot of money, but he has no food. He would die. He died of starvation. Hakiyamayis, when he would die, call Aussie, call God, the God shut the day. When he would die, then what would happen? The people of Stone would come and they would take back the dollar. How would they know the dollar? Because Ruben says Ruben, Shimon says Shimon. So let's say, so again, what is this? So let's say, so this is like this desperate person. What's fascinating is, even in Stone, at the core, human beings want to be good. They really do. We all, not just the nation, man wants to be good. See, even in Stone, they want to get stuck on. But they don't want to get stuck on. So how do you get stuck without to get stuck on? They gave the money, right? They created a mechanism through which they would be able to take it back. In other words, just like usually said, remember again, in general, Hachnosas Archon was outlawed in Stone. So yet they couldn't bring themselves to outright outlaw tzedakah. Isn't that fascinating? Even in Stone, they couldn't legislate a practice that said that if a poor person comes, you can't give him money. They couldn't do that. So what they did was they said, you give money, but you can't give anything. So say, I'm going to give. Okay, so I can feel good about myself. I gave tzedakah. But I'll be able to get my dollar back when he dies. Incredible. Yomar goes like that. Yomar says, this is what they, so they made a stipulation between them. They said, come on, the Nizamin capital, the Beirut, Rishla, Dulima. Those are the halakhas. You're not allowed to invite any outsiders to your wedding celebrations. Only celebrants. Right? So again, the halakha is if you invited someone to your party who is not part of the Stone Chevra, good luck. Then they could take the other sodomite people to take your clothing. You're better realize if you invite someone to your simcha, it's like the first Pakana wedding, right? It was like if you went ahead and you invited someone to your wedding who is not part of the Stone, we're going to take your cousin with you. It's from you. So listen to this. How do you do what to put Eliezer Hassam? So Eliezer is in Stone. They're both saying, now, by the way, whether all of these stories happen at the same time or different times, I don't know. But Eliezer is in Stone. So what happens? He's hungry. So while you're having Rama, but no one's giving him bread. So Kibai them and say, Asa Eliezer, so let's say, but the cool is, what happens? Eliezer shows up at a wedding. So he shows up at a wedding. He sits at the table with the other Chevra from Stone. And what's the first question they ask him? On the way, man Adam Nashka. So they ask him, they'll figure out, a lot of times at the wedding, you get asked the question, like, what's the question? Which side? Right to the right, left to the Kala. So here, I mean, they say, who invited you? Like, who invited you? Because obviously, if they want to get there's something wrong in Stone if there's an uninvited guest. How about this? What does Eliezer do? What does Eliezer do? Eliezer goes in and says, Amalek, Rudy Yosef, Atazamantan. He turns to the guy next to him and says, oh, this guy lied to me. Now I said, that guy didn't lie, right? Eliezer never again. Eliezer is crashing away. Right? So the other thing is good over. So now he turns to the guy next to him. He says, oh, yeah, this guy right. He's so nice of him. So now the guy, the sodomite guy, sitting next to Eliezer says, Amar Duma Shani Ga'ana Azizise, Shafi Lemane Haigabra, Shakat Limeha Rudy Yosef Kabe, That's just what happened. So the guy next to Eliezer, now here's this photo. He quickly grabs his phone and he gets out. He runs out. Because remember, it's told if you invite someone to the wedding, right, that's not a sodomite, they literally will take your clothing. So therefore, again, the supposed host gathers up his clothing and runs outside. Now, what does Eliezer do? They hop on the food. So Eliezer says, oh, no, it wasn't that guy. It was that guy. So then that guy ran away. The next guy, he started doing this to every single person in the feast. Until pretty much Eliezer cleared the hall. Right, he cleared the hall, and Baruch Hashem, he's doing it all you eat in the play, right? So now Eliezer gets his meal very something. Habia Aniva Bisa. I'm going to tell you a tragic story. There was a young girl. Rabbi Kamatko, this girl got Aniva Bekaska. She would go out and give bread to the poor in her job. Now, this young girl understood the laws of stone. Laws of stone was you were not allowed to give bread. What could you give to the poor? What could you give to the poor? Money with your name on it, right? But no food. This young girl, and that's what he's really saying. Like, we all start out good, and we all start out holy, and we all start out pure. It's just that over the course of life, we tend to lose our way. So the young woman sees a poor person, she wants to give them bread, but she has to give them the bread surreptitiously. So how does she give the bread? She gives it for the job. She puts the bread in the dish, she gives it. What happened? They found out about it. They found out what she did. They smeared her with honey, and they put her, they attached her to the top of the wall of the city. Also, essentially, she was stunned to death. Behind the said, so also the Gemara says this episode that tilted the scales against Stone. Hashem says, I heard the cries of Stone and Amorah, and they are over. It was because of what happened to this girl. It was like, it's so interesting. Because what was happening in Sodom and Gomorrah was going on for a while. And for us to read, that was probably just kind of, not allowed it, but it was contained with doing their things. It's probably like, was doing it with this event. It was this event specifically because of what they did to this young woman. It was probably just humanity, right? The world can't have a place like this, and that ultimately again leads to the exuberance and the overturning of Sodom and Gomorrah. The mother like the Raglim, famous Israel mother. The Raglim have no portion of the country. By a Nisu HaNoshim Mochi Dibas Haaretz Rabbi Adifa, Nisu Ba'olam Hazeh, Mageti Olam Haba. Then Adas Korach Elam Elohim Olam Haba. The assembly of Korah have no portion in the world to come. The Gemara says, Shneimar, Vatechas Aleim Haaretz Ba'olam Hazeh, Vayotzim Mikol Hakahal Mi'olam Haba. As the Pasuk says, literally again, the earth covered over them in this world, and they were rough for it, and they Rabbi Akiva. What do you do, Rabbi Akiva? And Eliezer Omer, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Hashem Minis L'Chaye, Morik Sha'ol Bayah. It was in front of my Rabbi Akiva and Eliezer. Rabbi Akiva, Korach and his assembly have no fear of Olam Haba. Rabbi Eliezer, yes they do. Yes they do. They do not focus. We're not finished. Adas Korach. Anyone who fears Olam Haba, the assembly of Korach have no portion in the world to come. Shneimar, Vatechas Aleim Haaretz. Right, Ba'olam Hazeh, Vayotzim Mikol Hakahal Mi'olam Haba. The Rabbi Akiva. That you didn't see the Omer. How do you think on this podcast? It's such a beautiful imagery that the assembly of Korah are like a lost object that someone is looking for. You know, because Korah and assembly are lost, so they were lost because the shoulders of death. But when you lose something that's near and dear to you, you look for it. You look for it. The Gemara says, Shneimar Te'isi Kisa'olei Shpachis Abdepaki Mishki Sasech Alo Shachachti. Vayikachas. What is now again? This is our machlokes about Korah. Rabbi Akiva, Adas Korah, lost the Olam Hazeh, no Olam Haba. Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yehuda ben Metzora, they do have a portion in the world to come. We're not finished. The Gemara goes like this. Very Korah. So that literally Korah. So Amar Shakish Shalokach Nekach Ra Li'atzmo. He took literally again a bad purpose for himself. That Korah, he was a good man, just made bad decisions. Korah, Shinasa Karka Israel. Why is he called Korah? Now the Korah was his name. But the Gemara sees profundity of meaning in his name. Why called Korah? He made a bald spot. Korah's like balls. He made a bald spot and called himself behavior. Then Yitzhar, Sher Siach Allah is called Olam Kisaharai. That literally again, Korah stirred up Mahokes. Mahokes is often compared to heat, like the midday sun. Then Kahas, Shekia Shine Molida. Literally again, so it's like Shekia Shine Molida means like literally cause the heat, when you eat something sour, you know that feeling or teeth when you eat something sour? I don't know what the technical term for it is.
But like my nerves are fine. It's like that thing.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's how it was on the tip of my tongue. Like when you experience a wave of Algerianism, right? And again, and your teeth like that. So when you have that Algeria, I just want to point out. So literally, that's a question. Korah's actions caused the teeth of his ancestors to experience this Algeria, right? Like that chatter, to feel like that sour taste. I just want to point out how incredible this is. This is the week of Pesach. This is the Rothschild by the Rothschild. Right? And then we're going to say, people often mistranslate this phrase. What does it say by the Rothschild? Va'ata hake eshinav. So we translate hake eshinav as well. Hitting the mouth. If you look at how it's written in the Haggadah, hake would have been hey, kuf, hey. Hake in the Haggadah is hey, kuf, hey, hey. From this Lashon. The idea by the Lashon is you tell him certain things that make his teeth chatter. You tell him certain things that are going to make him cringe a little bit in order to get him to go. We don't put anyone in their mouth, right? Certainly not a kid who's at the table, at least asking questions and trying to be engaged. Right? So fascinating idea. So Ben Levi, Ben Shinasa, Gehenna. Ultimately, again, he's the son that accompanied him in Gehenna. When Gehenna, but actually, Ben Yaakov, like we're tracing up. So what's really interesting about the way we go ahead and we trace. Now it's Korah, Ben Kahas, Ben Yitzhar, Ben Levi. But yet it stops at Yaakov. If you're going to trace the lineage, why not take him all the way back to Yaakov? To which the Gemara says, Ben Se'ikir V'atzmo Gehenna. I'm not sure about that. Well, Yaakov Bikishach Malatzmo, Yaakov Davin, that Korah should not be traced back to his name. Shenamar, the Sodom al Tavo Nafshi, Ubikeva al Techad Kivodi. The Sodom al Tavo Nafshi, Elam Raglim. This is what's from Raglim. Yaakov says, please place a genealogical distance between myself and Raglim. Even though, of course, we all know that everything goes back to Yaakov. And at the end of the day, don't write it. Ubikeva al Techad Kivodi, Ze Adas Korah. Okay. Dasan, so it's now a little bit about some of the other followers of Korah. Dasan, Sha'ar al-Das. Why is he called Dasan? Because he went against the basic tenets of Yiddishkeit. As the Gemara says, Sha'ar al-Das Aviram, She'ida atzmo me'asos tshuva. Aviram, he prevented himself from doing tshuva. Va'on, also Va'on ben Paras, Shiyashav, these are all the followers of Korah. Shiyashav Ba'amira. So what's the better way? I just want to point out, such that Aviram, She'ida atzmo me'asos tshuva. What's that? There's only one thing that stands between me and tshuva. And that is me. Only one thing that stands between me and tshuva, that's me. Incredible. Only Shiyashav Ba'amiros. What we say, only we're going to see very personality, his own was verified decisions that he made. As much as he followed Korah, he very much regretted the course of action. However, should not assume that miracles happened for him. Ben Ruvain, Ben Shera of Ruvain, because he was the son who saw the error of his ways and understood the mistakes. Alright, so here we go. What now? Story of Om Ben Pella. Remember, Om Ben Pella was one of the primary followers of Korah. Right? And then, interestingly enough, somehow he was saved. What happened? Incredible story. Om Ben Pella, this story is also. The Lord said he expected to save Om, like a lot of stories that he says, who steps in to try to save today. This is Om. This is Om. This is unexpected. What did you? This is incredible. So say the loose translation of this is, loose translation is, what's wrong with you? Now, this is a conversation that has repeated itself throughout the history of Jewish marriages, right? This is just, and by the way, do you know the hallmark of a beautiful marriage? Is when your wife can say that to you. Right? And every other relationship becomes like the couch. How you say it? What should you say? Everything that's a wife who really loves her husband, and a husband who is so secure of this, a wife can say to her husband, what is the matter with you? Like, what are you thinking? What's wrong with you? Did you hit your head? Like, what, again, like, just this, and again, it stings, and no, not the opposite, right? Let me, never, under any circumstances, ever use those words when speaking to your wife. This is a one-directional conversation, right? A wife has the power to say this to her husband, and as much as it stings, as much as it stings anyone who has been on the receiving end, I've received a number of comments like this. Anyone who's ever been on the receiving end of this, it hurts a little bit, and then you are filled with an overwhelming sense of gratitude. That there is someone in your life who loves you and cares about you enough to tell you exactly how it is. And not to sugarcoat it, and not to figure out how to say it, but just literally, again, to lay it at your doorstep. Incredible. So she says to him, what's the matter with you? What are you doing? So essentially, she says to only something fascinating. She says, what is the matter to you? If Korach wins, you're still a disciple. You're still a disciple. To be very honest, you gain nothing in this power struggle. You're a pawn. Because either way, you're a great guy, you're not the top dog. Right? You're not the top guy. It's not like you're rising up the ladder over here. You're a great man, but you are who you are. So what are you doing? Why are you getting involved in this focus? So like the other day, so he says to me, you're right, but I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. This is such a profound marriage conversation. I'm stuck and I don't know what to do. I pledged my allegiance to Korah. I swore to him that I'm with him in this to the end, and I don't know what to do. So you know what it says? She says, this is incredible. So let's say this is incredible. So Mrs. Owen Ben Kalas says to her, let's figure this out. Here's what I do. Korah and his followers are holy people. Which I will say, so incredibly profound. Because everybody here is very strong. Another, this is exactly what made Korah and his followers so dangerous. The most dangerous wars are holy wars. Right? When people feel that they have God on their side and that they're not fighting for truth, that's when the most terrible things could occur. So Mrs. Owen says, I know that Korah and his followers are holy people. They say, so essentially what she said, she says, okay, here's the plan. Step one, get out of the way. Right? Step one, get out of the way. I will fix this. It's so profound. I will fix this. So what does she do? She gives him a lot of wine, and she becomes intoxicated, and she goes to sleep. Now, let's say, she needs to do that. Why do you do that? So the first thing she needs to do that because she needs him away. She needs him away. She is concerned that if he is present and if he's awake and if he's here, he again, always feels very conflicted because he pledged his allegiance to Korah. The problem is he understands that Korah is a sinking ship. So she's scared that if he's present, right, and conscious, he is going to mess this up. So essentially what she says to him is get out of the way. The fascinating enough, she doesn't trust him to stay out of the way. So what does she do? She gives him a lot of wine, he goes to sleep, fine, he's out of the way. Tap up the foot, this is hard to imagine. So she sits at the entrance of the tent, and she uncovered her hair. She uncovered her hair. Anyone who saw Mrs. Owen sitting at the entrance of the tent with uncovered hair turned away. So in other words, even the followers of Korah, they came to get owned. They came to get owned. Come on, guys. The showdown is now when they saw sitting by the tent. Ultimately, again, she did not go ahead. She did not go ahead. So they went the other side. They went the other way. And now while all of this was happening, so again, while all of this week what happened, the entire showdown occurs. Korah and his followers are swallowed up by the earth, and the story's over. And only saved. Listen, it's also very profound. Again, also in this particular story, it's also really incredible. Listen, you have to understand, for the wife of Owen to sit with hair uncovered by the entrance of the tent was also a certain sense of degradation for her. It was a compromising of her own space. But you see, something so incredibly beautiful. How much, in order to sustain a meaningful marriage, if everyone is knocked it on the covered, marriage doesn't work. Marriage only works when you're covered, when your ego takes a back seat, ultimately again to the good of the relationship. But if it's all about the ego, it's all about what I need, what I want, my covered, marriage implodes. It's incredible that Mrs. Owen Ben Talas was willing to compromise her own dignity in order to save her husband. They say that marriage, when a couple, when each party in the marriage is willing to put their ego on the side for the good of the relationship, that's ultimately again what they're showing. Incredible. As you say, the Korah. Conversely, there's another story. The wife of Korah. Amalei, Chazi Ma'ikav Moshe. So I say this is incredible. So apparently, now Mrs. Korah was very much at the forefront, was the instigator for the rebellion. She says to her husband, look what Moshe did to you. Moshe is a king. Moshe was a melech. Right? His brother, Aaron, his nephews, Kohanim. Look at this. E is a Truma. And so it's just Truma goes to the Kohanim. I'm going to taste the Kohen. Yes, you're a lady. You're a lady. But even as a lady, so the Shaklinu Asol, I'm a half chad in the Kohen. Even from the Moshe that you Korah, that you a lady get, what do you have to do? You have to give a 10, you have to give Truma Smash to the Kohen. Right? So again, Mrs. Korah is instigating her husband. Wow, the guy who played on my side, he cooked up. Furthermore, so it's pretty much testifying. Look at what she did to you. Rabbi saying that interestingly enough, when you're got some intermediate service, what do they have to do? They have to have a full body shaving. What's that? A full body shaving means literally, it's not a metaphor. It's literally full body shaving. So Mrs. Clark said to her husband, look at you. Right? Look at you. You look like a piece of dung, is what she said to him, right? She made you look like you look like a fool. You look like a fool. Of course they're nice. They did to you. And you have a Mazaichu. Clearly again, now literally means he set his eyes upon your hair. Right? Which means what? Which means that look what he's doing to you. He's facing you in order to go out and make himself look better. So so Korach sticks up for Moshe and he says, the Moshe was also a lady, which means that Moshe always had to go through his whole body shaving, right? He had to go through his whole thing also. So Clark says back to his wife, not like Moshe is just doing it to us and not doing it to himself. He also has it done. So let's say, the expression means a person who is willing to engage in self-destructive behavior because he's more bent on punishing the other than he is on himself. So remember again, Shimshon pushed down the columns of the Philistine Colosseum, even though only 4 rabbis walked, he would die along with it. So it's true. Moshe and Israel looked foolish also. But the fact that he made everyone else look foolish, that was more important to him. Look at this emotion, right? It introduced the things of chaos. And it tells you that on one strand of your tits you have to put chaos. Well, she says, if chaos is so important, he's a right for Keltis Hashiba. And again, chaos is so important. Clothing that's all chaos. I mean, you should be wrapped in clothing that's all chaos. What is this one string of chaos? I need to say, so what it says, Kaf Mos Yashim Mansab Yisa. Right when the Pasuk says in Mishlei, the wisdom of women has built a home, Zul Ishto Shel Om Ben Paras. That is the wife of Om Ben Paras. The Yivanas, the other Tarsena, the foolishness of women to destroy a home, Zul Ishto Shel Torah. Ultimately, again, this is the wife of Torah. I must say, so it is very interesting. It is very interesting to see how Chazal understood that the wives played a pivotal role in these narratives. Now, again, just to be clear, Korach was his own man. Korach made his own decisions, right? So it's not fair to his wife for what happened. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see us, because I find out that certain elements of the rebellion were absolutely, again, kind of like they festered at home. Only Mentalus was saved by his wife, and unfortunately, Korach lacked a partner who talks him out of his foolishness. So it says 250 men joined the rebellion of Korach. The Gemara says, just understand, the followers of Korach were not regular guys. They were some of the best of quality. So I will say, by the way, this is how Mrs. Om Ben Paras knew that again, they were not going to come next to the tent if at the end of the day her hair was uncovered. She knew this about that which speaks to the spiritual quality of these men. She understood it. These are people who knew how to intercalate the months. The question established new months, which I'm also sorry. That is a so that's so intercalation. These are people who were known universally. So let's say you just understand, we typically have like these things that like the chevra is like the riffraff, right? The whole right? The people like to get involved. There's always a chevra. Or whenever there's a fight, they're always there. Right? That's not this chevra. These were good men. Holy men. Again, and Clark himself was a good man, which is why these people were willing to follow him. This is the tragedy of it. There was if it was just a group of riffraff, okay, it happens all the time. There's always a segment that wants to fight. The tragedy of the Korach was that again it was the elite, was the holy chevra. Vayishma Moshe Rabbeinu Moshe Rabbeinu heard. And he fell on his face. Not Moshe almost this is wild. What did he hear? They made him fall on his face. I'm going to show up on Shechashtu Me'ishes Ish. They accused Moshe Rabbeinu of adultery. They accused him of adultery. שנאמר, ויקנו למשה במחנה, אמרו ויצחק מולנו, שכל אחד ואחד כינס אשתו ממשה. Every man from this chano warned his wife, like Sota, warned his wife about being alone with Moshe. שנאמר, ומשה ייקח as haOel, ונח alone מחוץ למחנה. As a result of this episode, Moshe Rabbeinu took his tent and he moved himself outside of the camp. Outside of the camp. Moshe Rabbeinu would not be in proximity to the camp because he wanted to remove himself from suspicion of adultery. He also said, by the way, how did it come that he's much like adultery? So remember again, it's important to first textually, Moshe Rabbeinu did not live with Zipporah, his wife. Why did he not live with his wife? Because the emotion could appear to him at any time. He had to live in a different state of spiritual preparedness. So essentially, people say it's impossible for a man to live that way. If he's not living with his wife, then what? He must be living with someone else's wife. Which of us is so really profound on two levels. It's interesting that a lot of times in life, when we see great people, there's two ways you could relate to someone who is greater than you. You could either say, that becomes like a role model for me. I want to try not to become that person, whether that's Shabbos morning, not to become that person, but I want to try to emulate that person. Or what you do is what? Knock that person down from their pedestal. And see, they're not that great. And it's human nature, also you see this all the time. Right? The innate desire. And by the way, you see this, even when it's exciting, why people are so fixated on taking people who exist on a pedestal and knocking down the pedestal. Because at the end of the day, if I can knock them off the pedestal, then I don't have to push myself to be any greater. In fact, if you denigrate the great person and bring them down to where I am, I don't have to push myself at all. They see Moshe Rabbeinu. They see a man who in certain respects is more malach than man. It's like it's easier to go ahead and strive to emulate him in certain ways. Not always, but try more and cannot give off this pedestal. And so they floated the river. Moshe Rabbeinu it's not possible. He must be committing adultery. Moshe Rabbeinu hears what I say, it's incredible. Moshe Rabbeinu hears this, and you notice, by the way, Moshe doesn't respond. He doesn't respond. He does respond. What's his response? He falls down. Let's say, it's almost as if you see this in many leadership narratives where a person is willing to give anything and everything. And then something happens, and then we go like, I can't do this anymore. This is crazy. Like, you want to tell me I'm not a good leader, you want to tell me I'm not a good prophet, you want to tell me I don't care enough. Okay, you're fine. But then there's like a accusation. It's just so crazy and so wild and so out of left field that the leader himself almost feels like powerless. It's like you call upon him. Rothschild almost like paralysis. Just wondering, like, what could I possibly do for this people? What else? Overwhelming story. The mother's like, Moshe gets up, and also, the great leader, the great leader, realizes that people are just people, and they just can't do their stuff. So what does he do? He picks himself back up, and he understands that his mission is much holier than the baseless accusations or the baseless behavior of some group. So he goes to that side, and I say it's so beautiful. I'm going to talk to Shmikan, she's not seeking my focus. What is the incredible. Then Moshe went to Dasan and Abiram. I was like, should Moshe didn't go to Dasan and Abiram? I don't know, it's like Moshe's one thing for sure, which is Dasan and Abiram are not what? They're not coming to him. So there's a choice. There's a choice. We can all stay in our corners, and Moshe Rabbeinu can try to engage. And God was on Moshe Rabbeinu. You know what they always ask you clear? He was in the Greek party. He just accused with adultery. It's crazy. But Moshe Rabbeinu says, I'm not having enough focus in my people. I'm not doing this. So Moshe Rabbeinu goes and does it. And I'll be like, why? Because it was at the end of the day, in that scene, focus. Listen, this is hardly so much. We talk about all the times. It is so much better to be happy than it is to be right. Like, what Moshe Rabbeinu was right means I'm going to stay in my point. You come to me. I'm the Greek party. You rely on me. What's going to say that it's so much more important to be right. Sorry, to be happy, to be right. And therefore, Moshe Rabbeinu goes to Dasan and Abiram. Incredible. This is the soul. If you want to be a person of shalom, to make shalom often requires me to debase myself a little bit. It requires me to do things that I shouldn't have to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. See, people attribute this meatloaf to Aaron. Like, what does the Mishnah say in Aaron? What Shabbos say that Aaron wanted shalom and a little bit of shalom. Everyone loves peace. Lots of people love peace. But what was unique about Aaron? He ran after peace. What people don't realize is it wasn't just the big the little brother did it too. Rothschild was also a little bit of shalom. Rothschild also gets up and he goes to the side, which means if you really value shalom, you have to be willing to put your ego on the sides and be able to make shalom, because being happy is so much more important than being right. He goes on, he says, I'm going to double up. Come back, sings my focus over the line. Whoever goes ahead and sings my focus, he's going to watch their mark. But no, yet you can't. I say, what's the law? It's incredible. There's a law about sustaining and maintaining my focus. What's the law? Sustaining my Torah. If you sustain and maintain my focus like Torah, but actually says, right in the Stara. You get Sarah, if you maintain my focus, and professional focus, Sivaha, the emotion, no Sivasam, Hermersham, no Having, not your traffic like that. I'm not going to see. Halakovic Amakus, right like Krishna. Whoever Rabbi again is against the Malchus of David Amela, ultimately actually driven by Sivaha, by Yisbach, Adorio, Sol, Bakar, Umeri, in Aganazota, right? Sivasam, in Hamas, Zohari, first line, Rob Vista, Halakovic Arabo, Halakovic Alashina. Whoever argues on his ready is like he argues on the screen. I must say that we're going to find this a little because you never like this. You have to set something. You never like the question you speak of, or you don't know. There's different types of disagreement. There's disparaging disagreement, and there's honestic disagreement. Honestic disagreement is not only allowed, but also encouraged. That's how we learn. That is how we learn. But there's disparaging disagreement. So ultimately, I think my focus on the Shema Mark, that's a similar. So I'm going to come out and not what's the second one line. Come ultimately, I'm not both those in Shema. Whoever makes my focus with his ready It's like making that work is the distinction. And not, hey, my neighbor, you got to love it in Israel, Allah Shem. I'm going to tell you about Papa. From Misraim, our Rabbi. Whoever goes there and looks at Misraim, Misraim is like, someone speaks negatively about his Rabbi, to Misraim ala Shechina. Is as if he's speaking negatively about the Shechina. Shneimar, Lo'aleinu K'noseichen K'ma Hashem. Amar Yavo, Kol Maharer Achar Rabbi. Whoever thinks negatively about his Rabbi, to Maharer Achar Shechina. It's as if ultimately, again, you think negative about the Shechina. Shneimar, Vaydaber Ha'am Be'elokim Moshe. So again, let's start with this. Remember, especially in terms of the Gemara, but also, return Shabbat Peh will relate to you by your Rebbe. The relationship that one had with their Rebbe is perhaps, one could say, one of the most important relationships I've had in life. Because my Rebbe is the one who gives me Torah. So if that relationship is fractured, or that relationship is flawed, it fundamentally undermines my entire relationship with that Torah. That's why Chazal speak about that relationship in that way. So literally again, what's a little translated is that wealth is guarded to the detriment of its owner. What does this mean? Only Turkish, Zeh also Shokora. This refers to the wealth of Korah. What does this mean? That's coming as soon as Shabbat Alayhim. And it goes with Zema Ono Shal Adam, Shema Amida Alaglav. So that's it. This is very interesting. On one hand, wealth is very good. Now, why is wealth good? It's not like turning into a wealth ministry, right? Why is waste on the money, right? But why is wealth good? Very simple. Wealth gives a person confidence. You know this, right? When I have money in the bank, I feel confident, a good confidence, by the way, not arrogant, not talking about seniority, but confidence. I have material success. I'm standing on my feet, and again, it gives me a confidence. And that's why, conversely, when a person doesn't have money, there's almost no richness when you are poor. Why? Because the person has to devote all of their energies to paying the mortgage, like to pay tuition, to read all this other stuff. It's very hard to find myself as well when I'm financially struggling. It makes perfect sense. Conversely, when I am financially solid, as I feel wealthy, but financially solid, I'm confident, I'm good. But on the other hand, wealth can also sow the seeds of spiritual discontent because of confidentiality. I could fall into the illusion of thinking that I'm self-sufficient and I don't need that much wealth. Must be a Korah and then to be very wealthy. Must be doing more progress than others. I'm a case of something to watch on Korah. The Kulu Aklidi, the Kilti, the Yoga. So listen to this. Korah also the this had 300 white donkeys to carry the keys to the treasure houses of his wealth. Now, again, this is obviously metaphorical and a bit hyperbolic, right? Because remember, when they're traveling in the desert, there's not any storehouses. The idea is that Korah was ridiculously wealthy. Now, on one hand, that wealth gives him the ability to be confident. Unfortunately, again, that confidence turned into arrogance and led to rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu. You must know this is Yosef took 3 treasures in Egypt. Achos Nizgal Korah, one was discovered by Korah. The Achos Nizgal, that was Korah's wealth. The Achos Nizgal, Laitani was Ben Abbas, like Antonius. This was the Carusa Rabbi. See? Like the Achos Nizgal, one bucket of treasure is hidden for the righteous in Roman Harbor. Incredible. Rabbi of the Korah. Now, what happened to Korah? What happened to Korah is following. So the Gemara says Korah was not swallowed up, nor was he burned by the fire of the Ketores. Below Korah. Sounds like his followers were not Korah himself. That punished below Korah. Another version says Korah, other opinion says no. Korah was both swallowed up and burned. We got both versions. The Siman Ablum, the Sid, Bativla also that's Korah. Nasrukim, the Sid, Batis Ish, was Ne Hashem, Bazov as Kamishim, Masai Ish, the Korah Badai. Okay, so what's in my focus is exactly what happened to Korah. Amrava, Mighty Sid, Shemesh, Yareh, Amon, Zmullah. Or exactly how the drill that functions was Mulane, Shamash Yara is apparently again during the rebellion of Korah, the sun and the moon went up, bless you, ascended into a higher level of Shamayim. And he said, Amr Muhammad, Ribono Shalom, in Ata Osed Bin Amram Mitzay, Ve'imrad Lo Mitzay. Wow. The sun and moon went on strike. And they saw Korach rebelling against Moshe. They stuck up for Moshe. They said, we are not coming out. We're not going to do our job unless you bring justice for the son of Amram. Incredible. Incredible. So that's what happened. So Kiviyachol Hashem fired arrows at the sun of the moon. Amar Lahem, Vodila Mechisem, Vod Basar the Mechisem. So Kishmat was a little upset. He says, every single day people worship you, right? People use their Avodah, and that's what affected me. So for my cover, you don't want to strike. So when you cover the Moshe, you do. So it's terrible. The problem gets righteous. It's righteous. Even though not the Adamopole, and even after this very day, the sun and moon do not come out until they are struck. So Rashi has to do themselves over here exactly what exactly is the Mashiach, what exactly does that mean? So even today, the sun is right, it's all right, and they don't come out right out of deficit. We'll say, what about this tomorrow? Something, and it's just like it's wrong, but it's so cute, right? It's so cute. So you know that like the moment where I have to disappear, but I can't do it like with a straight face, right? So I always have like that's what this Gemara is. You also say, the sun and moon will strike for Moshe and never did it for Hashem. Do you know why? Because Hashem didn't create the sun and moon for him. He created the sun and moon for us. So the sun and moon see Moshe and suffering. You're like, we're not going to strike. We're going on strike. We're going on strike. I love you, really? I almost like a beautiful divine smile. Saying, so you only get this straight. You're going on strike for Moshe. But yeah, when they use idolatry against me, then you don't go on strike. It's not out of anger. It's not out of anger. If you don't show up almost proud of his creation because they recognize that the entire conflict, why they were putting this world, was for man. Was for man. Was for Moshe. It was incredible. Dar Shalom, I just said, if you're already created Gehenna, you do it. I mean, but if you haven't created Gehenna, you have created hell. So Korach and his followers can go there. No, what does this mean? Even though the movement now, I think it's a little bit created Gehenna. So the heart in Korach, that's Hashem. Everything that was created was created in just be gracious. Hello, the Torah Kisva. Rather, Moshe Rabbeinu was saying, I know the entrance where Gehenna is, and I'm going to ask you to move it right here. Open up the earth. Korach and his followers, move the entrance to Gehenna right here, let them fall in. And then Korach will issue. The sons of Korach do like that. Turning to Rabbi, mushroom spots of the hand of Gehenna, Yashmu Allah. So let's say the sons of Korach, and they're saying that it's more and so again, so the sons of Korach engage in a partial tshuva. They engage in a partial tshuva. And therefore, they did not descend to the lowest depths of Gehenna. And therefore, again, in this upper, we'll talk about more of that from tomorrow, but again, sons of Korach engage in partial tshuva. So on one hand, they descended to Gehenna, but they did not go to the depths of Gehenna. I'm not going to end with this. I was walking on the road. I came across the Arabs, and he said to me, I'm going to show you the spot where Korach and his followers were swallowed up. So I was concentrated busy that the came to a place, and there were two columns of smoke ascending from the earth. So what the Arabs do, Shakul Gavabata Amra, I'm Shimaya, the Ocean Very Shulke, the Aqua Fahasam. Took a bowl of water, cups of water, soaked it in water, put it on the end of the spear, and put it over the column of smoke, and it singed. Which also tells you the intensity of the heat, right? The water was soaking wet. Yet again, when it comes on top of this area, it sings. I'm ready. Otis, the Arab said to me, remember again. The Arab said to me, Otis, put your ear next to the ground. My shamus, what do you hear? The shamus ta'abika amri hafi Moshe b'salah so emes ve'en bador. I heard voices pointed out, Moshe and his Torah are honest, and they are liars. Other days. Suppose that this is correct, and his father was swallowed up in the earth. Amalei, Yatzati, Chotzlasim, Roman, Mahadra, Gehenna, Kibasa, Besot, Kalach. So apparently what happened is Gehenna goes through a rotation, right? And it rotates every 30, like me, that is being stirred in a pot. Like me that's being stirred in a pot. But I mean, Hafi, Moshe, Sarasa, Anas, Ve'en Badroid. And ultimately, when you come to this place every 30 days, you can hear them saying the same thing. Moshe, the Torah, Anas, and we are liars. God, Midbar, Elu, Chaglo, and Habo. So ultimately, again, the Rothschild said, God, Midbar. That's got a portion of water from. So somehow found God Midbar in the Torah Habo. Shnei Mar, but Midbar has said, Bamu B'Sham Yamusu. You tell all of us that we lost in this world, B'Sham Yamusu Ba'olam Habo. But Omer Hashem Yishpati B'Yapim, Im Yibo'u Elmi Nifasi, Zine Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say this is going to be Rabbi Akiva, but ultimately again, God Midbar doesn't have portion of water. That's what the Lord says, Heim Ba'al Yom Rabba. Not true, not true. God Midbar has a portion in the water from. Shnei Mar, Isfili Chasidi Karse Bisi Alajala, Elamani Makaye, Hashem Yishpati B'Yapi, B'Yapi B'Shpati. Originally, Hashem swore that Torah Midbar would not go in, would not have Olam Haba, because that was running deep, and I changed my mind. By the way, it's not a point that something absolutely amazing. If the Ribono Shel Olam could change his mind, so can you. So much more so often in life, we get stuck in a particular job, right? This is who I am. This is what I do. This is how I live. This is how I conduct myself. And we become so entrenched in our behaviors. And we become so entrenched in our approaches. And then so entrenched in our hashkafas. And it's like, that's just because I've been this way for the last 20, 30, 60 years. This is what I have to do. If the Ribono Shel Olam, who never needs to change, can change when he needs to, Allah has come of the Kama, I can change my approaches part as well. Maybe should have got Omer. But no, my pasuk says, I look to make it go as well. So also the Shabbat Gaka says, no, this pasuk is not referring to John Midbar, it's referring to two generations. What does it refer to? This belief to see the Elit Tzadikim, Shabbat Gaka Dar. That refers to the righteous generation. First, say, we see those who uphold or come contact my covenant, and then we shall about Zaya. Shamasu not show some future age. You learn the story. What if you themselves into the fiery furnace? Allah Tzara, who offer themselves to me in Lord. This everybody keep and say the Torah, heroes that give themselves over liberally against giving themselves over to death. The words of Torah. And I just apologize. We're going to end with this. They're going to have to say the Torah Midbar ultimately again absolutely goes to Olam Haba. That's the other thing I get into. Right? So again, nevertheless, when Shimon actually says, they come to Olam Haba. So now, how do I know this? How do I know this? Okay, how do I know this? How do I know this? Because the Prophet said, Hashem, those who are redeemed by Hashem from captivity will come to Zion in Zion. Now she says, we're the ones who are redeemed. Who is the Jew Hashem? Those are the Jews who were redeemed from captivity in Egypt. And the Prophet ultimately said that what the Hashem, they will come back and they will come to Zion. We can't point out. So we absolutely amazing. Right? This is the passage. This is the passage that we quote every single time that we say the Mishabeh for the Shema. And a Greek book right on the next year on Shabbos, since the Mishnah October 7th, was to recite the names of every single one of the captives. Sometimes, as we say these names, and as we dive into our brothers and sisters in captivity, it's normal, and it's natural sometimes to lose hope. And so, especially again, as so many tragedies have unfolded, right? We think about how all of us, we're battling so hard, for the Biba sounds, the Biba children, how much the social media that those two precious children will come back to their families and resume their childhood. Heartbroken and shattered, and it's important for us to know for. So to be Hashem Yeshua Uval Hashem took us out of captivity. He took millions of Jews out of captivity from the time. He brought us in time. And again, even with our Midbar, once again from Olam Haba, it will come a time when God will redeem all of our captives. We hope that it's so much, whatever it is, we can make use hope. Do Hashem Yeshua Uval It's happened before, and we have to result to see it happen again. I'm also going to stop over here for today. I know, right by Mr. Rothschild. All right, so let's point out, by the way, we'll see here, Hashem. This is very interesting. Just want to leave you off. There's a fundamental focus. I mean, Kiva holds the Gohan Mikbar does not have Olam Haba. What you see is there are other beings who hold that they do have Olam Haba. So like we should have a focus, and each of the two that we see reps tomorrow, God, what's that? Mikiras comments actually going to take place in the classroom right now, right across the hall. We'll get started there. Hashem.
I wouldn't kill you easily. So it's like, I'm not going to fight you. If you want to, just pull up. Pull the fuck up. Let us know what you think of the new setup here, the chairs. We're thinking about getting some more rain cans in here. For sure, we're missing out on some of those. So funny. And then Magic Mind, hit us up. We're trying to do a Magic Mind advertisement. Yeah, dude. Also, Black Buffalo.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning here today. Our annual commentator sponsor, the Chosen Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shulman Joshua this year. And this course for the Soros Fellows and Mishpacha, commentator sponsors for the month of Nisan, Abba Alina Latova, Paul Powell, in celebration of Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva, Esther, Havik, anonymous sponsorship in the source of Simchas for all of our children and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. Avram and Shane Kelman, memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Brian and Basco, Shua, Kashoz, is for the block. Now we perform sponsors, calling Happy Father, the nation of the arts as Paul's father, Shmuel, and Zechariah, and great grandmother, Cyril, Basco, Gloria, supporting Raphael, and the American Outcome Torah. And the Shana Sabi Aviyah, the families in the Kamo, all those who need to share and put a close for these rights, because the nation may come up has to do. And his soldiers should be successful before Maaseh Yudeh. Well, so with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. Let's technical issues this morning. Thank you. All right, so we are picking up in Yom Hashem on today's daf is Kufas 108. We have no idea about that and where we're starting this morning, but okay, we're starting on Kuf Zayin and Aleph 107a, and we are picking up in Yom Hashem Mini KC Hasharav, which is 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up from the bottom. Mini KC Hasharav. So David Amar, remember again, is asking for what we'll call incremental forgiveness. So one of the things he asks is, if I'm again, forgive me from my great sin. So the Gemara says, what is this? We actually mentioned this yesterday. David Amar says, I'm asking that you remove my entire story. Don't write my degradation. Remove this entire story about Sheva from Canaan. Amalodi Yasham as well. He says, I'm sorry, I can't do it. My Yoshina Papi Sarai, only the Saba Kamashan and Ashabayo Sheva Sakti. And then again, I thought we give so much as well. I removed a yud from the name of Sarai, right? Sarai became Sarah. And that yud was floating around for a couple of generations until I found the ability to place it in the name of Yoshua. Shneimar Vayikra Moshe Moshe b'nei Yoshua. Called Parsha Korachas Talmud. The Prophet says actually quite good. The Prophet says, look, I spent all of these difficulties trying to place one yud. Trying to place one yud, I had to take the yud of Sarai, I had to place it somewhere, and again, that yud was kind of homeless all of these years until Hoshea became Yehoshua. To go ahead and erase an entire section of the Navi that I can't do. And of course, there's a profound yesod in this as well, which is that certain things, you can get forgiveness, but they can't necessarily become undone. And this is tremendously important to start in relationships, to start your life. So again, I can repeat it. Again, it's not enough that I could attain forgiveness, but the ability to erase it, right? The ability to treat as if it never occurred, sometimes that is not truly possible. Incredible. In the case of that trap, please forgive me for the episode of my totality. Forgive me in totality. In the future, your son Shlomo will say the following idea. Ish Beheko, because of Moses Rechana, the person spoke of fire right by his chest and not burn his clothing. In the Haris Ish Al Yichavim Ragla Botuchadena, the person will walk on coals and his feet are not going to be burned.
10 minutes of shop. Start the
One who
timer.
has relations with his friend's wife.
Alrighty, so
Ultimately,
before we get
again, will not
started, I
be
apologize if you
cleansed from
notice
such a
here
sin.
our
In
good
other
friend
words,
Handy Dandy
which
Mr.
David
Philip
says to David, your son
has
Shlomo himself
written
says
a
that
birthday
there's ramifications for certain
I got
others.
a Christmas
There's
gift early.
ramifications for
Oh,
certain
I think I
misdeeds.
know what this
So I
is then.
can't
Oh,
just
this is
go
going to be a
happy and
sample.
just ask for the straight
There
out
you go.
forgiveness.
Well, you haven't seen
Chaba
it yet,
Allah,
though. You
someone
play around
already
with
called
the
Haki,
maps
Richard,
all
and
day. So people in the
should I be
Discord chat
lost?
were
Should I
giving
be
me
lost
ideas
in
earlier for stuff
totality?
to get
That's
sound
all. I
board
should
going.
just be
And I want
totally
you
lost
to,
to
I'm going to
everything.
open it.
So
You
I'm
can't
already
see
Kabbalah
I cannot
soon.
say anything. It's a
Sometimes
black
it's
screen.
done if
So
you
I want to see
when
your
you
reaction
can
when I show you.
accept the
I
find
can't
yourself
wait.
suffering.
And then as soon as I
Accept the
see
find
what
yourself
it is,
suffering.
you don't have to say,
Remember,
well,
is trying to attain forgiveness.
yeah,
So you know, Shem says, forgiveness
send
just
that.
can't be spent.
Get
It
those
has to
chips
be
ready.
earned in some way.
Oh, wow.
So accept the find yourself suffering. So you want to just keep it all up, find out and accept the find yourself. I'm not going to do that. Shisha Hadash Mistar, I was going to start in Shino. So for 6 months down the road, became the Torah. Became attracted to Tzaras. As a result of the Tzaras, remember again, everyone is separated from him. The Persian and Sanhedrin, and the Sanhedrin separated from him as well. Mistar, how do you know that he contracted Tzaras? That's it. Techat Amy Be'ezor Be'atar, Techat Sini Umishalek Hakim. Mistar Kanim and Ashkinah, B'sir Hashibali Sasso Mishachal, Beruach V'Divak Bismechim. The Persian and Sanhedrin, how do you know the Sanhedrin separated themselves from him? That's it. Yeshua B'Yai, Shisha Hadash Minah. How do we know, by the way, that all of this went on for 6 months? Techsev, Vayomim Hashem Malach David Ayushan, Abarim Shana. David Malach reigned for 40 years. On the website. The Chevron Malach Sheva Shanim. The Chevron he reigned for 7 years. The Yushalayim Malach Shlosh Shalosh. So by the way, this was the split of David Malach's monarchy. And for 7 years he was in Hebron. Now those 7 years in Hebron, that was essentially pending before he was fully accepted as king over all of Klal Israel. And then for 32 years in Yerushalayim. So you see that it says the Hebron Malach Al Yehuda Sheva Shanim Shisha Hadashim. And interestingly enough, the Pasuk says that in Hebron he actually ruled over Yehuda for 7 years and 6 months. So the Yerushalayim Shisha Hadashim with Lochafashi. Interestingly enough, when the Navi tallies his entire monarchy, it doesn't count for 6 months. Why not? Because apparently during those 6 months when he had Tzaras, he wasn't really functional so much. So because he wasn't functional, therefore, Allah so they were not counted the totality of his reign. This is very beautiful to not have us right now. I'm going to find a Ribono Shalom. So once again, Kevin Aleph is yearning for one simple thing. He wants forgiveness. Forgive me for my sin.
So I got to fucking play the thing and I got a deck right here, Daddy. But yeah, maybe later I'll play the dolphin thing. Wow, but I can
Forgive me
play
for my sin. So what's
let's check out. I'll show you how to start.
All is forgiven. I say you will also tell that the year is so nice. I don't shoot. You have to Hashem at that time. Isn't it sometimes? Remember, yeah, we'll say one of the things that we keep seeing is that Rabbi again was so badly mistreated. By everyone around him because of this particular idea. So if it's presented as a statement of forgiveness, I would like is probably a sign of your forgiveness. Most of these guys are on the way. I will not give you this sign during your lifetime, but I will give you this sign during the lifetime of Shlomo your son. So say interpreting what happened. So you want to show us this Mikdash. Bikir Shahakis always Moshe Hadashim. Gafri Sha'alud Zevazah. Shlomo finally finished building the Mikdash, and he wanted to bring the Aron into the Kodesh HaKadashim. The gates of the Mikdash would not open. Can you imagine this? Shlomo HaMelech spent all of this time building the building. And then finally when he gets there, the gates won't open for him. Okay, so what happened? So Amar Eshin the Abba Renano slow down. He said 24 forms of shear, 24 Kafetach and the gates did not open. Amar, so Sha'arim Rasha'echem Binas Hupiske Olam. Yavam Melech HaKavod. Literally, open the gates, and let the Melech HaKavod. Means the Melech HaKavod, who is the great king? Hashem Jesus, the Gibor, Hashem Gibor Melchama. Remember, Susha Rajol, Ozupis Kaolam, Yavam Melech HaKavod. So it's like they're singing all of these beautiful shiuts as Yishmachos, extolling God, and yet, below Nada. He still wasn't answerable. Listen to this. Kivan Sha'amar, Hashem Elokim, HaKashet, Kulei B'Shikaka. One show supplicating and said, Hashem, my God, please, do not go ahead and turn away from the face of your anointed one. Zachra lechasdei David Abdecha.
That's gonna be. I
Remember
predict
the
that would
chesed
be a
of
perfect thing.
David your servant.
Clinton.
Miyad
Oh,
miyad.
what? I
Then
mean,
the gates opened.
that
What's
is
the
the main thing that I get from Shah.
Shlomo couldn't get the gates of the base and it was open until he invoked the memory of his father. Only once David's name was mentioned did the gates finally
Oh,
open
dude,
up.
that's hilarious.
The Gemara says,
This one,
"Ba'os
too.
Shah,
This sort of
Yet
reminds me
Sona
of
David for sure
the guy in
in
Brendan
that
Walsh's
moment,
show kept
David
hitting that like
antagonists, right, his
randomly. I
enemies,
was
their
talking to
faces
Brendan
blackened
yesterday.
like the
Yeah,
bottom
to
of a
Boston
pot, and
University.
they became like ashes, they became embarrassed. The Yom Kol Yisrael, Shemachal HaMishpachah Osaf. In that moment, they realized that David HaMelech was forgiven for that sin, for the episode of Bathsheba. It was a tremendous story. So what's fascinating about this is, remember, David HaMelech got what he wanted, but he didn't get it when he wanted. Like, he wanted this public display of divine forgiveness in his lifetime, but at the end of the day, he got it only during the lifetime of his son Shlomo. Plus, I think that there is a tremendous lesson in relationship dynamics as well over here, which is sometimes in a relationship you hurt someone. You know, it happens a lot of times that you do something wrong to someone, especially if you're the perpetrator. Right? I know, let's say, it's one of those case situations where I know that I was wrong. So what happened? I know I was wrong, I want to forgive. I want to apologize. And it's interesting that sometimes when you offer an apology, a sincere one, what's the expectation that comes with a sincere apology? Like, instantaneous forgiveness. I said I'm sorry. So now it's and by the way, I hope there's mandate that if you get hurt by someone and they do apologize genuinely, there is a halachic mandate to go ahead and forgive. There is. Sometimes we expect this instantaneous forgiveness when there is a sincere apology. And the truth is, it doesn't work that way in relationships. When you hurt someone, just because you feel bad and then you want to make it right, that's very beautiful. It doesn't mean you can undo the damage on the timeline that you want. And it doesn't mean that you can put things back to the way that you want. And it doesn't mean that you can wipe this day clean just because now I am moved by tremendous remorse. David HaMelech hurt Kiriachol Bono Shalom. He did something wrong. He wants forgiveness. And Baruch Hu almost models for him, you're going to get forgiveness. Because forgiveness is always attainable for those who genuinely possess remorse. But forgiveness doesn't come on the timeline of the perpetrator. Forgiveness sometimes comes on the timeline of the aggrieved party. I'll give you forgiveness, but Baruch Hu says, but not now. An incredible model for our human relationships as well. The mother goes, right, Gehazi gets sick. What happened with Gehazi? This guy gets sick. Elisha Damascus, so Elisha went to Damascus. Where did he go? So Elisha went to bring back Gehazi to become a Baal, but Gehazi would not. Remember, God said Gehazi is the Gabbai, right? He's the attendant of Elisha. What happened? I don't know. So Elisha comes to Gehazi. Gehazi, guys, what you about? I don't know, talking to the blind in fact, how to match this around in my speaking there in that system. So Gehazi says, Elisha, Rabbi, I learned from you that if somebody goes ahead and commits an Avera and causes others to commit Averas, he can't do Shabbat. So my other, what can Gehazi do that's so bad? He could I'm the Evan Sho'eves Tala Lachata Siravan, Yamina Rin Shamayim Ba'aretz. It's fascinating. V'igazami Shamash, V'igazami Sham Chaka Pekia, V'haisam HaPrezes V'omeres, Anu Ibulo Yalachak. So some say, so apparently, either way, Gehazi somehow gave the appearance that the golden calf of Yeravam in fact had power. Some say that he had a very powerful magnet, and with the powerful magnet he was able to kind of make the calf look like he was levitating. Others say that he possessed the name of Hashem. He placed it in the mouth of the golden calf, and the golden calf began to speak. Either way, what he did was, he gave the appearance that the calf has power. And that led many people to follow the calf and led them astray. So the Gemara says, others say that Elisha Gehazi kept the students away from Elisha. How so? Shema'emar, B'nei Anavi and Elisha. Shema'emar, B'nei Anavi and Elisha. So again, the student after Gehazi is out of the picture. So the student said to Elisha, the place that we are sitting in front of you too small, right? base medrash is too small. So what do you see from here? So it sounds like up until this time, the Talmidim weren't really there. Why weren't they there? Because again, he was keeping them out. Incredible. Let's say right with them,
Not much is happening in the fighter. Dude,
and so it's not about the only hate smell like that. In reality, generally, you should push away with the left and bring close with the right. The idea is that sometimes you have to push certain people away. When you push them, push away gently. As you're pushing, also simultaneously bring them closer. You must look at each other before you have to stay at night. Not like every shot, when you get upset with your son, you push them away with two hands. But say, I don't know now, hold up a practice card, by each trouble, by each card, cast it. I don't know every shot. Money be fuzzy. ויאמר לא עבדך אנא ויאמר לא איבי חלום כאשר הפך משמעמר כאשר לקרסך איס לקחת זכסת לקחת בגלל מזיס ונקרא לצור לבקר בעבוד משפט. Okay, this is some story of the year. We're going to see this right in just a moment. The downfall of Gehazi came in the following episode. Naaman became to Elisha for help. We're going to see that Naaman is the Aramean general. He comes to Elisha for help. Elisha helps him. As it seems what happens as a result of the help. So Naaman offered Elisha like a lot of stuff, and Elisha refused it. Gehazi runs after Naaman afterwards and says, "Hey, my Rabbi changed his mind, and he wants the stuff. He wanted to get the stuff, and he hid it from Elisha." That's the story right now. Elisha confronts him and he says to Gehazi, "You took all of this stuff from Naaman, and he lists off 8 items that Gehazi took from Naaman." So the mercy is one second. And so Gehazi didn't take all that. What did Gehazi take? How can I say it was nothing to do with the shuttle? Gehazi took money. He took silver and he took gold. Because abundantly Shvat was facing all these different things. And I need to listen to this. But also Shah, Haya Elisha Yoshi Vivek Shmona Shvatim. And that when all this happened, so Elisha was wearing the Eretz of Shmona Shvatim. So you might listen to this. Shmona Shvatim. I'm sorry. Naaman started telling out of Haram. So Naaman, who was the head of the army of Aram, came and because he was stricken with Saras. What happened? So there was a particular Jewish girl, a captive, a Jewish captive, who told Naaman, go to Elisha, Naaman, and will heal you from your saras. So Naaman comes to Elisha. Elisha says, go and immerse yourself in the Jordan River. Like, if that's the remedy you have, first of all, we have nice rivers in Aram. Why are you telling me to go immerse in the Jordan River? So So the people with Naaman said to him, what does it matter to you? And he's telling you immerse in the Jordan. Go immerse in the Jordan. What do you have to lose? Sure enough, Naaman immersed himself in the Jordan River. What happened? He was healed. Also, I see that Kohani be lucky. So ultimately, again, Naaman is so with gratitude, tolerance, Elisha, and therefore he goes and he brings in all of these riches outlined in the Chassid. So the Gemara says, "Not Savi the Kabbalah. Elisha didn't want anything because he gets in the Kabbalah. Elisha also shakal, nine of the shakal, basket. So, however, Naaman goes on his way. Because he runs after Naaman, and because he gets stuff from Naaman, claiming that, now remember again, the way Gehazi gets is because he claims to Naaman that Elisha changed his mind. You know, of course, Elisha didn't change his mind, so because he gets all of this stuff, and he hides it, because he's not going to tell his Rabbi. But he got it, so he hides it. He also got the Elisha, let's say, that's how they far he immediately is shocked. So when Gehazi walks back into Elisha, what does Elisha see? That there's a little bit of saras on the forehead of Gehazi. So Elisha put all of this together. Amalei Rasha, he is little Skar Shmona Shvatim, it's Aras Naaman Tidbach Lecha, Uzaracha Ashalom, Ayitzim Lecham Mitzvah Shishai. So this happened, so because you Russia, you could have instead received the reward for Shmona Shvatzim. Shmona Shvatzim is the part that they were learning. But ultimately, instead of that, you will get the Salas of Naaman, which will bring to you and to your offspring for all generations. And because he left, sticking it with so it's like the Pasuk commemorates each king that because he got from Naaman, even though he didn't get these things. But it means is he gave up the spell of Shmona Shvatzim, he gave up the spell of that Torah, ultimately again for some type of material benefit. So let's say, interestingly enough, that's the sort of Gehazi. But what you see from the Gemara is the Gemara felt that feels that Elisha dealt too harshly with Gehazi. He did something wrong, but there was a way to deal with him, not to push him away in such a dramatic way. There's also tremendous responsibility as well. But if you notice, what Elisha was telling Gehazi was like this, he says, instead of the reward that you could have gotten for Shmona Shvatzim, instead you'll go ahead and you'll get Taras. So you've heard of this many times before, that in general for sin, there is this dual liability. On one hand, there's liability for the commission of the negative act, but at the same time, there's also another liability, which is at the same time that I was doing the Avirah, I could have been doing something positive. Like I said, there's a lost opportunity. For having done, there's lost opportunity for engaging in dynamic positive activity at the time that I'm doing the Avirah. So Elisha, not only did you lie and take the treasure from Naaman, but you also lost out on the source of the Torah that we were learning together. Incredible. The Gemara was right there. So again, there were 4 lepers at the entrance of the gate. It was Gehazi and his 3 sons. Okay, so Gemara was like Tanya, Rabbi Shimon Elazar. Yetzer Tino K'isha, incredible Gemara. So Yetzer Tino K'isha takes small growth of Lemukaravis. Push it away with your left hand and move it closer with your right hand. What does this mean? Rashi says over here, Yetzer, Ta'avaso, Imachika Mena Legamrei, Mekarba Legamrei, Bali De Isu Sheniachon Lifposh Yitzro Midvar Avera. So let's say Yetzer over here means the desire for sexuality. Desire for sexuality is something that should be pushed away with the left hand, but ultimately again move closer with the right hand. Now what does this mean? It means it's like this. On one hand, if one totally pushes away and suppresses that desire, that's a disaster, right? Because that could ultimately again prevent population prevents population of the world. On the other hand, if you just fully embrace it and fully just like lean into it, a person can become a very immoral individual. So I need like this balance of, on one hand, feeling a little bit of healthy restraint, but at the same time also active engagement. That's the Yetzer. Pino Fiisha actually says, Daikran Kala, and Pikha also Mikadra Minaola. What does it mean over here? And also a child and a woman. Rashi says over here essentially Daikran Kala. Daikran is complex, means sensitive. Sometimes women and children could be very sensitive, and what happens? And again, the wrong statement at the wrong time, or the wrong action at the wrong time, to totally destroy the individual. Incredible. The Gemara says, Elisha became ill 3 times throughout his life. So after Shagira the one this was the episode where there were these young men were disrespectful to Elisha. He got upset and he was hacked and killed by bears. So he was punished for that. And ultimately, so one because he incited the bears, right? After Shagira turned the first for after Shagira the Gehazi Shayadai, he got sick once as a punishment for pushing away Gehazi with 2 ends. The Afat Shemiska, and one ultimately again the ultimate sickness that he died from. Adavram was a Adavram was a sickness. There was no old age. People didn't age. Right? What happened? Amar Hayitzka, Gemara says, called the Chazir Avram, Amar Hayitzka, called the Chazir Yitzka, Amar Hay Abraham. So what happened? Because people didn't age, and you know that Avram and Yitzchak looked alike, people would constantly confuse them. They would say, oh, this is Avram, this is Yitzchak. So what happened? More Avram davened for old age. So that Shnei'emar ba'Avraham Zaken ba'Bayom. Avram was 56 in old age. The first time is mentioned by Avram Avinu. So also it's actually quite interesting, right? That Avram Avinu apparently asked for old age that people should be distinguishable. Also, if you look about this on a little of a deeper level, Avram davened for old age. Why? And also without old age, there's a fear that people will stay the same throughout life. The beauty of aging, the title for a book, the beauty of aging is that it forces us to reassess how we live, how we act, and what we do at different stages of life. Right? If a person never aged, then by definition, I could just maintain the same behavior, the same approaches. As I age, physically I change. Hopefully, as we physically change, it also encourages us to modify and to change different things about our persona and different things about our life as well. So I'm not even davening for this change of aging, so that the exterior physical change should hopefully motivate us to make internal spiritual changes as well. Incredible. The Gemara says, up until Yaakov, there was no such thing as illness. People just died, right? You arrive and then you die. So Gemara says, actually that people would sneeze. People would sneeze and then they would die, right? But then the sun would just come out from the year. So he was a boy, maybe I had a full shot. Yaakov davened for illness. Right? You see, davened for illness. You remember, the first time illness is mentioned is by Yaakov Avinu. When Yosef is told your father is ill, Rashi points out over here, why did Yaakov daven for illness? Rashi says, so Rashi's understanding over here is that maybe it's for family. The family should realize that their loved one is sick. And when they realize that their loved one is sick, that means death may be somewhat imminent. And it gives family the opportunity to go ahead and come together, say their goodbyes, right, do what has to be done, ask for forgiveness. So it's interesting that according to Rashi, the power of illness is much more for the family than for the family himself. But we thought that the reverse, not too exclusive, but it's also for the person who's ill. It's good to know when the end is coming, right? Because each and every one of us has to be true. Each and every one of us has to make amends for certain things. So to know that the end is near is very powerful, not just for the family, but very powerful for the individual himself. To know that again, the end is near, and therefore again, I have to get my personal affairs in order. Incredible. So the Gemara says. Good. Up until Elisha, ultimately, again, there was never anyone who became ill and was healed. Yes, it was that if you got sick, you died. Elisha was the first one who became ill and was healed. But also, Elisha died, and he got well. Elisha Elisha ultimately becomes ill, the illness from which he died from which we could infer the other illnesses he did not die from because he died in illness. Incredible. Mishnah, the generation of flood have no portion in the world to come. They only do begin, nor do they stand for judgment. This is a very interesting lesson of what only begin. So the way this is understood is that they do not experience Kriyas HaMesim as well. They don't experience Kriyas HaMesim. Apparently, again, you start to go with this. I know that I owe you still the Rambam. Maybe first we should finish up the Gemara before we go to the Rambam. Right, so I owe the Rambam about how this whole thing with like Haba, Kriyas HaMesim, judgment, how all of this stuff comes together. So we'll do it in the session before we finish the Septa. But the idea over here is that Rambam not only do not have Olam Haba, they also do not. They don't have judgment that occurs during resurrection. Yes, and this is Shemar. But not the Ruki Badon Olam. The generation of the death logger is Midda Baba. Right, ultimately is when we built the tower, up to Shemayim. So anyone cares about Olam Haba, they have no portion of Olam Haba. Shemar. Vayafetz Hashem Yishem Apnei Haaretz. Right? Vayafetz Hashem Yishem Olam Hazeh. U'Yishem Yitzam Hashem Olam Haba. Anshe Sdom. The people of Sdom. Inland Chilek Olam Haba. They have no portion in the world to come. Shemar. Anshe Sdom Elohim Mechatayim LaHashem Ma'od. They were sinful to Hashem very much. Right in Olam Hazeh, so they were bad in this world. The Chatoim, and they are still filled with Simi Olam Havel, only Din B'Din. But interestingly enough, apparently Anshe Stone are resurrected. But they have resurrection, and therefore again have the judgment associated with resurrection. Okay, lots of things. The Nechemia says, it's not true. Rabbi Nechemia says both Hamabo and the people of Stone, neither of them ultimately again experience resurrection. Shneimar, Akim lo yakumu Rishon Tafach Kokas 108a, Akim lo yakumu Rishon Rishbak. The Chatoim Ba'adas Tzadikim. Akim lo yakumu Rishon Rishbak. What does it mean that the wicked will not stand for judgment? Zed Hamabo. The Chatoim Ba'adas Tzadikim ilu Anshe Stone. So it's interesting enough to Machlokas. Everyone agrees about Hamabo and Chola. I'm just thinking about Anshe Stone. Anshe Stone, do Anshe Stone experience resurrection or not? That apparently is enough focus. It's incredible. Unload. Ain't on this. Ba'adas Tzadikim about Ondin Ba'adas Rishon. You're right, the people of Stone will not stand in Adas Tzadikim, but they do stand in Adas Rishon. Again, we'll see exactly what this means, but Hashkas, what it means is that they will stand for judgment during Chesanis Meraglim, and in Keron very painful. Meraglim don't have a portion in the world to come. Shene Emar, by Amusra Noshim Motzi Dibas Haaretz B'Magif with Hashem. By Amusra B'Olam Hazeh, they guide in this world of B'Magif. B'Magif V'Olam Haba. This is very, very profound. You're on the generation of the desert. Abraham Chiluk V'Olam Haba. So this is an astounding statement. And this is a sweeping statement. The entire generation of the desert does not have a portion in the world to come. They only Badin, nor do they stand for judgment of great things and they say Shemar, Samidbar Hazeh, Yitamu Bisham Yamuzu Rabbi Akiva. So most like this is in Rabbi Akiva. The Hamidbar does not have a portion in Olam Haba, nor do they experience the Mason. And the Eliezer Omer, Aleinu Omer, Isfudi Chassidei Karsa Dusi Alazava. So the Lord says, not true. Hamidbar was punished in this world, but they do have a portion in the world to come. Adas Korach, the assembly of Korach, will never come up. The Muslim have the Pashtus, what that means is Korach and his followers were swallowed up by the earth. That's where they will remain. They do not rise up. Shene Amar, Batachas Alei Ma'aretz Ba'olam Hazeh, Hayavdu Mitoch Hakal the Olam Haba, Rabbi Akiva. So that's to be given statement. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Aleihem Omer, Hashem Nemis in Chaye, Mori Sha'ol Chaya. The Lord says, not true. About Adas Korach, it said that one day Mishpach will bring them up from the depths. Incredible. All right, so a lot of time back over here. Kanabonam, Dramabo Eilam Dramabo Eilam We'll say second white line, Kuf Chesed Medalef. The right says, Dramabo. They do not have a portion in the world to come. Shneimar, Vayimach Koli as Koli Kumashap Ne'adama, Vayimach as Koli Kumba'olam Hazeh. Everything is wiped out. That's reference to this world. Vayimach Ne'araf the Olam Haba, the Rabbi Kiva. They are wiped out from the earth. That the first Olam Haba. This is Rabbi Kiva. First Rabbi Kiva, Rabbi opinion. The Allah said, Dra Amabo, not of the Olam Haba. I didn't have to say Omer. Lechaim, Belonigonim. Then you do them see this, right? They do not go ahead and come back. There's no resurrection. They're not starting. Shneimar, Loyadon Yuti Ba'adon L'Olam, Loyadin L'Olam. There are possibilities. Loyadin Yuti, Shrefi Mishmasan, Zeras L'Nana. Also, if it means that their spirit, their Shama, will never be returned to their body. Nacham Bar Yosef Omer, Afilu B'Shar Shachar Yisparach, U'Matzeh B'Shamas L'Kar Nesim. Even if Yisparach will return the souls, the dead bodies, Ait Yesanesim, Nishmasan Kashan L'Nana. Not only did they not experience Yesanesim, but ultimately again they're still afflicted in Gehenna. She'Amar, Taru Fashash, Tel Dukash. Okay, let's say so. That's against Tramad, incredible over here. Tramad, so just to point out over here, Tramad, everyone is agreeing that there's no Olam Haba and there's no Chesanis. At that point, there doesn't seem to be a point of contention. Now they might talk a little bit more about Tramad. Tramad is the ocean of the flood. But Miskal Ela B'Shvil Tova Sheshpil and the Kodesh Baruch. So it's a very profound Gemara. Why? Drama will become Balagaiba. They become very arrogant. Why do they become arrogant? A lot of times, arrogance
It was just like it was a sign of like
the fact that we have a lot. So they became arrogant because of the very blessings that the Rebbeinu shall all gave. Sigmar says, Maxivan, what does it say about that? Hey, Shalom Mitachad, full of Shivet al Kala and Sid, show you Avar Zoro Yadio, Kitmo Paras and Lokushka Sid, Yishla, Kison and Leyan, the Deni Rakko Sid, Yishu Batas of Tinar, Yishu Kulakoniga and Sid, Yvonne Yuma in the case, it's also the evening Sid, in the Rebbe Sarikas with the Garba, Sha'am Lael, Sur Mimelo, Vidas Trakapa, Lo Kapsanu, Ma Shakai Kina Abenu Mano Yoki Miska. So essentially what the figure we just read highlights all of the materials that they received. Like they had everything. Remember, had everything. As a result of having everything, they said, what do we need God for? I see all this stuff, we have all this stuff. So why do we need all this stuff? The heat, garbage outside. The Gemara says, "Only this outside. Only come out of teaching out of people shall be shown." What do we really need God for? Right? The most we need God for is for rain. But the truth is, even for that, we don't need Him. The H on our narrows, in our nose, show the stock in the hand. Actually, there's so much water. Like we have rivers, we have springs, we have more than enough to sustain ourselves. The very bracha that I shower upon them, that's what they used to anger me. I'll show them I will judge them through the very items that gave them the confidence to rebel against me. Shneimar, Bani, Hinene, maybe Mabo, I'm sorry, Hinene, maybe as Hamabo, Mai. So most of this is very profound. So the idea is, everyone wonder to yourself, why does Hashem wipe out the world with a flood? Why a flood? So the Gemara understands over here because the source of your self-contented arrogance that led to their rebellion against God. They said the only thing we need to depend on God for is rain. But Hashem, we have so many water sources, we don't even need God. So let's say you rebelled against me with bracha, I'll bring you back punishment with that very source of bracha. Incredible. Rabbi Yossi, I'm a dharma. Go Ella Bishil down Ha'ayin Shadom Elamai. So Dharma ultimately again they became arrogant. Why? Because of their eyeballs. In other words, they saw how much bounty they possessed. And they rebelled against God. The eyeball itself like resembles a body of water. Shneimar Vayikula Hashem Yificha. Done O Sambamayim Shadom Elamai. Therefore Hashem went ahead and judged water that is like the eyes. Shneimar Nifku Kol Ma'inos Tahom Rabba. Barabos Hashem Yiftach. Amar Yochanan. Dor HaMabo Berabba Kiltelu Uberabba Nidomu. So Dor HaMabo sinned big, and therefore they were punished big. Berabba Kiltelu. Shneimar Vayar Hashem Kilab Rabba Ra'as Ha'adam. Uberabba Nidomu Shneimar Kol Ma'inos Tahom Rabba. Amar Yochanan. Shlosha Nishtayru Mehem. Out of all these sources of water, all of the original water sources that existed before the flood, so all of them, of course, were changed as a result of the flood. 3 of the original water sources that existed before the flood still remain today. What are they? Marcy Blua de Badan, Kame Tigaria, Ve'eni Rabasa de Bilan, so Blua de Badan, the spring, coming to the hospitals of Florida, and the spring, the great spring of Bira. Okay, he is just called Basra as that far, so remember again, still the possession of the flood. Every living thing went ahead and corrupted its way. I'm going to be open on Milani, Shirdu Behema al Chaya, Bachaya al Behema. So they mated Behemoth with Chayas with Behemoth, that call al Oven, the Oven al Akol, and man mated with all kinds of animals as well. So everything was just corrupted in the world. I'm going to be out of Rakana, the Kulon Khazru, in the aftermath of the flood, all of the animals kind of returned to their original ways, mating only with their own kind. The exception of the Tushlami bird. Apparently, the Tushlami bird mates with anything. So again, that's the one holdover from the days of Noah. Then Hashem and Noah eats a lot of Balakana. So Hashem says to Noah, the end of all living things come to come. And we open up all the way, come and bubble Koko Shafas. See how destructive the clock of Hamas is. What does Hamas mean in this context? But also as a for the next them are do all kinds of terrible stuff. But interestingly enough, they think it was only sealed after they stole. ונאמר, כי מה הארץ תמס מפיהם, ומימה שפיסינס הארץ. הפסיד, החמאס כאן למטה, רשע לא מהם, ולא מהומר ולא מהמר ולא נראה בהם. This is actually quite interesting. Why is it that Hamas, why is it that sealed the fate of the Abraham Mabul? She makes us is able to forgive us for a variety of things. And Hashem is able to go ahead and understand why we sin in all different ways. The one thing that becomes unforgivable is when we wrong one another. When you hurt another person, take from another person, abuse another person, take advantage of another person. Again, that's stealing. And by the way, stealing is also associated with immorality. Because when a person is immoral with other people, often they're robbing other people of relationships. When those type of dynamic sets in, that becomes an unforgivable dynamic. The Rothschild to tolerate a lot of stuff we do to him. We can't, so to speak, stomach, and when we can't go ahead and forgive are the things we do to one another. Incredible. So in other words, right there. I'm not going to Milano, Shazakov, Asmo, Kimako, Bob the Fan for the Spark of Amar. Lefana Bibona Shalom, Lomehem, Belome Amonam, Belome Hamed, Belome Notbahem. So it's almost actually reminds me of the theft itself came apart from the Spark and essentially said enough. There's too much theft happening in this world. We have to punish them. There is time very strong. Noah Nefta Gizadim, Ella Shemot Nation. Even Noah should have been subject to the collective punishment of his generation, but he found favor in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shneimar, V'chanti ki asisi, v'noach motzachim b'nei Hashem. By nothing Hashem ki asa sa'adam ha'aretz, Hashem literally again regretted that he made man. So ki asa rabim, Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yafa asisi, shetikant le'en kvaretz ba'aretz. How is it something good? That I created a system where man could be buried in the ground. Since I can be buried in the ground, it's easy to dispose of them. My mashmok, sifha kalayinach, and sifha some, bayinachim, also my dabar al-Bigidamri, lo yafa asisi, shetikanti lahem, varos, varos. Isn't it good that I established for them burial in the earth? Sifha kalayinachim, sifha some, bayinachim, Hashem alarat, shadiva lasos liyamo. Eila told those to Noah. So the Bible says these are generations of Noah. Each decided coming Hayam Vidorosa. Noah was righteous in his generation. Early on, Vidorosa and the Vidorosa. It was a famous Bachokas quoted by Rashi in the Chumash. So why does Rashi say that he was righteous in his generation? So you know, the Bible says he was righteous in his generation, but not first. He had relative righteousness. He was righteous because he lived in a generation of Rishonim. But had he lived in a different generation, he would not have been so righteous. If he was righteous in his own generation, ultimately, again, Koshikin B'Doros Achilles. All the more so that he would have been righteous had he lived in a different generation. Now, this is a bit mismachlokas about Noah. Right? Was Noah just righteous because he lived in a regular generation, or was he righteous, or would he have, or because he was righteous in his own generation, certainly would have been righteous in a different generation as well. I'm going to tell you now. Most of the Yochanan don't. So let's give us the Yochanan. Right? So Yochanan said he was relatively righteous. He was righteous in his own generation, but not in his generation. The Chavos Shayai, Shai Zemina, the Market Shachavos Izmama, the Recha, no, Dave Shalom Koma, in the Dave is comparable to a barrel of wine in a cellar filled with vinegar. So let's say, you could have wine that's not even so great. But when you put it in a wine cellar of vinegar, what happens? The mediocre wine smells great. Why? Because it's surrounded by vinegar. But put that same wine next to a bunch of barrels of high quality wine and sell them what? Does it smell so good? That was Noah. That's what Yochanan says Noah. He was the barrel of wine in a generation of vinegar. Therefore, it smells great. It smelled great. So the Gemara said, but put him somewhere else, and ultimately, again, he wouldn't smell so great. So I'm going to What about Rish Lakish? Now, Rish Lakish says that Noah was, of course, if he was a tzaddik in his generation, then a lot of us call him the time he would have been a tzaddik in any generation. So Mad Dardoma, it's Nikas Shaflaiton, Shai Samunachas, B'Mokom Atinachas, and Koma Rekan Ogit, the Koshkin, B'Mokom Abosa. It's like a little flask of perfume. So a flask of perfume, if it's strong enough to emit a good scent, even when surrounded by foul odor. Certainly, it will emit a beautiful scent when surrounded by other positive scents as well. Incredible. Also, I just point out the Lashon of Rashi. The Lashon of Rashi in the English.
Penguins are known for not flying. Squirrels don't fly, except for this fucking squirrel, the flying squirrel. Humans don't fly. But if you're getting fucked by carpet rolls, then you got a fat vagina, you're fucking
I'm sorry, I meant to have this before. But Rashi says, the Rabbi makes this observation, it's absolutely astounding. So the Lashon is, right? Rashi quotes this exact Gemara that we just saw before. Big Rosa. So listen to what Rashi says.
Just the words, themselves don't make any sense. Right.
So Rashi says over here, Bigorosot, Yish Miravosim Darshim also Lishvat, right? Yish Shadarshim also Lidnai. So again, some interpret the Rosav as a positive. That's ultimately again, that's Rish Lakish. And some go ahead and darshan it as Lidnai. That's what the Yochanan. So Rabbi Shlomo is essentially makes an amazing observation. Look at the Lashon of Rashi. Rashi says, Yish Miravosinu. There are some of the rabbis who darshan it as a praise, and the Yish should darshan with Nai. And there are those who darshan it. It doesn't say Yish Miravosinu darshan l'shvach, Yish Miravosinu darshan with Nai. There's Yish Miravosinu l'shvach, and just Yish with Nai. The Rabbi says something so beautiful. He says, you know what? It is so easy to find the negativity in someone. It is so easy to find the gnat. It is so easy to find what's broken, and what's wrong, and what's not working, and what's not nice. It's easy because all of us have it, and the truth is, you can see it relatively easily. There's no great place in that. But you want to be great, and where does greatness come from? Greatness comes, personalistic greatness comes when you're able to see the greatness of someone else. When you're able to see past all of the broken type and all of the negativity and all of the things that are not working, and you're able to see their goodness and you're able to see their beauty, that's Mishmei Rabbi Sinu Darshan Shah. So the Rabbi said that Rashi himself is telling us, don't be the kind of person who looks at the other and sees the good, but rather again, be Mishmei Rabbi Sinu. Catapult yourself up to a heightened spiritual level and be the kind of person who sees the spiritual beauty in every other individual. Incredible. I'm sorry. No, it was right there. Good. I'm not just calling you Kamash Shop in Adam Kata. Everything is right there. But if so again, if man sinned, so why do you have to wipe out the animals? So we'll see what happened. A man was making a chuppah for his son, and he prepared a whole beautiful wedding party. Unfortunately, then the chassan died before the chuppah. Chassan died before the chuppah. And the man came along and he literally again destroyed everything. He dismantled everything. Amar, so the man said, man, everything I did for my son, the beautiful sutra, the beautiful chuppah, I did everything for my son. Now that my son, unfortunately, again, is no longer, why do I need any of these things? So the Gemara says, he says, I need a whole world. Why didn't animals for man? Bring it everything. I didn't make animals. I was like, this is like again, this is why I suppose we didn't create animals for the animals' sake. We didn't create the Cyrus because he was an animal, a lover. He didn't create trees and things because he's a tree hugger. That's not why he created. He created everything for us. Everything for us. So that was what he says. If man is not living up to his vision, if man is not going to maximize his potential in this world, then nothing else is necessary. Overwhelming. Everything was destroyed except for the fish in the sea. God shall be also Dimitris. We might say, Kal Hu Akmi Mai, the Kula Kalkasam Ars Manamisha, no Katanik Mokia, Romelam also Chuba, the Nakam Spark, maybe I miss an apple. We might spend the last time Alamai Kizikin, Shinemar, Kalu Akneman. Was the good that for all of the years, Noah was giving Musa. This is interesting, right? Because we often have a very different narrative of Noah. Right? And Noach was not giving us. Noach said, not true. Noach was giving us for all these years. He was saying, Chevra, you have to do tshuva. Because if you don't do tshuva, your carcasses will be floating on the water like empty wineskins. Strong message. V'la'od shlokim and klava. V'kol ba'olam shneimah tekol chalkasam aretz. V'lo yifneh derech kramim. V'lamid shehayu mitzfanim derech kramim. So what happened? So I said, so interesting enough, Noach is doing this Musar, and everyone's going about the business, right? No one's paying any attention. But Baruch Hu says, I can't bring Mabul until one person does. There's a tzaddik here, one tzaddik who is sustaining the world in its entirety, and only once he dies can I bring the Mabul. Who was, right? That tzaddik, Rashi points out, was Misushala. So on the base, in that's the case again. The people say, people ultimately realize that Allah for the nice side, nothing is going to happen until Misushala. Right? So that took away the urgency from everything. Darashava minded said, Lapi Buz La Sosa Shana, not the Lamade Laga, the Lamed Shayana Katadik Mofia Fosa. So Noach was rebuking them. And he said he would literally again see things that were as strong as like torches. So we'll say so fast and such a different kind of narrative. Noach was giving them a Musar each and every day. And they started they went ahead and mocked Noach.
6'7" or something like
They
this.
said to him, why
Was
you
too
building
good
that
at
up?
doing that.
Because Baruch is going to bring a Mabul.
Exactly what Kellen does.
Mabul Shema. So what kind of Mabul? What kind of flood is it bringing? Let's hear about this. In Mabul Shel Eish, Yesh No Davar Acher, Ba'alisa Shema. So if it's fire, what about fire? So apparently they had this thing called Alisa, and Alisa was fire repellent. So again, if God brings fire, you got it covered. In Shalmayim, and if it brings a flood of water, so in Mayim maybe, in the Aretz, maybe you shall Shalbarzal, Shalmachad Menes Aretz. So ultimately, again, if he brings water, he floods us by bringing water up from the earth, no problem. We'll put metal plates over any of the springs in the bodies of water that keep the water from coming up. Okay? Then there are Shemayim maybe, and if he brings water from the skies, or it's immense rainfall, so we have this thing ultimately again called Aksh. And I'll give you apparently with some type of absorbent item, would absorb all of the water. So essentially it's something else, we're not scared. We're not scared. If he brings fire, we got that covered. If he brings water, if it's water from the earth, metal plates. If it's water from the skies, it's Akish. I'm like, maybe we did the revelation. So it says ultimately Noach says to them, literally translated, if Hashem wants to bring flooding waters, he can bring it to you from between the heels of your feet. Now Rashi understands over here that literally again it's a reference to semen. And if Hashem wants to wipe you out again by bringing a flood of semen, he could do so. Now why would he mention that? Because also remember again, they're also involved violating of immorality. Who says, so essentially Noach says you're going to drown literally again in a pool of your own immorality. Tanya, maybe I'm not more caution to shifas zera. So literally again, the waters of the flood were as difficult or harmful as shifas zera. So you must say, what does that mean? Rashi points out that it's just like shifas zera. Rashi says roasting is hot and it's thick. So ultimately again, the waters of the Mabul were also not just stam water, but it was destructive water as well. So literally again, they went ahead and they sinned with hot liquids. That's a reference to again immorality. They sinned with immorality, and therefore ultimately again they're judged with waters that resemble the sin. And what's after 7 days? The waters of the Mabul were on the earth. Why 7 days? Why was there this delay of 7 days before reading the Mabul? This was the Shiva of Misushala. So one again, was the tzaddik, one tzaddik who was sustaining the world. And therefore, again, it's not the way to bring the Mabul until after his Shiva was over the Ram. Therefore, she has treated shows everything that can happen on this level. What do you see from here? You see from here that literally again, the eulogy on this Shiva of Tzadikim kind of delays punishment for the world. The Shiva Shishina Aleya, the Shiva Shishina Aleya Kashbahu, say the gracious, Shaisakama Yosem Minara, the Shakas, the Mizrah. So ultimately, what is in the Shivas? It means Kashbahu changed the laws of creation, changed the order of creation. Then literally what would happen over here is that the sun would rise in the west and set in the east. Shikana Kashbahu is man God, but Africa is man cup. So this is very profound. But it means as follows. We want some delaying the start of the Mabul. Rashi says over here, first he gave them a lot of time, a little bit of time. Rashi says, the Kira Amalayim, Bayu Yamav Me'adas Mishana, Kishabas Man Zevalo Shani, Lo Shani, the Tava Chazer, the Tava Lambs Man Kata. Originally Hashem says they're going to bring a Mabul 120 years. Right? If you don't do Shiva, after 120 years elapsed, they still didn't do Shiva. What did Hashem do? He gave them more time. And he kept on giving them a little more time, in the hope that they would get out together with strategy doing everything. The Shivas Yamin, Shekima Me'in Olam Haba, Kidishi Yedu Ma Tova Mena'o Mehen. It's like the other possibilities, like the Nabu, Hashem gave them a little bit of a taste of a world to come. Why? So that they should experience the beauty that they are going to lose out. So a little bit again, that's in the Shivas Yamin, right? Like the second case, we gave a little bit of a taste of Olam Haba, so they should recognize what they were losing through their errant behavior. Incredible. So the Prophet saying now with Kiva. So you know what? Gather again from every kosher animal, take 7 pairs. 7 pairs, literally again, an animal and its spouse. In words, issues for the Hema, you need to stay outside. The animals have marriage, then it says the man and his wife, what does that mean? May also show never do Bahama Bela. What it means is when it says Ishvi, what it means is only allow animals into the table that do not engage in immoral behavior. And the Gemara says, how would you know which animals were immoral, which animals were immoral? Like, how do you know that information? So he brought the animals before the table, not into but before the table. So if the table allowed the animals in, that indicated that the animals were not behaving in a moral way. But if the table did not allow the animal in, then it was clear at the end that ultimately again the animal engaged in moral behavior. So it's a fascinating, right? So the table itself would only allow in animals that had not behaved, that had not behaved immorally. And the Allah says, it's incredible. Allah says, no, the animals that were supposed to be safe came of their own volition. Isn't that fascinating? They came on their own. Make for yourself a table, an ark of goats or wood. My goats, what does goat mean? Okay, some type of wood, or that material. Soar, make it soar. I'm going to open up Kava Ba'a Tolos Margolios, Kadeshu Eros Lahem Kisarai. Okay, remember again, the Soar Casa Teva, the Soar was the source of light for the Teva. What was this source of light? Well, who says assemble on precious stones. And these stones will go ahead and radiate light into the table. Incredible. Very good. I'm going to take a little bit of that. The table itself didn't have a big roof, right? Because we really wanted the water to shoot off. But it did have a small roof, one flat area of an amor. So the whole thing was the kind of. This is ultimately again how it was able to remain. The Gemara says, Tachtim Shneim Ushlishin Taseh. The table itself had 3 floors. So the Gemara says, Tana, Tachtim is on the bottom floor for waste, for garbage, and some of the middle floor for animals, on the upper floor for men. So remember again, I'm about to say fast forwarding to the end of the story. So now the water, the main stops. Noah sends out the raven. So the raven gave Noah a little bit of a difficult time. How so? So the raven said, Good master, Hashem hates me, and you'll save me. So you masturbates me. How do I know that you masturbates me? Because again, from all the culture animals, like you bought 7 pairs. From me, ultimately again, from non-kosher animals like the ravens, there's only 1 pair. You won't say me no. Why are you sending me? Why would you send the non-kosher animal? Where again, there's so few of us. In Pogea, Bisarchama, Satsino, Lolinks, all of us are very active. If something happens to me, the entire species disappears. The entire species disappears. Good. Oh, Shemali Ishti Atatsara. Or maybe you have your I am a spouse. Right? Maybe that's what you want. You want my spouse. I'm on a Russia. So again, Noah says to the oil, he says to Raven, Russia. But again, I'm not committed to my own life. And I should have eyes on your so I have to stop over here for a day, ending up a little bit in the middle of the Noah. Did David Schwartz get the credit for the early start or whatever? Or like talking to the early start. I said, Shkaya, Mirat Hashem tomorrow. Actually, all kidding aside, a little bit of a shorter dash. Tomorrow, Mirat Hashem. Let's say, what do we got? Last full week of Sanhedrin. Tremendous tomorrow. Mets from the journey continues tomorrow. Shkaya, everyone.
Imagine being a Dodger fan, but you weren't Padre here in the past. That's insane to me.
All right, so
he did say that someone
Travis
was like,
you're the judge. Have a good Travis everywhere.
It's hard to say with these things. Who knows? Because I think that here's the deal. I've already seen all these. This one's 6 days ago, posted by Krakinski, self-inflicted ego damage before and after 400 years. Damn. That's crack, oxy. That's too crack.
All right, Thermosai, good morning. Let us begin.
So one on the right.
To the Pandora Seder Hamur is so beautiful. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to fame. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha. We dedicate every Shom Rothschild this year as a zchus for B'Sorah Tavos Sha'am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Habarim, and Torah Paul Cholot. The celebration of Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Palik. Our anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor is zchus of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be a month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram Mishim, becoming the memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Brian, Yoshua, Heschel. Learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, the greatest of the arts at Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zakaria, the great grandmother, Cyril Bas Levdov. We have to merit all the Arab control, all of the Neshamas Lavanavia, families in the Chama, all those who need to report Shabbat together, come for the Israel. Hashem bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful for Chol Maaseh Yadayim. Those of that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, but really a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Kuf Zayin 107. We are picking up on 106b, above on the days, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines down from the top. I'm going to be very quickly. I'm going to be break. So my Rabbi said to his son, "The Kulo published in the judge about the Malasha. In general, don't spend time dashing negative things about Rothschild. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? In general, like Chazal always saying, it's not a healthy exercise to try to find fault in people, even in bad people. Just not a good thing. The exceptions of this is Bilam. Why? You know what I'm saying? The more negative you find about him, go ahead and dash him. I will say that the difference over here is that the Bilam itself, there's so much text to support this negative narrative. There's so many other supporting stories to support this negative approach. So it's fascinating. So with Bilam, you can dash as much negativity as you want, but with other shine, even your shine, don't go ahead and spend too much time, espousing or delving into their negative traits. Not a healthy exercise, not a good use of time to find the fault in people. See it. So now we're focus on Doeg. Remember, Doeg had Domi. We've spoken about him extensively, but now we're going to get into his story. Doeg was an advisor to Shaul. We'll just take a step back. Doig's major event, for which he is essentially lost his own apple, and for which he really is, in the list of negative personalities, is David Melech is on the run from Shaul. He goes ahead and he seeks shelter in the city of Nov. Now again, Nov has no idea what is going on between David and Shaul. Most of the people don't know what's happening between David and Shaul. So David comes to Nov, and he goes ahead and he asks for two things. What are the two things? Food and weaponry. Nov was a city of Kohanim. Now remember again, circle back. Gemara says, faults Yonasan for not going ahead and giving him food, sending him away. So he comes to Nov, he asks for food and weaponry. Nov gives it to him, and he tells them, I'm on a secret mission from the king, from Shaul. Nov gives it to him, of course, right? Understandably so. And then what ends up happening? Is Doeg tells Nov, by the way, Doeg tells Shaul, Nov is aiding and abetting your son-in-law, right? He's a fugitive. Shaul wipes out the entire city of Nov. One person escapes, but he goes ahead and wipes out the city of Nov. This is the event that really almost like sealed the fate of Shaul. So like, all this, and again, Doeg was doing this. He didn't believe it. It was to cement his own hold on power. So he says as follows. So now that's Doeg. So Doeg. So which one was the I'm going to go. Doeg. So it's in the beginning, before Doeg did what he did, he worried a lot about Doeg. Let's say, every in a family, sometimes the parent, different. Every child is different. Sometimes the parent looks at one of his kids and he's especially worried about one of his children because like that child is maybe more susceptible to other influences. That child is more susceptible to other things that may be going on. So we both were worried about Doeg. He always worried that was going to go under life decisions. But and that's Russian of dad or Doeg. But after unfortunately again Doeg kind of left the fold and really did some really terrible things. Look what he has done. What are you doing? Aren't you strong in Torah? As Doeg was sinning, the Rebbe says to him, what is the matter? You're better than this. You can do better than this. Aren't you a keeper of Torah? Aren't you strong in Torah? This halal, what benefits will you have from all of this said kel not to have I not shown you favor? Or do I not literally give you favor? The entire book says it's a tremendous mussar. Almost as if I was pained by what Doeg is doing. As far as you have everything going for you. You have Torah. You have me in your corner. Anything and everything you want to let you have. Why engage in this behavior? Although Yitzchak might have said, Hashem said to Doeg Rasha, when you get up to the section regarding bloodshed, or use the prohibition of bloodshed, or you get to the section of Lashon Hara, how are you going to interpret those sections? Doeg was a big
So I think that started, like I bet you started with
what are you going to do when you get these sections in Torah, knowing that your life is not in consonance with these sections? So it's like, this Mussar, I think, for us as well. We all have areas of our lives that are not exactly in concordance with Torah. And when we go ahead and get to those sections in Torah, exactly do them, right? How exactly do we darshan them? We all have this, not knowing that our lives are not exactly in sync with what it is that we're learning.
She got coffee.
I like it. I'm Rabbi Ami. Ain't no such a Doeg Ella, the Safa the Rothschilds. Doeg's Torah was only from the lips outward. In other words, what was Doeg's power? I said this is really profound. What was Doeg's ultimate issue? He did not internalize his Torah. He didn't internalize his Torah was a pursuit. He was tremendous from and at the end of the day, it was never internalized. But Rabbi Yitzchak might say that so between you, in the beginning feared Doeg, and in the end, they mocked him. if he wants to stand in front of his stuff, my decision, Chel Bala Bayakielu. So this actually is impossible. It only means he swallowed a treasure and then, vomited it out. If it no Yomishenu Kel, I'm a dog never thought this. Before the show, Yomus Doi. The Shbaruch says, says to the Shbaruch, please take Doi's life. Please take his life. The Shbaruch is like, David HaMelech is done. Take his life. I'm going to go, Chel Bala. So ultimately, again, Vipienu. So here's the problem. Doig has a lot of Torah. Doig has a lot of Torah. I can't kill him now. Wait till he forgets his Torah. Once he forgets his Torah, then I can go ahead and take his life. I'm going to follow what says. Just take his Torah now. Which of us, the Rabbi, is something so fascinating. If the Rebbe Shalom Kiriyocho says to David, I can't do anything to Doig because his Torah protects him. So isn't this incredible? Doig was a murderer. Doig was not a good guy. Doig, again, the Mishnah says, doesn't have a chemical number. Yet all of them says, Torah is so powerful, it comes out, tells us Torah is migno umatzlo. It goes ahead and protects and it saves. Who says, I know what I have to do to Doig, but I can't do anything to him until he forgets his Torah. Which David responds, make him forget his Torah. Just make him forget his Torah. But say the power of the Torah that we learn, the power for it to sustain us, the power for it to save us, the power for it to protect us is overwhelming. I'm not going to talk about David. We see Doig Almadasi. This is wild. What's the first white line? First of all, who says David? And it's crazy that Hashem is having these conversations with David Anoah. So Hashem says to David, let Doig come into the world to come. Right? Let allow. Once you hear this, that Hashem is asking David Anoah's permission to allow Doig to enter into Olam Haba. I'm going to find out. Yam Ayikis Chalanes. Let him be uprooted forever. Night the Sid, left the fall, the Asepha, the all the Shashakal has kind of Salamat as well, David. Schmite the big Joshua. Mishmei, David, okay, let him go Olam Haba. At least let it be Doig with the Chinese coming from. Let it be that they really Torah teachings in his name in this language. I'm going to find out the Chatha, the Sachha, let him be uprooted from the tent, representing the tent. David says, no. The Hadi. Leave the new Rabbi, so ultimately let him at least have offspring to all Rabbi who are coming to him. To which the Gemara said, let his roots be uprooted from the earth forever. We'll say, which is so fascinating. David HaMelech is filled with this righteous anger towards Doig. And essentially, David HaMelech felt, and remember, we'll talk about David HaMelech, was the consummate Baal Tshuva. David HaMelech understood the power of Tshuva. What was the problem? Doig didn't do it. Doig didn't do it. Doig didn't do Tshuva. So again, you can't, I was going to say, and almost, we're going to see with this today's sugya, almost anything is forgivable. Like, almost any mistake that I make with HaKadosh Baruch Hu can be worked out, as long as I'm willing to engage in the process. If I'm unwilling to own my part, if I'm unwilling to accept responsibility, if I'm unwilling to go out and take it, that's my job to fix it, then nothing can get fixed. The tragedy of Doig is only partly in what he did. The tragedy is compounded by his unwillingness to do the real personalistic work to fix it. So the says he's not going to fix it. There's no Olam Haba. There's no future for him. And there's no teaching in his mention. Like it said, Ayi Sofer, Ayi Shokel, Ayi Sofer Salam Dalim. So I say something literally translated means where is the scribe, where is the measurer, where is one who counts towers? And what is this mean? So the Gemara says, Ayi Sofer, also Shem Torah. So this is all a reference to Doig. But what happened to the one who could count all of the letters in the Torah? Ayi Shokel, Shokel, Kol Kolim Chamurim Shem Torah. Where is the one who could literally again weigh all of the lenient extrangeros are referencing Doig's exceptional scholarship. Ayi Sofer Salam Dalim. Who is the one who goes ahead and counts the price? What is that? So Shlosh Menos Halachos Psutos Hamigdal HaTorah. Doig knew 300 halachos concerning the floating tower. The floating tower. So by the way, there's a couple of different interpretations of this. If you look at Rashi is on the left-hand column. Third line from the top. Mishkach, you see that? The Migdal HaPorech Ba'avir, HaNichnas LaEretz Ana B'Shira Teva U'Migdal U'Tamei Mo. So it's like, so this is interesting. We've actually seen this reference that essentially Don't ask how it happens, but just well, I'll tell you how it happens. Person goes into remember there's a gentleman out there. There's a gentleman very called Bishop, or there's a gentleman in law that Eretz Ha'amin, the land outside of Eretz Yisrael, has rabbinic tumah. That's the halacha. So again, generally, ohel, if you're in a structure, that can be chotzetz b'fnei hatumah. That can go ahead and create an interposition, a blockage, the tumah. What happens if the ohel, the migzal, is floating? Right? So again, it's a theoretical question, but what the implications of that like this? So if I would go a 300 halachas associated with that particular unique shaila, that was the precision of his knowledge. I'm sorry. This is incredible. So Rabbi said that in fact going and after Torah, right? Well, again, unfortunately, both made terribly wrong decisions. So again, after Torah asked 400 questions in the sugya of the floating tower. So the Gemara says, "So if shit you chad, they went not one of them was they asked such good questions. No one said because also watch this. Rabbi said, Rabusa is this such a big deal to ask questions? So I said this is a profound idea. So essentially what Rabbi was saying is like this. Try to ask questions. But would it be even better is to do what? Is to give answers. The answers. So let's say I think the other piece that I'm saying, this is I don't know why this slide. I think it's a tremendous slide. Rabusa, really boy, is this such a godless to ask questions? What Rabbi's saying is like this. Life is filled with questions. Questions are very nice. Feel free to ask them as long as they don't paralyze. A lot of times, like we ask questions, and we can't move forward until we get the answers. And Rabbi says, the success in life, meaning in life, is not found in the questions. Asking the question of meaning in life is found in forward movement. Meaning in life is found in growth. Meaning in life is in the ability to not get answers, but still find the ability to go ahead and move yourself forward. The greatness of, as I said, is the thing that the guy who asks the precision question, that's godless, that's not godless. You know what godless is? Godless is two things. The person who asks the questions doesn't get answers, look at things forward, and the person who doesn't spend his time asking questions. Instead, utilizes and marshals his energy to move himself forward. Incredible. Mother Leiter. Moshe Rabbi Yehuda. So this is a great thing. In the years of Rabbi Yehuda, Kula Tanui ben Ezekiel. So in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, everybody was versed in the Siddur of Ezekiel. Right? Like the Baba is we're in Ezekiel now. The Babas and heads and makas, all of those, right? Like torque laws, damages, those type of things. So if I know, this is Rabbi talking, right? So Rabbi's saying, Rabbi's comparing himself, right, his time to Rabbi Yehuda's time, right? So Rabbi Yehuda, right, in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, pretty much everyone was proficient in one area, specifically again in Ezekiel. So Rabbi said, by us, Ha'anon, Hamasdina Tuba. We learned that Okse. It was the Okse. So Rob is pointing out that in his time, he had much greater proficiency in Torah. But he just had only have proficiency in Ezekiel damages. Rob says we not only have proficiency in damages, we also have it again in Okse in so many other areas. Listen to this. Rob says, yes, if you have a multi-Rabbi Yehuda, if you have a multi-Rabbi Yehuda, Sheisha Kavash Zera Begdera. From like this, she comes to Cafe and Tohorim. So when they would get up to the Sugya, looks like, we're not going to delve into the intricacies of the art. But suffice it to say, there's an interesting shadow when it comes to Tum and Tara. If you have a vegetable with a stem, so what's the status of the vegetable vis-a-vis the stem? Or what's the status of the stem vis-a-vis the vegetable in terms of Tum and Tara? When these questions would come up in the Yehuda's yeshiva, you know what he would say? Amar Havios Terabu Shmuel Kachazinaha. And he said, wow, these are topics to be dealt with by great people like Rabbi Shmuel. So Yehuda said, but that's very great. So Yehuda was a great Talmud Chacham, but his knowledge was limited to the area of Yeshiva. Like when he came to areas of Okti, just like he would come to here and say, this is about my favorite, this is for Rabbi Shmuel. And I was like, here's the contrast. Rabbi said, by us, we were experts in Okti. You have to watch this. Ma'ana, Kamasnirim be'Okti plus Sari Mesifta. So Rabbi said, me, I had 13 yeshivas learning Okti. Rabbi Yehuda didn't know Okti. We had 13 yeshivas running Okti. And yet, Rabbi Yehuda showed us last on the when there was a drought. all Rabbi Yehuda had to do was take off his shoe and it would raise. All he had to do was take off his shoe. The act of taking off shoes is an act of discomfort, kind of like avelos, an act of discomfort. So Rabbi Yehuda removed his shoe as a sign of discomfort that there's a drought that will begin to rain. We cry out and no one listens to us. So I will say this leads Rabbi to a fascinating conclusion. Ella, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Liba, Boy. What do you see here, What do you see from here? What you see from here at the end of the day is that it's not the amount of scholarship that impresses God, but it's the amount of heart that you put into whatever it is that you do. Rabbi may have had more scholarship, right? The tons of Rabbi may have had more scholarship. But apparently Rabbi Yehuda himself had more heart. Now, whatever this means, that Rabbi Yehuda had more heart, but what Rabbi is trying to highlight over here is that scholarship is not the metric of success when it comes to spirituality. It's heart, it's effort, it's passion, it's commitment. Those are the things that the Rebbeinu Shalom values over there. Very simple reason I'll say. Scholarship is often tethered to abilities that you don't choose. Right? There are people process differently, people learn differently, some people absorb information already, some people have difficulty doing it. That's how it's built us. That's what it programmed us. So it's can't be that success is tethered to scholarship if I don't control all of those factors. Therefore, other success in the eyes of the is determined by your heart. What's your commitment? What's your passion? How much are you vested in your relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Am I showing up for that relationship day in and day out? Am I committed even when it's difficult? If I have that, that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu prices in the realm of spirituality. Absolutely incredible.
Are they still going to be like your
boy? That's you're the Rabbi. I'm going to show you. Back to those subishmaita, how the subishmaita. So going up the Torah, never really understood what it was they were learning. Okay, Master Rabbi, is that possible? Ayi Shoker, Ayi Sofer Samigdalim, that under the Hadi Subishmaita, we just said before, that's Doeg, and Doeg has 300 halachas. When it came to the floating tower, right? And now he's saying, if you don't understand halacha, doesn't make any sense. You must say, hello, the halacha salka mehu shmaita aliga b'hokasa. What was the problem? The problem was they knew a lot of Torah. What were they able to get to? Halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa. You weren't going to say, what is it related to halacha l'maisa? So it could be literal, but they weren't going to get halacha l'maisa because the Gemara said, the Psib, is that what the Pasuk says? So to Hashem Nireh. The secrets of Hashem are known to only those who feel it. In this context, the word says so means the foundation. It's like Tzadik Yisod over. The foundation is halacha. You need Siyata D'Shmaya in order to be able to arrive at exactly what to do. They didn't have this, so they had good scholarship. They did not have halacha rights because they didn't have Siyata D'Shmaya. So when the fact that they didn't have halacha l'maisa, technical team is what's halacha l'maisa. Halacha is the ability to learn and to implement it into what's needed. What or how you do it. What was the mistake of doing Torah? They were great scholars, great Talmidei Chachamim, but apparently the problem was they were unable to take what they learned and plug it into how they live. They didn't allow their Torah to shape their lives. And it was like, a lot of times we live with this kind of cognitive dissonance. So I'm learning, and I'm acquiring a lot of tremendous information, and I know what to do. The problem is I don't always do it. It's the nature of our lives. So that's what it means also that I'm learning, but I'm not learning aliba to help myself, right? I'm not learning halacha myself, because my learning is my learning, but it's not translating into the way that I live. Incredible. Going at Shachar from going and he died once he forgot his Torah. Shneimar, he almost made so Robi Balto Yishna. Without showing the style, Rashi going contracted Saras. Shneimar, it's Mesa Kozova Mina, Ksivhasan, Yitzmisus. Okay, we talked to Kiran. Anything was going to what? Again, there's all these things between Musar and Muska, and what Muska means, Musar is kind of in isolation. He was in isolation, waiting to see what his movie. And Mukra is a confirmed Nisora. Priya is Prima Lion, who's trying to grow. and his clothing should be torn. There were three destructive angels who were summoned to Doeg. What did they do? Echad sheshikhet hamudo. One malach caused Doeg to forget his learning. Ve'echad shesarach nishmaso. One his neshama. Ve'echad shepiza afra b'bati knesios b'bati midrashos. And one scattered his ashes in shuls and bati nesios. Incredible. So I'm going to be open. Going back to the I want to point out how interesting it is, right? That you see, it's fascinating just how there's so many different streams of thought in Chazal. It's hard to keep track of all these things because we're moving so quickly. Remember how we started today's daf, which was really yesterday's daf, but we're doing it today. So remember again, Rabbi said to his son, don't spend too much time speaking about the negative traits of the shul. And yet, what are we doing? Right? We're talking all about the negative. It's just interesting how, again, it's almost as if there's one school of thought that says, okay, we show about, but if it's properly take care of them, our job is not to focus on the negativity of individuals. That's one school of thought. But school of thought is, it's really important to learn about the shul. Why is it important to learn about the shul? In the same way that we like to read about biographies of Gedolim, because we can learn how to live. Sometimes from the shul, we also learn what not to do as well. You see that even great people to make catastrophic mistakes that undoes all of their greatness. So the Gemara goes like that. I'm going to open it. Joy Rabbi says that Joy and Rabbi did not know each other. They didn't know each other. After all, Joy being a show, which makes sense. Joy lived in the days of show. And Achitopel lived in the days of David. Now, again, that's not such a stretch to say that we didn't know each other. It's important to recognize you don't remember again. So Zoe was before David became king, and Achitopel was David's advisor during the rebellion of Shaul. So there's a couple of decades separating them. We could have overlapped. The Gemara said they didn't know each other. It's already up and on. Furthermore, going into Achitopel did not live past the age of 35. Gemara says, this goes back to yesterday's daf as well. Hanging on Rabbi that supports this, but literally means they did not live out up to half of their days. Hanging on Rabbi that supports this. And she's done with Roma, lo yachet you, we have to talk to this level. But you remember again, the min asked Rabbi Hanina, right? Rabbi Hanina, how old was Bilam when he died? Rabbi Hanina said, I don't know, but he quoted this exact pasuk. So the pasuk says, literally again, people who spill blood, people who are deceitful, will not live to half of their lifespan. We operate with the understanding their lifespan is 70 years. So Chazal say that Rosh is not living to up to half of his lifespan, that means he's not living to 35. Don't live to 34. Achitopel lived to 33. Which I just want to point out something amazing. Just especially when you look through the lens of the scholarship of Doeg and Achitopel, that they were so young, yet they were outstanding scholars. So again, it's just fascinating. I don't know, to me these personalities are fascinating because clearly these were people who were capable of such overwhelming greatness and such profound accomplishment. You look at the amount of time they amassed in such a short amount of time, yet these debilitating like failures. In the beginning, God called out Achitopel, he's ready. And then he called him his friend. And then he called him his student. In other words, Achitopel's stature was downgraded over time. I said, yes, stop. So together, we'll go ahead and explore the secrets. Today, so looking at it, but I'll get you. What's up, Carl? Coming up. Gadish, Shlomi, and Shabbatati, Bo. Tapa, Kovzai, Oka, Lachni, Hibdil, Alai, okay. I'm going to do the Amrab. We'll say, get ready for this tomorrow. This is absolutely amazing. So I'm going to do this was my little teaser in the chat yesterday. I'm going to do the Amrab. I'll love you as an actual being saved. A person should never bring themselves to a point of being tested. Don't put yourself in the most. God, put yourself in yourself to be tested. Unless I try to point out even before we go on with this. Actually, let's finish this story. So, David Melech Yisrael, maybe I feel the Yisrael, so David Melech, really put himself into a situation of being tested, of testing spiritual resolve, and he failed. What's the story? Here we go. I'm from the Ribon of Zolim, with me not only Elokei Avram, Elokei Yitzchak, Elokei Yaakov, the age only Elokei God. Wow. So let's read the Shiloh. So why is there David? He said David, he said Yaakov, but he goes there, he doesn't want to find out. This is not Shiloh. This is, you understand what's happening over here. This is David Melech saying, I want to self-actualize. I want to become the best version of me. I feel that I have the potential to maximize my greatness. How do I get myself to a point where I can do it where you, and you're going to say, what's the crap of what's the crap of that? The Rebbe of Olam is willing to associate his name with those people. That's a big thing. That's a big responsibility again. Attaches his name to Avram Yisrael. So God will say, how do I get to the level where you will attach your name to me? How does that happen? So God says, well, it's very simple. Elu Minsi, the Aqua Minsi. Listen, David, they were tested, each of them were tested, and they succeeded. So when he is able to go and be tested and able to overcome these testing challenges, that's where I associate my name with him. And then the Rabbi Shalom, Bechanini Benassim, Shinemar, Bechanini Hashem Benassim. Bring it on. No, exactly what the saying. Right, test me. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. Okay, I got total sense. How can you know who I really am until you test my results? So test me. Omar, he says, it's very important to understand that the Rothschild did not give David this test. David asked for it. We'll see why this is important. Omar, Mincino, Lechon, Ba'abigna, Mosamada. There you go. So that, as long as I'm going to test you, here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you an advantage that I did not give to Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov. How so? If you go the whole beginning, so again, Hashem says, I'm going to give you an advantage. What's the advantage? The advantage is the others, I never told them I was testing them before. You, I'm telling you I'm going to test you, I'm also telling you how I'm going to test you. I'm testing you in a matter of morality. Just so you understand what's happening over here. The fact that he goes and is telling David that he's going to test him and telling him how he's going to test him, tells us what? That he doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to do it. So he's trying to give David as many advantages as possible, but he also feels that this is a bad idea. So but again, David, you're pushing for it. I'll give you in general. It's kind of a little bit like a parent. You know, a parent wants to give good halacha, but at a certain point in time, just as the child gets older, even if the parent knows it's a bad idea, right? The parent has to give the child that autonomy. So if you say, David, there's a reason I didn't bring the test upon you. There's a reason I'm not doing this on my own. You're pushing. Okay, I can't. It wouldn't be healthy for me to stand in the way of this son if this is something you want to bring upon yourself. So I'll try to help you be successful to the best of your ability. I'm telling you I'm testing you. I'm telling you to not ergo. Miyad was tears. There wasn't an evening. David got up from his bed. The puzzle doesn't make sense, right? Why doesn't the puzzle make sense? Why is David getting up at night? Right after all, again, he went to sleep at night. Why is he up at night? So let's discuss it. Literally, again, he switched around his schedule, right? His bed schedule from night to day. That's because I want to David about it too. David had relations with his wife that day, during the day. Why? Because now David is forewarned. He says, I'm going to be tested as a matter of morality. So what does he do? He has relations with his wife, hoping that will satisfy that desire, and therefore again, he won't be tempted by anything else. Okay, good plan. It's no matter how long. Most of it's wild. And you forgot the halacha. What's the halacha goes like? If you're cut on this bottom, there's a small part of man's body, right? A reference ultimately again to the makom milah, small part of man's body. The Gemara says to this, masbio, right? if you satiate it, it's always hungry. If you starve it, it becomes satiated. What does that mean? I will say, this is incredible. So the way it works with this desire for sexuality is, the more you have it, the more you want it. The less you have it, and by the way, what less means is, the more moderated it is, the more one is able to curb that appetite. By the way, this is not new here. Right? This is the Ramban on Kedoshim tea. Right? What is Ramban say? What does it mean to be holy? Hadish es atzmicha b'masha mutolach. Moderation, Kedusha is all about moderation. Overindulgence just yields a gluttonous type of life approach, where you just want more and more and more and more. And even if it's permitted gluttony as a midah only gets a person into trouble. Moderation helps a person curb appetites in the right way. That's why, again, we know that in Yiddish type, again, there's tremendous holiness and importance that is attached to sexuality. But it has to happen in a framework. It's like over, right? The man has obligations towards that. There's a frequency that has to occur. But if there's an overindulgence, the problem that happens is the appetite gets out of control. By the way, the crazy part is, even if the overindulgence is done in a permitted way, right? That's talking about the life, there's an overindulgence, then by definition, things just get out of hand. So interestingly enough, this is fascinating. David Melech tries to curb the appetite, but yet Chazal seems to feel that the way that he did it represented a sense of overindulgence, so it backfired. And so not only did it not curb the appetite, but what? It enhanced it. What happens?
Slaves were entitled to work extra shifts to make money. Some slaves were paid, and slaves were fields. They'll go your races went around this grazing. I'm telling you, the history of it.
Next to the palace. Which is a beautiful woman.
That makes sense, right?
Notice, what does this mean? First of all, okay, so Bathsheba is bathing on the rooftop. Now, first of all, Bathsheba is just like bathing in public over here on the rooftop. I mean, it's not public on the rooftop, doesn't make any sense. Somebody says, no, Bathsheba is just like bathing her. She's washing her hair. To see Chalsa, underneath like a curtain. Chalsa actually says literally means like a dome. Like a curtain. Just like that was there, right? Curtain, protecting us privacy. Also, Saka should be like it's a pure stuff. So ultimately, again, what happens? The Saka that here, like a bird. Pasuk de Gira. Pasuk, what happens? So there was a bird. Governor took out his bow and arrow, and he shot at the bird. Pasuk de la Fossa. So he might have caught missed the bird, but he pierced the curtain. As a result, it let the Chazle. He saw Bathsheba bathing. So the Gemara says, Miyad, Vayishach, David, Vayidrosh, Vayisha. Immediately, again, the first of the there's so many crazy things about this story. First of all, what's even troublesome about the story? Why is David shooting arrows at birds? Like, as a kid, like, you also took, like, magnifying glass to ants. What is that? First of all, Jews don't even do that. Right? Nobody would know. Right? Jews hunt for food. Jews don't hunt for sport. You don't shoot arrows at birds. That's what I'm saying. See, you know what the most incredible thing is? I know, this is very important. So listen, the Ribono Shel Olam knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. And so he knows where to give a test, and he knows where not to give a test. And he knows what we can handle, and he knows what we're not yet ready to handle. There are so many crazy parts about this story, and every single part has an unintended negative consequence. So David seeks to satiate that sexual appetite in a forbidden way by being with his wife during the day. The problem is that was maybe a little bit of overindulgence, and it backfired. He's spaziering on the rooftop. What I was saying, I'm going to point out to you. David Melech, David wasted absolutely no time. He wasted no time. Remember, was doing a schedule. Right? He woke up at Chasos every day. So, what's happening over here? He's just like strolling. David Melech is not a stroller. He's not the guy who just like lets around. That's not David. This is David Malka Mashiach. There's so many things in it, and now shooting an arrow at a bird. What's going on over here? So again, you see everything this year. So he sees Bathsheba, obviously tremendously aroused by Bathsheba. Vayishlach Todd, Vayidrash Vayishma Yomer Halo Zos Bathsheba, Bas Eliam, Eishes Uriah Hiti. This is Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah Hiti. Vayishlach Todd, Vayidrash Vayikachel. Sent for her, had her brought to the palace. Vayishkav Ima, the Himis Kadeshes Mitzuma Shabbat Tishav Elisa. He has religion, right? He sleeps with her. Ultimately, again, the Himis now. Also, what's interesting is the Gemara says she wasn't the Nida. She wasn't the Nida, which, by the way, has always to understand obviously very interesting, which was that was the baby, right? That was the Satifa. She was actually preparing herself for the mikvah, right? That's even the David HaMelech saw her. So that's the reason I think Himis Kadeshes Mitzuma Shabbat. I mean, this is. And this is what's meant when it says Bachanta Livi Takarata Laila Frashani Bakim. So Zamot Sogen. So David says literally first Baruch, you checked my heart, like you checked my heart, and ultimately again you were unable to find purity. Zamot Si Bao Ya'avarti. David says literally what is Zamot Si Bao Ya'avarti? First by Ryan Omar Ego Zamot Nahal Bakume the man the sunny below Omar Kihan. Only someone had muzzled me when I had this conversation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I would have never asked for this test. But we've all had this moments where someone was there to muzzle us. So it was something that I would not have said or not have done. David HaMelech regrets very much obviously this entire situation. Zara Shrava, my B'tzit, Namnatzeh David B'Hashem Chasisi, Eich Tomun Nafshi, Nudi Harchem Sipor. So just I want to point out something amazing. So first of all, just to understand, right, the rest of this story, the event with Bathsheba forever changed David HaMelech's life. Right? And this was one of those crossroad events that forever changed the trajectory. We're talk over here about the fallout from this episode with Bathsheba. This was, most things, most decisions we make in life, they have repercussions, ramifications, not necessarily for the rest of our lives. Then there are certain times that you're at a crossroads in life, and if you go right and if you go left, your life turns out dramatically different. That night was one of those pivotal moments. One of those tremendously pivotal moments, and his life forever changed. And David HaMelech is going to teach us not only the constant Baal Tshuva, but his life forever changes after that fateful night. Before we go on about that, the other piece we have to also understand is what's the takeaway message from this? This is how the Gemara starts, right? The reason in the Rab, the Olam al Yavi Adam Asmo B'Din Sight. Don't put yourself in complicated situations. How many times in life do we put ourselves in circumstances that I know are not spiritually correct? Whether it's being around people who I know have a negative effect, right? Whether it's engaging in activities that I know are not really good for my neshama. Maybe they're not overtly sinful, but I know they're not good. But I convince myself it's okay. It won't have an effect on me. And that's true until it does. It does. And then I'm like shocked. Why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? It's like so much of life, right? So much of life is preventative spiritual medicine. Right? It's not being reactive. It's being proactive. It's identifying the potentially complicated situations in life and not allowing myself to be thrust into them to begin with. A lot of times I can't choose it, but a lot of times I willingly put myself in compromised situations, thinking A, that I'll overcome it, and B, that it won't affect me. And then I succumb to it, and it impacts me, and then I'm shocked. Why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? So much of life is being rushed over being able to see that certain people, that certain circumstances, certain events, that certain forms of exposure will have upon me. I don't put myself there to begin with. Avoid it at all costs. Don't put yourself in love with Messiah, because even great people fail when faced with temptation. Overall, let's go back there. Second one, my B'tzit. Right, the doctor, again, we'll talk more about that later. So, B'Hashem Chasisi, how can I say to my soul that literally the mountain was moved by a bird? And listen, by the way, when you understand so much, I just want to point out also, Sefer Tehillim is like the diary of David HaMelech. Like so much of Sefer Tehillim represents events that happened in David's life. And you understand these Gemaras, you understand Tehillim. So David HaMelech says, forgive me for this sin. People shouldn't say that the Har Shabakam, the mountain amongst you, is the mountain, Dalanos is the mountain, who is the mountain. The mountain was moved by her. What's the bird? The bird is in the story, the Satan. Right? The mountain was moved by her. Rothschild might have said, the Kolabat Bakatasi, the Harab and Yachasisi, the man's kickstart, the Rabbi Kiske Bishakafa, Allah Davos Baruch, Ribon Shalom, Talia, the Adia Kamecha, the Baila Mafay, it's right, Habikatio. So those are the wild Gemara. That's the Hashem. You know that if I wanted to overcome against Sahara, I could have done it. I could have done it. So I did not. Amina, the Lomenu, Avda Zaki Lemare. But I didn't want to say that the servant bested the master. So it's a very strange Gemara. If I could have overcome it, I would have thought that it would have made you look bad, God. Right? Because you didn't give me the text because you didn't think I could pass it, and then I would have bested you. What does this mean? What does this mean? I was a little bit tongue in cheek. What I don't know if it's recognizing it as something amazing. The great part about Davanah, and the reason why Davanah becomes like the concept of paradigmatic about Shua, is Davanah only. What is he acknowledging in this moment? That night on the rooftop, if I wanted to resist the temptation, I could have. The one thing I won't pretend is that I was powerless. I was overcome by desire. I was overcome by desire. I was strong. It was absolutely strong. But at the end of the day, I could have said no. I could have slammed on it. And I will say sometimes the first step in Shuvah, is an ownership of sin, an ownership of mistake. You spend so much time, so much effort reflecting why everyone else is fault. But the only way to become a true balanced Shuvah is to own the mistakes in life, as difficult and as painful as it is. So I'm not such a I got it. I could have said it. As much as I was overwhelmed by desire, if I wanted to stop, I could have stopped. Incredible. Rothschild might have said, "Kiani letzela nachol makovine disane." This is terrible. Ruby Haisa Chavas and Yom David Mishesh Generations. Now let's be clear something. And this is the fascinating part of this story. David and Bathsheba were meant for each other. They were Bathsheba. The Gemara says ultimately again, they were meant for each other from the beginning of time. Ella, Sheba, I love the Machot. But what ended up happening is they came together through difficulty and pain. The difficulty and pain. The king coming to the Yishmael, Uya Haisla, David, Bathsheba, Bathsheba, Ella, Shafla, Haga. So ultimately again, Bathsheba and David were meant for each other. Were meant for each other from the beginning of time. But rather, what happened? Their relationship began before it was right. It was like eating unripened food. And let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, how do you know that David and Bathsheba were meant for each other? How do you know that this union was ultimately blessed by God? How do you know it? Shlomo, right? And their son was Shlomo. Their first child died. That was part of the punishment of David for David and Bathsheba. For David. Right? Ultimately, again, their son was Shlomo. Shlomo built the Beis Hamikdash. God himself named Shlomo the one who is beloved by God. So that's how we know the union was correct. It was how it came about that was fundamentally flawed. Rabbi might have said, Ubitzali Shanko Benassi Nasyale, Boyada, the Carnival Double, Hamidopin Rothschild Mrs. Now, the first focusing on that last phrase, Carnival Double. If you tear me, I will not leave. Right? If you tear it, and there is no blood. So I'm going to be a good for how you call this sorry. So David says, you know that if they were to tear my so you must know how you've done shows this. I would not leave. Or David says, I've been so humiliated over this sin of David wants to talk about this. I've been so humiliated from the sin of Bathsheba that again it's highlighted by it's like a draining of blood. You know, the shark shape of schema I've been so busy. You know, David says, when I'm close concerning David Misos. So this posting in Mishnah says the only Misasa do not, let's just have to understand something. The sin of Bathsheba became public knowledge. David was humiliated, and David he was tempted. Again, he didn't establish how he became the research report. By the way, what is that? What is the punishment for someone who is adultery? What's the punishment for that? The punishment for one who commits adultery is chenek, strangulation, but he has a portion of what to come. But Kevin, just know, when someone who embarrasses his friend has no chelik in the world. So let's say, and this is what so again, I want to just point out. In addition to all the external enemies, right? All of the wars, all the hostile neighbors that are inside, David HaMelech is taunted and humiliated and degraded within his own kingdom. This was the fallout from the episode of Bathsheba. So let's be very interesting. Even now, we're going to see, by the way, there were three different punishments that David received for the sin of Bathsheba. Really four. The loss of your child, illness, illness and rebellion from within his household. So another man was sick, the Gemara says, even when he was sick, he and Shmona Asar Onos. He went ahead and he maintained his conjugal obligations to all of his wives. Shemar, Yagati Ban Chasi, Eskabaka Laila Mitasi, Vidimasi Arsi Amsa. So this is quite fascinating. What is this? Well, first of all, I thought it was fascinating is how the Gemara goes ahead and dashes this puzzle, right? Yagati Ban Chasi, literally again, I cried out in my pain, Eskabaka Laila Mitasi, Vidimasi Arsi Amsa. Literally again, I soiled my bed. You must understand over here as a reference to relations. So now I'm saying, even when I was sick, I'm in pain. My obligation to have relations with my husband. What is this mean? Part of the fallout of the episode of Bathsheba is that I had other wives. So I think what goes on to us over here is that I have to figure out how to repair those other relationships. I will say that again, that sometimes there are things that happen in a marriage that cause irreparable damage, and other times there are things in a marriage that happen that cause a tremendous risk. And if the perpetrator of the negative act decides to go ahead and repair just risk, to do what they can to mend that and to put that back together. So that I'm not understand, I did a lot of damage, not just to Bathsheba, not just to Rabbi, but to all of my wives. As I'm telling you, the better not to be taking it for himself to try to fix that which he could. This is wild. This is wild. And the answer to the question about Sheva, David HaMelech wanted to worship idolatry. Well, what is this mean? Shnei March? David bought Hashem Melech. Ve'in Rosh El Avodah Shnei March. He who somewhat Risha Di Dov Dov Dinei Lekrosa Hushai Arki. Correct, we can tell the Adama Aisha. So again, David is about to worship idolatry. We'll see why in just a moment.
It's not really worship, it's more like,
a man by the name of Husha Arki, again, is clothing his torn. There's dirt on his head. I'm going to tell you, Yomu Melech Shekamos Yabon Avodah. What are you doing? You're going to say, King like you, David HaMelech worships idolatry. What's the guy for this? Oh no. Melech Shekamosi Yagenu, you know, Mutos Yabon Avodah by his followers. Now we're jumping. Part of the fallout, part of the punishment for the sin of Bathsheba is Hashem told David, there's going to be a rebellion in your home. That was the rebellion of Avshalom. Avshalom was the result of the episode of Bathsheba. So now David refuses to do anything to Avshalom. He's not going to kill Avshalom. So David thinks he's going to lose the rebellion. David feels that if he loses the rebellion, there's going to be a tremendous Chil Hashem. And people will have questions on Hashem. How can it be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu allowed David to lose this battle against Avshalom? So this is David's question. David says, you know what? I'm going to worship idolatry. People are going to say I'm an idolater. And then when I lose the battle against Avshalom, people will understand, because he switched to idolatry. David HaMelech was concerned about the honor of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He was concerned that if he lost to Avshalom, he would make Chil Hashem. So instead, he decides, let me worship idolatry, become an idolater, and then people will attribute my loss to the fact that I switched over to idolatry. And therefore, again, the sanctity of HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be preserved. Overwhelming. I want to say, a love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu really is like the ticket for the team. It's such a dramatic way. All right. So the one says, I'm starting to do this. So Omar, my time I kind of see what's because of art. So we'll say this is incredible. So Avshalom's mother was known by the name of Ma'acha. Rachel was a princess who David HaMelech rejected her, who David HaMelech took as he passed her war bride. So Hushai Arki says to David, why did you marry Pastor? So Amalek, Pastor, what a shaye. We Pastor, Panetic, Amalek, no Darash, the smoothing. Did you not dash me just position? So you might ask me Pastor, what the doctor about Bash is so Clay, you know, the issue is solar umora. Colanosi Pastor, Nish Mope, solar umora. Yeah, you're allowed to. But what comes after the Pastor section? Then so am I. And I want to tell you, this seems to be like one of these conversations of like rubbing salt in a wound. Like, you know, I don't know exactly what the purpose of this was. Right? This was already happening a couple of decades earlier. But the Khusha, you saying that, by the way, why did you marry Macha to begin with? Of course, that's it. And it's any bearing on a story. Okay, and Khusha saves David from worshipping idolatry, but this was just understand, it might be the one time in history that someone was ready to worship idolatry out of immense love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David thought that if he was to have Shalom as David Melech Yisrael, that would have been a Chol Hashem. David was willing to give everything away for the sake of preserving the honor and dignity of the Rebbe Shalom. Let's go back there. Start showing those guys. What could that be compared to? So the Gemara says the Sira Kusi. It can be compared to a Kusi merchant. I will say, Rashi points out that the way Kusi merchants work like this, they never sold in bulk. They only sold in small measures. Why? Because the cheshbon was like this. If you sell in small measures, you have to buy more often, and they could increase the price a little bit each time. So they make more money by selling in small measures. That was David HaMelech. So how so? Amar David HaMelech, we're going to see the way it works like this. David asks for forgiveness. But he asks for forgiveness like in intervals, like a little bit at a time. So the first thing he says, so first David asks for forgiveness for our accidental avedas. People make mistakes. Shem says, forgive it. Next, Uministar Fakiri. Cleanse me from the intentional sins that no one knows about. Shem says, fine. Shvigila, forgive it. Forgive me for my intentional sins. Shvigila, okay, forgive it. Are you should be at the center of the stone be rabbanon, don't stay be rabbanon. Ultimately again, make it the rabbis don't focus ultimately again on my sin. Shvigila, forgive it. Then in case you besharav, one last request, shalo yichtov sirkun. Can you please take out the story of Bathsheba from no? Can you just strike it from the record? So we'll say, yeah, sure. His brother said that part I can't do. Why? We'll stop over here for a minute. Second, I say tremendous story ahead of us, tremendous story ahead of us tomorrow. Listen, I just want to point that just it's important to understand. We did do a lot of Gemara, right? I just want to point that. We did do a lot. We could correct the factors and figure it out. Again, it's okay, because the last dot of the last upside like this is only one side. So that's going to be our catch up there on side. Oh, yeah, tremendous. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It's your choice. It's every 25. So I get flown out. At damn near 50,000 subscribers. We said every 25,000 we're going to fly a fan out. So it's long overdue. We randomly picked our boy Sheldon. Randomly picked our boy.
Ramley sounds like an old, like Game of Thrones times. Ramley did it. Ramley Bolton won.
Overdue. We randomly picked
all right, fellas, say good morning. Let us begin. Back to the Chazak. First day of Chavur is so beautiful. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to entertain our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosu Mishpacha, is dedicating all the Shomer Drashos this year as a chus for Besoros Tovos to Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habalim and Torah Paul, the celebration of Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Palik. Our anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor, the chus of Simchos for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram Machine, the Kelman, the memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Braina Bas Yoshua Heschel, Zichron of the Bracha. We come learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Palik, in grace of the Yarzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zachariah and great grandmother Cyril Bas Rabdov. We up there in the merits of our Torah, all of the Neshamas will have an Aliyah, all those who need the four Shabbat Did, Kol Choli Yisrael, Hashem bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yadayhem. Those with that, let us begin. A lot to say, but really a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Kuf Zayin 107. We are picking up on 106b, Kuf Vav and the days, and we are picking up. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines down from the top. I'm going to be my Rabbi. Very close quickly. I'm going to be Rabbi on the break. So my Rabbi said to his son, "Do a little toughish when it drops to the bottom of the Marash." In general, don't spend time dashing negative things about the Shai. Don't do that. Don't do. You know what I'm saying? In general, you know what Chazal almost saying is it's not a healthy exercise to try to find fault in people, even in bad people. Just not a good thing. The exception to this rule is Bilam. Why? You know, the more negative you find about him, go ahead and dash. I will say now the difference over here is that the Bilam itself, there's so much text to support this negative narrative. There's so many other supporting stories to support this negative approach. So it's fascinating. So with Bilam, you can darshan as much negativity as you want, but with other Rishayim, even Rishayim, don't go ahead and spend too much time, espousing or delving into their negative traits. Not a healthy exercise, not a good use of time to find the fault in people. So now we're going to focus a little bit on Doeg. Remember again, Doeg had Domi. We've spoken about him extensively, but now we're going to get into his story. Doeg was an advisor to Shaul. Just take a step back. Doeg's major event, for which he is essentially lost his Olam Haba, and for which he really is, in this list of negative personalities, is David HaMelech is on the run from Shaul. He goes ahead and he seeks shelter in the city of Nov Yarkonim. Now again, Nov has no idea what is going on between David and Shaul. Most of the people don't know what's happening between David and Shaul. So David comes to Nov and he goes ahead and he asks for 2 things. What are the 2 things? Food and weaponry. Nov was a city of weapons. And I remember again, circle back. The Gemara says, faults Yonah's sons for not going ahead and giving him food and sending him away. So he comes to Nov, asks for food and weaponry. Nov gives it to him, and he tells them, I'm on a secret mission from the king, from Shaul. Nov gives it to him, of course, right? Understandably so. And then what ends up happening? Is Doeg tells Nov, by the way, Doeg tells Shaul, Nov is aiding and abetting your son-in-law. Right? He's a fugitive. Shaul wipes out the entire city of Doeg. One person escapes, and he goes ahead and he wipes out the city of Doeg. This was the event. This is the event that really almost sealed the fate of Shaul, sealed the fate of Doeg, and all this is happening. And again, Doeg was doing this really. He didn't believe it. It was to cement his own hold on power. So the Gemara says as follows. So now that's Doeg. So Ksiv Doeg, Ksiv Doeg. So which one goes to the I'm going to be open. So in the beginning, before Doeg did what he did, we worried a lot about Doeg. Every in a family, sometimes a parent, different. Every child is different. Sometimes a parent looks at one of his kids and he's especially worried about one of his children, because that child is maybe more susceptible to other influences. That child is more susceptible to other things that may be going on. So this Baruch was worried about Doeg. He always worried about Doeg, that was going to go ahead and make the wrong life decisions. But that's Lashon of God, but Doeg. But after, unfortunately, again, Doeg kind of left the fold and really did some really terrible things. Look what he has done. I'm going to be what are you doing? Aren't you strong in Torah? As Doeg was sinning, the Rebbe says to him, what is the matter with you, Doeg? You're better than this. You can do better than this. Aren't you a Gibar Torah? Aren't you strong in Torah? What benefit will you have from all of this negative behavior? Have I not shown favor? Do I not literally give you favor? The entire Muslim is a tremendous Muslim. Almost as if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is pained by what Doeg is doing. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is you have everything going for you. You have Torah. You have me in your corner. Anything and everything you want in life you have. Why engage in this behavior overwhelming. Or Rabbi Yitzchak said, "L'Rasha Amar L'Kim, Ma L'Chol L'Sapra Chuki." Amar L'Kosh Baruch Hu Doeg Harasha. Hashem said to Doeg Harasha, "Ma L'Chol L'Sapra Chuki, Kishatem Agriya L'Parshas Meratzim, Parshas V'Sapra Lashon Hara, Ma'ata Dorish Bohem." This is how I'll say. When you, Kosh Baruch Hu said to Doeg, when you get up to the section regarding bloodshed, or you the prohibition of bloodshed, or you get up to the section of Lashon Hara, how are you going to interpret those sections? Doeg was a big time chacham. So ultimately, again, Kosh Baruch Hu says to him, what are you going to do when you get up to these sections in Torah, knowing that your life is not in consonance with these sections? Is a tremendous mitzvah, I think, for us as well. We all have areas of our lives that are not exactly in conformance with Torah. And when we go ahead and we get to those sections in Torah, how exactly do we read through them, right? How exactly do we darshan them? Knowing we all have this, not knowing that our lives are not exactly in sync with what it is that we're learning. Doeg's Torah was only from the lips outward. In other words, what was Doeg's problem? What was Doeg's ultimate issue? He did not internalize his Torah. He didn't internalize his Torah was a pursuit. He was tremendous Talmid Chacham. But at the end of the day, it was never internalized. In the beginning, people feared Doeg. In the end, they mocked him. He lost his stand. So this is actually interesting concept. It literally means he swallowed a treasure and then vomited it out. He didn't know Yerushenu Kel. Yamos Doeg. Please take Doeg's life. Please take his life. Baruch Hu is like, David Melech is done. Take his life. Amrlo, Kel Bala. So ultimately, and V'yakienu. So here's the problem. Doeg has a lot of Torah. I can't kill him now. Wait till he forgets his Torah. Once he forgets his Torah, then I can go ahead and take his life. Amr the father of David says, "Mibitno Yerushenu Kel." Just take his Torah now. Which Rabbi said, by the way, is something so fascinating. That the Ribono Shel Olam Kiviyachol says to David, I can't do anything to Doeg because his Torah protects him. So I say, isn't this incredible? Doeg was a murderer. Doeg was not a good guy. Doeg, again, the Mishnah says, doesn't have the head of the Olam Haba. Yet the Ribono Shel Olam says, Torah is so powerful. What Chazal tells us, Torah is Migna Umatzla. It goes ahead and protects and it saves. So Baruch Hu says, I know what I have to do with Doeg, but I can't do anything for him until he forgets his Torah. So David responds, make him forget his Torah. Just make him forget his Torah. So I said, the power of the Torah that you learn, the power for it to sustain us, the power for it to save us, the power for it to protect us is overwhelming. Rabbi Yitzchak Ma'adik said, Gam El Yitfatz Kol HaNetzach, Amar Kosh Baruch Hu David, Nisi Doeg La'alma Da'asi. This is wild. It's the first white line. Kosh Baruch Hu says to David, it's crazy that Hashem is having these conversations with David and Noah. So Hashem says to David, let Doeg come into the world to come. Right? Allow. It is that Hashem is asking David and Noah's permission to allow Doeg to enter into Olam Haba. Amar Lefanav, Gam Ayitis Chol HaNetzach. God says, no, let him be uprooted forever. Ma'adik said, Yachtecha, V'yasecha, Ve'ol V'shar Shechel Eretz Chaim. Salam HaKol David. Shmaita Ben Midrashav. Mishmei. David, okay, if you're not going to let him into Olam Haba, at least let it be. Doeg was a tremendous Talmid Chacham. Let it be that we relate Torah teachings in his name in the base of Amar Lefanav, Yichatzcha V'yisachcha Me'olam. Let him be uprooted from the Torah. Rabbi says, no. Lehavi Le'benin Rabbanon. So ultimately, let him at least have offspring who are Rabbanon from the Chachamim. To which the Gemara said, let his roots uprooted from the earth forever. In other words, we'll say, which is so fascinating, David HaMelech is filled with this righteous anger towards Doeg. And essentially, David HaMelech felt, and remember, we'll talk about David HaMelech, was the consummate Baal Tshuva. David HaMelech understood the power of Tshuva. What was the problem? Doeg didn't do it. Doeg didn't do Tshuva. So again, you can't, we'll say, almost, we're going to see with this today's sugya, so almost anything is forgivable, right? Almost any mistake that I make without Baruch Hu can be worked out. as long as I'm willing to engage the process. If I'm unwilling to own my part, if I'm unwilling to accept responsibility, if I'm unwilling to go ahead and take it, that's my job to fix it, then nothing can get fixed. The tragedy of Doeg is only partly in what he did. The tragedy is compounded by his unwillingness to do the real personalistic work to fix it. You know what I'm saying? There's no Olam Haba for him. There's no future for him. And there's no teaching of resurrection. Incredible. Right? It's it. Ayi Sofer, Ayi Shokel, Ayi Sofer Samigdalim. We'll say so. Literally translated means where is the scribe? Where is the measurer? Where is the one who counts towers? Now, what does this mean? So the Gemara says, Ayi Sofer Kol Osir Shelatoa. This is all a reference to Doeg. But what happened to the one who could count all of the letters in the Torah? Ayi Shokel, Shokel Kol Kolim Chamur Shelatoa. Where is the one who can literally again weigh all of the lenient extras in Torah? Represent Doeg's exceptional scholarship. Ayi Sofer Samigdalim. Who is the one who goes ahead and who is the one who goes and counts the towers? What is that? Sofer Shlosh Meos Halachos Psukos B'Migdal HaPoreach. Doeg knew 300 halachos concerning the floating tower. What's the floating tower? So by the way, there's a couple of different interpretations of this. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi is on the left-hand column, third line down from the top. You see that? The Migdal HaPoreach Ba'avir Hanichnas La'eretz Ha'am B'Shira Teva U'Migdal V'Yikamei Lo. So this is an interesting halach. We've actually seen this reference. Essentially, don't ask how it happens, but just how it happens. Person goes into remember there's a general rabbinic prohibition, or there's a general rabbinic law that Eretz Ha'amin, land outside of Eretz Yisrael, has rabbinic tumah. That's the halacha. So again, generally in Ohel, if you're in a structure, that could be chotzik b'snei tumah. That could go ahead and create an interposition, a blockage for the tumah. What happens if the Ohel is floating? Right? So again, it's a theoretical question, but what's the implication of that? So apparently Doeg had 300 halachos associated with that particular unique shayla. That was the precision of his knowledge. So this is incredible. So Rabbi said, no, in fact, Doeg and Achitophel, right? Well, again, unfortunately, both made terribly wrong decisions. Doeg and Achitophel asked 400 questions in the sugya of the floating tower. So the Gemara says, well, if shitlu chad, they weren't right. Not one of them was this. So they asked such good questions. No one says, also watch this. Rabbi said, Rabusa boy, is it such a big deal to ask questions? So I said, this is a profound idea. So essentially, what Rabbi was saying is like this: they ask questions. But what would have been even better is to do what? Is to give answers. So I think one of the things that I was saying, this is I have one slide. I think this is a tremendous slide. Rabusa boy is such godless to ask questions. Rabbi saying is like this: life is filled with questions. Questions are very nice. Feel free to ask them as long as they don't paralyze you. A lot of times, like we ask questions and we can't move forward until we get the answers. And Rabbi says, the success in life, meaning in life, is not found in the questions. Right? Asking the question of meaning in life is found in forward movement. Meaning in life is found in growth. Meaning in life is in the ability to not get answers, but still find the ability to go ahead and move yourself forward. The greatness of, sometimes you think that the guy who asks the precision question, that's godless, that's not godless. You know what godless is? Godless is two things. The person who asks the question doesn't get answers, looking to move forward, and the person who doesn't spend his time asking questions. Instead, utilizes and marshals his energy to move himself forward. Incredible. More like that. The Shem Rabbi Yehuda, this is great tomorrow. In the years of Rabbi Yehuda, Kula Tanuye ben Ezekiel. So in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, everybody was versed in the seder of Nezikin, right? Like the Babas, Burger Nezikin, the Babas, Hedge and Nakas, all of those, right? Like tort law, damages, those type of things. So the Anan, Kamasnina, Tuba, so this is Rabbi talking, right? So Rabbi said, Rabbi's comparing himself, right, his time to Rabbi Yehuda's time, right? So Rabbi Yehuda, right, in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, pretty much everyone was proficient in one area, specifically again in Ezekiel. So Rabbi said, by us, Va'anon, Kamasnina, Tuba. we learned Uksin. I will say Uksin is the halachas line halachas of Tulan Tara. So Rav is pointing out that his time, right, in his time, he had much greater proficiency in Torah. Rabbi Yehuda's time only had proficiency in Nezikin, damages. Rav said we not only have proficiency in damages, we also have it again in Uksin, so many other areas. Listen to this. Rav says, yet, if you have a Mati Rabbi Yehuda, if you have a Mati Rabbi Yehuda, you should collect your Torah Ketira. Remember, Zaysim Shekaf Sham Tarfei and Tamorim. So yeah, when they would get up to the Sugya Losa again, we're not going to delve into the intricacies of the art. But suffice it to say, there's an interesting shiloh when it comes to Tumen Tara if you have a vegetable with a stem. So what's the status of the vegetable vis-a-vis the stem? Or what's the status of the stem vis-a-vis the vegetable in terms of Tumen Tara? When these questions would come up in Rabbi Yehuda's yeshiva, you know what he would say? Amar Habios V'Rav Shmuel Kachazina Hafa. And we say, wow, these are topics to be dealt with by great people like Rabbi Shmuel. So Yehuda says, "Come by great grade." So Yehuda was a great kind of chacham, but his knowledge was limited to the area of Nezikin. Right? Then when he came to areas of Opsin, just like you would come to a thing and say, "This is above my pay grade. This is for Rabbi Shmuel." And here's the contrast. Rabbi said, "By us, we were experts in Opsin." Yet watch this. Va'ana kamasninan ba'okin plus Mesivka. So Rabbi said, me, I had 13 yeshivas learning Oksin. Like Rabbi Yehuda didn't know Oksin. We had 13 yeshivas learning Oksin. And yet, Rabbi Yehuda Shalat Masani Va'asalicha, yet when there was a drought, all Rabbi Yehuda had to do was take off his shoe, and it would rain. All he had to do was take off his shoe. And the act, Rashi points out, the act of taking off shoes is an act of discomfort, kind of like Avelos, an act of discomfort. So as soon as Yehuda removed his shoe as a sign of like discomfort that there's a drought, it would begin to rain. We cry out and no one listens to us. So we'll say this leads to Rabbi to a fascinating conclusion. Ella, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Liba, Boy. What do you see from here, Bosai? What do you see from here? What you see from here at the end of the day is that it's not the amount of scholarship that impresses God, but it's the amount of heart that you put into whatever it is that you do. Rabbi may have had more scholarship, right? The tons of Rabbi may have had more scholarship. But Rabbi himself had more heart. Now, whatever this means, right? Whatever this means, Rabbi Yehuda has more heart. But what Rabbi is trying to highlight over here is that scholarship is not the metric of success when it comes to spirituality. It's heart, it's effort, it's passion, it's commitment. Those are the things that can involve us in our lives other things. One simple reason I will say, scholarship is often tethered to abilities that you don't choose. Like, in other words, people process differently. People work differently. Some people absorb information more readily. Some people have difficulty doing it. And that's what Baruch Hu built us. That's what He programmed us. So it can't be that success is tethered to scholarship if I don't control all of those factors. So therefore, Rabbi says success in the eyes of Baruch Hu is determined by your heart. What's your commitment? What's your passion? How much are you vested in your relationship with Baruch Hu? Am I showing up for that relationship day in and day out? Am I committed even when it's difficult? If I have that, that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu prizes in the realm of spirituality. Absolutely incredible. Dixiv, Hashem Yir the Levav. Aram Sharshia. Going back to Tofel. Those Savishmite, no, Habu Savishmite. So going back to Tofel, never really understood what it was that they were learning. Okay, let's give her a is that possible? Dixiv Bay. Aye Sofer, Aye Shokel, Aye Sofer Samigdalim. That's Amad Vahabi Savishmite. We just said before that Doeg had 300 halachas. When it came to the floating tower, right? And anything that you don't understand, it doesn't make any sense. You must hello, what was the problem? The problem was they knew a lot of Torah. What weren't they able to get to? Halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa. They weren't able to get to halacha l'maisa. So it could be literal that they weren't able to get to halacha l'maisa because the Gemara says, "Is that what the pasuk says?" So to Hashem Ne'ireyav. The secrets of Hashem are known to only those who fear Him. In this context, the Moses sowed means the foundation. It's like tzaddik is sowed over. The foundation is halacha. You need siyata d'shmaya in order to be able to arrive at exactly what to do. They didn't have, so they had great scholarships. Did not have a lot of rights because they didn't have the Siyasat Schneider. Both of them were the ability to, the fact that they didn't have halacha l'maisa, the fact that ultimately what's halacha l'maisa? Halacha l'maisa is the ability to take what you learn and to implement it into what you live. What or how you live. What was the mistake of Doeg and Achitophel? They were great scholars, great Talmidei Chachamim. But apparently the problem was they were unable to take what they learned and plug it into how they lived. They didn't allow their Torah to shape their lives. And I will say, a lot of times we live with this kind of cognitive dissonance, where I'm learning, and I'm acquiring a lot of tremendous information, and I know what to do. The problem just is I don't always do it. Nature of our lives. So that's what it means also that I'm learning, but I'm not learning aliba the hilchasa, right? I'm not learning halacha l'maisa because my learning is my learning, but it's not translating into the way that I live. Incredible. Going all these died once he forgot his Torah. Shneimar, who almost be'ain was so Rabbi about to Yishna. Rashi Yamar Nitztara. Rashi's Doi contracted Sarah. Shneimar, it's based on Kozona Mimar. Ksiv Hasam, the Tznisus. Agmina Lechalutin. Okay. The talk between Ain being Muskul and Moklat. Again, there's no distinction between a Misora Muska and Moklat. Muska means a Misora is kind of isolation. Who's in isolation, waiting to see what his Mitzvah has to do. And Muklat is a confirmed Mitzvah, Ela Priya or Prima, allowing his hair to grow and his clothing to be torn. There were three destructive angels who were summoned to Doeg. What did they do? One malach caused Doeg to forget his learning. One burnt his neshama. And one scattered his ashes in shoes and body measures. Incredible. I'm ready open on. Going back to Tov, I want to point out how interesting it is, right? That you see, it's fascinating just how there's so many different streams of thought in Chazal. Let's keep track of all these things because we're moving so quickly. Remember how we started today's daf, which was really yesterday's daf, what we're doing today. So remember again, Margaret Rabbi said to his son, don't spend too much time speaking about the negative traits of the show, right? And yet, what are we doing? Right? We're talking all about, right, the negative. So it's just interesting how, again, it's almost as if there's one school of thought that says, okay, Rishon are bad, let us take care of them. Our job is not to focus on the negativity of individuals. That's one stream of thought. The stream of thought is, no, it's really important to learn about Rishon. Why is it important to learn about Rishon? The same way that we like to read about biographies of Gedolim, because we can learn how to live. Sometimes from Rishon, we also learn what not to do as well. And we see that even great people can make catastrophic mistakes that undoes all of their greatness. So the Gemara goes right there. I'm going to be open on Doeg and Achitophel. Doeg and Achitophel did not know each other. They didn't know each other. After all, Doeg remained Shaul, Achitophel remained David, which makes sense. Doeg lived in the days of Shaul, and Achitophel lived in the days of David. Now, again, that's not such a stretch to say that they would have known each other. What's important to recognize is, don't remember again. So Doeg was before David became king, and Achitophel was David's advisor during the rebellion of Avshalom. So there's a couple of decades separating them. They could have overlapped. The Gemara said they didn't know each other. Furthermore, Doeg and Achitophel did not live past the age of 35. The Gemara says, this goes back to yesterday's daf as well. Tanya Melchir Baisan supports this. It literally means they did not live out up to half of their days. Tanya Melchir Baisan supports this. This right? But you remember again, the Min asked Rabbi Hanina, right? Rabbi Hanina, how old was Bilam when he died? Rabbi Hanina said, I don't know, but he quoted this exact pasuk. Right, where the pasuk says, literally again, people who spill blood, people who are deceitful, will not live to half of their lifespan. So again, I will say, we operate with the understanding our lifespan is 70 years. So if Chazal say that Russia is not living up to half of his lifespan, that means he's not living to 35. Doeg lived to 34, Achitophel lived to 33. Rabbi Yochanan, I will say, by the way, which I just want to point out something amazing. Especially when you look through the lens of the scholarship of Doeg and Achitophel, that they were so young. yet they were outstanding scholars. So again, it's just fascinating. I don't know. To me, these personalities are fascinating because clearly these were people who were capable of such overwhelming greatness and such profound accomplishment. Look the amount of Torah they amassed in such a short amount of time, yet these debilitating life failures. Overwhelming. In the beginning, David called Achitophel, who's ready. Then he called him his friend. And then he called him his student. In other words, Achitophel's stature was downgraded over time. Together. We'll go ahead and explore the secrets. גם איש שלומי אשר בטחתי בו, תפו חוזיים, אוכל לחמי, תגדל עלי עקב. אומר רבי יהודה, אומר רב, ליאולם, we'll say get ready for this Gemara. This is absolutely amazing. So Rabbi Yehuda, this was my little teaser in the chat yesterday. Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Rav, Leolam, Al Yavi Adam Atzlu Din Yisrael. A person should never bring themselves to a point of being tested. Don't put yourself among. A person should not bring himself to be tested. I just want to point out, even before we go on with this, what a profound. Actually, let's finish the story. Shari David Melech Yisrael, Evi Atzmo Bin Yisrael, David Melech willingly puts himself into a situation of being tested, of testing his spiritual resolve, and he failed. What's the story? Here we go. Amr from the Ribbono Shalom, nicknamed Ma Omrim, Elokei Avram, Elokei Yitzchak, Elokei Yaakov, Ve'ein Omrim Elokei. Wow. So this is Shiloh. David Melech says, no, Shalom, why is when we dive in? You say Gavin, you say Yaakov, but we don't say Yaakov. I want to point out this is not Yaakov. This is not God. This is, you understand what's happening over here. This is David Melech saying, I want to self-actualize. I want to become the best version of me. I feel that I have the potential to maximize my greatness. How do I get myself to a point where I can, where you, listen, what's the chap of Elokei Avram, Elokei Yitzchak, Elokei Yaakov? What's the chap of that? The Ribbono Shel Olam is willing to associate his name with those people. That's a big thing. That's a big thing. Attach his name to Avram and Yitzchak. How do I get to the level where you will attach your name to me? How does that happen? So David Melech says, well, it's very simple. Amar, listen, David, they were tested, David. Each of them were tested, and they succeeded. So when he is able to go and be tested in life and able to overcome these tests and challenges, that's when I associate my name with him. Amar the Father Ribbono Shalom, Bechaneni v'nasim, Shneimar, Bechaneni Hashem v'nasim. David says, bring it on. Not exact quote, right? Test me. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. Okay, I got it. It makes total sense. How can you know what I really am until you test my result? So test me. Omar, he says, it's very important to understand that the Rothschild did not give David this test. David asked for it. So you see why this is important later on. Omar, min sinal l'cha ba'abidna mil sabata. So that I'm going to test you. Here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you an advantage that I did not give to Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. How so? Again, Hashem says, I'm going to give you an advantage. The advantage is the others, I never told them I was testing them. I'm telling you I'm going to test, I'm telling you how I'm going to test you. Testing you in a matter of Dvar Erva. Now, both say, just so you know, was telling David that he's going to test, and telling him how he's going to test him. He tells us what? That Ribbono doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to do this. So he's trying to give David as many advantages as possible. The Ribbono feels like this is a bad idea. But again, David, you're pushing for it. I'll give you say in general, kind of a little bit like a parent. You know, a parent wants to give good hadracha, but at a certain point in time, such as the child gets older, even if the parent knows it's a bad idea, right? The parent has to give the child that autonomy. So if you're saying, David, I don't want. There's a reason I didn't bring the testimonies. There's a reason I'm not doing this on my own. You're pushing. Okay, I can't It wouldn't be healthy for me to stand in the way of this design if this is something you want to bring upon yourself. So try to help you be successful to the best of your ability. I'm telling you, I'm testing you. I'm telling you, Dvar Erba. Miyad, listen to this. There was in the evening. David got up from his bed. The pasuk doesn't make sense, right? Why doesn't the pasuk make sense? Why is David getting up at night? Right? After all, again, you go to sleep at night. Why is he going up at night? So let's discuss it. Literally, again, he switched around his schedule, right? His bed schedule from night to day. Rashi points out what the David HaMelech do. David HaMelech had relations with his wife that day, during the day. Why? Because now David HaMelech is forewarned. He says, I'm going to be tested with a matter of immorality. So what does he do? He has relations with his wife, hoping that'll satisfy that desire, and therefore again, he won't be tempted by anything else. Okay, good plan. And it's halacha. This is wild. And he forgot the halacha. What's the halacha say? Eiver katan yesh ba'adam. There is a small part of man's body, right? A reference ultimately again to the makom milah. Small part of man's body. The Gemara says, listen to this. Masbio, right? If you satiate it, it's always hungry. Omar Ivo, Sadaya. But if you starve it, it becomes satiated. What does that mean? I want to say this is incredible. So the way it works with this desire for sexuality is the more you have it, the more you want it. The less you have it, and by the way, what less means is the more moderated it is, the more one is able to hold that. By the way, this is not unique here. Right? This is the Ramban on Kedoshim T. Right? What does Ramban say? What does it mean to be holy? Kadesh es hatzmichal b'mashamotolach. Moderation. Moderation. Kedusha is all about moderation. Overindulgence just yields a gluttonous type of life approach, where you just want more and more and more and more. And even if it's permitted gluttony as a midah only gets a person into trouble. Moderation helps a person curb appetites in the right way. That's why, again, we know that in Yiddishkeit, again, there's tremendous holiness and importance that is attached to sexuality. But it has to happen in a framework. There's a mitzvah of owner, right? The man has obligations towards that. There's a frequency that has to occur. But if there's an overindulgence, the problem that happens is the appetite gets out of control. By the way, the crazy part is, even if the overindulgence is done in a permitted way, I'm not talking about other women. With one's own life, there's an overindulgence that by definition things just get out of hand. So interestingly enough, this was fascinating. David HaMelech tries to curb the appetite, but yet Chazal seems to feel that the way that he did it represented a sense of overindulgence, so it backfired. And so not only did it not curb the appetite, but what? It enhanced it. Overwhelming. What happens? David HaMelech is out, right? He's on the rooftop. Right, walking on the rooftop. He sees a woman bathing on the rooftop next to the palace. And she was a beautiful woman. So what does this mean? First of all, so Bathsheba was bathing on the rooftop. Now, first of all, what does that mean? Bathsheba is just like bathing in public over here on the rooftop. I mean, it's not public on the rooftop. Doesn't make any sense. Somebody says, no. Bathsheba was shampooing her hair. She was washing her hair. Underneath like a curtain. Chalsa actually says literally means like a dome. Like a dome. She had like a shower curtain. She had something that was there, right? She had curtains protecting her privacy. Also, Satan idni like it's appeared. So ultimately, again, what happens? The Satan appeared like a bird. Pasak be gira. What happens? So there was the bird. David HaMelech took out his bow and arrow and he shot at the bird. What happened? Pascal Falsa. So he might probably miss the bird, but he pierced the curtain. As a result, Igla v'chazye. He saw Bathsheba bathing. So the Gemara says, Miyad vayishtach David vayidrosh v'isha. Immediately, again, there's so many crazy things about the story. First of all, say, what's even troublesome about the story? Why is he shooting arrows at birds? Like as a kid, he also took magnifying glass. Like what? What is that? First of all, Jews don't even do that. Right? Go to the Yehuda. Right? Jews hunt for food. Jews don't hunt for sport. You don't shoot arrows at birds. That's what I'm saying. See, listen, you know what the most important thing is? I know, this is very important, so listen. The Ribono Shel Olam knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. And so he knows where to give a test, and he knows where not to give a test. And he knows what we can handle, and he knows what we're not yet ready to handle. There are so many crazy parts about this story, and every single part has an unintended negative consequence. So David HaMelech seeks to satiate that sexual appetite in a permitted way, by being with his wife during the day. The problem is that was maybe a little bit of overindulgence, and therefore backfires. He's spaziering on the rooftop. I want to point out to you, David HaMelech, Sex Brothers. David HaMelech wasted absolutely no time. He wasted no time. You might go through his schedule. Right? He woke up at Chatzos every day. See, right? So, what's happening over here? He's just like strolling. David HaMelech is not a stroller. You know what I'm saying? David HaMelech he's not the guy who just like walks around. That's not David Malcolm. There's so many things in it. And now shooting an arrow at a bird. Who does that? What's going on over here? So again, we'll see everything to see it. So he sees Bathsheba, obviously tremendously aroused by Bathsheba. This is Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah Hitti. Sent for her, had her brought to the palace. He has relations with her. Right, he sleeps with her. Ultimately, again, now. What's interesting is the Gemara says she wasn't a nida. She wasn't a nida, which, by the way, as I also understand, which was very interesting, which was that was the bathing, right? That was the chafifa. She was actually preparing herself for the mikvah, right? That evening that David HaMelech saw her. So that's what it means when it says "Yimis kadeshes mikvah." Ba'inu dichsiv. This is what's meant when it says "Bachanta libi takarat halayla traftani balkim." So Zamos again. So David says literally for Sharafu. You checked my heart, right? You checked my heart, and ultimately, again, you are unable to find purity. Zamosi bal ya'avarpi. David HaMelech says, literally, what does it mean, Zamosi bal ya'avarpi? First white line, Omar, Echo Zamoa nafal bepume deman desanili below Omar ki hamisa. If only someone had muzzled me when I had this conversation with that Kadosh Baruch Hu, I would have never asked for these things. Listen, we've all had those moments where someone was there to muzzle us. There was something I would not have said and not have done. David HaMelech regrets very much obviously this entire situation. Dar Shrava, my Dixiv, Lam Naseach David Ba'Hashem Chasisi, Eich Tomunu Nafshi, Nudi Harchem Sipor. So listen, so just I want to point out something amazing. So first of all, just to understand, right, the rest of this story. The event with Bathsheba forever changed David HaMelech's life. Right? This was one of those crossroad events that forever changed the trajectory. And we're going to talk over here about the fallout from this episode of Bathsheba. This was, most decisions we make in life have repercussions, ramifications, not necessarily for the rest of our lives. Then there are certain times that you're at a crossroads in life, and if you go right and if you go left, your life turns out dramatically different. For David HaMelech, that night was one of those pivotal moments. One of those tremendously pivotal moments in his life forever changed. David HaMelech is going to teach us not only the consummate Baal Tshuva, but his life forever changes after that fateful night. Before we go on the website, the other piece we have to also understand is what's the takeaway message from this. This is how the Gemara starts. Right? The Olam al Navi Adam Asmo B'Kein Son. Don't put yourself in complicated situations. We'll say how many times in life do we put ourselves in circumstances that I know are not spiritually correct? Whether it's being around people who I know had a negative effect, right? Whether it's engaging in activities that I know are not really good for my neshama. Maybe they're not overtly sinful, but I know they're not good. But I convince myself it's okay. It won't have an effect on me. And that's true until it does. It does. And then I'm like shocked. I can't believe, why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? Let's say so much of life, right? So much of life is preventative spiritual medicine. Right? It's not being reactive. It's not being reactive. It's proactive. It's identifying the potentially complicating situations in life and not allowing myself to be thrust into them to begin with. A lot of times I can't choose it, but a lot of times I willingly put myself in compromised situations, thinking A, that I'll overcome it, and B, that it won't affect me. And then I succumb to it, and then it impacts me, and then I'm shocked. Why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? So much of life is being lost in the light, being able to see the impact that certain people, that certain circumstances, that certain events, that certain forms of exposure will have upon me, and don't put myself there to begin with. Avoid it at all costs. Don't put yourself amongst the Messiah, because even great people fail when faced with temptation. Overwhelming. Let's go back there. Second word line. Right? Doctor, I'm going to talk more about that later. So, Ba'Hashem Chasisi, I put my faith in Hashem. How can I say to my soul that literally the mountain was moved by a bird? And listen, by the way, when you understand so much, I just want to point out also, Sefer Tehillim is like the diary of David HaMelech. Like so much of Sefer Tehillim represents events that happened in David's life. When you understand these Gemaras, you understand Tehillim. So David HaMelech says, Amr David the forgive me for this sin. Shalo Yomru Har Shabachem Sipor Nadaso. People shouldn't say that the Har Shabachem, the mountain amongst you, is the mountain. David HaMelech is the mountain. The king is the mountain. The mountain was moved by a bird. That's the bird. The bird is in the story of the Satan. Right? The mountain was moved by the bird. Dar Shabbat Ma'adik said, "V'chol Abad Chach Hatasi, V'harad Einech Hasisi, V'man Titztak B'davecha Tiske B'shavtecha." Amar David HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono Shel Olam, Galya V'yadia Kamecha Zivay L'Machvei Yitzrei Habi Kaifine. So Rabbi said, this is a wild Gemara. David says, Hashem, you know that if I wanted to overcome my mitzvah, I could have done it. I could have done it. So why didn't I? Ella Amina, but I didn't want to say that the servant bested the master. So I said, a very strange remark. And I said, right, if I could have overcome it, I would have, but then it would have made you look bad, God. Right? Because you didn't give me the assessment, you didn't think I could pass it, and then I would have bested you. Wasn't that what does this mean? So I was a little bit tongue in cheek. But David HaMelech is recognizing, I was going to say something amazing. The great part about David HaMelech, and the reason why David HaMelech becomes like the consummate of the paradigmatic Baal Shua, is David HaMelech owned it. What does he acknowledge in this moment? That night I thought, if I wanted to resist the temptation, I could have. I could have. The one thing I won't pretend is that I was powerless. I was overcome by desire, and it was strong. It was absolutely strong. But at the end of the day, I could have said no. I could have slammed on this. And I will say sometimes the first step in Tshuva is an ownership of sin, an ownership of mistakes. You spend so much time and so much effort reflecting why it's everyone else's fault. And the only way to become a true Baal Tshuva is to own mistakes in life as difficult and as painful as it is. I got it. I could have said, as much as I was overwhelmed by desire, if I wanted to stop, I could have stopped. Incredible. Dar Rabbi might have said, this is incredible. We'll say, so I say, now let's be clear something. And this is the fascinating part of this story. David and Bathsheba were meant for each other. They were Bashert. The Gemara says, ultimately, again, they are meant for each other from the beginning of time. Ella, Sheba, I love the Machel. But what ended up happening is they came together through difficulty and pain. So ultimately, again, Bathsheba and David were meant for each other. From the beginning of time. But rather, what happened? The relationship began before it was ripe. It was like eating unripened fruit. And listen, by the way, I just want to point out, how do you know that David and Bathsheba were meant for each other? How do you know that this union was ultimately blessed by God? How do you know it? Shlomo, right? Their son was Shlomo. Their first child dies. That was part of the punishment of David and Bathsheba to David. Right? Ultimately, again, their son was Shlomo. Shlomo built the Beis HaMikdash. God himself names Shlomo Yedidya, the one who is beloved by God. So that's how we know the union was correct. It was how it came about that was fundamentally flawed. Darash Rabbi might have said, below Damu. I'm going to Moshe, this is what's incredible. Now, the Gemara is focusing on last phrase, Karo below Damu. If you I will not bleed. Right? If you tear it and there is no blood. So David says, you know, if they were to tear my flesh, so the Gemara says, "Lo hayu dami shoses." I would not bleed. In other words, David says, I've been so humiliated over this sin. I'm going to talk about this. I've been so humiliated from the sin of Bathsheba. And literally, again, if you prick me, I will not bleed. Right? In other words, that even if they were to cut me, I know so humiliation is highlighted by like a draining of blood. This is wild. You know, David says, you know, when I'm in the Beis Medrash, right, and they're learning about the halachos concerning death penalties, so they taunt me. Poskim Mishkas of the Omrim Lo David, Habar Ish Ish Misaso B'ma. What says you have to understand something? The sin of Bathsheba became public knowledge. David HaMelech was humiliated, and David HaMelech was taunted. He was taunted. So literally, again, he'd be in the Beis Medrash, and the Talmidei Chachamim Beis Medrash would taunt and say, "Oh, David, by the way, what is the punishment for someone who commits adultery? What's the punishment for that?" Amarti Lohem, Haba Ish Ish Misasa B'Chenech V'Yesha Chelik Olam Haba. The punishment for one who commits adultery is chenek, strangulation, but he has a portion of the world to come. But Chevra, just know, Hava Amalgam Pnei Chaveiro B'Rabim. As someone who embarrasses his friend has no chilik in the world to come. So let's say, brother, and this is what David Saga, I want to just point out. In addition to all the external enemies, right, all of the wars, all the hostile neighbors that Eretz Yisrael had, David HaMelech is taunted and humiliated and degraded within his own kingdom. This was the fallout from the episode of Bathsheba. So this is very interesting. Even now, we're going to see, by the way, there were three different punishments that David received for the sin of Bathsheba. Really four. The loss of their child, illness, and rebellion from within his household. So when David HaMelech was sick, the Gemara says, even when he was sick, he went ahead and he maintained his conjugal obligations to all of his wives. Shneimar, Yagati ban chasi eschabacha laila mitasi v'dima'asi arsi amseh. So this is quite fascinating. What is this? First of all, by the way, what's fascinating is how the Gemara goes ahead and dashes this puzzle, right? Yagati ban chasi. Literally, again, I cried out in my pain. Eschabacha laila mitasi v'dima'asi arsi amseh. Literally, again, I soiled my bed. The Gemara's understanding over here is a reference to relations. So that I'm saying, even when I was sick, I maintained my obligations to have relations with God. So I'll say, what does this mean? Part of the fallout with the episode of Bathsheba is that David had other wives. So I think what Chazal is telling us over here is that David had to figure out how to repair those other relationships. I will say that again, that sometimes there are things that happen in a marriage that cause irreparable damage, and other times there are things in a marriage that happen that cause a tremendous rift. And it's upon the perpetrator of the negative act to try to go ahead and repair it, to do what they can to mend that and to put that back together. So that enough understands, I did a lot of damage, not just to Bathsheba, not just to all of my wives. As I told you, and took it upon himself to try to fix that which he broke. This is why. In the sin of Bathsheba, David HaMelech wanted to worship idolatry. Wow. What is this? Shneimar, Shahi David ba ad harosh, sheishtach Hashem le'Elohim, ve'en rosh el avodah Shneimar, v'hi Salma Reisha di Dog Jine Lekrasa Hushai Arki Karok Utanto Adama Arosha. So again, David is about to worship idolatry. We'll see why in just a moment. Who meets him? A man by the name of Husha Arki. Husha Arki again is throwing his sword. There's dirt on his head. Look, David, so Husha said, David, what are you doing? You're going to king right? David HaMelech worships idolatry. Let's get ready for this. Hello. Melech Shekamosi Yargenu Beno Mutab Yavod Avodazar by his fellowship. We're jumping. Part of the fallout, part of the punishment for the sin of Bathsheba is Hashem told David there's going to be a rebellion in your home. That was the rebellion of Avshalom. Avshalom is a result of the episode of Bathsheba. So now David refuses to do anything to Avshalom. He's not going to kill Avshalom. So David thinks he's going to lose the rebellion. David feels that if he loses the rebellion, there's going to be a tremendous chil Hashem. And people will have questions on Hashem. How can it be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu allowed David to lose this battle against Avshalom? So listen to David's question. David says, you know what? I'm going to worship idolatry. People then say I'm an idolater. And then when I lose the battle against Avshalom, people will understand, say, oh, because he switched teams, that's idolatry. David HaMelech was concerned about the honor of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He was concerned that if he lost to Avshalom, he would make Chil Hashem. So instead, he decides, let me worship idolatry, become an idolater, and then people will attribute my loss to the fact that I switched over to idolatry. And therefore, again, the sanctity of HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be preserved. Overwhelming. I'm going to say, a love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, willingness to take it from the team in such a dramatic way. Amar, so the Gemara says, listen to this. So Amar, my time kind of sivas ifastar. Someone said this is incredible. So Avshalom's mother was a woman by the name of Ma'acha. Ma'acha was a princess who David HaMelech, Gentile princess, who David HaMelech took as the Ifastar war bride. So Hushai Arki says to David, why did you marry a Ifastar? So Amalei, Ifastar Achwana Shaya. Ifastar is permitted. Amalei, no darash b'smuchin. Did you not darash in the juxtaposition? So you marry the Ifastar or just talk about what does talk about Barshas Kisei say? Samechlei Kia leish ben sorar umora. Halano say Ifastar. Yesh lo ben sorar umora. Yeah, you're allowed to. But what comes right after the Ifastar section? That's Sorah Mar. And I both say, I want to tell you. This seems to be like one of these conversations. I was like rubbing salt in the wound. Like, I don't know exactly what the purpose of this was, right? This was already happened a couple of decades earlier. But I was like, Husha Arki saying that, by the way, why did you marry Macha to begin with? Almost as if there's any bearing on the story. Okay, anyway, Husha Arki saves David from worshiping idolatry, but this was just understand, it might be the one time in history that someone was ready to worship idolatry out of immense love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David thought that if he lost to Avshalom, as David Melech Yisrael, that would have been a Chol Hashem. David was willing to give everything away for the sake of preserving the honor and dignity of the Rebbe Shalom. Overwhelming. Let's go weiter. What's this? Is incredible. What's the David be compared to? So the Gemara says, L'socher kusi. It can be compared to a kusi merchant. Now let's say, Rashi points out here that the way kusi merchants work like this, they never sold in bulk. They only sold in small measures. Why? Because their cheshbon was like this. If you sell in small measures, you have to buy more often, and they decrease the price a little bit each time. They make more money by selling in small measures. That was David HaMelech. So Amar says, how so? Amar David the Ezra, Shalom, Shkios the other level. So we're going to see the way of this. David asks for forgiveness, but he asks for forgiveness like he each of us, like a little bit at a time. So the first thing he says, Shkios mi yavin. So first thing David asks for forgiveness for are his accidental avedas. People make mistakes. Hashem says, forgive him. Next, cleanse me from the intentional sins that no one knows about. Hashem says, fine. Shvigila, forgiven. Forgive me for my intentional sins. Shvigila, okay, forgiven. Al yim shulubi as isam zelo l'shto be'rabanon v'lo'shtay be'rabanon. So ultimately, again, to make it that the rabbis don't focus ultimately again on my sin. Shvigila, forgiven. Then he case in Vesharav. One last request. Shalo yichtov sirchuni. Can you please take out the story of Bathsheba from nothing? Can you just strike it from the record? So I will say, Amar Lo, yes. The Prophet says that's why I can't do. Why? We'll stop over here for today. Okay. I would say tremendous story ahead of us, tremendous Gemara ahead of us tomorrow. Listen, I just want to point that just as important to understand. We didn't do a lot of Gemara, right? I just want to point out we did do a lot. Okay, granted, half of it was yesterday's daf. Again, it's okay because the last daf, the last Amud of Sanhedrin is only one side. So that's gonna be our catch up there. We'll say, tremendous. Yeah. All right, have a great day, everyone. the only problem with the size of the case is which is a shame because some of these particular pieces that I see.
Not to say that it's right, but I think if people would have came to you and been like, yo, man, I got to distance myself. Now, I'm not that computer savvy. He's something that I'm plugging in. How to do that. I don't know how to do that. Just a note. I think it's a note. I'm telling you, I said it before, and I'll say it again. When Tarantino does it, it's lovable and hilarious.
Good morning. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this voyage to thank our annual travel sponsor for Talk Shin Day. Those in the spot, we're dedicating all the show instructors this year.
It's so crazy that you're like,
this year, wishing a tremendous mazel tov to Naftali's friend Benjamin Wall and the occasion of the marriage of his dear son Tovia Shira. The beautiful couple of years Hashem experienced tremendous nachas and hatzlacha. And like that to all of Klal Yisrael as well. Our content is for the month of Nisan, called Catholic in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Tikva Esther. Anonymous Talmud Torah funds in the social scene for all of our children and for Nisan to be the month of Gula Shema Shachar Yisrael. And Avram Shul became a memory of Avram's mother. Sarah Raina Basio Shia Hashim Zechon Lebracha. We have learning sponsors, all the Catholic, Rosh the York as a whole, Father Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and Cyril Basio of Gold, and Steve Velasco, in honor of all of the bracha that Hashem has provided to me, Jordana, and our family. Beautiful, beautiful Shreya. Let us begin a tremendous track from Jen Daniel and because our Havurah, I think our records out. Let me cry this morning, Baruch Hashem, absolutely. I'm sorry? That's right, well, very welcome. Good. So they definitely got arrested. But really, and once I start to cover again, I know it's only ends up being a couple of minutes, but the truth is, remember, to get a couple of minutes of Chazara and walk away with reinforcing some of these sources of doubt, you need a full hour to manage to, but like, to accomplish in 10 minutes is incredible and tremendous fact to all those who push themselves even just a little bit more. Incredible. Well, this is today's topic, school ball. 106. We're picking up Eretz Hashem on Flip Hammer Days. We have a lot to do today. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11 lines up from before it gets wide. So remember again, we were speaking about, we ended up yesterday's down to this fascinating Surya about how exactly was developed with the first Klal Yisrael. And the Gemara explained that essentially, Bilam understood the exact moment that the Rebbeinu Shel Olam gets angry. And he understood that if he was able to curse Klal Yisrael during that moment, that it would have catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. A miracle occurred, and that entire time that Bilam was trying to curse Klal Yisrael, that entire time, Hashem never got angry. So we're picking up in that. The Gemara says, behind the Kama, Bilam Rabana, Ma'ekol Makafakel. So this is what Bilam said to Balak, Balak, what do you want to me? I can't curse Klal Yisrael because Balak doesn't want to curse them. Right? There's nothing for me to do if I can't curse the people. Else in Bechoyom, the Kamazanon, the Rothschild gets angry every day. And how long does the anger of the Rebbeinu Shel Olam last for? So the Gemara says, Rega. Just a few moments, just a moment, a singular moment that His Baruch gets angry at. And again, if you catch God in that moment, then it has catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. Shneimar, Kirega B'Yachol, Chayim Gerson, everybody should know the other possibilities. So let's say, so again, watch this Kirega B'Yachol. It's only a moment. It's only a moment of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's wrath. The other possibilities, everybody say, Lech Amin. The Rabbi says, my nation, go into your hiding place. Go into your hiding place. Close the door behind you. Hide yourself literally again for just a moment. Until the divine wrath passes by. So again, same idea. Just wait. Just wait the moment until the divine wrath passes. See what it says. Good. Now, I get what it says. when does this moment of anger occur? When does Rabbi get angry? So the Gemara says, because I come myself in the first 3 hours of the morning, early morning, the Chidra Karbalta B'Paradise. Also, again, when the feathers of the rooster are totally white. So the Gemara says, Kol Shaita B'Shaita B'Ani Kidarta. The feathers of the rooster are always white. So she says, Kol Shaita B'Shaita is based Sunki. You shaita less than Sunki. So apparently again throughout the day it might be white but there are so small stuff red. In these early hours of the morning, so the responsible is totally okay. So it's a story. Incredible story here. Harumina, the Hava Mishuzi that he wasn't me. What's his news for the 4 minutes? A heretic. He was a heretic. We lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi Rothschild. And I was saying again, when it says the name, this is obviously an incredibly antagonistic person. The other commissariat, and he just gave me maybe just a very difficult time. Very difficult time. So what happened is incredible. So Shalom maybe had an idea. Yom Echad, not get trying to go but also the Kare, but also Mamar Kimota Ushaita, to not change to Shalom maybe good idea. He's like, I'm done with this guy. I'm done with this guy. So what are you doing? You're done with the guy. You get a rooster, tie to your bed, right? You wait until the moment that you see that the feather totally turns white, and you curse him. And that way again, you are tapping into that moment of divine wrath, and you're done with this guy. So listen, I just want to point out, obviously, the fact that the Yeshua maybe is going to this land, there's 2 things happening over here. Number one, the guy is immune, right? So in other words, there's a theological issue, right? That's number 1. Number 2, obviously, he was subjecting Yeshua ben Levi to a tremendous amount of difficulty, right? And Yeshua maybe is willing to go to these lengths to be able to do this. So I just want to point that again. We're only being told on the story, but when I say it's clear that there's much more that's happening over here. Okay, so Yeshua maybe is ready to curse the guy. Listen to this. Mata Yishaita, when that moment came, so literally again, it's early morning, and therefore again, Yeshua maybe is ready to curse the guy. When that moment is about to come, what happens? So Yeshua maybe falls asleep. The Gemara says, he fell asleep. So Yeshua says it's clear. Means it's not in normal ways. Yeshua says the fact that I fell asleep, like sometimes he's like he's up the whole time, just waiting for that one moment. And literally when that one moment came, he fell asleep. The fact that he fell asleep in that moment, that Yeshua just indicates that what? His Prophet doesn't want me to do this. Not what God wants, not the approach that Prophet wants, not what I would say. I know it's tzaddik loto, right? The tzaddik punishing someone, right? And the tzaddik being a vehicle of misfortune for someone is not good. His Prophet doesn't want us to go ahead and hurt each other. And even if the other deserves it, the Prophet doesn't want us cursing each other. The Prophet doesn't want us harming each other. Even if the other, even right now, she says over here, you're not from the tzaddik shein manish, but don't have a Yiddish danish potato. It's not good for the tzaddik to be the vehicle of punishment, and it's not good for someone to be punished because of the tzaddik. Incredible. Things like that. And ultimately, again, even with the name, if someone who's a heretic, it's good for the tzaddik. It's not good for the tzaddik ultimately again to be the vehicle of divine punishment. Incredible. It's like, look at this 105, the second of the widest lines. Talking about it. Time is straight anywhere. The short shacham is around someone else when they say Allah Shay and shacham the family at comes. So then you might not say here when when the sun rises and the kings, the sun worshippers, go ahead and put their crowns on their head and worship the sun. The Prophet gets upset. The topic of what does that do anything? You talk about God getting upset. So when does God get upset? When the Prophet goes ahead and sees his creations have forgotten about him and instead serve other creations, that's what he gets upset. That's what he said back to the don't get up in the morning. And he went ahead and he saddled his donkey. Okay, so it's like now what's bothering me more about the possible over here? Bilam is a Christian guy. He's important. If he's important, then what should he not be doing? Right? You should be saddling his own donkey. You have a guy for that. Right? When you reach a certain level. So why do you think that Bilam himself is the one who is saddling his donkey? So he was telling Rabbi Shimon Elazar, Avo, you have called us a shur shabdor. One thing is very interesting. There are certain things that disrupt the natural order of life. One of them is love. Love, right? Okay, what is it? Love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of human behavior. What do we know? This done? It says, Avram the sick, Vayashkim Avram Baboker. Avram did the morning with the Yashida, right? He got up, and Avram did also sat on his donkey. Avram has a guy, right? Avram has multiple guys. So why is he sat on his own donkey? Because remember, this is on the way to Yaakov, he's consumed with love for Yitzchak, consumed with love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to serve the Baruch Shalom. And love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of things. Okay, so the what else disrupts natural order of things? Sinner, Nevatala, Shura, Shazidula. They say, hatred. Hatred also disrupts the natural order of things. Nibilam, Shem, Vayakam, Bilam, Baboker, Vayakavoshes, Aseno, also the again, Bilam, and he sounded his own name. Those he was coming out here between love and hate, like the extreme emotions. So what do you see from there? Basically, extreme emotional situations sometimes make us do unrational things. And it's fascinating enough over here, the irrationality of Allah was beautiful because he was selling his own donkey, consumed by his love for Hashem. Bilam was so consumed by his hatred and animosity for God, he saw themselves on donkey. Now, in Bilam's case, the hatred was all consuming, that even to the point where the hatred was really self-destructive and detrimental, he could not stop. You cannot stop. So it's like often thought there's one more emotion that really belongs in this line, and that's Hachas, Nepalka, Sashura. Fear is also a very strong emotion, and fear also disrupts the natural order of things. How many times in life are we faced with incredible opportunities to accomplish great things? Sometimes we are so scared of failure, so scared of the possibility of failure, that we simply don't take it. It doesn't make any sense. Every life endeavor carries with the possibility of failure, right? Every life endeavor carries with the strong possibility of falling flat on your face, and not even going back to where you started, but even being pushed back a couple of steps. But if you can't feel the fear of failure, then you can never progress in life. But yet, so many of us kind of just settle for a life of mediocrity because we're afraid of what we're going to push ourselves a little bit more. Incredible. Or you go up. We all have massive outcome and return themselves. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. How is this learning Torah? Everyone's like, I'll just find out. It's kind of so amazing. Just to understand, where is it that, all seriousness, that we have the call to get up at a really ungodly hour, to be able to learn Torah each and every day, right? And some of us have been doing this for years. Some of us have been doing this, for more than a decade. Where does that thought come from? The Court said it comes from Vayashkim Avraham Baboker. Vayashkim Avram Baboker is not rolling out of bed at a normal hour. Vayashkim Avram Baboker is early, ridiculously early. Why? To serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because when you love something, no matter how exhausted you are, like if you think about it, if your child needs to get picked up at the airport, right, so you're not saying to yourself, the flight comes in at 6 a.m., so I can leave my house at 4:30. Not like, listen, Shekla, I love you. Get a cup of coffee. I'm going to be here around 9. Right, just hang out a little bit. Right, right? We don't do that. All right, I guess. Getting a lot of blank expressions. Oh, yeah, maybe we should do that. When you love something, even though it gets falling on my face, it's not like you're any more rested because you love something. You're literally exhausted. But again, I push myself because I love it. So where do we get that cost? And I will say again, it's important to understand that what it is that you do is like a shtickle abnormal. And it'd be a little bit more normal to be a little more safe, to be a little more rested, to be people that are like seen double by 7 o'clock in the evening, right? It would be a little bit. So what's the shot? Where does it come from? Vayashkim Avraham Baboker. Avram was the first person to say, when you love it, when you love his Torah, get up early, push yourself to do things that are a little bit abnormal. And I won't say every single morning, when we do it, just understand, we are Abrahamic. We are Abrahamic. We manage following in the footsteps of the Zeba, because Ava and Kalka as Ashura. Love makes people do crazy things. Sometimes the negative, but for us as Yidden, always in the positive. Incredible. Okay, so remember like that. First, you should always learn Torah. It says Shema the Shema, even after the regular exams. Right? Why? Because why? Sometimes in life, what's most important is to do things for the right reasons. Even if at the end of the day, so do the right thing, even if it's for the wrong reasons. Why? Because over time, you'll come to do it for the right reasons. Even if right now I'm not doing things for the right reason, over time I'll come to do it for the right reason. So you should have boy and Stein cover shit Balak, listen to this. Zaka Letzin Menorius. This is why. Balak the king of Mars, just on the story. I Balak the king of Mars, who hired Bilam, so take away that. Balak's a bad guy. Balak is a bad guy. But yet he offered up 42 carbonos to the Ribono Shalom. It wasn't to idolatry. It was to God. Now he offered up 42 carbonos because he wanted God to first cloud and saw. But for my son, again, don't get caught up in the details, right? At the end of the day, he served HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara says, in his course of his service of Hashem, not for the right reasons. He had a granddaughter by the name of Rus. Rus had a great grandson by the name of David. And David and Eretz Hashem have an animal by the name of Mashiach. So yes, I see how Mashiach comes from Balak. And Mashiach comes from Balak, who did something holy for all the wrong reasons. He offered up 42 covenants of Baruch all for the wrong reasons. Baruch says, you know, I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm not cursing Cloud Yisrael, but look how amazing it is. Sometimes the most beautiful results come from the most unholy sources. And when those unholy sources are so outraged with holiness, that sometimes, again, the most incredible results come out even from the most unnoble intentions. But nevertheless, the Baruch Hu takes our avodah even if it's Sharobishma, because ultimately good things happen. Incredible. I'm going to see Vito shot Egron, David no shot Balak Melech Moabite. I said, what Martha says that Rus was the daughter of Egron. Egron, right, was the king of Moab, right? And Egron was the grandson of Balak Melech Moab. Good. So I'm going to Rabbi said the Yitat Elikim and Shem Shlomo Yishmecha. So it's beautiful. So this is the Rabbi Chassid to David HaMelech. God will make the name of Shlomo. Now, what it sounds like it's saying is God will make the name of Shlomo even greater than your name, and his throne will be even greater than your throne. So the Gemara says, is it appropriate to talk to the king this way, seeing that the next king is going to be even greater than you? And so it seems to be the greatest amount of respect. Otherwise, saying that next king, you're good. Next king is going to be fantastic. Is that the right way to talk? I'm going to no. The Rabbi wasn't saying to David that Shlomo's going to be greater. It means that Shlomo's greatness is going to be like yours. Like your greatness. He looked him up. He interpreted it this way. Tiborak Minoshim Yael, Eishes Heaven Hakimi, Minoshim Ba'oha Tivura. So I say Yael, right? Yael. He killed Sisera, helped to cement the victory of Devorah and Balak. So he says, Tiborak Minoshim Yael, you will be blessed. Come amongst them Yael, like the life of Hebra Hakimi, Minoshim Ba'oha Tivura. From the women, now here's the interesting part. Minoshim, what does that mean? Minoshim Ba'al Tivora. So it would be tempting to translate it as you will be even greater than the women of the tent. Right? Who are the women of the tent? Manu, Sarah, Yifka, Rachel, and Leah. Emos, and also what it means. And Rabbi saying that Yah is greater than Emos. Emos says, Ora, Hal, and Nimahati. They think that Yah is greater than Emos. Of course, there are Kala in the in-comma, Hakala in the in-comma. So no, what the Bible is saying to Yah is, you are almost as great as the Emos. Much in the same way that the Nabi is telling David, your son Shlomo will be almost as great as you. So what I'm saying is interpretation of more. Other possibilities, the thing that was really Bakoni. Listen to this. Bakal of the Miskana. Let's see, in general, we are jealous of other people. Let's say this is a very important Gemara. What does this mean? Bakal of the Miskana means I am jealous of the sin of other people. This is very important Gemara, right? Because the Torah tells us, it is normal and natural to be jealous of other people's success. Right? someone has more money than you, someone is more successful than you, someone has had more career accomplishments than you. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of people who eclipse me. The Gemara says there are two exceptions to this. What's you can know the Talmud don't. There are two people you never jealous of, and two people who you want to be even greater than you. Number one, your son, and number two, the Talmud. The Talmud, the student. What every parent wants, I want my child to be better than me. I want them to be better than me. I want them to learn from all of my mistakes, learn from all of my wrong turns, and I want them to be 100% better. My Talmud, what does every single Rabbi want? Every single Rabbi wants a Talmud, ultimately, again, who goes ahead and is greater than him, smarter than him, better than him. And we'll say in both of these cases, the students like my son's success feels like my success, and my Talmud's success feels like my success. So you might let's do this. The Gemara says, so from son, how do you know that a father wants to? That's for sure. That's why I get acquainted with tradition. Rabbi was telling Rabbi, Shlomo will be greater than you. He will be greater than you. And Rabbi's like, great. Right? And Tommy, go for him. Where do we know that? Is it over? Everybody's able. You know, Kishnai will provide, right? Everybody's able to use what I said. That Allah is the way. One of us we learned it from Elisha. Right? That ultimately, again, you know, is Elisha Kishnai, a double portion of the greatness. So I know one going to be greater, or Moshe to Yoshua. Hashem said to Moshe, place your hand singular on Yoshua, and Moshe placed his hands plural on Yoshua. So again, both of these Rebbeim wanted their Talmudim to be even greater than them. Incredible. Let's go back to Vayashem David B'fi Bilam. Let's go back to Bilam. So Hashem placed his words in Bilam's mouth. There was Omer Malach. Rabbi Yoel Rakita. So again, Rabbi Yoel, one thing he says that Hashem placed the Malach in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from saying and from cursing the way he wants. The other thing he says, he placed the hook in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from talking. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. I'm really okay. Also, we'll say this is incredible. If you want to know if Bilam wanted to curse Klal Yisrael, look how he blessed Klal Yisrael. In other words, from the blessings, you can see the curses. How so? The Gemara says, listen to this. Bilam wanted us to have no more shuls, no more about the medrash. So the Gemara says, what did he say? Right? You know, those is interesting. From whatever he cursed, whatever the curse was, you could see from the curse what he had. Sorry, you could see from the blessing what he had in mind to curse. So he praises the tense of Klal Yisrael. That means he wanted to destroy the future Bate Medrash and Bate Knesset of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. So Tishra, don't let the Shechina rest upon them. Umishkil Tzach Yisrael. Lo tehei malchusa nimshech. Don't let the monarchy of Klal Yisrael endure. It shouldn't have any type of vineyards, right? Vineyards or groves. So the Lord says, your scent literally shouldn't waft. That's not that word. But it should waft. In other words, that your scent, it shouldn't have, what does that mean that your scent shouldn't waft? It shouldn't have an impact on the world. The Lord says, your kings should not have stature. They should not have a dynastic monarchy. Your monarchy should not have any control over the nations of the world. The monarchy should not be strong. No one should fear their monarchy. Says this house. As much as Bilam's curses did not come true, they didn't come true at the time that he said them, but they have come true throughout Jewish history. They have, right? In other words, that there are different periods of time, different periods of time. Bilam's curses did come true, except for one. Klal Yisrael we've never lost our shuls and our Bate Medrash. Isn't that incredible? There's never been a period of Jewish history without even having shuls and Bate Medrash. Absolutely incredible. Shnei Amar, Hayapok Hashem Elokech Elokach HaKlalo L'Bracha, Ki Ha'eit Hashem Elokech HaKlalo V'lo Klolos. Ultimately, again, so most of the curses at some point in time did come true. But the one where Bilam said, you'll never have Bate Medrash, you'll never have. You'll never have healthy facials. That never changes. Throughout the entirety of our history, we were never without healthy facials and healthy results. Absolutely. Every single week we learn PhD stuff. Like, whatever, maintain, clandestine detention, clandestine shul, in the Warsaw Ghetto, throughout years that he was there. Like, that's Ishkodesh, the justice that he gave. So there was, can you imagine this? Even when we were in Gehenna. So all of the curses came true. But a Yiddu got a Meshmedrash, a Yiddu got a shul, that never happened in the entirety of our history. Absolutely incredible. Let's go back there. You know what it says? I'm going to show my you know son. My dixit, money can say, oh, hey, but they had tunnels, the shikos, so many. So what's that? So literally translated, what does it mean? Essentially, good are the injuries given to you by someone who you love, and despised are the kisses of an enemy. What does that mean? So the Gemara says, "Tov HaKodesh Kilo Aki Ashiloni Yisrael Yotzei Mibracha Shabircham Bilam Alasha." What does that mean? So ultimately, again, the Kala of the curse. Again, we got the Aki Ashiloni, right? Remember again, Aki Ashiloni. Remember where you see him? Just a few days ago, where you see him? Excellent. By Rabbi Ben Nebat. Right? He was the one who took the garden and tore it into 12 pieces. Gave you Rabbi 10 pieces. Says, "You are now, but now that's over." 10 tribes. Aki Ashiloni. So Aki Ashiloni cursed us. That's what it means to curse us. He was delivering verbal rebuke on behalf of God. So essentially, that is to get the quote-unquote curse. To the people Aki Ashiloni, then the bracha of Torah. This is an incredible Gemara. How so? This is an overwhelming Gemara. Listen to this. Here we go. Aki Ashiloni, as you saw the color. Aki Ashiloni cursed us. And again, let's say curse is a strong word. Just delivering rebuke. Okay, we're going to call it a follow. When he cursed us, he referred to Klal Yisrael as a reed. As a reed, the color, listen to the Shireh Mar. So for example, we'll strike Klal Yisrael just like a reed is stricken in the water. We'll say, now what does this mean? So why does he compare it to a reed? This is incredible. So first of all, a reed always stands by water, right? The gizel machlet, and a reed regenerates. So it's always found by water. It regenerates. Shoshav Merubin, it has a lot of roots. And Afilu Kol Rukos Sheba Olam Ba'os V'Noshelo. And listen, now what happens with the reed? The reed is soft. Because it's soft, all of the winds of the world could blow against it. And what happens to the reed? Eina Mazizan also Mekoma. So what happens to the reed is the reed will totally blow over. Even laying on its side, but it's never uprooted. It's never uprooted. So notice that Eina Mazizan also Mekoma. I love him holding the blind man. Ultimately, then the reed just sways with the wind. But as soon as the reed is finished, what happens to the reed? It stands right back up in place. The interesting enough about Bilam ourselves, Bilam blessed us, and we call that the cedar tree. Now, what's the top of the cedar tree? Not Arab, is there in only Mokomayim. So first of all, the cedar doesn't grow by water. Like the Shalash means, the cedar has a very shallow root system. Then you give them out with legs, you cut out a cedar tree. This does not go ahead and regenerate. And I feel like when you have all the balls for it as well, England's usually something called a cedar is a very strong tree. And therefore, all of the winds in the world could blow against it, and they won't move it. Kevan Shinosh Babal Ruach Loneliness, but once the southern wind goes ahead and blows against the cedar tree, Yad Russell, or Kasa Apollo. So apparently, again, while all the winds can't do anything to the cedar tree, the southern wind does have the ability to uproot it and put it on its face. Not only that, you must follow old, going back to the reeds for just a moment, the Kana, furthermore, I will say the reed is privileged to be fashioned into a quill, ultimately to be used to write a Sefer Torah. So therefore, again, better to get the curse of Aki Ashiloni, right, than to get the bracha of the illustration. Let's take a moment. The thing that bracha of Aki Ashiloni is incredibly profound. Everything we need to be successful is contained in this Gemara. Number one, to be like to be. Number one, let yourself by water. Water, let's say, what does water represent? Water is Torah. Water is also chesed. Water is Torah. Water is chesed. Let's say if a person wants to sustain themselves in life, there are two things you need to do. You need to be constantly embedded in a life of not just learning Torah, but living Torah. Furthermore, you cannot be a person who only exists for yourself. It must become a person who is about chesed. It must become a person ultimately against rooted in a life of giving and doing for the other. Furthermore, we'll say life is filled with winds. Life is filled with circumstances that we don't like and we don't want. There are two different ways that you can deal with the winds of unwanted circumstances blow against. So number one, you can just fall down. You can just say, woe is me. Woe is me. I didn't want this. I didn't plan this. I don't like this. This is unfair. Whatever you want to say, right? And you can just give up. You can just give up. You're not happy with where life is going. Give up. Lay down, play dead. You can do that. Or you go for it. You can all of them. Just leave it to them. And then when you get a woman here, and then when you get a woman there, and life circumstances have a way of moving me all different kinds of places. And one thing I know with absolute certainty, which is when the wind dies down, I'll spring back. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Whenever again, this is a tumultuous period of life, and in tumultuous periods of life, we are pushed down this way, pushed down that way. Tumultuous circumstances of life absolutely take their toll on us. But one thing I know, that when it dies down, and will slowly but surely spring back. Why? Because I never give up. Because once again, going back to the beginning, as long as I keep myself rooted by water, the word of Torah, the word of chesed, my root system is strong. And if my root system is strong, nothing and no one, no set of circumstances, no set of winds, no matter how debilitating they may be, have the ability to uproot me from where I am situated. Incredible. Incredible. Furthermore, what's the last quality of the fullness? So you know what the crown of the fullness really is? It becomes a throne. I like to say the Torah. At the end of the day, then we'll say Silka Kanga Swing becomes Rabbi. Silka Kanga represents again the book of our accomplishments. The thing is, what's your book of accomplishments? What is the personalistic sacred Torah that you allow you? It's a couple of sacred Torah. Listen, what's the meaning by the sacred Torah? Doesn't get done for you. It's full circle. When you started with the water, you end with the sacred Torah. The real hallmark of your accomplishments is ultimately what you're able to do for the other. Oh, it's very nice to be there, to be the root, to be the lead. And all these beautiful things, at the end of the day, what is it that you're contributing to promise? What is it that you're doing? What is your grand accomplishment ultimately is a personalistic sacred Torah you write for yourself, but that sacred Torah ultimately has to be able to be used by others as well. Incredible. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says, Vayaris Akini, so still back to Bilam. Vayaris Akini, Vayisam Yisrael, Amar Bilam Yisrael. Kini, Lo Haisim Wala Ba'osa. It's not supposed to say, I think that's interesting. So apparently Bilam, the Gemara says, meets Yisrael. Now, Yisrael and Bilam know each other. Right? They were on the one, they knew each other from the Egypt days. That time they knew each other. So Bilam says to Yisrael, what are you doing here? Now Yisrael is the child Yisrael. So he says, Yisrael, what are you doing over here? What's going on here? After all, weren't you involved in that same discussion in Egypt with the in just a moment? So you want to meet with Moshe for 8 to 8 7 What is it from you trying to do over here with Moshe Rabbeinu? Call Yisrael. I'm not listening to my three people who were involved in that council. Now, what council? When Rashi points out when Paro said, Paro said, throw the Jewish babies into the Nile. There are 3 people involved in that decision. 3 people involved in that discussion. Who were they? Eliyahu, Bilam, Iyov, and Yisrael. Okay? Bilam, Bilam said, yes, I agree. I vote yes. Bilam ultimately was killed. Now again, it wasn't killed until much later, right? Remember again, well, not much later. He's killed in the desert, right? So notice he has that. Iyov, Sheshasak, Nidon Yisur. Wow. Iyov was silent. He didn't object, but he also didn't acquiesce. Right? He didn't agree. He was punished with suffering. I say, isn't that wild? So it says, the whole story of Iyov, is the story of unimaginable suffering that can't be traced to a source. Right? The whole crop of Iyov is like Tzaddik Paralo, that the righteous suffer. So there's unimaginable ways that we can't understand. It's fascinating to see over here that at least the thing that we see in Chazal, it wasn't for nothing. Suffering was a punishment. Well, why was it a punishment? You had an opportunity to go ahead and stop this situation. You had an opportunity to stop it, right? And he didn't. And you had the opportunity to step in and prevent something bad from happening, and you fail to do so, you are complicit. So Eo was complicit with Paro, and therefore ultimately he's punished with suffering. What happened? Yisro Shabbat. Yisro ran away. Yisro ran away. Because Yisro ran away, Zahu b'nei banav leishei b'mishkas hados. This is wild. Because he ran away, Yisro was Zochas had 8 o'clock grandchildren who were members of the Sanhedrin. Shnamar mishpachos Sosim Moshe Yadis had Hanchimatis Masayim Hema Hinim Abayim Nachmas Chavibus Rachas Tzid Uverekim Chosim Moshe Olam Meir Hatzmar. So isn't that wild? So Yisro was silent. Yisro was silent, and therefore the Torah Yisro ran away, and because he ran away, he was able to have children. Remember the thing. They say, you say, what's the question? What's the burning question you have? What's the burning question? What's the burning question? Why didn't he object? Why was the credit for running away? It's coward. Why staying with ground and object? So understand. He's so smart. What did he understand? He already lost. Like, how did he already lost? Right? It was a tribunal of 3. Alright, it was Paro, sorry, it was a tribunal of 4. It was Paro, Yisro, Eo, Bilam. Paro was it, right? So Bilam was it. So Eo was silent, a non-vote, which means that Yisro only understood Paro's voice. That was the one. So it's like, it is a tremendous yisod. When we see something that is broken, we absolutely have to try our best to try to fix it. But there are circumstances in life that are very broken, and what a person has to do with himself, and that's the case, you have to be solid. You have to remove yourself from it. You can't fix every problem, and I guess sometimes certain situations are so toxic that the lights are, again, it can't be fixed. Instead, again, someone has to be removed from the situation because they themselves may be the source of toxicity, or ultimately, again, you're just making so much. I gotta get out. So ultimately, again, it's not just for running away as an act of cowardice. It's just for recognizing I don't have the ability to affect change in this situation, and therefore I'm removing myself from the equation. Incredible. That's what I thought. You saw myself the other. What's the nation who get to the middle of Hashem and Klal Yisrael when Hashem is redeeming his people? In other words, when a Kosh redeems us, there's so much passion between Klal Yisrael and Kosh Baruch Hu that ultimately don't get anything with that. So the Gemara says, so apparently again, you'll be receiving of trying to throw a garment in between a lion and a lioness when they're trying to mate. So apparently not a good idea to get in the middle of that. Right? And even if you go ahead and you place a garment there, the garment's not going to stop them from doing what they want to do. You know what it says? It's in the Yamchisin, Amarav, Libur Aspir, that's in the place. Vana Asheva Abba, Asher Katlin, Mishkan, Kandela, Bishat Nishibudas. Probably so ultimately again, one day will spread out, they'll come from that time, up until Asher they'll kill, from there afterwards, they will enslave. In the Holy Flabi, Lakoyos Kashayasa Amaza, Lamaha. So now, incredibly well. So now, Bill realizes he's not doing it. Like, Bill realizes he can't put the issue. I'm not going to work. As they say, he's like, it's not working. So that's how Bill himself developed it. I can't curse them, but let me give you an eighth about what you can do to just be done with these people. Let me give you the eighth stuff. All right, so what? So Bill, now watch the Bill is, he says, Sheyatza ha'amazah la'amecha. So we want to say, why should it be your nation? It should be this nation. We want to know the other kind of others, so the Kalas Asmo, the Torah tell us about him. So the person who curses himself, but ultimately again hinges the curse on others. Like, I'm going to add, so what's Bill? So what's this line again? The curse is not working. Bill says, here's my last piece, and he said, this is like the pulling piece of, what is it? This is the fire alarm. This is what you do to Klal Yisrael if you want to destroy them. You know what God hates more than anything? God hates morality. God hates morality. Like, listen, we've seen by the every year. Immorality is not the thing that Hashem hates most. What does Hashem hate most? Dishonesty. Disingenuity, right? That's Hashbach who's better. Hashbach needs people who just are dishonest. Hashbach will deal with any and every idea. You can. We can't deal with when we're not honest with ourselves, we're not honest with each other. That's what he can't deal with. But in any event, but everybody's right. Immorality is a very close second. But he does like immorality. He does like immorality. So Bilam says like this. This sounds like British. Now the Jews is fascinating. The Jews of that generation, they really like linen garments. Isn't there like that thing for linen garments? And actually points out over here, why did they like linen garments? Rashi says it's what they wore in Egypt. Apparently, again, it's light, readable material, good for all seasons, right? So Lamaisa, they really like linen garments. Okay, that they're appetite for. So what should you do? Listen to this. The Gemara is involved. Vasiaka ate up. So Bilam says, here's what you should do. And Bilam lays out the whole plan for Balak. Here's what you do. Asaman Kilayim. So go make like a little bit of like a market. Remember again, the Jews are camped in the desert. So Bilam, so just see, I have like the image over here. So Jews are camped in the desert together. Bilam says to Balak, look, set up like a shuk, like a marketplace, right by the Jewish encampment. Okay? And go ahead, Ba'al and Zonos. Stack the shuk with harlots, with Zonos. Okay? Zikim and Mibachotz, the other one, an older harlot on the outside, and again the harlot on the inside. Okay? The Makabag Vaidishtan. And again, this marketplace should sell one thing. Right? Linen garments. Now we're going to see two things. Linen garments and wine. Right? We're going to see that wine comes in a little bit later on. Right? So sell linen garments, and what happens? What's incredible? Asum Kilayim, right now, and this is what happens. So Bilam listen, sorry, Balak listen, and they set up a marketplace. Asum Kilayim, Nehar Shemes, Adesa Yishimos. Moshe Ben Zoros, Zikim and Mibachotz, the other Mibachotz. Okay, so here's the plan. This is incredible tomorrow. The Yishon Sheyisrael, Oklin, the Shosim, Usmeitim, the Yotzim with Kanyo Bashok. So as it's now happens, probably so we're minding our business. We're sitting in our encampment. So we'll say, what happens? What happens? Oakland Shotzim Usmeitim. So we'll say, do you know as soon as you think about our time in the desert? Do you know what happens like in a typical evening in the desert? Oakland Shotzim Usmeitim. Right? Probably so. Even with something, you had someone who made a l'chaim, we were happy with each other, we were happy with Moshe, we were happy with Moshe. Life was good. We're on our way to Eretz Yisrael. And now life is good. So what happened? Dinner was over. You take a little spazier. Where do you take the spazier to? Where do you go? You go to the shop. So they walk around the marketplace. There's the shop. Well, Mary's lost a kingdom. So the older harvest, remember again, we're in the older harvest station, right? They were on the outside. So what happened? So the Gemara says, because the king of Omer thought the Shabbat. So what happened? So the older harlot was, oh, you're in the market for, you Jews, you're in the market for linen garments? Good, I'm selling it for X, right? For X, right? Retail. Right? Meanwhile, what would happen? The older Omer thought, the Papa. Now, meanwhile, the younger harlot who was essentially there were two stalls, right? So the older harlot would be on the outside, the younger harlot would be on the inside. The older harlot would say, I'll save it for Krishna, retail. The younger one would call out, come to me, right? I'll sell you wholesale. Okay, so we're Jews, you know where we're going, right? So obviously, so go wholesale. This happened, now we'll say, man, nothing happened in the beginning, just purchasing of living garments. This happened 2 or 3 times. Omer Islam, hurry out to Ben Dias. Shev borrow the Atzmi. It's what happens. So after all of this happened, so the poor, they will say, they have no idea because we're harvest. Right? Again, remember, up until now, this business. So after this happened a couple of times, some younger harlots who like to run the businesses on the inside. So they would say to the brothers, and you've come here already a couple of times, come inside, right to the business bar, come inside, come sit a little bit. And she would have a jug of good Ammonite wine, which apparently again was very strong. And what happens? And let's say this is before the wine of Gentiles was prohibited. So therefore there was nothing wrong with drinking the wine of a non-Jew. So you have a glass of wine. So she would ask the Jewish customer, would you like a drink of wine? So let's say he said yes, he'd have a glass of wine. And I will say, what happens after a glass of strong wine? The desires could be unleashed. Right? So he says, I will say, it's very important to understand the context of this was purely transactional. I mean, like merchandise-wise transactional. That was it, and it was that glass of wine that kind of became the gateway for everything. Samalov, Hashmili. So now, what happened at this point in time? The Midianite women would proposition the Jewish men. So what happened? So she would take out, so the woman would say to the Jewish man, I want to have relations with you. Just one little detail. She would take out the idol from inside her clothing. A little idol, like a pocket one, not a big one, just like a pocket one. Right? And she would say, just do me a favor, just before we move to the next step over here, if you wouldn't mind just going ahead and worshiping this idol. This is incredible. Hello, you.
Maybe have an off night. Who knows? Might have all five.
This is incredible.
We hit the pause the show and ask for the punchline several times. This is different though.
This is different. And by the way, I just want to point out, this guy obviously isn't the fullest guy in the world. Because Art's not writing his biography. Remember, again, what is he about to do? This guy is ready to go, right? He's ready to have relations with this Midianite prostitute. So, this is not like a gun over here. But when she wants him to worship idolatry, he's like, what? You're about to engage this woman. I know what I'm about to do. But just because I'm about to do that doesn't mean that I'm going to worship idolatry. Right? Those are worlds apart. So what does she say to him? Come on, don't make more of it than it has to be. This is about oil. So all you need to do is defecate, right? That's all you really need to do, right? Just a normal bodily function, right? So just go out, just relieve yourself. It's good for the body. It's healthy. So anyway, you're happy. Idol's happy. I'm happy. Then we'll all be happy, right? It's going to be fantastic. So just do a little defecation over here and we're good to go. Now, the Jewish man didn't realize that the way to worship our hearts with dedication. He just thinks that this is a really strange woman, right? But at the same time, he really wants her. So, okay, if that's what it takes, then I guess okay, right? So the nice again, say defecates, okay. Below, after he defecates, he says, oh, by the way, one more thing. I need you to repudiate the authenticity of the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, at this point in time, are you right? I mean, it's not lying. What's your favorite name? Right? So pretty much, right? He's in, right? He's in. So at this, at a certain point in time, he made so many wrong turns. And you look back at those turns, and you're like, oh my gosh. So at this point in time, he's so far in with this woman that when I say he goes down to this compulsion, so ultimately, and this is how it started. I want to point out two things from this story. Number one, do you understand, by the way? Do you understand? This is a complex scheme. Right? And this is time. You know, this is real anti-Semitism. You have to, to kill someone, it's your job. Okay, because what you have to do, a couple of moments, right? And that's it, done. This is time. This is resources. This is planning. This is hatred. This is what when you hate someone, so I can hate someone enough to snap in the face. Because again, it's episodic. I'm going to argue that they were done. I'm just saying, you can understand that you're trying to resources. You're sacrificing a generation of women. This is a lot of resources going into Judaism. That's anti-Semitism. We see this back up. We have to finish that first. That's right. This is one of those slappers. It also tells you, by the way, that the Catholic descent is often like it was a living legend too up until he died. Probably could use this one. Shopping is a big man. Right, travel the Sarah. Right? And what are you going to do? You're going to argue? You're going to argue with that? He says it's not me. It's Sanhedrin Kavod. Bad things happen when Jews shop. Right? So, again, so it's fascinating just to see. Fascinating just to see that Steve, that one goes on the list. Bad things happen when Jews shop, right? And so I just want to point out that it started, now, again, there's nothing wrong with shopping. You're buying clay push done. What is interesting about say is, I want to point out, how many clay push done does one person need Like, why are they coming back to the marketplaces multiple times? Remember, they didn't even need any dry cleaning in the midbar. Kodesh Baruch Hu did everything for that. So it's like, if they were coming back multiple times, what does that show you? Excess of materialism. Excess of materialism. You don't need that many sets of Kodesh. You don't need that many articles of clothing. No one needs a wardrobe like that. And if you just keep buying and buying and buying and purchasing and purchasing and purchasing, then your focus is shifted. Again, enjoy the material world, enjoy materialism, but don't let it become your focus. The moment it becomes my focus is the moment and I'm now open up to a whole bunch of other things. So overindulgence in material leads to what? A glass of wine with a woman you should not be having a glass of wine with, and not because she's a Zola. There's a very simple reason. You should not be having a glass of wine with any woman who is not your wife, your mother, your sister, or your daughter. If they are not directly related to you, you should not be having a glass of wine with them. It's a simple math. Bad things happen when men and women who are not married to each other or that have related to one another share alcoholic beverages. It's not good. It's not good. So you see again, over excess in materialism, let ultimately again to glass of wine with people that you should not be having wine with, and then what happens? People say, about the Zara, immorality, all this stuff. And where do you start with? What did it all start with? It started with too many linen garments. Too many linen garments. But I say, this is the most important. This is why a person will have to live a life with such mindfulness and such awareness. Every action has consequences, and every action is a gateway to something that follows it. And it is something that is inherently non-sinful, but it might not be the right thing to put me in the direction I need to get to in life. All right, let's go weiter. Now, you should be something Shittim. Rabbi Lazar Omer, Shittim Shema. The name of the place is Shittim. I'm sure Omer. Shenes Asku Divrei Shtos. No, it's called the Shittim because, again, it was a place in Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, that we involved in Shavava Tushtos, at the Pharaoh of Amazon, Elohim, but the Elazar Omer, Arumos Pagubaham. And literally, again, the Israelite women, they didn't even wear clothing. What does they wear clothing? In other words, they were so bent on just enticing the Jewish men to sin that, right? Even debase themselves to the point of just to get the men to sin. Obviously, the men, so what's saying, the men seen women like this, again, so became about carry. All they were similar missions. My Lashon Rafidim, Rabbi Lazar Omer Rafidim Shema, then Rabbi Yeshua Omer, Sharifu Azim Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, they became weakened in their relationship with Torah. Shneimar, Lalitzu Avos Aman and Lalitzu Yadayim. Only Lashon, Kamoku Shneimar Vayishev, Ela Lashon Sar. So let's say, wherever the Torah uses Lashon Vayishev, Vayishev is always Lashon Sar. Lashon difficulty. Shneimar, Vayishev is not the Shittim, Vayachal Amizos, Amizos, Vayishev, so that's our story about Bilam. Vayishev Yaakov Eretz Migureah, Eretz Canaan, Vayavi Yosef Gilas Amar Abraham. So let's say, Vayishev Yaakov, the cell of Yosef. The name of Vayishev is of Eretz Goshen, Vayishev Yisrael Mamos. Yaakov in himself in Goshen, Yaakov in the Tagas. So after Vayishev Yehuda Yisrael of Bethas, Ishtachas Gadol, Tachas Kinaso, Vayakam Hashem L'Safar Shlomas Hadat Ha'adayim, Mizera Hanala to the Edom. So again, whenever you see the word Vayishev, as much as Vayishev sounds like a Lashon of tranquility, usually it foreshadows something negative that is going to happen. That's not going to be Agra Halamayim as Zion. So ultimately, Klal Yisrael kills all of the kings of Midian, and they also kills Bilam along with the kings of Midian. That's only the Gemara. So the Gemara says, my boy Hassan, why was Bilam with the kings of Midian? Why was he there? So it it's like his Bilam wanted to collect his honorarium. Now, why did Bilam get an honorarium? After all, again, he didn't touch any people. Because once he did something better than person, what did he do? He devised the strategy to learn more level of morality, which cost the lives of 24,000 Jews. So Bilam went to the king's dominion and said, pay up. I delivered you dead Jews. Like I went ahead and caused Palizot to suffer the terrible misfortune. You give me my money. And what ends up happening? He goes to collect payment. And what happens? He goes to payment and he ends up dead. Killed by Klal Yisrael. This is what people count the famous adage. Gamla alzla, when you buy
think after our sleep,
only the Havilay, so everyone knows the saying, right? The camel goes to get a pair of horns and ends up losing its ears. Again, I'll say once again, much better than the Aramaic, right? But you understand. In other words, the camel wants something like camel has big, right? What does the camel want? Everybody wants horns. Who doesn't want horns? No one messes with you when you have horns. And the camel in his quest for horns ends up losing his own ears. Right? Bilam wanted to say it was beyond his reach and losing everything in his life. That's Bilam ben Ba'or Kosei. When they killed Bilam ben Ba'or, the sorcerer, he marks Kosei. He wasn't a sorcerer, he was a Navi. Navi, why is it called a sorcerer? Rabbi Yochanan B'Chilan Navi L'Basov Kosei. In the beginning, he was a Navi. But then I will say, sorcerer is a lesser position than a Navi. So he was a Navi, but because of a series of bad choices, ultimately, again, he just labeled as a sorcerer. The Sadni, the Shilti, Havai, Aizen, and Davi Navi. The woman, the princess, who was once married to royalty, ultimately committed adultery with a laborer. In other words, I'll say, it was back to the princess committing adultery. You see, in the witness, she commits adultery with like a menial laborer. So again, Bilam was a Navi. But ultimately, again, he degraded himself so badly that he's simply known as a sorcerer. Hard to be so Amarad, Shekani bought Arba Misos, spiritual Arab. Now, listen, when the Jews killed Bilam, they killed him in a way that he suffered all 4 forms of execution. Skila, Seika, Hereg, the Pence. How do we do this? Rashi points out it's an amazing. They put hanging. Right, so hanging, right? So ultimately, I also says this. So Rashi points out that the hanging underneath the fire. So what happened? By hanging him, ultimately, again, that's finished. Then they decapitated him. That's sight, right? That's right. That's the sword, right? And then he falls down into the fire. That's skila. The skila is pushing a person off a roof, and then he falls in the fire. That's a straight fire. That's skila with all 4 forms of these. I'm going to funny now. You should be able to Bilam Bakam. But how old was Bilam when he died? How old was he when he died? So you
that's not why you're here. You're to watch 10 minutes of shops. So start the timer. Play break and stand up.
But here's what I wish to know. Since the Pasuk says, Anshe Damila, deceitful people, well, yet that's sweet mayhem, do not even live the half of their life. Well, okay, their lifespan is 7 years. Half of that life would be 35 years. Some don't even live to 35. So Rabbi Yochanan says, I would guess, by plus him, or by plus the Arba. He was either 33 or 34. Some age right below 35. Some of the Shaka, the Miss said, I have Bilam's journal. I got a copy of his journal, and in the journal I saw the Hanukkah day. Fortunately, last year, Bilam Hadira had such a message in the story, or a book about Bilam, and in it, it's meaning that Bilam was killed by Pinchas at the age of 33 years old. So it says Bilam was 33 when he died. Ultimately, again, a little bit less time. So I'll look up the stuff over here. We got some days, right? Again, we move the goalpost every day. Right today, we got the days outside. Everywhere. Tremendous.
Right, yeah. I was going to use Jake Paul. Oh man, because that's what you did to make jelly roll. Oh yeah, we found like Jake Paul on a fake face with face tats. We found that out. Yeah, through science. Yeah, Brian's got a primal urge to be a man. Yeah. I'm sure we're gonna get a lot of stuff about like guys, and hot dudes, and guy talk.
All right, there was good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin Pei. Wilson Mishpach, we're dedicating all the Sherman instructors this year. Wishing a tremendous Mazel Tov. Shav Naftali's friend Benjamin Wall, on the occasion of the marriage of his dear son Tovia to Shira. A beautiful couple of years, Hashem experienced tremendous nachas and hatzlacha, and provide that to all of Klal Yisrael as well. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Paul Kapalik, celebrating of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Tikva Esther. Anonymous Talmud Torah sponsors in the schools of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Aaron and Shane Kelman, of Avram's mother, Sarah, Brian Abbas, Yoshua, Heschel, Zichron Levrach, A week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollock. And the architect of Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zachario, and Cyril Bas Rabdol, and Steve Golaskov, in honor of all of the bracha that Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our families. Beautiful, beautiful Shkoya. As to the beautiful, also with that, let us begin a tremendous shkoyach to Rabbi Daniel and the Chazara Chabura. I think a record crowd this morning, Baruch Hashem, absolutely. I'm sorry? That's like all very well, good. All right, Baruch Hashem, they're definitely better rested. But really, and also, again, I know it only ends up being a couple of minutes, but the truth is, remember, to get a couple of minutes of Chazara and to walk away with reinforcing some of these souls of the daf, obviously you'd need probably a full hour to manage to, but like, to get accomplished in 10 minutes is incredible and a tremendous fact to all those who push themselves even just a little bit more. Incredible. Also, today's daf is Kufal 106. We are picking up in Mitzvah on Kufam days. We have a lot to do today. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. About 11 lines up and before it gets wide. Remember again, we were speaking about, we ended off yesterday's daf with this fascinating sugya about how exactly was Bilam able to curse Israel. And the Gemara explained that essentially, Bilam understood the exact moment that the Rebbeinu Shel Olam gets angry. And he understood that if he was able to curse Israel during that moment, that it would have catastrophic consequences for Israel. A miracle occurred, and that entire time that Bilam was trying to curse Israel, that entire time, because Rothschild never got angry. We're picking up on that. Where it says, that's like, behind the Amrali Bilam the Balak, so this is what Bilam said to Balak, Balak, what do you want from me? I can't curse Klal Yisrael if Rothschild doesn't want to curse them. Right? There's nothing for me to do if I can't curse the people. El Za'im B'choyom, the Kamazalo, so Rothschild gets angry every day. And how long does the anger of the Rebbeinu Shel Olam last for? The Gemara says, Raga. Just a few moments. Or really, I should say, just a moment. Just a moment. A singular moment that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets angry at. And again, if you catch God in that moment, then terrible catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. Shneimar, Kiraga B'Yakov, Chayim B'Rtzon. What other possibilities? So let's say so again. Let's just Kiraga B'Yakov. It's only a moment. It's only a moment of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's wrath. The other possibility is Ibaisemo, Lech Ani Boga Chadarecha. The Navi says, my nation, go into your hiding place. Go into your hiding place. Close the door behind you. Hide yourself literally again for just a moment. Until the divine wrath passes by. So again, same idea. Just wait a moment until the divine wrath passes. So you know what it says. Good. Now, I get what it's done. Amos Rasas, when does this moment of anger occur? When does Bishmach get angry? So the Gemara says, in the first 3 hours of the morning, the early morning, ultimately, again, when the feathers of the rooster are totally white. So the Gemara says, the feathers of the rooster are always white. The Gemara says, is based on Kisunki. So apparently, again, throughout the day, it might be white, but there are small streaks of red. In these early hours of the morning, so the Shmarach also it's totally white. Okay, so we say story. Kind of a story here. There was a min. Let's see, before min is a heretic. There was a heretic who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi. Right? And let's say again, now when it says a min, this is obviously an incredibly antagonistic person. And he just gave Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi just a very difficult time. Very difficult time. So what happened? This is incredible. So Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi had an idea. Yom Echad, naked Tanagolko, Va'asar B'Karei, Va'osif Ba'amar Kimota L'Shaita, Ilache. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi has a great idea. He's like, I'm done with this guy. So what do you do when you're done with the guy? You get a rooster, tie it to your head, right? You wait until the moment that you see that the feather totally turns white, and you curse him. And that way, again, you are tapping into that moment of divine wrath. Hey, you can be done with this guy. Now listen, I'm actually going to point out, obviously, the fact that the Yeshua Levi is going to this realm, there's two things happening over there. Number one, the guy is a min, right? So in other words, there's a theological issue, right? That's number one. Number two, obviously, he was subjecting Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi to a tremendous amount of difficulty, right? And pain. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi is willing to go to these lengths to be able to do this. So I just want to point out again, we're only being told part of the story, but it's clear that there's much more that's happening over here. Okay, so Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi is ready to curse the guy. Listen to this. When that moment came, so literally again, it's early morning, and therefore again, Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi is ready to curse the guy. When that moment is about to come, what happens? So Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi fell asleep. He fell asleep. The Gemara says, he fell asleep. So Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi says it's clear. Lav Orachara means this is not being run away. The fact that I fell asleep, like someone should like up, he's up the whole time, just waiting for that one moment. And literally, when that one moment came, he fell asleep. The fact that he fell asleep in that moment, that he says indicates that what? His prophet doesn't want me to do this. It's not what God wants. Not the approach that the prophet wants. Right? The tzaddik punishing someone, right? And the tzaddik being the vehicle of misfortune for someone is not good. The prophet doesn't want us to go ahead and hurt each other. And even if the other deserves it, it's not, the prophet doesn't want us cursing each other. The prophet doesn't want us harming each other. Even if the other, right now she says over here, Inachom the tzaddik shei manish. It's not good for the tzaddik to be the vehicle of punishment, and it's not good for someone to be punished because of the tzaddik. Incredible. More like that. I will say, and ultimately again, even with a min, right? Even with someone who's a heretic, it's good for the tzaddik. It's not good for the tzaddik ultimately against to be the vehicle of divine punishment. So I will say, look at verse 105, the second of the widest lines on the bottom. Very there. So again, Gemara says here, when the sun rises and the kings, the sun worshippers, go ahead and put their crowns on their head and worship the sun, the Baruch Hu gets upset. In other words, the topic of what does that mean or anything? It's not about God getting upset. So when does God get upset? When the Baruch Hu goes ahead and sees his creations have forgotten about him, and instead serve other creations. Let's not forget this. Back to Bilam. Bilam got up in the morning. And he went ahead and he sat on his donkey. Okay. So I will say, now what's bothering me more about the pasuk over here? Bilam is a chashuv guy. He's important. If he's important, then what should he not be doing? Right? He shouldn't be saddling his own donkey. You have a guy for that, right? You need to certain level. So why do you think that Bilam himself he gets to his saddling his donkey? When he was telling Rabbi Shimon Elazar, Avo, Nevatalas as sure shall be Bilam. We'll say it's very interesting. There are certain things that disrupt the natural order of life. One of them is love. Love, right? Let's see, what is it? Love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of human behavior. Where do we know this from? So the Gemara says, Avram, Vayashkim Avram Baboker. Avram Bino, the morning of the Akeda, right? Got up, and Avram Bino also saddled his donkey. Avram has a guy, right? Avram has multiple guys. Why is he saddling his own donkey? Because remember this is on the way to the Akeda. He's consumed with love of himself. Consumed with love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He's so very beneficial. And love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of things. Okay. Furthermore, what else disrupts the natural order of things? Sinah. Nevatalas Shura Shagigula. So we'll say hatred. Hatred also disrupts the natural order of things. Ultimately, again, Bilam got up in the morning and he saw his own donkey. So we'll say it's interesting what's coming around between love and hate. Right? They're extreme emotions. So what do you see from here? Extreme emotional situations sometimes make us do irrational things. It's fascinating enough over here, the irrationality for Avram was beautiful because he was selling his own donkey, consumed by his love for Hashem. Bilam was so consumed by his hatred and animosity for Klal Yisrael that he sells his own donkey. In Bilam's case, The hatred was all consuming that even to the point where his behavior was clearly self-destructive and detrimental, he could not stop. He could not stop. As they often thought, there's one more emotion that really belongs in this love, and that's fear. Fear is also a very strong emotion, and fear also disrupts the natural order of things. How many times in life are we faced with incredible opportunities to accomplish great things? And sometimes we are so scared of failure, so scared of the possibility of failure, that we simply don't take it. It doesn't make any sense. Every life endeavor carries the possibility of failure, right? Every life initiative carries the strong possibility of falling flat on your face, and not even going back to where you started, but you can be pushed back a couple of steps. But if you can't handle the fear of failure, then you can never progress in life. And yet, so many of us kind of just settle for a life of mediocrity because we're afraid of what may occur if we push ourselves a little bit more. Incredible. Beautiful Gemara. President Shalom Torah. I want to say, by that, I'll just point out, it's very amazing. Where is it that, all seriousness, that we have the Koach to get up at a really ungodly hour to be able to learn Torah each and every day, right? And some of us have been doing this for years. Some of us have even been doing this, for more than a decade. Where does that Koach come from? It's important to understand it comes from Vayashkim Avraham Baboker. Vayashkim Avraham Baboker is not rolling out of bed at a normal hour. Vayashkim Avraham Baboker is early, ridiculously early. Ridiculous. Why? To serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because when you love something, no matter how exhausted you are, right? If you think about it, if your child needs to get picked up at the airport, right? So you're not saying to yourself, the flight comes in at 6 a.m. So I can leave my house at 4. So you're not like, listen, Sheikh, I love you. Get a cup of coffee. I'm going to be there around 9. Right? Just hang out a little bit. Right? I'll just. Getting a lot of blank expressions over here. Maybe we should do that. Take it over. Right? In other words, when you love something, even though again it's falling on my face, it's not like you're any more rested because you love something. You're literally exhausted. But again, I push myself because I love it. So where do we get that caught? Well, also again, it's important to understand that what it is that you do is like a shtickle abnormal. And it'd be a little bit more normal to get a little bit more sleep, to be a little more rested, to be whole people that aren't like seen double by 7 o'clock in the evening, right? It would be a little bit. So what's the pshat? Where does it come from? Vayashkim Avraham Baboker. Avraham was the first person to say, when you love it, when you love the Torah, get up early. Get up early. Push yourself to do things that are a little bit abnormal. And I want to say every single morning, when we do it, just understand, we are Abrahamic. We're managed following in the footsteps of the Zayda because Allah calls us as Shura. Love makes people do crazy things. Sometimes they're negative, but for us as Yidden, always in the positive. Incredible. Okay, so Simon was like, person should always learn Torah and mitzvahs. Shalom Lishma, even not for the right reasons. Even Shalom Lishma, right? Why? Shemar says Shalom Lishma. Also because why? Sometimes in life, what's most important is do things for the right reasons. Even if at the end of the day, do the right thing, even if it's for the wrong reasons. Why? Because over time, you'll come to do it for the right reasons. Or even if right now I'm not doing things for the right reason, over time I'll come to do it for the right reason. This is wild. Balak the king of Moab, this sounds powerful. Balak the king of Moab, who hired Balaam to curse Klal Yisrael. So really, to take away that, Balak's a bad guy. Balak is a bad guy. But yes, he offered up 42 karbanos to the Ribono Shel Olam. It wasn't to idolatry. It was to God. Now he offered up 42 karbanos because he wanted God to trust Klal Yisrael. But Lamaisa, again, don't get caught up in the details, right? At the end of the day, he served HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara says in his course of his service of Hashem, not for the right reasons. He had a granddaughter by the name of Rus, a great grandson by the name of David. And David had by the name of Mashiach. So it says, Mashiach comes from Balak. How crazy is that? And Mashiach comes from Balak. He did something only for all the wrong reasons. He offered up 42 kabbals to Ricardo, all for the wrong reason. Ricardo says, you know what says to him? I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm not going to call Israel, but look how amazing it is. Sometimes the most beautiful results come from the most unholy of sources. As long as those unholy sources are laced with holiness, sometimes again the most incredible results come about even from the most unnoble intentions. But nevertheless, the God takes our avodah, even if it's shalom b'shma, because ultimately great things happen. It's incredible. Rabbi Yossi was the daughter of Eglon. Eglon, right, was the king of Moab, right? And Eglon was the great grandson of Balak. So I'm going to read Rabbi. Said the Yitan Elokim as Shem Shlomo Yishmecha. Vigdo as Kisom is Pisach. So it's beautiful. So this is the Rebbe talking to David HaMelech. And if David HaMelech, God will make the name of Shlomo. Now what it sounds like it's saying is God will make the name of Shlomo even greater than your name, and his throne will be even greater than your throne. So the Gemara says, is it appropriate to talk to the king this way, seeing that the next king is going to be even greater than you? Of course, that doesn't seem to be the greatest amount of the stuff. Or saying that right, the next king, you're good. Next king is going to be fantastic. Is that right here to talk? Me'im Kamar, no. The Navi wasn't saying to David that Shlomo is going to be greater. It means that Shlomo's greatness is going to be like yours. Me'im, like your greatness. I'll tell you what, interpret it this way. Tivorach Minoshim Yael, Eishes Chaver Hakimi, Minoshim Bo'ohel Tazura. So we'll say Yael, right? Yael, who killed Sisera, helped to cement the victory of Devorah and Barak. So when Devorah praises her, he says, Tvorach Minashim Yael, you will be blessed from amongst them in Yael, right? The wife of Chaver Hakimi, Minashim Ba'al Tvorach. From the women, now here's the interesting part. Minashim, what does that mean? Minashim Ba'al Tvorach. So it would be tempting to translate it as, you will be even greater than the women of the tent. Right? So who are the women of the tent? Manilu, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, Leah. Emos, I must say, what is it? The Navi saying that Yael's greater than the women of the Emos. The Gemara says, Ora, Ara, the women of Happy. So it is Yael is greater than the Emos. Of course, not Allah in the Inkamar, Akara in the Inkamar. So no, what the Navi was saying to Yael is, you are almost as great as the Emos. Much in the same way that the Navi is telling David, your son Shlomo will be almost as great as you. So that was his interpretation of one. Other possibilities, Rabbi Yossi Bafoni. Rabbi Yossi Bafoni, listen to this. Bakal Adam Miskani. Most in general, we are jealous of other people. This is a very affirming Gemara. What does this mean? Bakal Adam Miskani means, I am jealous of the success of other people. This is very affirming Gemara, right? Because as much as the Torah tells us, don't covet, it is normal and natural to be jealous of other people's success. Right? Someone has more money than me. Someone is more successful than me. Someone has had more career accomplishments than me. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of people who eclipse me. But the Gemara says there are two exceptions to this. Chutz, mibino, mitamido. There are two people who you never jealous of. Two people who you want to be greater than you. Number one, your son. And number two, your Talmud. Your Talmud, your student. What every parent wants, I want my child to be better than me. I want them to be better than me. I want them to learn from all of my mistakes, to learn from all of my wrong turns. I want them to be 100 times that. My Talmud, what is every single Rebbe? Every single Rebbe wants a Talmud ultimately again. He goes ahead and is greater than him, smarter than him, better than him. Because also in both of these cases, the students like that my son's success feels like my success. And my Talmud's success feels like my success. So the Gemara says to this. The Gemara says, so from son, how do you know that a father wants a son? So that's from Shlomo. That's why again, according to this tradition, David, Shlomo will be greater than you. He will be greater than you. And David's like, great, right? And tell me, where do we know that? You know, we know Shine the Rufa, Ibais Ima Yisrael Asadav Alava Yitzaveu. One possibility is we learn it from Elisha, right? That ultimately, again, Elio gives Elisha Kishnayim, a double portion of his greatness. So Elio wanted Elisha to be greater, or Moshe to Yoshua. Hashem said to Moshe, place your hand singular on Yoshua, and Moshe placed his hands, plural, on Yoshua. So again, both of these were day and one for this, and even to be in day. Incredible. Let's go back to Vayasim David B'Fi Bilam. Let's go back to Bilam. So Hashem placed words in Bilam's mouth. But those are other malach. The others are other pika. So again, so one opinion says that Hashem placed the malach in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from saying and from cursing the way he wanted to. Other opinion says he placed the hook in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from talking. Incredible. So Gemara says as follows. But I'm going to open the also so we'll say this is incredible. If you want to know how Bilam wanted to curse Klal Yisrael, look how he blessed Klal Yisrael. In other words, from the blessings you can see the curses. How so? Gemara says, listen to this. Bilam wanted us to have no more shuls and no more Bati Medrash. So the Gemara says, what did he say? Right? Again, I was also it's interesting. From whatever he cursed, whatever the curse was, you could see from the curse what he had. Sorry, you could see from the blessing what he had in mind to curse. So he praised the tents of Klal Yisrael. That means he wanted to destroy the future Bati Medrash and Bati Knesios of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. Lo Tishra. Shechina Aleim. Don't let the Shechina rest upon him. The Mishkan Sach Yisrael. Lo Tehei Malchusa Nimshach. Don't let the monarchy of Klal Yisrael endure. Kinechalim Nitayu. Lo Yehelam Zeisim Klavim. They shouldn't have any type of vineyards, right? Vineyards or groves. So the word says, Kidanos Aleinah. Lo Yehei Rechan. No, they were sent. Literally shouldn't waft. Right? Shouldn't waft. In other words, that they're sent. They shouldn't have. What does that mean? That they're sent shouldn't waft. They shouldn't have impact on the world. So the word says. Nita Hashem lo your kings should not have stature. Lo they should not have a dynastic monarchy. The monarchy should not have any control over the nations of the world. The monarchy should not be strong. No one should fear the monarchy, but he doesn't know who so. Rabbi kind of says as follows. I will say, here's what's incredible. As much as Bilam's curses did not come true, they didn't come true at the time that he said them. But they have come true throughout Jewish history. They have, right? In other words, that there are different periods of time, throughout different periods of time. Bilam's curses did come true, except for one. Klal Yisrael we've never lost our shuls and our Bati Medrash. Isn't that incredible? There's never been a period of Jewish history without even having shuls and Bati Medrash. Absolutely incredible. Shnei Amar, Vayatok Hashem Elokecha L'chaz HaKol L'Bracha. Ultimately, again, so most of the curses at some point in time did come true. But the one where Bilam said, you'll never have Bati Medrash, you'll never have Bati Knesios, that never came true. Throughout the entirety of our history, we were never without Bati Knesios and Bati Medrash. Absolutely, our Rebbe, every single week, we learn the Piagetz now. Like the Rebbe maintained a clandestine description, a clandestine shul in the Warsaw Ghetto throughout the years that he was there. Like that's Ish Kodesh, the drushes that he gave. So again, it was like, can you imagine this? The gates are all best, even literally when we're in Gehenna. So all the other curses came true, but a yid without a base measures, a yid without a shul, that never happened in the entire of our history. Absolutely incredible. Let's go back there. Gemara says, I'm going to be so much on Yonasan. My did say that the money can say, all right, but they had tunnels in the Shiko's story. What does it mean? Essentially, good are the injuries given to you by someone who you love, and despised are the kisses of an enemy. What does that mean? So the Gemara says, we'll say this is wild. So ultimately, again, the klala, the curse that we got from Achia Shilom, right? Remember again, Achia Shilom, we learned about him. Where do we see him? Just a few days ago, where do we see him? Excellent, by Rabbi ben Nevat. Right? He was the one who took the garment, tore it into 12 pieces, gave you Rabbi 10 of the pieces, said, you have now over 10 tribes. Achia Shilom. So, doesn't Achia Shilom cursed us then? What it means he cursed us is he was delivering verbal rebuke on behalf of God. So essentially, it's better to get the quote-unquote curse of the rebuke of Achi Ashkeloni than the bracha of Bilam. Listen to this incredible Gemara. How so? This is an overwhelming Gemara. Listen to this. Here we go. Achi Ashkeloni, Kilo Esisra B'Kalam. Achi Ashkeloni cursed us. And again, let's say curse is a strong word. He's delivering rebuke. Okay, but we're going to call it a Torah. When he cursed us, he referred to Klal Yisrael as a reed. As a reed, a kana. Listen to the Shnei Amar. V'hika Hashem es Yisrael, kasher yonot hakana b'mayim. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu will literally strike Klal Yisrael just like a reed is stricken in the water. So now, what does this mean? So why does he compare us to a reed? Get ready for this. This is incredible. Ma kana ze omer b'makom mayim. So first of all, a reed always stands by water, right? Gizel machlif, and a reed regenerates. So it's always found by water. It regenerates. Shrashav merubin, it has a lot of roots. And afilu kol ruchos sheba olam va'os v'noshin lo. Listen, what happens with the reed? The reed is soft. Because it's soft, all of the winds of the world could blow against it. And what happens to the reed? Eina mazizin also mukama. So what happens to the reed is the reed be totally blown over, even laying on its side, but it's never uprooted. It's never uprooted. You know, she goes, Eina mazizin also mukama. Elahu holei ubaynan. So ultimately, again, the reed just sways with the wind. Kevan shedramu haruchos amad karabim komo. But as soon as the wind is finished, what happens to the reed? It stands right back up in place. Yet interestingly enough, about Bilam Arasha, Bilam blessed us, and he called us a cedar tree. Now, what's the chap with the cedar tree? So first of all, the cedar doesn't grow by water. Right? And furthermore, the cedar has a very shallow root system. Once you cut down a cedar tree, it does not go ahead and regenerate. And cedar is a very strong tree, and therefore all of the winds in the world could blow against it, and they won't move it. But once the southern wind goes ahead and blows against the cedar tree, so apparently again, while all the winds can't do anything to the cedar tree, the southern wind does have the ability to uproot it and put it on its face. Not only that, he was going back to the reed for just a moment, furthermore, I will say the reed is privileged to be fashioned into a quill, ultimately to be used to write a Sefer Torah. So let's say, so therefore again, better to get the curse of Achi Ashkeloni, right, than to get the bracha of Bilam. I will say it's important to take a moment. In that bracha of Achi Ashkeloni, it's incredibly profound. Everything we need to be successful is contained in this Gemara. Number one, to be like the reed. Number one, plant yourself by water. Water, what does water represent? Water is Torah. Water is also Chesed. There's Torah, water is Chesed. Let's say if a person wants to sustain themselves in life, there are two things you need to do. You need to be constantly embedded in life of not just learning Torah, but living Torah. Furthermore, you cannot be a person who only exists for yourself. You must become a person who is about Chesed. You must become a person ultimately, again, who is rooted in a life of giving and doing for the others. Furthermore, let's say life is filled with winds. Life is filled with circumstances that we don't like and we don't want. There are two different ways that you can deal with the winds of unwanted circumstances blow against you. So number one, you could just fall down. You could just say, woe is me. Woe is me. I didn't want this. I didn't plan this. I don't like this. This is a low fare. Whatever you want to say. Right? You could just give up. You could just give up. You're not happy with the way life is going. Give up. Lay down. Lay down, play down. You could do that. Or you could go with it. You can roll with it, just lean into it, and the wind's gonna blow me here, and the wind's gonna blow me there, and life circumstances have a way of moving me all different kinds of places. But one thing I know with absolute certainty, which is when the winds die down, I'll spring back. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Right? Whenever again, this is a tumultuous period of life, and in tumultuous periods of life, we are pushed down this way, pushed down that way. Tumultuous circumstances of life absolutely take their toll on us. But one thing I know, that when it dies down, and it will, I'll slowly but surely spring back. Why? Because I've never been uprooted. Because once again, going back to the beginning, as long as I keep myself rooted by water, the water of Torah, the water of Chesed, my root system is strong. And if my root system is strong, nothing and no one, no set of circumstances, no set of ways, no matter how debilitating they may be, have the ability to uproot me from where I am situated. Incredible, incredible. Furthermore, what's the last quality of the kulmus? So you know what the crown accomplishment of the kulmus really is? That it becomes a quill that writes the Sefer Torah. At the end of the day, and that will say so profound on so many different levels. Sefer Torah represents again the book of our accomplishments. At the end of the day, what's your book of accomplishments? What is the personalistic Sefer Torah that you are writing? On top of the Sefer Torah. So what's the beauty of writing a Sefer Torah? Doesn't just benefit you, it benefits others. And you're going full circle. When you started with the water, we end with the Sefer Torah. The real hallmark of your accomplishments is ultimately what you're able to do. While it's very nice to be the root, to be the reed, and all these beautiful things. At the end of the day, what is it that you're contributing to Klal Yisrael? What is it that you're doing? What is your grand accomplishment ultimately is the personalistic Sefer Torah you write for yourself, but that Sefer Torah ultimately has to be able to be used by others as well. Incredible. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says, Vayaris Hakini, so still back to below. Vayaris Hakini, Vayisa Mishalo, Amar Bilam Yisrael. Kini, no, I see one of the also. It's I hear what you say. So apparently, Bilam, the Gemara says, means Yisrael. Now, Yisrael and Bilam knew each other. Right? We already see this moment, they knew each other from the Egypt. That's how they knew each other. So Bilam says to Yisrael, what are you doing here? Now Yisrael tell Yisrael. So he says, Yisrael, what are you doing over here? What's going on over here? After all, we're involved in that same discussion in Egypt, which we'll get to in just a moment. So the Gemara says, who positioned you, who planted you over here with Moshe Rabbeinu? Klal Yisrael. So say there were three people who were involved in that council. Now, what council? When Rashi points out that when Paro said, Paro said, throw the Jewish babies into the Nile, there were three people involved in that decision, or three people involved in that discussion. Who are they? Eluhain, Bilam, Eov, and Yisro. Okay? Bilam, Sheyatznera. Bilam said to Paro, yes, I agree. I vote yes. Bilam ultimately was killed. Now again, he wasn't killed until much later, right? You remember again, not that much. He's killed in the desert, right? So Bilam Sheyatznera. Eov, Sheshasak, Nidam Yisro. Eov was silent. He didn't object, but he also didn't acquiesce. Right? He didn't agree. He was punished with suffering. I would say, isn't that wild? So I say, see, like the whole story of Eov, is the story of unimaginable suffering that can't be traced to the source. Right? The whole top of Eov is like Tzaddik Karalo, that's righteous suffer. So there's unimaginable ways that we can't even understand. It's fascinating to see over here that at least according to this human Chazal, it wasn't for nothing. Eov's suffering was a punishment. Well, why was it a punishment? Eov had an opportunity to go ahead and stop this situation. He had an opportunity to stop it, right? And he didn't. And when you have the opportunity to step in and prevent something bad from happening, and you fail to do so, you are complicit. So Eov was complicit with Paro, and therefore ultimately he's punished with suffering. What happened? The Yisro Shabara, Yisro ran away. Because Yisro ran away, this is wild. Because he ran away, Yisrael was the grandchildren who were members of the Sanhedrin. So say, isn't that wild? So Yisrael was silent, and therefore Yisrael ran away, and because he ran away, he was over to have children with members of the Sanhedrin. You'll say, what's the question? What's the burning question you have? What's the burning question? Why didn't he object? Why did he criticize for running away? It's cowardly. Why stand your ground and object? Understand? Yisrael was smart. What did he understand? He already lost. Right? How did he already lost? Right? It was a tribunal of three. All right, it was a tribunal of four. It was Paro, Yisro, Eov, Bilam. Paro was in, right? So Bilam was in. So Eov was silent, a non-vote, which means that Yisro only understood this is a tremendous Yisro. When we see something that is broken, we absolutely have to try our best to try to fix it. But there are circumstances in life that are very broken, and what a person has to do with himself in that situation, misali. You have to remove yourself from it. You can't fix every problem. And again, sometimes certain situations are so toxic that the nice again, it can't be fixed. It can't be fixed. Instead, again, someone has to be removed from the situation because they themselves may be the source of toxicity, or ultimately, again, they're just maybe so much, I gotta get out. So ultimately, again, it's not Yisrael running away as an anti-terrorist. It's Yisrael recognizing I don't have the ability to affect change in this situation, and therefore, I'm removing myself from the equation. Incredible. Let's go right to Vayisam Shal V'yomer, Oy Miyichya Mishum Okel. Let me open on. Oy Lo L'uma Shetim Sabishash K'Par B'Osef Yonabara. Doesn't have so Bilam was saying, woe to the nation who gets to the middle of Hashem and Klal Yisrael when Hashem is redeeming his people. In other words, when a Baruch Hu redeems us, there's so much passion between Klal Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu that ultimately don't get in the middle of that. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Gemara says, so mi matot tzusa ben Rabbi l'Leviah v'shashin iskakim ze'im zeh. So apparently, again, it would be the same thing as like trying to throw a garment in between a lion and a lioness when they're trying to mate. So apparently, it's not a good idea to get in the middle of that, right? And even if you go ahead and you place a garment there, the garment's not going to stop them from doing what they want to do. The Gemara says, good. It's sim miyad kisim amarav libut aspir. That's the name of the place. V'anu asher va'avoiber ad asher kadlei miktal mekandeilah b'shad nishibudei. So probably so ultimately again one day will spread out. They'll conquer a vast land up until Asher they'll kill. From there afterwards they will enslave. So okay, now incredible Gemara over here. Incredible Gemara. So now Bilam realizes, fast forwarding a little bit, right? Bilam realizes he can't curse the Jewish people. It's not going to work. As they say, it's not working. It's not working. So therefore Bilam says to Balak, look, I can't curse them, but let me give you an eitzah about what you can do to just be done with this people. Let me give you the eitzah. All right, so what? So Bilam, now the lashon of Bilam is, he says, Eshayasa ha'amazeh la'am necha. So you might say, Amecha la'am hazel. Why should it be your nation? It should be this nation. You might say, they tell ridiculous about them. So the person who curses himself, but ultimately again hinges the curse on others. All right, so what's Bilam supposed to say now again? The curse is not working. Bilam says, Baba. Here's my last piece of it. This was like the pulling case of what is this? Pulling case of emergency. Right? This is the fire alarm. This is what you do to call yourself if you want to destroy them. Elohim shall elu sonezima. You know what God hates more than anything? God hates morality. God hates morality. Right? Listen, we've seen by over here. Immorality is not the thing that society hates most. What does Hashem hate most? Results. What does Hashem hate most? Dishonesty. Disingenuity. Right? That's his Baruch Hu hates more. His Baruch Hu hates people who just are dishonest. His Baruch Hu can deal with any and every idea. He really can. But he can't deal with when we're not honest with ourselves, we're not honest with each other. That's what he can't deal with. But in any event, but nevertheless, right? Immorality is a very close second. And he doesn't like immorality. He doesn't like immorality. So Bilam says like this. Now the Jews, this is fascinating. The Jews of that generation, they really like linen garments. That's what they like. They had a thing for linen garments. And Rashi points out over here, why did they like linen garments? So Rashi says it's what they wore in Egypt. Apparently, again, it's light, readable material, it's for all seasons, right? So the nights out, they really like linen garments. Okay, they have appetite for it. So what should you do? Listen to this. The Gemara is involved. Basiaka Eitzah. So then says, here's what you do. Bilam lays out the whole plan for that. Here's what you do. Aselim Shilayin. So go make like a little bit of like a market. Remember again, the Jew can't complain. So Bilam, so you see, I have like the imagery of it. So the Jew can't complain. Bilam says to Balak, look, set up like a shop, like a marketplace right by the Jewish encampment. Okay. And go ahead. Staff the shop with harlots, with sonos. Okay. Zikina mibachutz, v'yalda mibifnim. An older harlot on the outside, and a younger harlot on the inside. Okay. And again, this marketplace should sell one thing. Right? Linen garments. Now we're going to see really two things. Linen garments and wine. Right? We're going to see those. That wine comes in a little bit later on. Right, so sell linen garments, and what happens? This is incredible. Asam kilayim, right? So what happened? So Bilam listened. Sorry, Balak listened, and they set up a marketplace. Asam kilayim nehar shelek adesa yishimos. Moshe ben Zoros is a king of a chutz v'yaldim b'chutz. Okay, so here was the plan. It was this incredible gemara. Ubishar she Yisrael ochlin v'shosin usmechem v'yotzin l'kayo v'shol. So this is now what happens. Now Yisrael, we're minding our own business. We're sitting in our encampment. So we'll say, what happens? What happens? Ochlin shosin usmechem. They'll say, do you know, sometimes you think about our time in the desert. Do you know what happened like on a typical evening in the desert? Ochlin shosin usmechem. We fought right? Klal Yisrael, ate a little something, we had some time, we were happy with each other, we were happy with Moshe, we were happy with the life is good. We're on our way to Eretz Yisrael, we're on our way to Eretz Yisrael, and now life is good. So what happened? Dinner was over, you take a little shpatzir. Where do you take the shpatzir to? Where do you go? You went to the shuk. So they're walking around the marketplace. There was the Dal B'Shuk. Omeres La Zakena. So the older harlots, remember again, where are the older harlots stationed? Right? They were on the outside. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Zakena Omeres La B'Shava. So what happened? So the older harlot would say, oh, you're in the market for, you Jews, you're in the market for linen garments? Good. I'm selling it for X. Right? For X. Right? Retail. Right? Meanwhile, what would happen? The Yolda Omeres La, the Bafos. Now, meanwhile, the younger harlots were essentially there were two stalls, right? So the older harlot would be on the outside, the younger harlot would be on the inside. The older harlot would say, "I'll say the klipishtan retail." The younger one would call out, come to me, right? I'll sell you wholesale. Okay, so we're Jews, you know where we're going, right? So obviously, again, so go wholesale. This happened, now I will say, nothing happened in the beginning, just purchasing of linen garments. Shkayim the shalosh pan, this happened 2 or 3 times. Nachakach, Omereslo, Hariat Kiben Bayis. Shev barley atzmit. This, what happened? So now, after a couple of times, this happened, so a report, now again, we'll say, they have no idea. Right? Again, remember, up until now, this is business. So after this happened a couple of times, some younger harlots who ran the businesses on the inside. So they would say to the Jewish man, listen, you've come here already a couple of times, come inside. Come inside, right to the room, come inside, come sit a little bit. They start and she would have a jug of good Ammonite wine, which apparently again was very strong. And what happens? Now listen, this is before the wine of Gentiles was prohibited. So therefore, there's nothing wrong with drinking the wine of a non-Jew. So you have a glass of wine. So she would ask the Jewish customer, would you like a drink of wine? Kevan Sheshasa Boerbo. So once he said yes, he'd have a glass of wine. And I will say, what happens after a glass of strong wine? The desires could be unleashed. So it was just, again, I will say, it's very important to understand. The context of this was purely transactional. I mean, like merchandise-wise transactional. That was it, and it was that glass of wine that kind of became the gateway for everything. So now, what happened at this point in time? The Mishnah woman would proposition the Jewish men. So what happened? So she would take out. The woman would say to the Jewish man, "I want to have relations with you." Just one little detail. She would take out the idol from inside her clothing. A little idol, like a pestle, like not a big one, just like a pocket one, right? And she would say, "Just do me a favor. Just before we move to the next step over here, if you wouldn't mind just going ahead and worshiping this idol." Of course, it's incredible. Orla, hello, Yehudi. Say, isn't this incredible? You cannot, the world doesn't understand the Kedusha of a Jew. Right? So let's say, what are you talking about? Right? I was like, and by the way, I just want to point out, this guy obviously isn't the frummest guy in the world. Like Art's prophet writing the Bible. Remember, what is he about to do? This guy is ready to go, right? He's ready to have relations with this Midianite prostitute. So, this is not like a gun olam over here. But yet, when she wants him to worship idolatry, she's like,
understand if I bring the dollar.
Like really, you're about to engage. You're about to engage with this woman. Like I know what I'm about to do. I know what I'm about to do. But just because I'm about to do that doesn't mean that I'm going to worship idolatry. Right? Those are worlds apart. So what does she say to him? Amrlo, come on, don't make more of it than it has to be. This is Baal Peor. So all you need to do is defecate, right? That's all you really need to do, right? Just to let bodily functions, right? So just go ahead, just relieve yourself. It's good, it's good for the body, it's healthy. So anyway, you're happy, Idol's happy, I'm happy, then we'll all be happy, right? And it's going to be fantastic. So just do a little defecation over here, we're good to go. Now, now the Jewish man didn't realize that the way to worship Baal Peor is through defecation. See, he just thinks that this is a really strange woman, right? But at the same time, he really wants her. So okay, if that's what it takes, then I guess I right. So when I say again, say defecates, okay. They actually defecate. He says, oh, by the way, one more thing. I need you to repudiate the authenticity of the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. I will say, now at this point in time, our Yid is really far into this, right? He drank wine, he defecated, right? So pretty much like he's in, right? He's in. So at this, I will say, at a certain point in time, you made so many wrong turns. When you look back at those turns, right? And you're like, oh my gosh. So at this point in time, he's so far in with this woman that Lamaisi, he goes and he complies. So ultimately, and this is how it started. I want to point out two things from the story. Number one, do you understand, by the way? Do you understand to what lengths they went to? Like, this is a complex scheme, right? And this is time. You know what this is? This is real anti-Semitism. You have to, to kill someone, you can't kill them, right? If you're going to do what you have to do, it's a couple of moments, and that's it. This is time. This is resources. This is planning. This is when you hate someone, so if I can hate someone enough to like smack him across the face, because again, it's episodic, it's there, he's there, I'm there, we're arguing, I'm just saying, you can understand that, but like, you're tying up resources, you're sacrificing a generation of women, right? Like, this is a lot of resources going into Judaism. That's anti-Semitism. This is what we have to do. Let's go back. This is one of those, like, basically, well, it also tells you, by the way, that the pathway to sin is often paved with very innocuous activities. It started with shopping. By the way, you can use it on shopping is a gateway activity, right? Travel the Zara. And what are you going to do? You're going to argue? You're going to argue with that? It's not me. It's Sanhedrin Kofar. Bad things happen when Jews shop, right? So again, so nice. It's fascinating just to see that Steve, that one goes on. Bad things happen when Jews shop, right? And so nice. I just want to point out that it started. Now again, there's nothing wrong with shopping. They're buying free pishtan. What are you interested about that is? I want to point out how many free pishtan does one person use? Right? Why are they coming back to the marketplaces multiple times? Remember, again, I was saying they didn't even need any life in the midbar. So if they were coming back multiple times, what does that show you? Excess of materialism. You don't need that many sets of clay pishtan. You don't need that many articles of clothing. No one needs a wardrobe like that. And if you just keep buying and purchasing, then your focus is shifted. Again, enjoy the material world, enjoy materialism, but don't let it become your focus. The moment it becomes my focus is the moment that I am now opened up to a whole bunch of other things. So overindulgence in the material leads to what? A glass of wine with a woman you should not be having a glass of wine with, and not because she's a zona. There's a very simple reason. You should not be having a glass of wine with any woman who is not your wife, your mother, your sister, or your daughter, if they are not directly related to you, you should not be having a glass of wine with them. Simple math. Simple math. Bad things happen when men and women who are not married to each other or directly related to one another share alcoholic beverages. Not good. It's not good. So you see again over excess in materialism, that ultimately again to glass of wine with people that you should not be having wine with. And then what happens? They're both like, Zara, immorality, all this stuff. And where do you start with? What do they all start with? They start with too many living garments. Too many living garments. So let's say this is why a person who has to live life with such mindfulness and such awareness. Every action has consequences, and every action is equated to something that follows it, and even something that is inherently non-sinful, but it might not be the right thing to pull you in the direction to get you in life. All right, so let's go weiter. Vayeshev Yisrael b'Shittim. Rabbi Elazar Omer, Shittim Shema. The name of the place is Shittim. Rabbi Shua Omer, Shines Asku D'Divei Shtos. No, it's called Shittim because again, it was a place in Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, that we involved in Shabbat Shtos. Vatikra L'Al Mazuch Eloheihen. Rabbi Elazar Omer, Arumos Pagu Bahem. And literally, again, the Midianite women, they didn't even wear clothing. They didn't wear clothing. In other words, they were so bent on just enticing the Jewish men to sin that like even debased themselves to the point just to get the men to sin. Rabbi Yeshua Omer, Shenasu Kulam Balei Carrier. Obviously, the men, so let's say when the men seen women like this, again, so they became a Baal carrying. Well, there were similar missions. My Lashon Rafidim, Rabbi Elazar Omer, Rafidim Shema. Name of his Rafidim, Rabbi Yeshua Omer, Shariku Asim L'Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, they became weakened in their relationship with Torah. Shneimar, Lo Rifnu Avos Abanam Yerifyon Yadayim. Ari Yochanan, Kamakum Shneimar Vayeshev, Ela Allah Shon Sal. So I'll say wherever the Torah uses Lashon of Vayeshev is always a Lashon of Sar, a Lashon of difficulty. Shneimar, Vayeshev Yisrael B'Shittim, Vayachal Amiznos, Avnos Moav, Vayeshev. So that's our story over here by Bilam. Vayeshev Yaakov Baritz Mugureah, Baritz Kinan, Vayavi Yosef Ziva Samar Alabahem. So we'll say ultimately Vayeshev Yaakov, the son of Yosef. Neymar Vayeshev Yisrael Baritz Goshen, Vayikvu Yimei Yisrael Lamos. Right, Yaakov in himself in Goshen, Yaakov in the time that's long after. Vayeshev Yehuda Yisrael Lebetach, Ishtakas Gavno, V'Tachas Tina. So Vayakov Hashem the Satan Shloas Hadat Hadomi Mizera Hamelach Ube'edom. So again, whenever you see the word Vayeshev, as much as Vayeshev sounds like a lashon of like tranquility, usually it foreshadows something negative that is going to happen. As Bilam. So ultimately, Klal Yisrael kills all of the kings of Midian, and they also killed Bilam along with the kings of Midian. That says the Gemara. So the Gemara says, why was Bilam with the kings of Midian? Why was he there? First, the Gemara so it's like Bilam went to collect his honorarium. Now, why did Bilam get an honorarium? After all, again, he done this person to people. As well as he did something better than person. What did he do? He devised the strategy to lure us into a web of immorality, which cost the lives of 24,000 Jews. So Bilam went to the kings of Midian and said, Kedra, pay up. I delivered you dead Jews. Right? I went ahead and caused Klal Yisrael to suffer this terrible misfortune. You give me my money. And what ends up happening? He goes to collect payment. And what happens? He goes to collect payment and he ends up dead, killed by Klal Yisrael. This is what people, the famous adage, Gamla alzla umibai karni, udmi dahavile zizan mine. So that's the famous thing. Everyone knows the saying, right? The camel goes to get a pair of horns and ends up losing its ears. Again, I'll say once again, much better than the original Aramaic, right? But you understand. In other words, the camel wants something else. The camel has big right. What does the camel want? Everybody wants horns. Who doesn't want horns? No one messes with you when you have horns. And the camel, in his quest for horns, ends up losing his own ears. Right? Bilam wanted something that was beyond his reach, and he ended up losing everything, namely his life. That's Bilam ben Me'or HaKosein, and they killed Bilam ben Me'or, the sorcerer. The Gemara says Kosein, he wasn't a sorcerer, he was a Navi. Navi, why is it called a sorcerer? Rabbi Yochanan B'Tchila Navi L'Basov Kosein. In the beginning, he was a Navi. But then I will say, sorcerer is a lesser position than a Navi. So he was a Navi, but because of a series of bad choices, ultimately, again, he just labeled as a sorcerer. The woman, the princess, who was once married to royalty, ultimately committed adultery with a laborer. In other words, we'll say, it is bad for the princess to commit adultery. It's even worse when she commits adultery with like a menial laborer. So again, Bilam wasn't up. But ultimately, again, he degraded himself so bad that he's simply known as a sorcerer. Arguably, so Amarav should kind of go on his still escape out of the hell. Like I say, when the Jews killed Bilam, they killed him in a way that he suffered all 4 forms of execution. Siva, Shlefa, Herod, Behemoth. This faction points out everything amazing. They hung him, hanged him. Right, they hanged him, right? So ultimately, I want to say this. So Rashi points out that they hanged him underneath the fire. So what happened? By hanging him, ultimately, again, that's kind of, then they decapitated him. That's south. That's right, that's south. That's the sword. Right? Then he falls down into the fire. That's skila. That's skila is pushing a person off a roof, and then he turns to the fire. That's straight up. Execute him with all 4 forms of Nisa. How old was Bilam when he died? How old was he when he died? So again, so interestingly enough, Rabbi Hanina said, I don't know, but here's what I would surmise. Since the pasuk says, deceitful people, do not even live to half of their life. So we'll say general lifespan is 70 years. Half of that life would be 35, which means the Shem don't even live to 35. So Rabbi Hanina says, I would guess, Bar Tlashnin or Bar Tlashnin of Arba. He was either 33 or 34. Some age right below 35. So I'm going to shop in the said I have Bilam's journal. I got a copy of his journal, and in the journal I saw because of they are or a book about Bilam, and in it it's written that Bilam was killed by Pinchas at the age of 33 years old. So it says Bilam was 33 when he died. Ultimately, again, a little bit less than us. We'll have to stop over here. We got Talmud days. Right, again, we move the goalposts every day. Right, today we got Talmud days. Let's say, Shkaya, everyone. Shkaya, tremendous. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. We have to be respectful of our neighbors.
He works and maybe lives in a storage unit. He might live there with one of his 3 families. Chen.
The gods monitor our levels. I think they're like, his dopamine levels have been a little too high.
All right, come on, good morning.
Adrenaline levels are
Let us begin by thanking all of the sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor production day in We're dedicating all the children's rock shows this year.
What the fuck is up with his thumbs? We brought this up
As a Jehoshua to the Soul of Sevos Ra'am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, arriving the 7th holiday, the celebration of the Nisan birthday of his wife, Kathy, and his granddaughter, Kippa, and anonymous sponsorship in the Jehoshua of Simchas, all of our children, and the reason to be a month of Guru Shlomo, Chatzlav Yisrael, and Avram and Shem becoming in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Raina, Bas, Yeshua, Eshel, Tikvo, and Racha. Our week of learning sponsors follow Gabriel, the commission of the answer that was father, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and great grandmother, Sarah, Bas, Yeshua, and merit. All our Talmud Torah, all of the Shams having a leader, the families in the Talmud, all of those who are for Shabbat, get a call for Yisrael. The Moshe shall bring home our hostages in the Karov, and when the soldiers should be successful in the Kol Amasa Yedea. Was we got the we care about Hashem, so we got these okay. 105. We have to grab the next Hashem on down on the page 104b, about 15 lines down from the top. We're in a beautiful Gemara right now that's called the moving Gemara, talking about the Psukim from Echov. So the Gemara says as follows: Bachol Kebalayla. So again, speaking about the consciousness on the snow, she cries at night. But the Gemara points out the idea that it's Bachol itself, it's 2 times. So why is that a cry? It's good to hear why are there 2 crimes in this evening? So Rabbi, I'm not going to Akak Amikdash. He says the Akak Amikdash tree. One cry ultimately against when you touch the first place in the place, and one cry for the second and second place. It's Balayla. So why is crying at night? Iski Layla. This is a deeper metaphor in this. What's the cry at night? Is that it's occurred at night. What is this in reference to? Shnema was a very good Shnema. Batisa Kola Eda Vayitnu Kola Vayitqua Amba Layla Hadi. A reference to sin sin of the spies. So the Pasuk says that when the spies came back, delivered the disastrous report, so the entire nation began to cry that night. And the Gemara says, Amar Rabba, Amar Yechon, O Sayom Melches Ba'al Hava. That night was the night of Tisha B'Av. And again, so the Pasuk is to Israel, Atam, the peace and the fear Shafino, you're crying for absolutely no reason. In other words, there was nothing wrong with our cries for his temple. And I saw that from the girls. I will give you a true reason to cry for future generations. A very overwhelming delight. Cover up, I don't know how to say it, but I wanted to say that the whole thing cover up was the trying to understand the ideal here is that the time is like the middle. It's fine. The real cry by day, the middle cry by night. Why does Incha highlight the nighttime cry? If you try at night, the voice carries more. Since at night is less background noise. When a person cries at night, the cries are more profoundly heard. Furthermore, when you cry at night, so to speak, that the stars and the constellations cry along with you.
I look at Callan and I know
when a person cries at night, anyone else who hears those cries
he
along
doesn't
with
say
them. It is the same answer also when you go
every
on the
time.
previous two.
There's a
When
kind
you
of
cry
guy
at
you
night,
can look at him and go,
ultimately
this is
the
a guy
voice
that says
carries. When you cry at night,
and thinks
the
it's
stars, the constellations cry along with you. There's this profound sense of crying. Also that when people hear other people crying at night, it's almost as if the crying is right. It's a very beautiful Gemara, but profound Gemara. Nicely, Isha Atos. How does Rabbi Gamliel? Sheminis Gemara. There's a story of a particular woman. She was the neighbor of Rabbi Gamliel, and she lost her son. She lost her son. Haisaboka Allah Balayro. And she would cry over him every night. Shem Rabbi Gamliel Kolot, Ubachot Negda. Rabbi Gamliel heard her crying, and he began to cry as well. I want to say how this is such a profound Gemara about Gamliel hearing this bereaved mother crying over her child. Gamliel himself would cry, Ashemishu Yiseina. He would be again crying closer to his eyelashes fell out. To the point of like physical detriment.
I didn't know the context, I would think that he was this my actually think of something and then I'm very well both guess what he's doing.
How much he internalized this pain and the need to
watch it and let me know when you have something, but don't say anything.
her tears on her cheek. Also, the ideal here is tear on the cheek. This represents this idea of crying, and the crying doesn't stop. Right? The tears are always there. There are different kinds of losses in this world. There's a loss that you cry over, but then you're able to move forward. And then there are other losses that sometimes paralyze us in place. This idea of tears on the cheek represents this second type of loss. Where the loss is almost like immobilizing, the tear is always there. What type of loss is that? The woman who loses the husband of her found Rashi says, when a woman loses the husband of her youth, that's the man who she married since she was young. The person who she intended on building her life with. And she loses that life partner, is almost like a complete vulnerable loss back there. That's how the Pasuk described the loss of Yerushalayim. Shneimar. It's afraid I'm just afraid I'm going to get bested by a killer more symmetrical male. So what if this young she's going to be like, it's just a business decision. You know, why kids under a different name? If you have problems for Klal Yisrael,
I don't know. Can I get my mind in my fantasy? I'm going to be 85, still training. I'm going to gain in some kind of Kuzumbo land. And I'll be like, oh no, you chose the wrong grandpa. I'm starting to calcify. Okay? That's what it is. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do. Listen, you get to an age where if I have to fight for my life because somebody attacks me on the street and I gotta go from 0 to 100 like that, I better be very warm and firm. So
So literally, again, whoever calls the Torah for Klal Yisrael never tires. It's almost as if some of the people have boundless energy. They have to worship everything. Well, listen for all the God.
I have so many that I can swap. Don't worry about revelation. If I've been sitting in the car for more than 20 minutes, I can't just pop out of the car. I can't. I don't get you can be my mother to a pulp, and I have to do my flip flops. I have to. Basically, I'm killing some pop right off the ball. I do.
Sometimes when something bad happens, the first thing you say, you should never experience this type of experience. That's called kibra.
That's pretty
That's
funny.
the concept you see in law. Over there,
Like, it's not
what's
funny
happened
right
to
now.
us shouldn't happen to anyone
I
else.
can understand
It's the
how
first
this
the
is
wise lines.
funny
Call
for
over
sure.
God, I'm Amrav, Asuni Kaobe Aldas.
For this screenshot, for you to say that this is funny.
The Sharafu Tree Yisraelim, like the Yisraelim Tavisrael, as if we were over Aldas, as if we transgressed the tenets of the Sharafu for the household.
And
The
again,
stone
this
is
scenario where, okay, you're
like
trying
I
to
stole
convince
the
your
Hashem
friends
called the
that
Terenian
you're woke
Fire
friends.
Stones. They were
That
trying to
you
say,
want to like take them to a comedy show. You go, no, this guy's different. This guy's very funny. He doesn't do any of that offensive stuff. Okay? He's very clever. And they go, all right, well, let's see what he looks like. And they show this. And they're like, fuck you. And I'm not used. I'm not going to that.
the
I'm not
day
going to
must
go
upon you for that right? Rabbi says, I'm not looking at you see a high city Sharai, the high city stone. So this is incredible. But it's titled as, unfortunately, the Dominion of Yerushalayim has become Yerushalayim is still possessed their attribute beyond stone. That's like the attribute beyond stone. This is incredible. The stone is, Yad Ani Ba'ayam in stone, there is no sharing. Right? In stone, whatever you have, you kept it for yourself. And again, nothing was ever shared with the other. Plus, listen to this Gemara. On the other hand, Yerushalayim says, Yidei Noshim Rachmanos, Krishnu Yadeh. Yerushalayim, the hunger, the starvation has become so acute that literally, again, when women ate their own children. So it's a big one, so it's just like such a fascinating twist.
Perfect.
Even
Doesn't get funnier than
when they
that.
cooked with their own
That's
children,
top tier right
they
there.
invited their neighbors. And they shared what they had with each other. Which is like such a overwhelming thing in stone. There was such depravity, and when you from all the depravity, there was also unwillingness to be able to do that and to help the other. Yerushalayim, even when things became most terrible, people were always willing to look out for one another. Incredible. So there was the Sila Kalavira Hashem, like a person who says to his friend, his currency, which was once worth so much, is now worth nothing. Why is it so much? And remember again, in April is the those who over the Arab days. The interesting if you look at this
I
concept,
want to cook, right?
parts
I'll
like
cook something.
that they're now opened up against you. If you notice that hay is before I, even though normally I make before hay. So that's going on over here. It's the miraculous, the humble Kufi and Mashma Lo Be'enean. Because the miraculous said something with their mouth, even though they did not see it with their eyes. And they delivered this disaster to find out earth 12, even though it was actually reflective of what they saw. Also, I mean, also, Lachem Hashem, sorry, also, Lachem, also, I mean, also, Lachem Hashem, Hamarava, 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 Lachem Hashem, Kain Tam Lachem. Sheino, also, Lachem Hashem, Kain Tam Lachem.
Pause it, we unlocked another level. When you pause it, he has hilarious screen grabs. It's not just when the video is playing that he's playing with the sound. It's pictures of him doing it. This is great too. He looks like a Jeff Dunham puppet right now.
If you want to understand
Oh
what
my
existence
God.
is,
Okay,
with
but
the
you're
Father's stuff,
performance art.
if you
All
look
right?
at anyone
Performance
else,
art.
you'll find pieces of what it
We
means to
take
lead
me and you
for life, but you
take
won't
the
find the entire
scenes.
picture. Only
And you
Father
gotta be
stuff
real
has
dedicated
the
to this
real
shit.
lesson of
We take the
existence.
scenes from his
Hashem
thing and
lo
we act them
kara,
out. So you're the cowboy,
this
or I'm
refers
the
to
cowboy,
corrupt
you're
judges.
Callan,
Ushmol
and I start putting honey
This
all over my
refers to the
chest.
peoples of
Okay,
Yom
in front of
Tov
you,
who shirk
in
their
an audience.
responsibility
And
and
it's,
did
we
not
go,
keep the
we are
proper
handing out
to the Jewish
Brian
children.
Callan stand-up.
Me,
We do the same with Brennan
them
Shaw.
on Ravashi.
A real,
So,
like,
okay,
oh,
so
you'll
that
get turkey.
thing, Anyway,
I can do it. Or a real.
now remember
Well, we don't want to
again,
hurt
the
anyone.
primary topic that
We
we
could
must
get a line.
occupy
Yes.
is
Or maybe
the
someone
list
tried
of
to, you have like the gun
weakness
and you act
and
it out.
before it goes to
This is a good idea.
or
I mean, I gotta
people
get in shape.
who don't have a portion
Check
in
my shirt
Olam
out.
Haba. So
But
it
it's
must be
like,
by the way,
this
this
is
is a
kind of
housing list. Think about it. Who decided?
I think it's a good idea.
Who's
I
on
think we
this
should
list
do it.
and who's not on this list?
Up to
You
you.
know, so Rashi, handshakiness is Hagidol and all. Those
I
handshakiness
think
and all.
I
Remember
can
again something.
dig it.
Those remember again, handshakiness and all was the rabbinic body that was essentially constituted
Yeah,
from
well, listen.
the end of the era of the second, first person in English to the second person in English.
Well,
I guess I should say no. You know, so they do a lot of things. Like they created Tefillah
we'll
as
picture
we know
the
it,
first
as
thing
we
we'll
know
pick
it today.
something
So
that's
they
within our
created
budget
this
or whatever.
list.
I have
So
this
you
idea.
must listen to this. One reason
Because,
why
you know,
shoot
they have a
all
lot of
Luminos
off-Broadway
effort.
type stuff in New
So
York.
if they wanted to add another
Like an
person to
off-Broadway
this
type,
list,
like
and this is actually pretty wild.
it's
You
not
must
stand
they
up,
wanted
like
to add
show.
Shlomo
Yeah,
Hamelech
like
to this list.
taking
So
stand up to like Jim
listen
Rohn.
out. Remember
Yes,
again,
Brian
we've
Callen.
already
Like
seen
that's
this
and that's
before. We
the
mentioned a number of
that's the
times
selling
throughout
point.
this
Like,
direct.
yeah, watch
That
your
by
life.
Shlomo says, "Vayas hara b'nei Hashem." What Shlomo did, which was that which was terrible in the eyes of
They
HaKadosh
deny
Baruch Hu,
us
and
and
the
they
pasuk
call the
seems to
cops.
attribute
But
the
on
pasuk
LSU, we
seems to
talked
indicate
about
that
the
we worship
Elysian.
idolatry.
Why not?
Now,
Are you a real alt?
the Gemara
Place? Do you
qualified
really
that
do
the
all
Gemara
comedy?
what
Well, this is
happening
as
was
alt as it
Shlomo
gets.
married a lot of
Okay,
women.
trap the
His
fuck
wives
in
brought
because
in
we're
a
two
lot of
alt
idolatry,
comedians and
and
we
he
want to
did
do a show
nothing
and
to
we
stop
want to
its
bring Dave
practice.
Chappelle's transmit to life.
In that sense, he's responsible for
How more
idolatry,
alt
even though
can
he
that be?
passes on himself never
Although, I mean,
worship
it's also
idolatry.
bullying.
So they want to add
I don't
Shlomo
care.
to the
I think it's
list.
fun.
So
Oh,
the
yeah.
most involved, the most
No, I
diocletical
think
of it
Heidegger does
is
this stuff. He
Kaka
probably steals this from
Mitzayen
us right
Klosh
now.
Gifala.
So
Who comes
keep it.
before him,
Don't tell
Dabrana.
Heidegger about
Dabrana
this. Okay?
Kiriakov appears to them, and Dabrana, frustrates himself before them, saying, "Please don't do this." But they paid no attention to him. But Ish Yerushalayim, the Lochka Ish B'Saf Salayim, the Lord Gifala, fire came down from the heavens and started like literally again, like looking at their benches. Like I shouldn't say go it, because again, clearly, I think Baruch was listening to his displeasure with this decision. But yet, they did not pay any attention to it. Remember again, Lo Bashamayim, Yisrael doesn't decide Torah, we decide Torah. Yad Sabaskov, Amra Lohem, Chazis Ish Maher B'Malachto, L'fnei Malachim Yisatzim, by Yisatzim L'fnei Chashitim, Mishehektim Sogem. And then the basketball comes out, and the basketball says, ultimately again, when you see a man who does his work quickly, the fourth piece he will be. What does this mean? So, because Baruch Hu said, basketball said, Mishehektim Beisi L'Beiso. So first of all, Shlomo built my house before his house. He built the Beis Hamikdash before he built his own palace. But not only that, Ela Shabesi by the Shabashanim, Ubeis Abana B'Shor Shekeshera. It took him 7 years to build my Beis Hamikdash and 13 years to build his own palace. You know, it says, with name of Lachim Yisatzim, God Yisatzim Mechashivim, so again, this the Basketball was saying, how could such a man be consigned to a fate without Olam Haba? He should dwell amongst the rest of the kings. Once again, the Anshe Knesset Hagedolah paid no attention to this basketball. They just felt that it was incorrect. As in words of Yotze Basketball, Amra Hameimcha Yishamena Kimaasta Ki Ata Tivchar Velo Ani. Finally, once I sent you the basketball comes out and says, listen, Chevra, Olam Haba is my purview. It's not yours. You don't decide who goes to Olam Haba and who doesn't go to Olam Haba. And you don't understand the first one is. So therefore, again, it's so easy to say that he's thinking he's probably trying to intervene in a more mild manner, although it's pretty stark as well. And at the end, essentially what he says is, yes, you're right. Torah belongs to you. Halacha belongs to you. Decision-making processes when it comes to the adjudication of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to who goes to Olam Haba, who doesn't go to Olam Haba, that's up to you. That's up to me. And therefore, again, Shlomo was not counted on the list. Why should Yeshua tell you Omer? Kulan ba'in Olam Haba. We'll say this is why. So that's the Yeshua. Rashi says over here. God does Yeshua. Does Yeshua Kibitzir as Harashon Mitzav. And that's all Olam Shal Kulan Yish Olam Haba. They like Afilis Burasha Fidavin Lach. So it's a Darshi Yeshua. Say everyone has a portion of Olam Haba. Everyone, again, listen, this is not the line of Mishnah. Usually, everyone has a portion in the world to come. Even Menashe, even Yerabam, and even Achab, even three evil kings. The Gemara says incredible. So, Bakuman Olma, Shneimar, Gilad, and Menashe, Ephraim, Ma'ol, Roshi, Yehudim, Chokiti, Moab, Sira, Al-Edom, Ashlef, Na'ali, Alai, Precious, Israel, who did he refer to? Gilad, Ze'achab, Shinaf Aburamos Gilad. This refers to Achab, who died in the battle of Gilad. Next, Menashe, Menashe is Menashe, Menashe is King Menashe. Ephraim, Ma'ol, Roshi, what does that refer to? Yerabam, Shikasim, Ephraim. That refers to Yerabam, who came from the tribe of Ephraim. Yehudim, Chokiti, Yehudim, Mesakim, Ze'achitofel. That refers to Achitofel, David Amalek, starting off with by the top of Kofei and Bosai, the Kaasim Yehuda. Who came from the tribe of Yehuda. Sir, Moab, Sirachzi, what does that mean? Zegechazi, Shemoka of Iskin Yeshitza. Because he was stricken with mountains because the issue of washing. This has to do with the relation with Naaman, the general of Adam, who was stricken with Salas. Elisha tells him to go ahead and immerse himself in the Yarden. He does so. Naaman wants to go in the word of Israel, which is unwanted money, because he had to waste him on his own. He said, this is changed his mind. Now he lied. This is really changed his mind. But because he was using this opportunity for his own financial advantage. Okay, you know what I did. Reggie, I'm sorry, I was getting this. I don't actually know how you just go ahead. That's what's going. Alai, Precious Israel. So the Allah says, so what does that mean? So first of all, this is incredible. Right? The Darshei Yeshua, ultimately again, I'll try to understand what everybody's approaching right now. Now listen, I'm going to go on. I think there's something absolutely amazing, which is what is this mean? What's going on with this, right? And why are these people against God? Like, there are two of these rabbis, the Darshei Yeshua. What's the interesting thing is that how is Rashi defined Darshei Yeshua? The people who look for deeper meaning in the secret. What is the saying? When you look at a person, it is very easy to size up the shortcomings and the shortcomings, right? For some reason, it's not programmed by some people to see the weaknesses of the other relatively quickly. We just kind of like see that just when you meet a person for a couple of minutes, you can see everything that's broken about them. Yeah, both it and right to go out of their way to see the good. To see the bad is easy. To see the broken type is easy. To see the good takes a lot of work. So if you listen to what we're doing over here, to say that Menashe, to say that Yerabam, Achab, Menashe, don't have a Chilek Noel Habo, that's easy. That's easy. Just read the Navi. And you can see why they would not have a portion in the world to come. But here's the Shiloh. Do you want to be a Darshei Yeshuos? Do you want to be someone who looks for the good in someone? Do you want to find someone ultimately again who pushes themselves to go out of their way to see the good? Sometimes to see the good in someone, you have to be a Darshei Yeshuos. You have to be someone who's like willing to look at the truth. You have to be someone who's willing to like understand deeper meanings. You have to be willing to go ahead and see beyond that which is written and to look below in order to be able to find something that is good. But if you're willing to be a Darshei Yeshuos, if you're willing to be someone who looks in the deeper meaning of the truth, if you're willing to be someone who reinterprets the different meaning of different words, then you will find something good in every single person, even in those people, even in the Menashe, even in the Yerabam, even in an Achab. It's just a question of how you want to look at people. Pasha Shah, Menashe, Yerabam, Achab, even in Kalkol and Nabal. Darshei Yeshuos, which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really look to try to find it. Because I will say, sometimes in life, if you want to see the good in someone, you have to work really hard. Because there's a lot of people who on the surface present really badly, and beneath the surface present really badly. And even a little bit beneath the initial surface still present really badly. And if you really do Darshei Yeshuos, dig deeper and deeper and deeper, in every way, you'll find something beautiful. fight something magnificent. He just had to be willing to undertake the process. It's incredible. Remember, like the other orchestras with this one, emotional, Rabbi David, Charlie, Sapushi, the Holy Chesbon, Esponaka, Esponaka Gat, Mata Osalo. Incredible. So the Moroccan says that we're powerful. If David Amela, right? If David Amela goes and comes before you, the rest is so beautiful. Now what happens? So first musical, so all of these people we just mentioned, the people who are exclusive of Rabbi comes to do these stories, right? Not just the people, but Joel, Ashton, all of these people now go to Rabbi. The Malachim says that was God, but Rabbi, what's going to happen? Right? So you're going to let these people go to Rabbi. And then David Amela is going to see these people go to Rabbi. Then he's going to see his trustful advisor, his local, his chamber. Don't get going. So he decided to solve this problem kill him. What was going to come from tomorrow? He's working with his friends here in Rabbi. He's going to see this tablet over there. That was going to come to him. He's going to be all upset. What are you going to say to him? This is incredible. So, Ma'ata Osalo, Amalahem, Alai La Sosan Lein Zelaza. So it's probably going to go about it. You know, my job is to make David and I friends with Akitoka and with Joe Agnew. If they need each other in this world, this world, my job is to make them friends, make them relate, make them friends. And that's what everyone is doing. So because that's what's going to happen, that's what's going to happen. Because that's when you begin to see everyone things from Rabbi, you don't tell as well as I know, tells my weapon, that's the big thing. I got this. Rabbi's a high kind of this. If that's what God is doing for me, former adversaries, who is friends, who says, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. Because that's such an overwhelming people. Maybe sometimes you both, maybe, and I don't know, maybe it's touching about Rabbi, maybe it can happen in this world, but even adversaries, right? Even these adversaries, somehow, some way, can become real. I don't know if it can happen in this world, and maybe it's going to have to go in Rabbi. And I feel to be another thing from the poetry and the afterlife, is that even in this bitter holy, even a double and a day, in the next I can sit and occupy the same space with everyone.
That's way different than
my great Shova Ha'ala is that you shall I'm sure in Sachas. And you have Shova Mitzvah, Shova Knesset, Shova Navi. What's this? You know, number is Navi Chesed. So Navi Chesed is giving mission to Klal Yisrael. And what happens? So the Talmud being back in good church of the Navi said, I want a Navi. So Navi, sorry, Zechariah. Navi Zechariah said to them, come and do tshuva. After all, I will say him shachatu and hate on him. So the Navi says to Klal Yisrael, Klal Yisrael do tshuva. Because look what happened to your ancestors who didn't do tshuva. They're no longer here. So Klal Yisrael is dead. So Klal Yisrael says back, so the Klal exactly as the kind of your ancestors who were about tshuva also dead. So our ancestors are dead, your ancestors are dead. So either way, they're dead. So why don't you kind of convince us of tshuva? So you know, I will say that I will be. Now you need to have all of you. On the other hand, I will say that so again, so the kind says your ancestors were strong enough to do tshuva shneimar. Activate the food nation to be says Abiyam Shmuel More Hasabri Adam by Shmuel Father. Shmuel says what ended up happening was 10 people came and sat before the Navi. This was the episode starting with Father. However, here's the Tshuva. So the Navi says, send the Tshuva. I'm wrong to do this. So this is the sound exchange. So the Navi says to his group of 10 people, they say back to the Navi, I'm wrong. Adad Shemach Labo. Yish HaShagar Shabayla. Kum Yish Lazeh Azeh. So they said, so he said back to the Navi, right? It's that whoever who was sold by his master, or a woman who was divorced by her husband. To the max of any expectation of the other, or for the husband has any expectation of his wife, and his wife if they were telling the Navi was, that his own son has cast us away. He's cast us away. We've been rejected by the master. We've been rejected by the husband. So what do you want from us? Okay, listen, it's so profound. And by the way, you need to see this is the thing over and over since back to Gemara. And even Klal Yisrael was worshiping Avodah Zarah. there was still such a connection to Hashem. And you can see Klal Yisrael, at least in the Sekhinja over here, turning to the Kadosh Baruch Hu because they felt rejected by the Ribono Shalom. Allah Kadosh Baruch Hu Minabi. Lekem Allah. Kadosh Baruch Hu says to Nabi, Eis the Sefer Pisos Inkan Asher Shlachtiach. O Nimano Shemacharti Estem Lo Ein Babonosechem Mentaitem O V'Shachem Shalcha Inkan. Talking back to the Nabi. Where's your get? Like, where's the document of sale that says that I sold you to soul? Well, you said, no. Don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject you. You rejected me. And now what you're doing is to project me. And now you're projecting on me, God, that I rejected. Such a profound psychology here. Also, in like the worship of idolatry, how again, Klal Yisrael plays the role of the victim. You reject us, folks. I rejected you. I rejected you. You spent generations sinning. You rejected me, and now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting on me that I rejected you. That's the kind of where's the gut? Where's the document of sale? I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I never sold you out. That's the Rothschild is right to say. David Abdi, the Nicoletta Abdi, so he will talk about it. David, my servant, and the Nicoletta, my servant. Said to me, what does this mean? Governor, we are going to pay me Shama Zahaya Olam, Shasidi Yisrael Loma Ka. So people, sorry. Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, the Christ only say this. The Pichas, Hekim Hakadosh Baruch Hu, B'Karo Abdo, Eved, B'Karo Abdo, Eved, Shekanu Nechasim, Eved Mini, Nechasim. So also this is fascinating. Yeah, it sounds strange that the Bible calls David is serving to the Nebuchadnezzar. So first of all, it seems like everything is saying that when Nebuchadnezzar did, it wasn't Nebuchadnezzar was involved. Nebuchadnezzar was the agent. If I call Nebuchadnezzar the servant of God, then who's the master? Who's the master? Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Now what does that mean? Now when the servant of the master, whenever the servant acquires, the master acquires. Even when you are appointed by Nebuchadnezzar, and under the domain, who under the domain of the Eved, but we still belong to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. And this is why it's highlighting this idea. Never is there a rejection by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Even when we are conquered and subjugated by others, those others themselves are according to Hashem, and being a servant still means the what? I belong to the master. So it's a section of the woman who is found a beautiful more. Never are we rejected by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. We may reject God, that's happened, and as a result, sometimes there's a feeling of guilt having rejected God, so we project onto God that He rejected us, but there's nothing from the truth. The Ribono Shalom never rejects us. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. Incredible. So it's the Sharis, eat whatever. Try and you know Elohim. Robi and Kazaka, everywhere, let us get as angry as he wants at us, but at least redeem us. Sometimes, it's almost as if, like in a relationship, sometimes there's tension and you're not yelling at each other and you're not saying anything, but that there's all this tension building. And what do you want more than anything? Like, let's do this. Just like get it out. Whatever it is, as ugly as it's going to be, let's just go ahead and have the negativity. Let's have the yelling, the screaming. Let's have the argument. Or whatever it is, let's just get it done. So that we can immerse Hashem and move on. So always give you a whole whatever you've got. Just bring it. Let's do this. We accept whatever the repercussions of our actions are. Whatever we want to be. The use of the Mishpat of the Kavi already. Omra Nabi Yisrael. This is beautiful, I'll say. Nabi Yisrael, Chazar B'Tshuva. I'll say, it's really amazing. It's really amazing. At the end of the day, you think life is so complicated. It's not that complicated. It all comes down to two words. Chazar B'Tshuva. B'Tshuva. It's anyway, obviously, it's much simpler said than done. But just B'Tshuva, just come back to me. Just come back to me. We spend our lives running away from our problems and then justifying why we're really allowed to run, or why it's not really running, or why because I subscribe to this, I don't have to do all these different things, and it's exhausting. We invent hashkafas, we invent ideologies, we invent life approaches, all these different things to justify running away from our responsibility and shirking our religious responsibilities. We get so tired instead of just coming back. Just give ourselves over to fucking just because of the sugar. That's it. That's it. There's no, I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. So because of the sugar, so what happens? I don't know. 8 on your phone. This is kind of like Christ says as we can't. Why? Nietzsche had a show from it. So look at this tomorrow. Tomorrow's goal. So Rabbi says, Holly says, the sugar won't come back. Rabbi says, we can't. We can't. We have a Yitzhahara. And Yitzhahara is so powerful. Yitzhahara is so overwhelming. So what does the Rabbi? What does he say? So Rabbi says, I'm over him. You see so ultimately what comes out is your back, right? Essentially, put on your big boy pants, now that right? And take control of the situation. I got it. That means I got it. I got it. Take control. So let's say, here's what's interesting. That thing indicates almost like a lack of control. I would come back, but I'm not in charge of you to how. We've also said, you feel the chest and the moon, chest and your nature. Take control. Take the reins of your life. Because it's a little thing that's happening in this conversation here. This is what we go through every single day. I'm not accomplishing what I need to accomplish. I'm not doing the things I want to do. I'm not the person that I want to be. And if you ask me why it's not happening, why is it not happening? Why is it happening? I'm going to give you a list of reasons. Right? Now, what's interesting, by the way, is what's the commonality in that entire list? Right? It has nothing to do with me. Right? It's my father never did this. My mother never did this. My spouse doesn't do this. My rabbi doesn't do this. My teacher didn't do this. I wasn't, I never got as much cookies as the other kids. All the other things, right? And there's a whole list of things that are responsible for why I am not the person I need to be. And everywhere else is blame. Everyone else has to contribute the role to why I am underperforming. There's only one person, with no responsibility for everything that has gone down. That's me. And Roth was saying, you're just having a conversation. But Roth was saying, put your hands together. Listen, Shiva is not just a son of the God. Shiva means the act of pulling yourself in your life together. It's not just, he's not to be too long. I need Sahara. Sahara woes me. All these problems in my life, but not me, it's not my fault. Like, believe me, it's everyone else who's not pulling their way. Therefore, I can't do my part. And what was it really? You're outsourcing your responsibility. You're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person and one person only. And that's you. The bulk of your life stops with one person and one person only. And that's you. Success in life is dependent on one person and one person only. And that is you. So rein it in. Rein it in. Take control. If you notice, by the way, the Rothschild doesn't say it's not a struggle. He validates the struggle. Struggle is a struggle. But I have control over whether or not I navigate, how I navigate that struggle. Which Rabbi says, on the road, and a copy of you. Or Hashem, you created it, so you need to deal with it. Rabbi says, you know what essentially? You made the mess, you clean it up. Right? And we didn't make the Yitzhara. We didn't ask for the Yitzhara. But you created it, so because you created it, ultimately, again, you have to deal with it. So let's say, by the way, that's how the Gemara ends. That's how it ends. So by the way, so the father tells you tshuva or not? No. Well, how do we know when tshuva? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circular conversation. Because Kaisman once again says, well, God, it's your problem. Not my problem. You created the Yitzhara. You did this, you cleaned up. And I will say, tshuva never happens. Because when I failed to take responsibility for us, we're so scared to take responsibility. We have to take responsibility. We don't know. We have to take responsibility. I think responsibility, we're not looking where I have to recognize that. Almost all of the failures in my life are mine. They're my failures. They're my failures. They're my hurts. And that's difficult, and that's painful, and most of us do not want to deal with that pain. So instead, we spend a lifetime running from responsibility and attributing fault to anyone and everyone else around us. And so we never get responsibility, we can't push it off. And instead, we just find the courage just to say, okay, I own it's me. It's me. Yeah, almost every single thing that's going wrong in life is me. But I own it. And here's the good news. Once you overcome that pain and that feeling of almost like debilitating shock of responsibility for things that haven't gone right, you're going to realize something amazing. And like Rabbi says, if you believe that you have the ability to break it, then you have the ability to fix it. The reins are then mine. And once the reins are mine, there's no telling what I can accomplish. I can become a Rothschild. I can fix my life. I can do what I need to do. But the tragedy is the conversation ends off the same way it's ended off for the last 2,000 years. What's your problem? It's always someone else's problem. Well, if it's someone else's problem, chances are it's never going to get fixed. If you find the courage to own it, then you can become true Bala Tshuva. Arba Hadyotos, who are the four Hadyotos who never know Olam Haba? Bilam, Doeg, Achitofel, Gechazi. So Bilam, below Am. What's this new speaking reminds me of Bilam over here? What is his name? Bilam. So Bilam means below Am, without a nation. Without a nation. Never Achar. Bilam, Shebala Am. Literally, again, he brought down a nation. That's actually, we're going to see that's a reference to the fact that even though Bilam was unable to curse us, he's going to give Balak the idea about the immorality with the Midianite women. Ben Ba'ar, Sheba al Be'ir. Why is it called Ben Ba'ar? Because he had a relation with his donkey. We'll come back to that in just a minute. Tana, Sumar says, Tana, Su Ba'ar, Kukushan Rishasayan, Su Lavan Ha'arami. That's pretty wild. So Bilam's father was Ba'ar. So we must say, by the way, this guy Ba'ar, his name is Ba'ar. He's Kushan Rishasayan, and he's also Lavan. Wow. He's also Lavan. So the Gemara says Ba'ar, Sheba al Be'ir. Something of yours called Ba'ar because they were looking at donkeys. Kushan Rishasayan is the average state of Israel because he did two terrible things. He did two terrible things. Two Klal Yisrael. That Achaz b'nei Yaakov, Ba'ach b'nei Yaakov. So Achaz b'nei Yaakov, Ba'achaz b'nei Shtot HaShoftim. One was during the days of Yaakov, that would be a reference that he was in Laban, and the other during the days of Yoshua. Okay, so the Gemara says, Rashi says, I'm sorry, after Nisas Yoshua, after Yoshua died. Okay, the Gemara says, Rashi says, Omash, what was his actual name? Lavan Ha'arami. His actual name was Lavan. Interesting. So the Gemara says, we should also, by the way, we can indicate that Bilam was the son of Lavan. Bilam was the son of Lavan, which is pretty incredible. So the Gemara says, it wasn't in general about it, but also with Lavan, incredibly old. So what do these things actually mean, right? That doesn't mean it's actually Lavan, and people are just questioning longevity. Someone who possessed the same meat of our community, you can see a similarity between Lavan and Bilam, right? Both of them more than one. Actually, what do you say? What do you say in the Haggadah, in Nagi? Lavan Bikish La Koras Achol. Right? Lavan wanted to uproot everything. What is Bilam? Bilam Bikish La Koras Achol. Both of them have the same stated mission. So the Gemara says, Siv Ben Baruch, Siv Ben Ba'ar. So it says, the son of Ba'ar. So in one place it says that Bilam is the son of Ba'ar, and then it indicates that Ba'ar is the son of Bilam. Which one is it? I'm going to be Yeshua. I'm sorry. Good. I'm going to be Yeshua. I'll be, you know who you're going to be with. So you say this, that Ba'ar, like Ba'ar was the son of Bilam, the son of his son, and things to stop his father was Ba'ar, his son was Bilam, but Bilam was a greater prophet than his father. And if they the father, obviously he's like the father. He's a father to his father in the realm of prophecy. Okay? One of these will also the Amadasi. Really answers. So what's the other interesting? Now, the fact that it says that Bilam doesn't go to Olam Haba, what does it indicate? That other Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. They're not just going to Olam Haba as well. This the Gemara says. What does it mean that it says the wicked will go to the Sheol to get him? This refers to the sinners of Israel. All the Goyim who forget Hashem. That was this is interesting. If you notice over here, you might have a little bit of a good day, So the changes, by the way, if you look over this, Elo Umos HaOlam. Really, it's supposed to say, this the first of the nations of the world who do not have a portion in the world to come. So how do you become Hoshe Ezel Kohavim? If you look in Agos Hasim, it says, right, the first Yad Lefi HaSensor. This Gemara was censored. This was a censored Gemara. It originally said that, again, members of the nations of the world do not have a portion in the world to come. All of them. All of them. That all of them have us for Jews. All of us for Jews. Not for the nations of the world. The censors changed it ultimately again to say the sinners of the nations of the world don't go to Allah, but everyone else does. Everyone else does. Only if you're sure, called the whole Goyim. Call Goyim Shechei Elokim. So the right answer is do the nations of the world go to Olam Haba or not? So one opinion says yes. Only those who forget Hashem amongst nations of the world don't go to Olam Haba. And other opinions say, no, Olam Haba is only for Jews, not for the most Olam. Okay, but also Russia doesn't even Gillen himself, even though it's an obviously, our Mishnah clearly subscribes to the idea that nations like these Gentiles do go to Olam Haba, right? Because again, otherwise, why are you excluding Bilam from Olam Haba? So our Mishnah clearly sides with the idea that Allah can answer like Gentiles absolutely do go to Olam Haba. Okay. So he learns that even Bilam himself gave a sinning. That was the sinning. Almost Nafshi Motzi Sharet. In Talos Nafshi Motzi Sharet, Teaparisi Kamo. In Rav, Kimi Holech Lami. So Bilam himself said, if I die a natural death, and that is indicative of the fact that I'm going to Olam Haba. If I die a natural death, it seems to indicate that I'm not going to Olam Haba. Bilam didn't die a natural death. He was killed. So it means he was Olam Haba. But I also just say more of his opinion, right? Remember again, you cannot forget his story. So I'll do that of more media. Come to try to recruit Bilam. Midian and Moab were higher than Shalom Olam. It was incredible. The nations of Midian and Moab did not get along at all. So much as they collab with Shai was an idea that collaborated. Something incredible. Much of the Shai collab with Shai the Eidah, but I used to live in Zelazar. It's about the two dogs, right? Who really did not get along. Right? Always a lot of animosity. Dogs that ate Allah Echad. So what happens? A wolf attacked one of the dogs. So the other dog says, I'm going to ask in Osro, Hayom, Horik Oso, Ulamachad Ba'alai. The second dog says, listen, if I don't help the first dog, even though I really don't like him, today the wolf is going to kill him. What's going to happen? Tomorrow the wolf is going to come and kill me. So therefore, again, it is better for me to partner with my dog. Essentially, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Like the idea of so even though the dogs they like each other, they united. Same idea. I'm on it. So Midian and Moab did not get along at all. But they had a common enemy of Israel. Therefore, they teamed up together. I'm going to pop behind them in Ishi, Karkutsa, Bashura, Abdu, Hilula, Mikabra, Bish, Zada. Literally translated, the weasel and the cat had a feast from the fat of the one with bad mind. Again, one of those ones that doesn't translate so well, right? Much better than original Aramaic. So apparently the idea is cats and weasels don't get along, but when they face a common enemy, they're willing to gang up together and feast on the vanquished enemy. So they started off in Bilam. They started to so they come to Bilam, and then the pasuk said that the messengers of Moab stayed with Bilam. Where did the guys from Midian go? So came down the road. So the messengers of Midian realized that once Bilam was unable to give them an immediate answer, right? So they say to Bilam, come, curse Cloud Israel. And Bilam says, you know what? Stay here tonight and I'll get back to you. They realized that once Bilam wasn't able to give them an immediate answer, something was going on. It wasn't going to work. And they said, I thought we're not going to go for this. Is there any such thing as a father who despises his son? You both know our father. And so the message that he realized, he's not going to trust him. He's just not going to trust him. He's going to go home. I'm not going to. Chutzpah is incredible. Chutzpah, Akilu Prape, Shmayim Mahanim. So chutzpah is a very powerful term, right? And chutzpah, even again, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is able to affect change. How so? He's going to make Haraksir, We'll say everything on. In the beginning, when Bilam asked the Kodesh Baruch Hu to go and search for Israel, so the Baruch Hu said, don't go with them. They are amazingly enough, Bilam verses, will be basar, kum lo itam. It says, go with them. Go with them. What is keeping them? Bilam is flexible. Everyone is flexible. But chutzpah sometimes pays off. And let's say, we know this thing, right? Sometimes, chutzpah usually is understood in a negative way, and sometimes chutzpah can actually have very powerful and positive repercussions. Again, never done, so they don't do that like that. Like when you see when a person is animate, the person is animate about something, sometimes you have to powerfully admire, so to speak, their animate. I'm going to change this. Chutzpah, not usable or positive. Chutzpah is like a thing without a plan. Now, a thing without a plan has the ability to affect some level of change, not complete change, but has the ability to affect change. Listen, by the way, this goes back to yesterday's talk. Remember again the story we saw about the kids who's being taken captive? Well, right, what did the captive say? I'm shit, older thoughts. I will say, being a stiff-necked people, that's chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Chutzpah is part of what kept us. Right, chutzpah, the stiff-neckedness of body, so ultimately, again, is what has sustained us throughout the ages. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. Siv, I know that you'll rock much, I'm not sure I'm going to Tsuya, Kashin, I'm not going to Bilam, Kiki, Bilam was crippled in one of his legs. Shimon was crippled in both of his legs. Bilam was blind in one eye. Good. Furthermore, interestingly, let's see the sorcery with his makom milah. All right. I don't know. All right, so it says over here, no felt the heck. Yeah, okay. No felt the galuing eye. So Lashon of no felt has like a Lashon, like a connotation of intimacy. So you see from here that again, his sorcery was done again. The sorcery was done with the makom milah. Itmar. Mazucha Amakosi Ba'amasohaya. Mazucha says that again, he did sorcery again with his makom milah. Marbid Rabina Amar Sheba al Asono. Obviously, you know what it means is he engaged in immorality with his donkey. Right, you know what it says? So, Nanda Makosi Ba'amasohaya Kidamina. So notice that he did sorcery again with his amos, so that we just saw before. Manda Ba'amasono. I don't know that he relation with his donkey. Sifaka Kara Shaka. Uksihasam Bain Ragla on the days Kara Nafal Shaka. So once again, use the same Lashon over here of Kara, right? Literally crouching over. That's the same Lashon that's used by Sisra and Yael. According to the Medrash, she had a relationship with him. Now, Das Elyon, and ultimately again, so Bilam knew the Das of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Das found the Haviyada, Das Elyon Haviyada. So again, Bilam couldn't control his donkey, right? We know the story, right? The donkey refuses to move forward because the donkey sees the Malach, the angel with the outstretched sword in front of him. And Bilam doesn't see it. Bilam keeps hitting his donkey to move forward. So the Gemara says Bilam couldn't control his donkey, and he knows how HaKadosh Baruch Hu works. So this is very interesting. My das, the Gemara says, my das man told the Amrilay. Listen to this. So what does it mean that he cannot control his donkey? The Amrilay is very interesting because ultimately, again, the ministers of Moab said to him the following: Amrilay, my Kamala Chafas Susi. So this is very interesting. When Bilam finally goes with the ministers of Moab, the ministers of Moab were surprised that he was going on a donkey. They said, "Where's your horse? Where's your horse? Right? What's going on over here?" So let's say, Shaddai Kurativa. So let's say it's great. So Bilam says, "Oh, you know what? Like, it's like asking, like, why you in Honda? Like a guy like you, right? A guy like you should be, I don't know, where's your Cadillac? So he says, oh, this is a loaner. It's in the shop. Right? My horse is out. My horse is out. It's grazing. It's doing its thing. See what the living like in the marshlands. On the leg, hello, I know if you ask some talk. So as I said, the donkey begins to speak up. Now he's really? I'm a loner? I'm the donkey. Says, yeah, but you're my donkey, but let's think about Alma. I don't really ride on you. I just need you to go ahead and transport stuff. You're like my transport. You're my hitch. You're my U-Haul hitch that I usually go ahead and put on my luxury vehicle. Like my Porsche. I would never catch a slow cut down on a donkey like this. So the donkey says, really? I should have thought to ally. What are you talking about? You use me all the time. You ride on me all the time. So it's, no, I ride the Alma. That's not true. Sometimes I ride on you again when my primary form of transportation is in the shop. What are you talking about? You've been riding on me again for forever. Hello, old. Ella, Shani, also come my city shoes balayla. Okay, right? And furthermore, again, the donkey says, right, literally again. I provide many services for you. Right? Transportation and other. Right? Transportation and other. Right? So that's what's fascinating about this is you always see like it's interesting, like the donkey was like saying to Bilam, at least that you're not your toe. At least you obviously you're such a noble, like you're such a base and disgusting guy. Like what you do to me and with me. At least recognize the low trait in your life. Right? You want to be a degenerate, you are a degenerate. Don't be ingrate and a degenerate. Right? It's incredible. So the Gemara says, Ksiv Hapa, Haskin is can be Ksiv Hasavatila Saperes. Ella Madio de Adasha. Obviously, again, Philip is back on his donkeys. What does it mean that you are Kadosh Baruch Hu? So you must show your day out, Lachavim, Osa, Shash, and Sparkling Koispa. What Bilam knew was the exact moment that the Sparkling gets angry at. Rothschild gets angry for just one moment a day. Bilam knew that exact moment. I heard the comment in Rabbi Yisrael. אני זכרנו מהיד ספלת מלאכמוח ומאונה עושה בלם במבואר. להשיב על הגלגל למדף צילת עושה השם. What does it mean that again, when Bilam was trying to pursue, what does it mean the righteousness of Hashem? My למדף צילת עושה השם. אומר לפזות ולמסור גאולה. כמה צילת עושה עשיסי מוחד. You know when Bilam was trying to pursue, how much tzedakah did with you? How so? שלא כעסתי also remember again, Bilam knew the exact moment that God got angry. And as well, he said, I did a miracle all the days that Bilam was trying to pursue. I did not get angry for one moment that entire time. So the Gemara says, because had I gone ahead and gotten angry that entire time for that one moment, if Bilam would have cursed you during that one moment, it would have destroyed you. It would have destroyed you. So because miraculously, I did not get angry at you at all during that entire time. So the Gemara says, so I didn't come to lay Bilam Levala, my echoes will cover care. So it says, interestingly enough, this is what Bilam was saying to Balak. I've got it all figured out. I know that if I just probably start during one moment when the Spartan gets angry, I can destroy them. But I don't know what to tell you. God's not getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I am powerless to curse Christ. I'll go say, read the story, we'll be a little bit of a cliffhanger, and that's going to finish up with Bilam tomorrow.
He said his whole family listened to the show, and then I trashed him on an episode, and I was like, because I wanted his family to hear it. And then I was like, maybe I should. Yeah. Anyway, shout out to you, Anthony. Yeah. Peace out. All right, later, all. Next week. Oh, yeah.
Do you want to have, should we start? What's that? I think I'm fast. Okay, good. Yes, please, go. Hey. All right, so we'll say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of the sponsors for this morning cheer to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor production, Be'eh Tilz Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a zechus for Besoros Tovos Sha'am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Hawalin L'Tova Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Kalik. Anonymous sponsorship in the zechus of simchas for all of our children, and for these to be a month of Gula Shlema for Klal Yisrael, and Avram and Shin determine the memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Braina Bas Yoshua Heschel Zichron Livracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, in relation of the Yosef of Paul's father, Shmuel ben Zechariah, and great-grandmother Cyril Bas Rabdol Zichron Livracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Savin Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all of those who need a refuah, Shabbat, Kol Chol Yisrael, Moshe should bring home our hostages, the Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Let's do that. Let's begin with a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Kuf Hey 105. We are picking up Emir Hashem on Kuf Dalud Amud Days 104b, about 15 lines down from the top. We are in a beautiful Gemara right now. Let's talk a moving Gemara, talking about the Pesukim from Eicha. So the Gemara says as follows: Bachol tivke balayla. So again, speaking about Yerushalayim spirit on Yisrael, she cries at night. The Gemara points out the idea that it's bachol tivke. It's two bechios, two crying. So why double crying? Shtei bechios halal lama. Why the two cryings in this evening? Amar Rabbi Yochanan, echad al mikdash rishon, ve'echad al mikdash sheni. One cry ultimately again for the destruction of the first base of mikdash, and one cry for the destruction of the second base of mikdash. Balayla. So why is crying at night? Al iski layla. It's interesting about this. There's a deeper metaphor in this. What's the cry at night? For that which occurred at night. What is this a reference to? Shneimar was a very profound Shneimar. Vatisa kola ida vayitnu kola vayifkwa amba layla hahu. A reference to Chet Meraglim, sin of the spies. So the Pasuk says that when the spies came back, delivered their disastrous report, so the entire nation began to cry that night. The Gemara says, that night was the night of Tisha B'Av. And again, so Hakadosh Baruch Hu says to Klal Yisrael, you're crying for absolutely no reason. In other words, there was nothing wrong with there, so it was perfect. I will give you a true reason to cry to future generations. A very overwhelming Gemara. One of the possibilities, why does it say that Bachotiv Kebas? So we're just trying to understand the idea over here is that Yerushalayim is like this widow who cries. The widow cries by day, the widow cries by night. Why does Eicha highlight the nighttime cries? Because when you cry at night, the voice carries more. Since at night there's less background noise. When a person cries at night, their cries are more profoundly heard. Furthermore, when you cry at night, so to speak, that the stars and the constellations cry along with you. And again, I will say furthermore, that when a person cries at night, anyone else who hears those cries along with them. Now the truth is, this third answer also really builds on the previous two. When you cry at night, ultimately the voice carries. When you cry at night, the stars, the constellations cry along with you. There's this profound sense of crying. Because of that, when people hear other people crying at night, it's almost as if the crying spreads. So I'll say a very beautiful Gemara, a profound Gemara. There was a story of a particular woman. She was the neighbor of Rabbi Gamliel, and she lost her son. And she would cry over him every night. Rabbi Gamliel heard her crying, and he began to cry as well. Now, this is such a profound Gemara about empathy. Rabbi Gamliel would hear this bereaved mother crying over her child. Rabbi Gamliel himself would cry. Literally, again, he cried so much until his eyelashes fell out, to the point of like physical detriment. The next day, his students realized what was happening, how much he internalized this pain, and they moved him to a different neighborhood. Her tears on her cheek. So the idea over here is tear on the cheek. Almost represents this idea of crying, and the crying doesn't stop. Right? The tears are always there. There are different kinds of losses in this world. There's a loss that you cry over, but then you're able to move forward. And then there are other losses that sometimes paralyze us in place. This idea of the tears on her cheek represents this second type of loss. where the loss is almost like immobilizing. The tear is always there. What type of loss is that? Like a woman who loses the husband of her youth. Rashi says, when a woman loses the husband of her youth, that's the man who she married, obviously when she was young, the person who she intended on building her life with. If she loses that life partner, there's almost like an inconsolable loss that's there. That's how the Pasuk describes the loss of Yerushalayim. Incredible. Shneimar, like so literally again her enemies become like believers. If you cause problems for Klal Yisrael, you are catapulted to greatness. This is an interesting idea. The more you oppress and the more you hate Klal Yisrael, you'll be made a leader. You made a leader. Akel Arts, Zulun Ba'arts, Naftali Ba'achon, Hifti Der Hayam, Ever Ayardin, Galil Hakoyu. So this is an interesting idea that essentially in order to hurt Klal Yisrael, you have to have a position of prominence. This Baruch doesn't deliver us into the hands of a no one. And therefore, someone's going to oppress us, by definition, they're going to be given a position of exalted leadership. So literally, again, whoever causes problems for Klal Yisrael never tires. So it's almost as if some of the people have boundless energy in order to be able to afflict their people. Interesting enough, is almost like saying these fellows should not have fallen. So the says, from here you see Kulbina Minatana. What's Kulbina? So Rashi identifies that Kulbina is an expression that meant that sometimes when something bad happens, the person would say, you should never experience this type of misfortune. That's called Kulbina. So that's the Pasuk that's saying, well, they come over there. What's happened to us shouldn't happen to anyone else. Let's see first the widest lines. Kol over there, Amavanim, Amarav, Asuni, Kol over Aldas. These would be stoned. Interesting to say so. The Baruch Hu treated Yerushalayim, right, the Jews of Yerushalayim, Klal Yisrael, as if we were over Aldas, as if we transgressed the tenets of the Baruch Hu's Torah house. So, Dila B'Stom Ksiv, Hashem Hinter Al Stom, right, by Stom it says Hashem caused it to rain on fire on Stom. Dila Yerushalayim Ksiv, Mimarom Shalach Ish Ba'as Mesa Vayirvena. Ksiv, Vayishgal Avon Bas Amin Chachas Stom. Ultimately, again, the Pasuk says that the actions of Klal Yisrael surpass the actions of stone. So also this is incredible. But as terrible as, unfortunately, the behavior of Yerushalayim had become, Yerushalayim still possessed one attribute beyond stone. What was the attribute beyond stone? So this is incredible. The stone says, go. Shivas Lechem, Biyad Ani Be'ayon Lo Mechizika. In stone, there was no sharing. Right? In stone, whatever you had, you kept for yourself. And again, nothing was ever shared with the other. Let's listen to this tomorrow. On the other hand, Yerushalayim Ksiv, Yidei Noshim Nachmanios, Bishlu Yaldeim. Yerushalayim, the hunger, the starvation had become so acute that literally, again, the women ate their own children. And also the young sons, just like such a fascinating twist. Even when they cooked their own children, they invited their neighbors. In other words, they shared what they had together. Which of us is like such an overwhelming thing. So in stone, there was such depravity, and in the midst of all the depravity, there was also an unwillingness to be able to be there and to help the other. In Yerushalayim, even when things became most terrible, people were always willing to look out for one another. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Sila kalav yirah Hashem v'kirbi tzadol shalom l'chavero nifsala matbeya zu." Like a person who says to his friend, his currency, which was once worth so much, is now worth nothing. Why is it so nothing? I remember again. In Eicha goes in order of the Aleph base. Yet interesting enough, if you look at this pasuk, God's law left at PM that they're now opened up against you. If you notice that pay is before ayin, even though normally ayin is before pay. So that's going on here. Because the miracle says something with their mouth, even though they did not see it with their eyes. Whereas they delivered this disastrous report about Eretz Yisrael, even though it was not truly reflective of what they saw. Ochre Ami, Ochre Lechem Hashem Lo. It's like Ochre Ami, Ochre Ami, Ochre Lechem Hashem Lo Karo. Amarava, Rabbi Yochanan, Lo Ochre Lechem Yisrael, Tam Lechem. V'sheino Ochre Lechem Yisrael. Never eat the bread of Klal Yisrael will taste what bread truly is. Whoever doesn't eat the bread of Klal Yisrael won't taste what bread truly is. We'll see what does this mean. What people will say, bread represents sustenance. Like bread represents the core pillar of existence. If you want to understand what existence is, look at Klal Yisrael. If you look at anyone else, you'll find pieces of what it means to lead a meaningful life, but you won't find the entire picture. Only Klal Yisrael has the real lechem of existence. Hashem lo kara Rab Amra Eva Dayanet. So this refers to the corrupt judges. Shmuel says, this refers to the teachers of young children who shirk their responsibility and did not give a proper chinuch to the Jewish children. Me, who appointed them, Ravashi. So sorry. Okay, so that's the end of the Eicha. It's the end of the Eicha. Now the Gemara goes by. So now remember again, the primary topic that the Gemara is occupied in is the list of the three kings and the four adults, the four regular people who don't have a portion in Olam Haba. So the Gemara says, by the way, who compiled the list? Who compiled ours? Who decided who's on this list and who's not on this list? The Gemara says, Ravashi, handshaking us as Hagidolah, we know. Who's handshaking us Hagidolah? None of the Great Assembly. Was whenever Hagidolah was the rabbinic body that was essentially constituted from the end of the first base of Mikdash to the second base of Mikdash. That's actually what Hagidolah. They do a lot of things. Like they created tefillah as we know it today. So they created this list. Listen to this. Big shoe old Linnos Echad. So listen, they wanted to add another person to this list. Now this is actually pretty wild. The Gemara says they wanted to add Shlomo HaMelech to this list. So to this list. Remember again, we've already seen this before. As you mentioned, remember this correct? That by Shlomo says, "Vayas hara b'nei Hashem." What Shlomo did, which was terrible in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the pasuk seems to attribute the pasuk seems to indicate that he worshipped idolatry. Now, the Gemara qualified that. The Gemara says what ended up happening was Shlomo married a lot of women. His wives brought in a lot of idolatry, and he did nothing to stop its practice. So, in that sense, he's responsible for idolatry, even though he himself never worshipped idolatry. So they wanted to add Shlomo to the list. So the Gemara says, so he comes before them, David Melech appears to them, and David Melech prostrates himself before them, saying, please don't do this, but they paid no attention to him. The Lach got Ish Pesach Saleim. The Lord Shkifa fire came down from the heavens and started literally again licking at their benches. And actually it's Agdola, because again, clearly His Baruch was working with displeasure with this decision. But yet they did not pay any attention to it. Remember again, Lo Bashamayim, His Baruch doesn't decide Torah, we decide Torah. Yatsa Baskova Amra Lahem Kazis Ish Maher B'Malachto with name of Umisati by Isyati with Next Ashukim Mishehektim Sagan. So then a Baskov comes out. The Baskov says ultimately again, have you seen a man who does his work quickly before kings he will be? What does this mean? So Kadosh Baruch Hu says, Baskov said, Mishehektim Beisi the Beisel. So first of all, Shlomo built my house before his house. He built the Beis Mikdash before he built his own house. It took him 7 years to build my Beis Mikdash and 13 years to build his own house. With name of walking is Yatziv, so again, so the Baskel was saying, how could such a man be confined to a faith without all? Haba,
take this
you should
picture in a
dwell among
store.
the rest of the kings
Maybe
once
also weird
again.
to take it
Or
in
Shkiach Haba, the Ashas and Noah paid no attention to this bicycle. They just felt that it was incorrect. As we were to Yatza Bashko Ba'amra, Hame Imcha, Ishamena Kima Asfa, Akha Kidkar below. I mean, finally, was sent to the bicycle comes down and said, listen, Hebra, Olam Haba is my purview. It's not yours. You don't decide who goes to Olam Haba and who doesn't go to Olam Haba, and you don't understand the Cheshbonos. So therefore, again, it's so interesting to say that the state of the trying to intervene in a more mild manner, although it's pretty stark as well. And at the end, essentially what he says is, yes, you're right. Allah belongs to you. Allah belongs to you. Decision-making processes when it comes to the adjudication of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to who goes to Olam Haba, who doesn't come to Olam Haba, that's up to me. That's up to me. And therefore, again, Shlomo was not on the list. Darshay Rishumos Hayu Omen. Kulan Ba'im Olam Haba. Once this is wild. So Darshay Rishumos. Rashi says over here, where Darshay Rishumos, Darshay Pesukim Kibutsiv, as Harashon the Tzav, Eves Hayu Omen Shom Kulan Yish Chelik Olam Haba, Kelek Afilu Kulinasha, so say the Darshay Rishumos. Say everyone has a portion of it. Everyone, again, listen, this is the opening line of the Mishnah. Holy Spirit. Everyone has a portion in the world. Even Menashe, even Rabbi, and even Alpha, even the things. You might say incredible. So, Kulaman Olash, Neymar, Ligilad, Menashe, Ephraim, Ma'oz Roshi, Yehudim Mokokiki, Moab, Sirach, Al Edom, Ashkek, Me'ali, Alai, Kashes, Israel. Who do these refer to? Ligilad, Ze'achov, Shinachov, Ramos, he died in the battle of Ramos Gilad. Next, Menashe, Ephraim, Ma'oz, Roshi, who does that refer to? Ze'yuravam, the first three Ravam, who came from the tribe of Ephraim. Yehudim Mechokiki, who is my scepter. Ze'achitofel, that first Achitofel, David HaMelech, Solomon's advisor, top of Kofnei Bosai, Dika'asim Yehuda. Who came from the tribe of Yehuda. Sir Moab, Sirach, what does that mean? Gehazi, Shalota al Iske Rechitza. Gehazi was stricken with mountains because of the issue of washing. This has to do with, let's say, with Mammon, the general of Aram, who was stricken with Saras. Elisha tells him to go ahead and immerse himself in the Yarden. He does so. Naaman wants to go and reward Elisha. Elisha says, I don't want any money. Gehazi afterwards came on his own and said, Elisha changed his mind. He lied. Elisha didn't change his mind. But Gehazi was using this opportunity for his own financial advancement. Okay, so the Gemara was like this. Edom Ashlich Me'ali, Zed Doeg Edom. That refers to Doeg. Alai Fleshes Israeli. So again, Alai Fleshes Israeli. So we'll say, so what does that mean? So we'll say, first of all, I want to point out this is incredible. Right? The Darshay Rishumos, ultimately, again, I'll try to understand that everybody's children are around. Listen, before we go on, I just mentioned something absolutely amazing, which is what does this mean? What's going on over here? And why aren't these people identified? Right? Who are these Rabbanim? Who are these Darshay Rishumos? So we'll say what's interesting to note is as follows. How does Rashi define Darshay Rishumos? Darshay Psukim. They're people who look for deeper meaning in Psukim. And what does Psukim say? Like, when you look at a person, it is very easy to start off with shortcomings and right? And for some reason, the Rabbi program does like the disability to see the weaknesses of the other relatively quickly. We could just kind of like see that just when you're meeting a person for a couple of minutes. You can see everything that's broken about them. You have all different ways to go out of your way to see the good. To see the bad is easy. To see the broken type is easy. To see the good takes a lot of work. So you notice what's going on over here? To say that Menashe, so I say that Yeravam, Achav, Menashe, don't find a Chelik Olam Haba, that's easy. That's easy. Just read the nothing. And you can see why they would not have a portion in the world to come. And here's the shayla. Do you want to be a Darshay Rishus? Do you want to be someone who looks to the good inside? Do you want to find someone ultimately again who he pushes themselves to go out of their way to see the goodness. Sometimes to see the good in someone, you have to be a dark shade. You have to be someone like willing to look at the you have to be someone who's going to like understand deeper meanings. You have to be willing to go ahead and see beyond that which is willing to look below in order to be able to find something that is good. And if you're willing to be a Darsh Yeshuas, if you're willing to be someone who looks in the deeper meaning of Sukkah, if you're willing to be someone who reinterprets the different meaning of different words, then you will find something good in every single person, even in the most evil, even in a Menashe, even in a Yeravam, even in an Alpha. It's just a question of how you want to look at people. Pashat Pshat, Menashe, Yeravam, Alpha, even Chalkolam Haba. Darshan Yeshuas, which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really look to try to find it. Because I will say, sometimes in life, if you want to see the good in someone, you have to work really hard. Because there's a lot of people who on the surface present really badly, and beneath the surface present really bad. And even a little bit beneath the initial surface, still present really bad. But if you really be Darshan Yeshuas, dig deeper and deeper and deeper, and every year you find something beautiful. You find something magnificent. You just have to be willing to undertake the process. It's incredible. What goes right there? Amr Malach Eshas Ekesh Baruch Shem Yovel David Sharges Apushti B'Horish Espanecha Dat Ma'ata Osalo. Incredible. So the Malach Yesher says to the Baruch Hu, if David HaMelech, right? If David HaMelech goes and comes before you, what says it's so beautiful. Now what happens? So according to these approaches, right, all of these people who we just mentioned, there were people who were excluded from Haba according to these Gemaras, right? Not just the three kings, but Doeg, Achitophel, all of these people now go to Olam Haba. So the Malachim says that was right. So what's going to happen? Right, you're going to let these people into Olam Haba. And then David HaMelech is going to see these people in Olam Haba. So David HaMelech is going to see his trusted advisor Achitophel who turned on him. Doeg Edomi, who incited Shaul to try to kill him. David is going to come to Olam Haba. He's going to walk into the base mansion of Olam Haba. And who's going to see? He's going to see this Chavra over there. David is going to come to him. He's going to be all upset. What are you going to say to him? So this is incredible. So Ma'ata Osalo, Amr Lahem, Alai La'asosam Reim Zebazeh. So this probably don't worry about it. You know what my job is to make David HaMelech friends with Achitophel and with Doeg Edom. If they meet each other in the base mansion of Olam Haba, my job is to make them friends, make them reim, make them friends. We're going to say we're not overwhelming Gemara. Essentially, because first of all, stay in your lane. So we begin to see over and over when it comes to Olam Haba, the Rothschild tells Anshimon Malachim, that's your business. I got this. Rabbi said, how incredible is this? If David runs into his former adversary, some of his mentions, Baruch says, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. If there was such an overwhelming Gemara, maybe sometimes the ability, maybe, and I don't know, maybe it's just a function of Olam, maybe it could even happen in this world, but even adversaries, right? Even these adversaries, somehow, some way, can become rave. I don't know if it can happen in this world, but maybe it's going to happen in Olam Haba. And at the end of the day, another thing to look forward to in the afterlife is that even the most bitter of enemies, even a David and Achitophel, David and a Doeg, the Mir Hashem sit and occupy the same space in Olam Haba. Overwhelming. Madua Shova Ha'ama Zeh Yushalayim Yeshua Nitzachas Amrav Shova Nitzachas is Shiva Knesset Torah Navi. So says Shiva. Remember, this is Navi Cheskel. So the Navi Cheskel is giving Musar to Klal Yisrael. And what happens? So the Klal Yisrael gave back the Butchula to the Navi. So I'm Navi. So the Navi, sorry, Zechariah. The Navi Zechariah said to them, go ahead and do tshuva. After all, avosechem shechatu hefanhem. So the Navi says to Christ, the Navi says to Christ, do tshuva. Because look what happened to your ancestors who didn't do tshuva. They're no longer here. Klal Yisrael is great. Klal Yisrael says back, Amar lahem, amru lo, u'leviachem shalochatu hefanhem. So it's not exactly a good time though. We're right. Your ancestors who were Balei Tshuva are also dead. So our ancestors are dead. Your ancestors are dead. So either way, they're dead. So why don't you try to convince us of Tshuva? So the Gemara says, "Shneimar avosechem ayehim, v'anevim ala olam yechiu, amalahem avosechem chazu v'hodu." So again, so the Torah says your ancestors were strong enough to do tshuva. Shneimar, Aktive Dechukesh Tzidi says Adianadim Shmuel Amar Baal Asar Bnei Adam Vayashuv Lefanav Vayashuv Lefanav. So what ended up happening was 10 people came and sat before the Navi. This was the episode described in the puzzle. So the Navi says, "Send the tshuva." Amru Lo, listen to this. So this is very profound exchange. So the Navi says to this group of 10 people, "Do tshuva." They say back to the Navi, Amru Lo, Eved Shemachru Rabbo, V'isha Shegar Shabayla, Klum Yesh Lazeh Al Zeh Klum. So it's interesting. So the Jews say back to the Navi, right? If you have an Eved who was sold by his master, or a woman who was divorced by her husband, could the master have any expectation of the Eved, or could the husband have any expectation of his wife? That was also what they were telling the Navi was that the Ribono Shel Olam has cast us away. He's cast us away. We've been rejected by the master. We've been rejected by the husband. So what do you want from us? In fact, we'll say it's so profound. And by the way, begin to see this theme over and over. See this back to Gemara. Even when Klal Yisrael was worshiping Avodah Zarah, there was still such a connection to Hashem. And you can see Klal Yisrael, at least in this exchange over here, turning to HaKadosh Baruch Hu because they felt rejected by the Ribono Shel Olam. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Navi, Lechem Ar Lahen. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to the Navi, Eis Sefer Krisos Inchem Asher Shlachtia. O mimano shemacharti eschem lo ein ba'avonosechem nimkartem o b'shachem shalcha inchem. HaKadosh This is back to the Navi. Ask Klal Yisrael, where's your get? Where's your get? Right? Where's the document of sale that says that I sold you this soul? HaKadosh says, no. Don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject you. You rejected me. But now what you're doing is you're projecting. You rejected me, and now you're projecting on me, God, that I rejected you. I would say such a profound, right? So much psychology here, also in like the worship of idolatry. How again, Klal Yisrael plays the role of the victim. You reject us, folks. I rejected you. You spent generations sinning. You rejected me, and now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting on me that I rejected you. That's the shalom. Where's the get? Where's the document of sale? I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I never sold you out. That's the Rothschild that says, David Abdi, Nebuchadnezzar Abdi. So what does it mean in the pasuk? The pasuk refers to David, my servant, and Nebuchadnezzar, my servant. He says, what does this mean? So people, sorry. This Baruch said, the Klal always say this. So also this is fascinating. It sounds strange that HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls David his servant and Nebuchadnezzar his servant. So first of all, it seems that we always understand that when Nebuchadnezzar did, it wasn't Nebuchadnezzar, it was Baruch Hu. Nebuchadnezzar was the agent. By calling Nebuchadnezzar the servant of God, then who's the master? Who's the master? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now what does that mean? Now when there's a servant and a master, whatever the servant requires, the master requires. So even when we were conquered by Nebuchadnezzar and under his domain, we were under the domain of the Eved, but we still belong to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Gemara is highlighting this idea. Never is there a rejection by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even when we are conquered and subjugated by others, those others themselves are abundant to Hashem, and being a servant to the servant still means that what? I belong to the master. It was such an overwhelmingly profound and beautiful Never are we rejected by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We may reject God, which does happen, and as a result, sometimes there's this feeling of guilt having rejected God. So we project onto God that He rejected us, but there's nothing further from the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam never rejects us. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. Incredible.
It's just, you
And
know,
Lo Bian Chazak,
it would
Lo
be
Bizarre, 2 years, Lo Bichin,
unbelievable
Shfucha,
if
Amro
we did
Chalei,
that
Rab
more
Nachman,
than once.
Kol
He
Ki
did it
Rischa, Yirsak Rachmana
You're
Alon,
not going to believe that it's a
Lifakilon.
guy
Let
that's
HaKadosh Baruch Hu get as angry as he wants at us,
genuine,
but
that
at
he
least
can't
redeem
take
us.
social
As you
media.
will say,
He's always on
sometimes,
social media.
it's almost as if,
Yeah.
like in a relationship, sometimes there's tension,
It's a
and
narrative.
you're not yelling at each other, and you're not saying anything.
I'm sorry for
But you know that there's all this tension building, and what do you want more than anything? Like, let's do this. Just like get it out, whatever it is, as ugly as it's going to be. Let's just go ahead and have the negativity. Let's have the yelling, the screaming. Right? Let's have the argument. Whatever it is, let's just get it done. Let people near Hashem move on. Just always give you a phone and whatever you've got, just bring it. Let's do this. We accept whatever the repercussions of our actions are, but then we want to be redeemed. The Yisrael Mishpat Avokad Yonanu, Omra Barakana, Omra Navi Yisrael. This is beautiful, I'll say. Navi Yisrael, Chazar B'Tshuva. Let's say, you know what's really amazing? You know what's really amazing? At the end of the day, we think life is so complicated. It's not that complicated. It all comes down to two words: Chazru B'Tshuva. Chazru B'Tshuva. Just do tshuva. I know obviously it's much simpler said than done. But Lord, just do tshuva. Just come back to me. Just come back to me. We spend our lives running away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu and then justifying why we're really allowed to run, or why it's not really running, or why because I subscribe to this, I don't have to do all these different things, and it's exhausting. We invent hashkafas, we invent ideologies, we invent life approaches, all these different things to justify running away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu and shirking up our religious responsibilities. We get so tired instead of just coming back home. Just give ourselves over to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just chazar b'tshuva. That's it. I'm waiting for you. So chazar b'tshuva. That's what happens. Our law ain't on your cholet. This is incredible. We're saying. Klai says we can't. Why? Yitzhak hara sholei panu. The Bible says this Gemara is gold. So the Navi says, Klal Yisrael, just do tshuva, just come back. Klal Yisrael said, we can't. We have a Yetzer Hara. And the Yetzer Hara is so powerful. The Yetzer Hara is so overwhelming. So what does the Navi say? What does Kodesh Baruch Hu say? Kodesh Baruch Hu says, Amar Lahem, Yisru Yitzrechem. So ultimately, what does Kodesh Baruch Hu say back? Essentially, put on your big white pants, not that close, right? And take control of the situation. I got it. You have Yetzer Hara. I got it. Take control. So I was saying, here's what's interesting. That statement of Klal Yisrael is almost like a lack of control. I would come back, but I'm not in charge. There's Yetzer Hara. Yibon Shalom Shalom said, Yisru Yisrechem, which literally means chastise your Yetzer. Take control. Take the reins of your life. Whichever say, you understand what's happening in this conversation over here? This is what you go through every single day. I'm not accomplishing anything I need to accomplish. I'm not doing things I want to do. I'm not the person yet I want to be. And if you ask me why it's not happening, why isn't it happening? Why is it happening? I'm going to give you a list of reasons. Right? Now, what's interesting, by the way, is what's the commonality in that entire list? Right? It has nothing to do with me. Right? It's my father never did this, my mother never did this, my spouse doesn't do this, my rabbi doesn't do this, my teachers didn't do this, I wasn't, I never got as much cookies as the other kids. All the other things, right? And there's a whole list of things that are responsible for why I am not the person I need to be. And everyone else is blamed. Everyone else has a contributing role to why I am underperforming. There's only one core person that's missing from that list. There's one person who has no responsibility for everything that has gone down, and that's me. Because Baruch Hu says, really? This is happening in this conversation. Because Baruch Hu says, get your act together. Get your Once tshuva is not just a son of a gun, tshuva means the act of pulling yourself and your life together. Probably says, oh, you would love to do tshuva, but what do you want? Have Yetzer Hara, woe is me. All these problems in my life, but not me. It's not my fault. It has nothing to do with me. It's everyone else who's not pulling their weight. Therefore, I can't do my part. This is really, you're outsourcing your responsibility. You're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person and one person only. And that's you. The buck of your life stops with one person and one person only. And that's you. Success in life is dependent on one person and one person only. And that is you. So rein it in. Rein it in. Take control. If you notice, by the way, because Baruch Hu doesn't say it's not a struggle. He validates the struggle. Struggle is a struggle. But I have control over whether or not I navigate, how I navigate that struggle. To which Klal Yisrael says, Anulo Elokav Yarunu. Well, Hashem, you created it, so you need to deal with it. It's interesting. Klal Yisrael says, you know what, essentially, you made the mess, you clean it up. Right? We didn't make the Yitzhara. We didn't ask for the Yitzhara. So you created it, so because you created it, ultimately, again, you have to deal with it. So we'll say, by the way, that's how the Gemara ends. That's how it ends. So by the way, so the Pasha do tshuva or not? No. Well, how do we know it didn't do tshuva? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circular conversation. Because Kaisel once again says, well, God, it's your problem, not my problem. You created the Sahara. You did this, so you cleared it up. And I will say, because when I failed to take responsibility for myself, I was so scared of taking responsibility. Because what happens to take responsibility? What happens if I take responsibility? If I take responsibility, then I have to look in the mirror and I have to recognize that almost all of the failures in my life are mine. They're my failures. They're my failures. And that hurts. And that's difficult. And that's painful. And most of us do not want to deal with that pain. So instead, we spend a lifetime running from responsibility and attributing fault to anyone and everyone else around us. So we never take responsibility. You can't do tshuva. And instead, if you just find the courage, just say, okay, I own it. It's me. It's me. Yeah, almost every single thing that's gone wrong in life is me. I own it. But here's the news. Once you overcome that pain and that feeling of almost like debilitating shock of responsibility for things that haven't gone right, you're going to realize something amazing. And like Rabbi Nachman says, if you believe that you have the ability to break it, then you have the ability to fix it. The reins are then mine. And once the reins are mine, there's no telling what I can accomplish. I can do so much. I can fix my life. I can do what I need to do. The tragedy is the conversation ends off the same way it's ended off the last 2,000 years. Don't tell me it's your problem. It's always someone else's problem. If it's someone else's problem, chances are it's never going to be fixed. You find the courage to own it. They need to become true Baba Tshuva. Arba Hedyotos, who are the four Hedyotos who never own Haba? Bilam, Doeg, Achitofel, Gechazi. So Bilam, below Am. What's his name? What's his name? Bilam. So Bilam means below Am, without a nation. Davar Achar, Bilam, Shebala Am. Literally, again, he brought down a nation. That's actually, we're going to see that's a reference to that. Even though Bilam was unable to curse us, he's going to give Balak the idea about the immorality. Ben Ba'ar, Sheba al Bigir. Why is it called Ben Ba'ar? Because he had relations with his donkey. We'll come back to that. Tana, Zimar says, Tana, Hu Ba'ar, Hu Kushan Rishasayim, Hu Lavan Ha'aram. That's pretty wild. So Bilam's father was Ba'ar. So the Gemara says, by the way, this guy Ba'ar, his name is he's Ba'ar, he's Kushan Rishasayim, and he's also Lavan. Wow. He's also Lavan. So the Gemara says, Ba'ar, Sheba al Bigir. So ultimately, he's called Ba'ar because he had a relation with the donkey. Kushan Rishasayim, he's called Kushan Rishasayim, the Abid Shtei Rishios Yisrael, because he did two terrible things. To Klal Yisrael, right? Achaz b'mei Yaakov, v'achaz b'mei Yaakov, she'achaz b'mei Yaakov, v'achaz b'mei Shvot HaShoftim. One was during the days of Yaakov, that'd be a reference if he was Lavan, and the other during the days of Yoshua. Okay, so Gemara says, Rashi says, I'm sorry, la'achar misas Yoshua, after Yoshua died. Okay, the Gemara says, Rashi says, what was the actual name? Lavan Ha'arami. His actual name was Lavan. Interesting. So the Gemara says, which I will say, by the way, we can indicate that Bilam was the son of Lavan. Bilam was the son of Lavan, which is pretty incredible. So the Gemara says, in general, by the way, they're also incredible. So what do these things actually mean, right? That doesn't mean it's actually Lavan, or people are just blessed with longevity. Someone who possessed the same Lavan, because remember, you can see a similarity between Lavan and Bilam, right? Both of them work in one. Let's see, what do we say? What do we say in the Haggadah, in Magid? Lavan bikesh la kar es hakol. Right? Lavan wanted to uproot everything. What did Bilam? Bilam bikesh la kar es hakol. Both of them had the same stated mission. So the Gemara says, Ksiv ben Bar, Ksiv ben no Bar. So it says the son of Baar. So in one pasuk says that Bilam is the son of Baar, and then it indicates that Baar was the son of Bilam. Which one is it? I'm Rabbi Yoshua. I'm sorry. Good. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Aviv b'nohu l'bnedius. So in certain respect, Baar, right? Baar was the son of Bilam, the son of his son when it came to prophecy. In other words, his father was Baar, his son was Bilam, but Bilam was a greater prophet than his father, and therefore he's like the father of his. He's like the father. He's a father to his father in the realm of prophecy. Okay. Bilam Udula Asida Amadasi. Oh, really awesome. So what's here's interesting. Now the fact that it says that Bilam doesn't go to Olam Haba, what does that seem to indicate? That other Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. The non-Jews go to Olam Haba as well. To which the Gemara says, Whose opinion does this reflect? So the Gemara Rabbi Yeshua, he designed Rabbi Lazar Omer, Yeshua Rishon L'Shola, called Ben Shech Elokim, Yeshua Rishon L'Shola. What does it mean that it says the wicked will go to the Sha'al to Gehenna? Elu Poshe Yisrael, this refers to the sinners of Israel. Call Goyim Shech Elokim, all the Goyim who forget Hashem. Elu Poshe Ovdei Kochavim. Now, this is interesting. If you notice over here, you see in the Gemara, you have a little bit of a yud days. So the changes, by the way, if you look over, it says Elo Umos Ha'olam. Really, it's supposed to say this refers to the nations of the world who do not have a portion in the world to come. So how did it become Hoshe of the Kohavim? If you look in Agos Hasinim, it says, right, the Fusiyat Lefi HaSensor. This Gemara was censored. This was a censored Gemara. It originally said that, again, members of the nations of the world do not have a portion in the world to come. All of them. That all of them have us for Jews. All of us for Jews, not for the nations of the world. The censors changed it ultimately again to say the sinners of the nations of the world don't go to Olam, but everyone else does. The Rabbi Lazar, on Rabbi Yeshua, Yeshua wants to keep him out. Called the whole Goyim. Who does that refer to? Maninu. Kol Goyim Shcheichei Elokim. She was like, which is here, it's listening, do the nations of the world go to Olam Haba or not? So one opinion says yes. Only those who forget Hashem amongst nations of the world don't go to Olam Haba. And other opinion says no, Olam Haba is only for Jews, not for the most Olam. Fundamental Machlokes. Okay. But also Russia doesn't sit in the Atzmo. Even Bilam himself, obviously, our Mishnah clearly subscribes to the idea that the nation's righteous Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. Right? Because again, otherwise, why are you excluding Bilam from Olam Haba? So our Mishnah clearly sides with the idea that Allah so righteous Gentiles absolutely do go to Olam Haba. Okay? So the Gemara says, even Bilam himself gave a simon. What was the simon? Amar Tamos Nafshi Mosi Sharon. In Tamos Nafshi Mosi Sharon Teacharisi Kamo. In Rab Kinni Holech Lami. The Bilam himself said, if I die a natural death, and that is indicative of the fact that I'm going to Olam Haba. If I die a natural death, it seems to indicate that I'm not going to Olam Haba. And of course, Bilam didn't die a natural death; he was killed. The Indians didn't go Olam Haba. Remember again, this connects to Bilam's story. So the elders of Moab Midian come to try to recruit Bilam. Hana, Midian and Moab, L'chayalam Shalom E'ol. The nations of Midian and Moab did not get along at all. So much listening to love and shayim those that they here that collaborated. What's going on here? Much listening to love and shayim the Eider, but I used to live in Zodas. They were the two dogs, right? Who really did not get along. Right? Always a lot of animosity. Buzz the Eid ala Echad. So what happens? A wolf attacked one of the dogs. So the other dog says, Amra Akar in any Osro, Hayom, Horik Oso, will the Machar Ba Alai. So the second dog says, listen, if I don't help the first dog, even though I really don't like him, today the wolf is going to kill him. What's going to happen? Tomorrow the wolf is going to come and kill me. Therefore, again, it is better for me to partner with my dog. Essentially, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? The idea over here, so even though the dogs don't like each other, they united. Same idea. So Midian and Moab did not get along at all, but they had a common enemy of clouds. Therefore, they teamed up together. Amar Papa, Hainudami Inchi, Karkushta, the Shunra, Abu Hilula, Nitabra, the Bish Gada. Literally translated, the weasel and the cat had a feast from the fat of the one with bad mouth. Again, one of those ones that doesn't translate so well, right? Much better than the original error. So apparently the idea is cats and weasels don't get along. When they face a common enemy, they're willing to gang up together and feast on their vanquished enemy. So Vayish was sorry Moab in Bilam. Sorry, so Gemara says that so they come to Bilam. And then the pasuk says that the messengers of Moab stayed with Bilam. So the Gemara says, "What's that? Sorry, Midian Heichel." So where did the guy Shamidian go? So came down with the little Linu Palayla about Shilosi Eskandavar Amar Amru Klum Yish Av Shesone Eskandavar. So the messengers of Midian realized that once Bilam was unable to give them an immediate answer, right? Because they say to Bilam, "Come, curse Klal Yisrael," and Bilam says, "You know what? Stay here tonight, and I'll get back to you." They realized that once Bilam wasn't able to give them an answer, something was going on. It wasn't going to work. And they said, Rothschild was not going to go for this. Is there any such thing as a father who despises his son? Rothschild is our father. So the message of the media realized Rothschild is not going to curse him. He's just not going to curse him. So they went home. Amar Nachman, chutzpah is incredible. Chutzpah, afilu klape shmayim mahani. So chutzpah is a very powerful tool. Right? And chutzpah, even against the Kadosh Baruch Hu, is able to affect change. How so? Listen to this. Mekarek says, in the beginning when Bilam asked the Kadosh Baruch Hu to go and curse Klal Yisrael, so Kadosh Baruch Hu says, "Don't go with them." Yet amazingly enough, Bilam persists. Ulubasov kum lech itam. It says, "Go with them." Go with them. What do you see from here? Bilam was chutzpahdik, right? Bilam was chutzpahdik, but chutzpah sometimes pays off. And we'll say, we know this in life. Sometimes, chutzpah usually is understood in a negative way, but sometimes chutzpah could actually have very powerful and positive repercussions. Again, not for Bilam. For Bilam, it did not work well. But again, you see from here that when a person is adamant about something, sometimes even after the Baruch Hu admires, so to speak, they're adamant. I'm not sure it's just chutzpah. Chutzpah is like a king without a crown. Now, a king without a crown has the ability to affect some level of change, not complete change, but has the ability to affect some level of change. This goes back to yesterday's talk. Remember again the story you saw about the two Jews being taken captive? All right, what did the captors say? Am shei orifat. They both say, being a stiff-necked people, that's chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Chutzpah is part of what's kept us. Right? Chutzpah, the stiff-neckedness of Klal Yisrael, ultimately, again, is what has sustained us throughout the ages. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. Siv, I know, okay, you're I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Bilam was crippled in one of his legs. Shimon was crippled in both of his legs. Shneimar, Shvifon alei orak, Hanoshech Ikrisos, Bilam subachas me'inafaya. Bilam was blind in one eye. Shneimar, Shesum ha'ayim. Good. Kosein ba'amasai. Furthermore, interestingly enough, he did sorcery with his makom milah. All right. I don't know. All right. So Gemara says, Sivhacha, it says over here, no felt the head. Okay. No felt the galoy einayim. Sivhasam meaning hama nofa alamita. So lashon like no felt has like a lashon like a connotation of intimacy. So you see from here that again, his sorcery was done again. Sorcery was done with the makom milah. Itmar. Marzutra Amar Kosin Ba'amasohaya. Marzutra said that again, he did sorcery again with his makom milah. Marbi Dravina Amar Sheba al Asono. Obviously, you know what it means is he engaged in immorality with his donkey. Right, Gemara says. So, good. Mandamar Kosin Ba'amasohaya Kidamina. So, notice that he did sorcery again with his amos. So that we just saw before. Mandamar Ba'amasono. I know that he relation with his donkey. Sivhacha Kara Shachav, Uksiv Hasam Bain Ragla Kara Nafal Shachav. So once he uses the same lashon over here of Kara, right, literally crouching over. That's the same lashon that's used by Sisra and Yael. According to the Medrash, she had relations with him. By Yodea Das Elyon, and ultimately again, so Bilam knew the Das of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Hash the Das Banjo Haviyada Das Elyon Haviyada. So again, if Bilam couldn't control his donkey, right? We know the story, right? Where Bilam, the donkey refuses to move forward because the donkey sees the malach, the angel with the outstretched sword in front of it. Bilam doesn't see it. Bilam keeps hitting his donkey to move forward. So the Gemara says Bilam couldn't control his donkey, and he knows how HaKadosh Baruch Hu works. So this is very interesting. My das, the Gemara says. So the Gemara says, my das to him. Goes the Amrulay. So listen to this. So what does it mean that he cannot control his donkey? The Amrulay is very interesting because ultimately, again, the ministers of Moab said to him the following: Amrulay, my tamalora chafta susya. So this is very interesting. When Bilam finally goes with the ministers of Moab, the ministers of Moab were surprised that he was going on a donkey. They said, "Where's your horse? Where's your horse? Right? What's going on over here?" So I'll say, "So Amalahu, Shaddai Virativa." So I'll say, "This is great." So Bilam says, "Oh, you know what? Like, it's like asking, like, why are you in a Honda? Right, a guy like you, right? The guy like you should be. I don't know what where's your Cadillac? Where's your this?" So he says, he says, "Oh, this is a loaner. It's a loaner. It's in the shop. Right? My horse is out. My horse is out. It's grazing. It's doing its thing. See what the really means like in the marshlands." On relay, Allah no he asked so once the sound of donkey begins to speak up. Really? I'm a loner? I'm your donkey. So, yeah, Bilam says, yeah, you're my donkey, but Latina Ba'alma. I don't divide on you. I just use you to go ahead and transport stuff. You're like my transport. You're my hitch. You're my U-Haul hitch that I usually go ahead and put on my little vehicle. Like my horse. I would never chas v'sholom be caught dead on a donkey like this. So the donkey says, really? Asher achafta alai. What are you talking about? You use me all the time. You ride on me all the time. Bilam says, no, akrai ba'alma. No, that's not true. Sometimes I ride on you again when my primary form of transportation is in the shop. The old chadayam is that. That's what I'm talking about. You've been riding on me again for forever. Hello, old. Ella shani osalacham my seishus baila. Okay, all right. And furthermore, again, the donkey says, right, literally again. Yeah. I provide many services for you, right? Transportation and other, right? Right. So the donkey, say, by the way, what's fascinating about this is you almost see like it's interesting. Like the donkey is like saying to Bilam, at least to be a market at least you're such a maneuver, like you're such a base and disgusting guy. Like what you do to me and with me, at least recognize the role that I play in your life. Right? You want to be a degenerate, you are a degenerate. Don't be an ingrate and a degenerate. Right? It's incredible. So the Gemara says, "Ksiv hacha haskim iskan. Ksiv hasav atilas sakaras. Ella maybe okay. That's all. It's obviously again. Some of those guys argue with his What does it mean that he knew that was wrong? So Rosh Hashanah lechavein osa shar What Bilam knew was the exact moment that Hakadosh Baruch Hu gets angry. At the end of the verse, Hakadosh Baruch Hu gets angry for just one moment a day. Bilam knew that exact moment. Yisrael. I mean, Shekarna my yards balak melech moab, umachona osa Bilam ben Moab. Menashidim ala Gilgal, lemandas tzedakos Hashem. What does it mean that again, when Bilam was trying to pursue, what does it mean the righteousness of Hashem? My lemandas tzedakos Hashem. Hakadosh Baruch Hu saw Duna. Kama tzedakos asisi mochem. No, when Bilam was trying to pursue, how much tzedakah I did with you? How so? Remember again, Bilam knew the exact moment that God got angry. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, "Did a miracle all the days that Bilam was trying to pursue. I did not get angry for one moment that entire time." So the Gemara says, because had I gone ahead and gotten angry that entire time for that one moment, if Bilam would have cursed you during that one moment, it would have destroyed you. If Bilam would have destroyed you. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu says, miraculously, I did not get angry at you at all during that entire time. So the Gemara says, so interestingly enough, this is what Bilam was saying to Balak. I've got it all figured out. I know that if I curse Klal Yisrael during one moment when Hakadosh Baruch Hu gets angry, I can destroy them. But I don't know what to tell you. God's not getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I am powerless to curse Klal Yisrael. So I don't say, mid-story, I'm leaving over here a little bit of a cliffhanger. And then we'll finish up with Bilam tomorrow. Shkayach, everyone. Tremendous.
ketchup on the hash brown. McDonald's. It seems like, I mean, the hash brown is so good. It's like, yes. You know how I lost a lot of weight? I stopped putting ketchup on shit. That was so much. Yeah, before the dog was ketchup and I was the guy. You know what I'm saying? Just eat that shit. But yeah, no, it was one of the many things I did to stop. I stopped fucking squirrels. Get it nice. I started eating sausage salad. Yep. It literally is the time when I started losing weight. I started eating sausage salad.
Good morning. Let us be.
I don't eat the kind of food that you put
Begin by
ketchup
thanking
on.
all of our sponsors for
Okay, I got a donut
this
problem.
morning share. To thank
Coffee
Baruch Hashem,
ice
our
cream.
top sponsor for Touching Today,
Makes me
5785.
fat. There's no need to.
There's no Simish
They
Bafa.
don't put
A little
ketchup
bit
on
of
this stuff, so I can't take ketchup out of my
a
diet.
different
It's not
sponsorship
eating.
this morning. I've come with something wishing a big mazel tov to his dear friend Benjamin Wall. On the marriage of Benjamin's dear son Tivna, Shishira, beautiful couple. So Yetz Hashem gives endless nachos to all of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. Our Talmudor sponsors for the month of Nisan. Thank you to those Baruch Hashem who answered the call on WhatsApp yesterday. Thank you. Always happy Power. In celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Palaka Blastar in New Jersey. Not New Jersey. Mazel Tov, Yetz Hashem's continuing celebrations of the month of Nisan. An anonymous Talmudor sponsor for the month of Nisan in the schos of Simchas for all of our children and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shtema for Klal Yisrael on May. And I wake up learning about Kathy Bali, the relation of the yard site of House Father Shmuel Ben Zechariah, great grandmother Cyril Bas from the Dove. Over the Shamshad, that's only sponsors for today. Saeed and Sinadikin in honor of the Tasser of Yeshaya Learner to Leah Anna Ehrenfeld in Mazel Tov to Ari and Shoshana and continues Nachas from the entire Mishpacha. Mazel Tov, we always Mazel Tov to Vari Piri Baruch Hashem B'Shat Tov B'Shat to Zocha to walk the sun down to the Chava and Yetz Hashem see and build the Binyan Adi Ad Hope of the Kiddush of Mazel Rava and then that's some shining colors. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Let's get a question. We dedicate our learning in this course. The Lord should bring home all of our hostages. Our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole amassing again, and indeed, the month of Nisan should be a Geula, and Yetz Hashem, a personal Geula, a national Geula, and Yetz Hashem, the Kara. Wasn't that? Let us be a lot to do today. Great dot. There's a great dot for us today. Today's dot is Kuf Dalet. We are picking up on Kuf Gimel on the beginnings. We left off at 10 100 Omer, which is about 15 lines down from the top. Kind of. Maybe to say, Avshalom in the Gelgolamaba. Avshalom doesn't have a fortune in the multiple. Remember again, Avshalom, the son of David Amara, who led a rebellion against his father. So Avshalom doesn't have a Gelgolamaba Shnemar. Vayakwa es Avshalom ve'misu. Va'akub al-Mazah, ve'misu al-Rabbi. Tanya b'shem al-Azam, b'shem al-Azam, b'shem al-Azam. Achos va'achazyon. וחמרתי ישור שחסו בהם ויעש היה אדוני השם לא חיים ולא נידונים. So it's a really interesting piece. It's not what it says, and it's in the name of the man. Achos and Achazio, all of the kings of Malchus Israel who did bad stuff, and the way the Pasuk refers to them is that they did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Lochaim is interesting. Lochaim means and halacha l'meis again, they do not come back with Tchias HaMeisim, but on the other hand, lo nidonim. They don't go to Gehenna. They don't go to Gehenna. They're not judged. Rashi points out over here, lo chayim, lo yichud l'olam haba misadikim. They nidonim inani b'Gehenna. It's very interesting. There are certain people again who they're neither resurrected, nor are they put in Gehenna. The Gemara says, so also, which is quite fascinating because again, this limbo state seems to be worse than anything else. In other words, the person goes to Gehenna, so you know again, Gehenna is a cleansing property under the Neshama. Going to Gehenna allows the Neshama ultimately again to regain its luster and move forward. The ability to go ahead and go to Gehenna prevents the Neshama from possessing. It seems to be the worst ownership of all. וגם דם לא ישפך נשך במעוז, עד אשר ידי ישושלים לפת, ובא מכך אסור שהכתיר שיהודה לעשות סבא בעיני השם. So in addition to all the Avodah Zarah, that that Menashe introduced, apparently there was also a tremendous amount of blood that was shed, to the point that Yerushalayim was filled with blood from one end to the other. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara tries to understand what exactly is it that Menashe did. Instead of Menashe spilled all of this blood, what does it mean? Is that literal? Or what does it mean? To which the Gemara says, some say it means that he killed Yeshaya Hanan. Incredible. That although it was one person, because it was Yeshaya, it's considered that he filled up Yerushalayim from one end to the other with blood. And the Arava Ami in their Shabbos said, Sha'asat Salem Mesu Elach Tani Adam. But really, it's so Menashe didn't have all these other. The idol itself is so big that it required 1,000 people to lift it. And every day it would kill all of them. So apparently there was this idol that he commanded 1,000 people to lift up, but the weight of the idol was too much and it comes crashing down upon those who went ahead and carried it. So he killed 1,000 people every day. There's a tremendous metaphor in that statement where there are the difference between there was a Avodah Zarah that was too heavy to carry and it crushed everyone to carry it. Compare that with what the Gemara says about the Aron, right? That the Kohanim who went ahead and carried the Aron, what does the Gemara say? Ha'aron nosi es nosam. The Aron carried those who carried it. When you put your co-host into the right things, when you put your energy into the right things, those things lift you up. You put your cloth into Torah, you put your cloth into Avodah Hashem, you put your cloth into Eretz Yisrael, those things lift you up. You put your energies, your strength, and your time into the wrong things, and those things will crush you. Right? And those things will carry you. Those things will bless you. Those things will finish you. Tremendously so. What you put that cloth into, depends whether or not that very thing, that very entity, that very initiative will lift me or bury me. The Gemara goes like that. Kiman Oz Lahad Ora Barakana. Shkula Neshama Shal Tzadik Echad Keneged Kol Ha'olam Kulo. Beautiful Gemara. That literally the Neshama of Tzadik, the Neshama is as worthy or corresponds to the Neshama of the entire generation. Who is that? And Adam Yeshaya Hara. This reflects the view that Menashe killed Yeshaya. And although Menashe, quote unquote, only killed in one person, right? But Lamaisa, again, the Pasuk reckons it as if he killed Yeshaya with blood from one end to the other. So he was Ksiv, pass out, Uksiv, Ksiv. So as each step by Menashe says he built an idol, singular, and then it says he built idols, plural. So which one is it? I'm ready to go. The Tila Asala appeared to Achas. Is incredible. In the beginning, Menashe made an idol with one face. One face, or the Basel, Asala, Arbukir, Sufin, Kadesha, Kira, Shechina, the Tifos. At the end, he ended up making an idol with 4 different faces. Why 4 different faces? As we see in just a moment, he positioned it in the base of the crush, and he wanted it to be that Lemaisa, wherever, right, so responsible to Shkina, would see the idol wherever it was. So it's like, can you imagine like that level of chutzpah? He wanted to make sure that the Moshe saw the past, but Moshe saw the idol. Incredible. So it was like Achaz had the idol. So Achaz went ahead and put his idol in the upper story of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, Menashe he put his idol in the Beis Hamikdash itself. Amos put a step further, and Amos put the idol literally again in the Kodesh HaKodashim, the Holy Holy. Shneimar, Katzar Hamasar Mishkashea, Mishkara, Damasei Katzara Shiris Kanes. So let's listen to this part. It's actually quite interesting. The pasuk reads as follows: Katzar Hamasar Mishkashea. What does it mean that the couch? Literally translated, it means the couch was too short to stretch out. What does that mean? I'm going to show my money on the other side. The count, the Beis Hamikdash, is too small for 2 people to lay on together. It's a reference to Rothschild and Avodah Zarah. Like overwhelming. That the Beis Hamikdash can't contain both the Shekhinah and Avodah Zarah. And therefore, the Rebbe essentially said, like, this town's not big enough for the 2 of us. If you're going to put Avodah Zarah in the Beis Hamikdash, I'm out. Most of the first of the widest lines. My Bahamaseh Chatzara, what does it mean that the cover itself is too narrow? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shlomo Nachmani, Rabbi Yochanan Knevemat Lahydra Halabachi. Rabbi Yochanan would come to this pasuk, he would cry. He would say, Misha Kasubo Konis Kanid Mehayon Tasa Lo Maseh Chatzara. So he says, about easily says that the Muslim would say that literally he commands the seas. He commands the seas. He has to contend with an idol to share the cover. That's also sometimes you have to share a cover, and the cover's too small. Because we don't have much more, which says the cover's too small for both of us. Can't cover me and the apple of the rest. The real question is really that the Bono Shalom has to fight for cover. We has to fight for cover with an apple. He's already crying, so you have to fight it. Achaz Bika Savoda, the Chassan Satola. So Asa went ahead, Achaz, Tinefas went ahead, and he stopped the Avodah of Mikdash, and he also literally again truncated the study of Torah.
That was how Bruno's interviews anybody interviews.
Menashe Chadas Haskaros. Menashe went ahead and scratched out literally again, scratched out the names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu from the Torah. Bahar comes back. And he went ahead and he destroyed him down. The Gemara said, Amon, Sarafas HaTorah Behela, Shemamis Al-Gabi Mizbeach. Amon went ahead and burned the Torah and created cobwebs, literally caused cobwebs to form in his back, which represents again inaction. Inaction. Achaz, Keter Sa'erba, is incredible. Achaz, permitted in moral relationships. Menashe, Ba'al HaChoso. Menashe relationship with his sister. Amon, Ba'al Imo. Amon, unfortunately, engaged in activity with his mother, Shneimar. Amon Harbe Ashma. The Yochel is said, by the way, just to understand, this is the natural progression of things. The moment that the Ribono Shel Olam is no longer your guiding force, right? And the moment that a person is not anchored in a system of religious development, immorality and idolatry is there. Remember again, once we said this many times. What's idolatry? Idolatry is when you make God in your own image. You decide what you want, and you create a system around that. The moment that occurs, by definition, immorality is soon to follow. So remember, the Chadamar Shabbat, one says that Ammon went ahead and burned the Torah. Other says that he had a relationship with his mother. His mother said to him, really? Like, you want to do this? Literally translated, can you have any pleasure right from the place where you emanated from? Like, you went and asked him, what are you doing? The Bosa is incredible. I love a Hafiz Esboli. Someone said this isn't about pleasure. This is about anger in God. Like, this is about rebellion. So the Gemara goes back to Yochel Omar. So curious. When Yochel came on the scene, he said, Kamai, Yadi La'aguze Klum. Right? So ultimately, again, La'aguze. So this is incredible. Yochel took the ones who came before me, they didn't really know how to anger God. I can show you how to anger God, right? I will say that it was just so fascinating. Like, what do you see from all of this? It's not just a shot. You know, you think about like all those other people didn't believe. If you don't believe, then fine, but just go on your way. Why do you need to anger God? Why do you need to anger God? Like, why do you need to pity HaKadosh Baruch Hu in such a dramatic way? Besides that, we spoke about yesterday. When you are secure enough in your own beliefs, you do not need other people to agree with you. Like, you do have to spend your life trying to show other people why is that they're wrong. The only people who need to show everyone else why they're wrong, right? And the only people who need everyone else to agree with them are people who are fundamentally and wholly insecure. And what they believe, if I believe what I believe, so do what you want. I'm going to live my life, I'm going to do my thing, I believe in what I'm doing, I don't need you to buy into it. This active repudiation and this need to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu and continue to give a stuff to the Ribono Shel Olam represents a heightened level of insecurity. As evil as these men were, deep down, they knew what HaKadosh Baruch Hu was. They knew what the Ribono Shel Olam was, and they knew where their allegiance should be. You walk around life with that kind of guilt, so you have to repudiate, and you have to rebel, and you have to do the stuff every day. So comes your luck, and he says, I will show these guys how how to sin. First of all, Kluma L'Shita Loro, third thing we even need at Gaibor is the sun. We don't even need it for the sun. Yisrael Zah Havayim, Shalmushtan Shimbo, Yito Olo. God can take us back to the sun. We have this type of goal, this Parvayim goal, which is very shiny and luminescent. So yeah, we said we can light the world through that. Allah has a so the problem is that even the gold is silver belongs to God. Everything belongs to God. We can't say I'm going to buy nothing money. No. You already said no. He already gave the gold and silver job. Where do you go? Somebody calls the house. Hashanah, Shemaim, Hashem. The artist does all the way. Like the ridiculousness of this. It's ours. This is your yuck was rebelling against the Kabbalah. No matter how much a geek tries to run away from Hashem, we can't do it. There's this inevitable pull between man and God that always pulls man back to his source. Sometimes we go back easier, sometimes we go back faster, but we always return back. Incredible. I'm really loving about my money. That's Yoyakim. So I say, Yoyakim was such a bad guy. Why is he not included in the list of kings? We don't have a portion in the world to help. Like the Mishnah only lists 3 kings. Why isn't Yoyakim listed as well? Should they? Yes, over there, Yoyakim, the Trivosav, Asher Asav, Banim Salov. Because after the Pasuk says, the rest of the things of Yoyakim, and all of his abominations that he did, and all the different things, Banim Salov, and that which was found upon him. So we want to be ready for this. Why Banim Salov? What does that mean? That which was found upon him. Yoyakim Revelazar. Kadamar, Shekakak, Shin, Abodas, Kochavim, Al Amosel. One says that he had a tattoo on his Makam Nemo, and what did he tattoo there? He tattooed the name of his Avodah Zarah. Kadamar, Shekakak, Shin, Shamayim, Al Amosel. Others say that no, he actually tattooed the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on his Makam Nemo. It wasn't what is that? So this goes back to Shabbos. Remember again, when I spoke about Nevats, right? And then we spoke about Achitopher, and other people have these visions of fire coming out of the Makom Neva. Again, it represents strength and it represents vitality. So again, the Avodah Zarah piece there, ultimately representing that this is the entirety of his life. Obviously, Kashmir, what the responsible was an incredible attempt to go out and disparage and disrespect HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Overwhelming. So what was I sort of point out? The Gemara doesn't answer why Yoyakim is not included. The Gemara asks it. The Gemara talks about this whole tattoo doc over here, and then leaves it. We'll come back to Yoyakim a little bit more on his dollars. So the Gemara goes right there. The answer, I don't know why Yoyakim wasn't included in the list. But I'll say some other things like other people. His name, it's Micha. So it's a Micha. Now remember, we spoke about Micha on Shabbos as well. Micha, first of all, clearly lived for a very long time. I remember again, Micha was the baby who was rescued by Moshe Rabbeinu from the bricks. And he was a Jewish baby who was thrown into the bricks, into the structures, where the Jews did not produce the proper power of the bricks. Moshe Rabbeinu pulls them out. He says, Moshe, let me run my world. I promise you, I know what it is that I'm doing. Pulls the baby out, it turns out to be Micha. Micha's did a couple of things. Either Micha himself brought about the Zara, ultimately through the Yam Suf, right? Rashi gave 2 possibilities. I didn't do the Rashi on Shabbos, but usually happens. So right, either he brought a idol with him through Yam Suf, or remember when the Jews lived in Egypt, so Moshe Rabbeinu had to get the casket of Yosef that was buried on the bottom of the Nile. He took a piece of clay that had, and he wrote the name of Hashem on it, threw it into the Nile, and the casket floated to the top. Micha found that piece of clay and took it. And with that piece of clay, he was able to do all sorts of stuff. Either way, he wasn't a good guy. Right? And he worshipped a lot of Avodah Zarah and created his own alternate Beis Hamikdash, like an Avodah Zarah shtickle. He created on his own. So the Gemara says, why wasn't he included in the list of people who don't have a portion of wealth to come? So the name Manu as Micha is incredible. If they should keep them to the Obedachim, because he did Ashnasis Arden. Incredible. So Micha did Chesed. Micha Chesed.
I
His home
called
is
up
open to
Keep It
people.
Tech on the phone.
And so
I got
people
them
can't
on
find it. They
speed
need something
dial.
to eat. You
And
can
I
only
go,
stop at the
guys,
house
big
of
problem.
Micha.
We got
Rashi
an
says,
audio problem, y'all.
Shayukala Olam is Arfin
And
Esleki
they're like,
B'tzid,
what's
Kala
happening?
Over
What's happening?
B'Shav,
I say,
Ela
all right.
Arabim
I
Zeh
sound, and the
Listen,
audio's
it's
all
not
fucked up.
absolutely
I
incredible.
mean, I fucking
Micha
sound
Moshe
like,
Avodah
I sound like
introduced
Peter
Avodah
Dinklage's
Zarah,
degrees.
did a ton of
They
terrible
were like,
things, but at the end of
cool,
the day,
cool.
he was machnis
Oh, sorry, bro.
whenever someone
What's
was in
going
need,
on right
someone
now
needed bread, his
is
home was
your
always
number one
open. Shnei Kol Olam
broadcaster is a
B'Shav
little bit of a
Zarah
street
B'Yom
princess.
Tzara V'Hika B'Yam
And
Gav.
we
Rabbi
need that
Yochanan,
shit to
Zeh
be
Christo Sham
a
Michal.
dirt
Time
serpent.
Minassan Omer,
Or what was it that
Migrav
he said?
Rishon, you want to listen
Fucking
to this.
road
Now,
warrior,
Grav was the
whatever it
place
was.
where Micha
So he's like,
set
first things
up
first,
his
press the
temple.
yellow and blue and
Temple,
green
right?
buttons,
And so from
and that will
Grav
tell
to
you whether
Shiloh,
you have a
where the
lithium
Mishkan
battery in the
was 3
roadcaster.
mil, not
And
far.
I didn't know that, so I checked it. I pressed all three at the same time, and guess
The
what?
smoke
Guess what?
from the
I
Mizbeach,
go, oh
right?
shit. He was
in-
like,
in
yeah, I
the
must have
church,
forgot.
and
On
the
the phone, they're
smoke
doing shot bits.
from the
And it was
Micha's
no
temple, from
lithium
Micha's
battery the entire time.
temple,
So I took
they
it out,
mixed together.
blew on
The
it,
Bikshum
put it
Malachai
back in,
Ashai
and
for
that fixed the
Dovko.
blowers and the valve opener.
Literally translated Malachai Ashai wanted to push Micha.
And I
Now,
didn't
what
interact
is
with
it?
you at all. I
Malachai
just
wanted
said,
to
well,
punish Micha because not only
I'm sorry, guys.
was he
You
worshiping
picked
the
the
Avodah
guitars.
So this Avodah Zarah was mixing in with the Beis Hamikdash, with the Mishkan.
Alright.
I was mixing, so the Malachim wanted to push him. I'm going to talk with Miachlo, Shepito, Mitzvah, over Israel. Incredible. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, "Leave Micha alone." Hakadosh Baruch Hu protected Micha. Why? Because ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he makes sure that Jews have bread whenever they are in need. So I say, regarding this, the people of Pileges Pegiva was a much more dramatic and traumatic story, which we'll come back to later on. But they were punished. I'm not going So again, the people of Pileges Pegiva. So again, Micha's temple was there. As Baruch Hu said, when Micha's temple was, when there was a Avodah Zarah, he never stuck up for me. But yet again, when there was an affront to the dignity of one of his own, then suddenly went to battle. Again, we'll come back to that story a little bit later in this session. But I will say that how overwhelming is this? That once the kids protected Micha, that's it. So once you see this scene over and over and over, the Rebbeinu Shalom could forgive any sin. You can. Even Avodah Zarah, you can forgive. As long as we are good to each other. As long as we are Rothschild Shalom. As long as we love one another. As long as our homes are open to each other. As long as we take care of each other. As long as that mitzvah is present within Klal Yisrael, the Rebbeinu Shalom could find in his heart to forgive almost any infraction. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yochanan Mishor Yosef, very true Yosef Kisma. Gidol Nikimot. שהעתיק את שתי משפחות מישראל. שנאמר, על דבר שלא קיבלו הסכם לחמיים. Sincerely, I will say, Legima means like tasting. But it means that again, this context, that you see how great Chassidus Chesed is. Like Chesed is why? Because it was supposed ultimately again of two families in Klal Yisrael who did not offer food to two families who did not offer food to Klal Yisrael. They were distant. Who is a reference to? Ammon and Moab. Ammon and Moab, like Ammon and Moab did not offer us food and drink during our time in the desert. And therefore, again, he saw Lechem Rashi says, so therefore, again, they're not allowed to come into Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan the day Amar, Rafakes as Akro. It's incredible. Listen to this statement. Rabbi Yochanan says like this. Hachnosas Archim. Hachnosas Archim, like hospitality. Being near each other. Rafakes as Akro. It goes there and it distances. It distances the ones who are close. Right? So failure to open your home to the other. Rafakes as Akro. Distances the ones who are close. Mikarevet as Harafokim. Brings close the ones who are far. Ma'alemes Einayim Menashem. Causes Hashem to look away from the wicked. And ultimately, again, it causes prophecy to come upon even false prophets, like prophets of Baal. So he was a Meshira also over Zadon. And failure to do chesed for the other, even accidentally, is treated by a Kadosh Baruch Hu as an intentional avera. Okay, so let's analyze each of these statements. Number one, what does it mean that ultimately it distances those who are close? So it's the top of 104a, Ammon and Moab. So Ammon and Moab are cousins. They are cousins, but yet They are distanced from us and are allowed to come into Klal Yisrael. Why? Because they failed to exhibit proper chesed towards us. When we were in the desert, traveling in the desert, they did not offer us bread and water. Next, they carried us. As our cloaking, it brings clothes. So let's say, so the first part is failure to do achmosasark. And it's not achmosasark, it's just human kindness. Right? It's not about inviting someone into your house. Right? We were actually doing like the Shabbat and Amon and Moab. It's just you see your mishpacha traveling, you don't offer them bread and water. You don't know how to exhibit basic human decency. So that's failure to exhibit human decency pushes away those who are close. Amon and Moab was close. Pushes them away. Next, if we do so, it brings close those who are far. So you mentioned Yisrael. This is Yisrael. So we have Dama Yochanan. It's hard to run over Yochal Lechem. So we'll say after Moshe Rabbeinu defended Sipporah, right, and her sisters by the well. So they come back and they tell Yisrael, right? Sorry. He said there was an Egyptian man, sorry for Moshe, the Egyptian man that saved us by the well. So what does Yisrael say? Yisrael says, bring him home. Bring right home here and let him eat bread with us. So because Yisrael invited Moshe to eat bread, Yisrael had grandchildren who served as members of the Sanhedrin. ומשפחות סופים יושבי ארץ, תרתיים שמעתם, סופסים, הם מחכים הבון מחמס אביב בייס אברהם, פסיב עשו, ובני קיני, קוצים משה עולו מעיר התמרן אספני יהודה, מדבר יהודה של רגל ערב, ולא ביהודה יהודה של אספן. So what's it, what do we do? You see,
and it's people that are homeless that are like,
people who ended up sitting in the Wishkas Hagaz, who are the Canaan descendants of Yisrael. So the Gemara attributes the fact that Yisrael had descendants who sat in the Sanhedrin to God, and the fact that he invited Moshe Rabbeinu to join him for bread. Incredible. And again, hospitality, human kindness, just basic human kindness, causes HaKadosh Baruch Hu to look away from the deeds of the wicked. Who is that? That's Micha. That's what we just saw before. Despite the fact that Micha is worshiping idolatry, not only worshiping idolatry, but what else? He's getting ahead and literally behind his own people for idolatry. But yet again, because his home was open, therefore, halacha l'maisa again. But I'm sorry, because his home was open, the Baruch Hu looked away. The Mashta Shkina on the Via Habal, and it even caused HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go ahead and rest his spirit on the prophets of the Baal. Where we learn that from? So it's very interesting. The Chaveno Shal Ida HaNavi, the Ksiv, Vayi Ein Yoshe Al HaShulchan, Ve'ehi Devar Hashem Al HaNavi Asher Tishivu. So let's say, so you look at the story with Ido. The Navi Ido was sent to dispatch a message to the Rabbi. Because Rabbi told him, Ido, don't stop. Don't stop on your way there. Don't stop on your way back. Just do your job and come home. So there was a false prophet who told Ido, hey, I'm a prophet like you. I'm a prophet just like you. Come over, let's break bread together. So Ido listened, he gave him a stick to listen. And as he was sitting at the table, this false prophet actually received a prophecy from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And unfortunately, the prophecy was that Ido was going to die. Sure enough, Ido left the house. He was devoured by a lion. But the point over here is you see, why did this false prophet merit prophecy? The Gemara attributes it to his ancestors, which I thought was like of his home. The Shivasa Olasada, failure to exhibit human kindness, even if it's by accident, is treated as a willful commission. So Amar Yehuda Amar Amale Odu Yonas on the double shaky cars. So it's incredible. So this is the story. Remember, David Amalek after his first coronated, doesn't want to be king. He doesn't want to be that one. But after his first coronated, Shaul thinks that David is trying to unseat him and steal the throne. David will not fight Shaul. Instead, he chooses to flee. So, amazingly enough, so he was David's best friend in the entire world, Jonathan, who was the son of Shaul. So what happens? So Jonathan tells David to escape. This is like this was we just said this outside of Machachodesh. He tells David to go ahead and escape. So the Gemara says when David escapes, he left without food. And the Gemara says, had Jonathan sent David with 2 loaves of bread. Lo ner gadno yirakohanim, lo nitrom doig hadoni, lo ner ad shalosh loshas banav. So because David didn't have food, he goes to the city of Nob. In the city of Nob, which was the city of Kohanim, he asks for food. They say, "Who are you? Who are you?" He says, "I am a son-in-law of the king, and I want a secret mission from the king." He couldn't tell what really happened. To fast forward a little bit, Doig Hadoni gives Shaul a report that Nob is aiding and abetting David. Shaul sees them as traitors, wipes out virtually the entire city of Nob. That was the sin that sealed the fate of Shaul and his sons. The Gemara says, why all this happened? Why? Because Yonasan didn't give David 2 loaves of bread. Had David had bread, he wouldn't have to stop at Nob. He would have stopped at Nob, they wouldn't have been decimated. Had Nob not been decimated, Shaul would have been saved, Doig would have been saved overwhelming. That wasn't it, by the way. Yonasan do anything intentionally. Not all I care. He was telling his best friend in the world, go, just get out, okay. But he should have sent them with food. Overwhelming. So let's say, so why isn't, put it back a little bit, why isn't Achaz counted amongst the kings who didn't have a portion of the world to come? I'm reading about animation, Muto Ben Shnei Tzadikim. Very interesting, because Achaz was positioned between 2 righteous people. Because remember, Achaz's father was Yosam, and his son was Hizkiah. He has a father who's righteous and a son who's righteous. So because he was sandwiched by righteousness, therefore again, that provided him some level of salvation. The Gemara says, they know some of Hizkiah. Rabbi Yosef Amen the Shayel of Boshes Panishio. So another reason, why wasn't Achaz ultimately again? Why didn't he lose the portion of what to come? Because Achaz had some level of righteousness. What was his righteousness? And that, again, he was embarrassed about his behavior in the presence of Yoshio. Shene'emar, Ve'emer Yoshio, say, Lukras Achaz, Ato Ushar Yashur Bincha, El Kitsei Talas Habecha Yona, Al Mislas Sedekovers. So again, as well as says to Sheo, go out with your son Shayashim and go ahead and greet Achaz. Right? And you find him by big kovis. My kovis, what does that mean? The capture of Ape Bakala. Some say that when Achaz saw Yoshio, he avoided eye contact, he looked down and he ran away. The others say, others say, so he put a basket on his head, right, and ran away. Because Achaz was embarrassed about his actions and could not look the Rabbi in the eye. The Gemara says that embarrassment, that reaction was a mile. Right, that was something beneficial. That was a plus to Achaz, and ultimately again prevented him from losing his portion of the world to come. Incredible. So why wasn't Ammon? Why isn't Ammon, who also was a Rasha? Why isn't he included ultimately again in the list of people who lost their portion of the world to come? With Mitsubodo shall Yoshia. Ultimately again, because of Yoshia. Yoshia was Ammon's son. So because Ammon had a righteous son, therefore again, a coveted son, the father doesn't lose the portion of the world to come. If that's the case, then Menashe also shouldn't go and lose his portion of the world to come. Why? In the merit of his father. Who was Menashe's father? Menashe's father was Hizkiah. He had a righteous father, so why not? Why doesn't his righteous father save him from losing his portion of the world to come? A son benefits his father, a father doesn't benefit his son. Now what does that mean? The actions of his son have the ability to go ahead and help the father, right? But the actions of a father don't have the ability to help his son. Now, what I'm saying is, in a very simple way. The only reason a son exists is why? Because of his father. So therefore, by definition, the actions of the son, by definition, help the father. On the other hand, the father exists without his son. And therefore, Allah reminds that the actions of the father cannot help his son at all. Incredible idea. Ultimately, again, a son could benefit his father. That's why, again, these righteous sons have the ability to provide salvation ultimately again for their father, but Abba no Mizaki Bro. But a father ultimately again cannot go ahead and create zechuyos. But also is a tremendously so parent as well. The parent, right? We can go ahead and if we give our children, hopefully give them anything and everything. I don't mean materially, I'm talking more spiritually. But at the end of the day, our children have to make a choice about what they want to do. Right? You can be the best father in the world. You can give your son anything and everything he needs to be successful. He has to choose to implement, to utilize, and to internalize those tools. A father can't force him to do that. Tremendously so. The mother's like that. I'm halfway through the choice. Incredible. So what's that other? It also the so Banimata Mashallah, and we have children to the Ribbon Shalom. So just understand about saying along the same idea, what a son could do for a father is overwhelming. The nachas that we could do for our father is limitless. But interestingly enough, Abba Lamizaki Bra. The Father who once again can give us all the opportunities in the world. He can't force us to become great. Right? We have the greatest father in the world. And just because you have the greatest father in the world, inaction on our part doesn't get us anywhere. The fact that I have a great father is very nice. But Lamaisa, what does that actually do for me? Very little. The only way for me to become great is if I choose to take decisive action on my own. So when I do great things, you are Mizaki Abba. But the fact that Abba is great is not Mizaki Bra. If I want to become great, I have to take decisive action on my own. Incredible. Tksiv Eini Adimatio, Ein Avram Matzilas Yishmael, Ein Yitzchak Matzilas Esau. Avram can't save Yishmael, and Yitzchak can't save Esau. You can have the greatest father in the world, but you still have to make the decision to be personally great. Avram can't save Yishmael, Yitzchak can't save Avram Shalom, Aribono Shalom can't save me or you. You have the greatest father in the world, but if you want greatness for your whole life, you have to make the decision to put in the work. You have to make the decision to put in the effort. You have to make the decision to make something good of yourself. Hashtag the Arsis Lahafi. By the way, now that you said this, now I also understand why Achaz is not included in the list of kings who walked their portion of the world to come. Why? Because at the end of the day, he had a son, and he also had a great son. His great son was Hiskiel. Hiskiel, incredible. And his name, remember, you were asked this question on 50 million days. Why isn't Yehoiakim included in the list of kings who lost his life? I told him again, remember, we saw Yehoiakim. In addition to all the other stuff, he also was a tattoo artist, right? So, again, and some unsavory tattoos. So at the end of the day, why isn't he included in the list of the lost their portion of the world to come? To which the Gemara says, this is very clear, Sit al also show Yehoiakim. Zos Valachas was when we saw the story already. On the skull of Yehoiakim, remember again, part of Yehoiakim's punishment was Yehoiakim was not buried. His body was like thrown into the street carcass of an animal. On his skull it was written, Zos Valdacheres. Zos means you will remain unburied. Valdacheres is something else will happen to you. So let's say, watch this. Zikir Rabbi Vreda, Ashku Sosford. Zikir Rabbi Vreda, Ashka, Ugulafa, the Habi Kashashia, the Shari Yushalai, Uksib, Bog, Zos Valdacheres. So the grandfather of Rabbi was once walking and he found a skull that was discarded by the entrance of Yushalai. So this is really understand. To find the skull by the entrance of Yushalai is very strange. Now, remember, I was saying in Yerushalayim, first of all, you don't bury anyone in the walls of Yerushalayim itself, right? That's why the closest cemetery to Yerushalayim is cemetery is Har HaZeisim. Right? Har HaZeisim is outside of the walls of the old city, right? Outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. So, and furthermore, again, we're still not in the Tumentara by Yerushalayim. So to find an unburied skull by Yerushalayim is very strange. So the grandfather Rabbi finds this unburied skull. On it, it's written Zos Valdacheres. It's literally written on the skull. This and something else. See, finds it. Kabra below Ikra. Kabra below Ikra. He buried it. But then it surfaced again. He buried it and then it surfaced again. I'm like, so he surmised, based on surmise, that this must be the skull of King Yehoiakim. This must be the skull of King Yehoiakim. Who was unfortunately, again, part of his punishment was to be buried like the carcass of a donkey. It would just be discarded. So the fact that this skull would not remain buried must mean that at the end of the day, this was Yehoiakim. Amar Malkahu, so nevertheless, the grandfather I prayed about, no, it's not right. It's not right. He's still a king. He was a king, and there is dignity that should be given to the king, even if he was a Rothschild. So therefore, again, what did he do? Obviously, burial wasn't going to work. He wrapped it in silk, and he put the skull in a chest. Chazi saw this, so what happened? His wife saw the skull wrapped in a piece of silk in a chest. She thought that it was the skull of his first wife. I must say, by the way, in the previous version of the story, so remember again, there was a neighbor, right? There was a neighbor. There's always a neighbor, right? Right? So there's always a neighbor. So in the first story, there was a neighbor who came and kind of put this idea in her. Let's say the story was a different version. So she saw the skull. She assumed that it was the first wife of the grandfather, right? What the hot no Comanche line clearly he hadn't forgotten.
Hey, what's up? My name
He hadn't forgotten his first wife. So the Gemara says, "Shut up, Hanina of Tulsa." So she fired up the oven, she threw the skull in the oven, and incinerated the skull that way. Zone Shibol Yacharis. I want to say after this happened, you guys, this was the meaning of the pasuk that Yehoiakim would have Zos. In other words, his body would remain unburied. Well, the Pharisee is still would be incinerated. So again, this was Yehoiakim's punishment. Because this was Yehoiakim's punishment, therefore what? Therefore, halacha l'may say he got for That's why he's not counted in the list of kings who lost their portion. Because he has this punishment, he retained the portion of the Rabbi. Tanya, the Shia told the Inech HaSisi. I'm sorry, Tanya, the Shia had told the Inech HaSisi. Rashi says over here, the Shia told, so Rashi says, the Shia Fitzkia Sheshubeh as Atzlo, Tama told the Inech HaSisi, Gara Lo Sha'amar Ma. So I say we'll see the most unfold over here in just a moment.
But you know, cowbell's got.
But Hiskiah was faced himself a bit too much. So the Shia told Bainat Hasisi, so Hiskiah said, I've done what you asked of me. So Ma'os Bishvia Hasisi Ma'os. So because ultimately Hiskiah did two things wrong. Number one, he placed himself between the signs for certain brothers. As a result of this, Gentiles think that is stable. Foreign leaders think that is stable. Because goes together. And because, again, foreigners think that is stable, because governments for social to spread the honor of Hiskiah, whoever invites idolaters into his home and serves them, governs Mohammed. Was his exile for his son Shneemar, was in the first of the widest lines. Shneemar, Ubarak Hashem Yitzimina, Hashem Yitzimina, Bayasa is in the Hechamed of Tavar, Yisma Salim Hiskiah, Bayar is called based on Hokal, Hakensa, Azad, as a Messiah of Shneemar. So Hiskiah had these representatives of Melech Badr. They showed them all the greatness of his home. So there's Amrad, my base Noxah, wedding base Noxah, Ishto, Kishka Saleon. Hiskiah's own wife served them. And this was considered to be a lack of business. Nothing happened. Like Bakhamai said, he had his own wife serve these objects of poverty. Shmuel says, based on her land, he showed them the treachery. Zin Okel Zin Haralan. He had special weaponry that was able to display another weaponry, and he showed it to them. And this was inappropriate. In other words, he showed off too much to these visitors, and that caused trouble. So now we'll say, now he's going to go, now that we spoke about this skill, now the Kabbalah ultimately comes and destroys the Mikdash. Now, that's actually part of the Gemara. The Gemara is going to go into the discussion of the Gila Seifa. and interpretation of a number of the very moving. Echa Yoshua Badad. So how, what's the memory again? Echa means like how. Echa Yoshua Badad. How did the city of Yerushalayim sit or lay desolate? So Amar Rabbi, that's a very moving Gemara. Amar Rabbi, why did Klal Yisrael ultimately again? Why is Echa? Right? Again, in general, Echa is such a interesting nuance. You don't teach about like Echa is like why or how. It represents the astonishment of over the scope of destruction. Right? Sometimes you're just left like with a mouth wide open, like how did this happen? Why did this happen? Why was Klal Yisrael punished? Why Echa? Because ultimately, again, we violated the 36 prohibited relationships in the Torah, and therefore again we're punished with Echa. So Echa 36, because we violated 36. Fascinating, right? This is symmetry, if you notice, right, Echa comes about because of immorality. And what do we see by the Echa? The Prophet is willing to go and overlook almost every single infraction line because of human kindness. Immorality and human kindness are two sides of the same coin, which is collective energy. Right? What's immorality? Immorality is you're too nice to too many people who you shouldn't be nice to. Right? So that's what immorality is. Human kindness, on the other hand, represents taking the desire for selfishness and channeling it in a different way towards selflessness. So on one hand, how can we start these ways to overlook any infraction when we are good to each other? On the other hand, when there's immorality, which is a fundamental corruption of human kindness, that's where it comes from. That's where it comes from. Incredible. And then the other one, just made my local the Aleph page. We're going to get, when we get us a follow the Aleph page. Why is it that we were speaking with Aleph page? If they should have our portion with you in the Aleph page. We're ultimately again, because we violated the Torah, which was given with the Aleph page. We know goes like this. So the Gemara says, Yoshua Badad, what does it mean that the city sat desolate? Amar Yochanan, Amar Kosh Baruch Hu, Ani Amarti V'yishpon Yisabeta, Badad in Yaakov Arad Dadam Silesh, Hashama V'yaraf Yipal, Achshav Yeh Badad Moshavam. So ultimately, again, he said, I wanted the city to remain secure. I wanted the city to remain populated, and because you violated my word, now the city will be desolate. Literally, again, Yerushalayim was a city that was so heavily populated. So I'm going to be open and say, now you are a young woman to a more mature man, or we don't look up and a more mature woman to a younger man can issue the bottom habit. So they have this mechanism for us to grow the population. Again, this is a good thing. This is what they employ. Ultimately, I want to maximize birth rates. Okay, Haisa Kalmana, so let's say the bank account is not the same, you try to widow. So the Gemara says, I'm going to use I'm allowed to Kalmana, but not I'm going to manage. I'm going to like a widow, but not actually a widow. Also, Ella Kiisha, Shahala, Bible, the Medina, Hayam, the Bible, so let's say this is so beautiful. We're trying to treat like a widow. I didn't like a widow, but a widow is someone who lost her husband. Trying to like a widow. Husband, like a woman whose husband went far away and was going for a long time, but she knew one day he would come back. So that's how beautiful it is. He's trying to keep like a widow. He also left us. He left us. Right? He left Yerushalayim. He left us. But he didn't fully leave us. He knows that one day, next time the car husband, right? Yerushalayim is going to come back to his beloved. Overwhelming. La Basti Babalim Salis in the Medinos, the great amongst the nations, moved over the lines. Amar Yochanan was incredible. Hamakum Shein Holkin, Nasin Sarna Adonai. Wherever Jews go, Jews become great. That's overwhelming. By the way, this is Chok Ashim Eicha. Like wherever we go, doesn't matter how far we're scattered, doesn't matter where we're at, wherever we go, we become great. It's an incredible Gemara here. So this, by the way, is an overwhelming Gemara. Let's say it's sort of two Jews. We're taking captive in Harakano. The first member of Harakano was the site Haifa, right? The site of the great theological showdown between Eliyahu Navi and the Rabbi about, which we learned about last week. So what happened? Two Jews were taking captive in Harakano. And their captor was walking behind them on the base. So listen to this. So just to understand the scene. Two Jews taking captive, the captor walking behind them. One Jew, the two Jews began talking to each other. Incredible. So the camel that's walking in front of us is blind in one eye. We're talking, okay, furthermore, there's two English nodos. Furthermore, we can tell the camel is holding two skins, or two bags. One of wine and one of oil. The Shnegre Adam HaManim also, after you saw that, two people leading the camel. One is Jewish, one is not Jewish. There's a conversation between the two Jews. So the captor is walking behind and he hears the conversation. Olam Shabbat. You stiff-necked people. How do you know this? How do you know all of this information? Some of us, people tell you. That's exactly how we know it. Camel, now something should go out. So we tell you like this. Camel normally eats right from the vegetation that it finds on the road. Mitzad sheroa ochelas, mitzad she'ino roa ino ochelas. So as I said, you notice that the camel is only eating the grass on one side. Right? Never turning to the other side. Only counting from both sides, eating from one side. That let us understand that. Let us understand that the camel must be blind in one eye. To understand that, let's further again the camel. How do we know the camel's holding? Two skins. One of wine, one of oil. Shayayin the top plate is shogel, because you notice that the liquid, right, obviously is sweet. So notice that the liquid coming out of one of the bags falls onto the ground and is absorbed. Right? That's why the shalshemen, the top plate is shogel. Like one of oil, it remains on the ground. Unobserved. Also we know one is one oil. Adam, Hamanikim also, and again, there's two people out in the camera, you know, Akanochi the Afad Yisrael. One of them is Jewish, one of them is not Jewish. How do you know that? Nochri Nifna Ladara. Because one of them, when he has to release himself, just relieves himself right there in the middle of the road. And ultimately, again, the other guy goes over to the side of the road in a more private way and relieves himself like that. That leads us to believe that one of them is Jewish, one of them is not Jewish. So okay, so they're telling all of this, so the captain is walking behind them. So the captain runs to the front, he checks all of this out. Sure enough, camel is blind in one eye. Sure enough, one skin is oil, one skin is white, and sure enough, two guys leading it, one is Jewish, one is not Jewish. But did not turn out no shine. The captain comes and he kisses the two Jews on their heads. Yeah, he and his son, and ultimately again, actually the says the view of himself, he brought them to his house. No, Asalaam, sweet Bidola. He made for them a great meal, a great feast. God miraculous man, and he was dancing in front of them. Zala Baruch Shabbat, the Zala Shabbat, the Nasalah Mechachmaso. Blessed is God, who chose the offspring of Abraham and gave them up his wisdom. Wherever they go, they become great. Upatram, Bahofu, Medatean, Shalom. Wherever they go, ultimately again, they become great, and as a result, he freed them, and they went back home. So as I try and remember, the Gemara is quoting this on the pasuk that Basi Ba'Goy. Wherever Jews go, they become great. Right? And even in captivity, you find them great. Let's say after doing something absolutely amazing. If you reject them, we'll talk about the colors of the bracha. Quoted this Gemara in one of his drushes in Tafshin Aleph in 1940. Quoted this Gemara, and he says, "What is the pshat of this? What does it mean?" When see, if you notice, by the way, when the captor overhears the Jews speaking, the first thing he says is, "I'm Shimon." They're stiff-necked people. Just the thick people. So he lets her ask, he says, why does the captor call them a stiff-necked people? Why? Because just that says something absolutely amazing. He said it is the garret of people that when they go ahead and they encounter difficult circumstances, it breaks their spirit. And how does that breaking of spirit manifest itself? People just give up. They just give up and they just resign themselves to their circumstances. You see what's happening in the story? In the story, the Jews are looking at their circumstances, and what are they doing? What are these two captives doing? They're looking for more, trying to figure out more. What is it that's happening? What's the meaning of these circumstances? So they look at the camel. Why is the camel like this? Why are the skins like this? Why are the guys like this? And they're always looking for greater meaning. So the captain says, what is the matter with you people? Why can't you just give up? Why can't you just give in? Why can't you just resign yourself to the broken height of your circumstances? But Klal Yisrael isn't out of shape yet. Because he's being let out in captivity, and we will still look for meaning, and we will still look for deeper understanding, and we will still look for ways in which to grow, to transcend, and to learn. This is what is overwhelming to the captain. I understand. What will break you people? And the answer is, nothing. This moment was true when the days were exiled under the Nebuchadnezzar, and it was true in 1940 in the war of Sagero, when the Pujats and Namish used this same exact Gemara in the presence of the Gemara of the broken hearted in the ghetto. These were right, they were being let out. They were being let out literally against the slaughter. The Justin said, whatever you do, don't give up. Don't give in. Don't give up. You are the stiff-necked people. And being a stiff-necked people means two things. Number one, you are perpetual quest to grow. And let's say it's important to understand sometimes like who it comes from. We have it. We have it really
so that's why we're shouting
easy. Most of life is something that to us. To be honest, I think that our challenges, right? I want more finance, I want more health, I want more vision. All legitimate things that God has put out of our ears, Hashem. Yeah, let's say, think about this from a Luke's perspective. How easy we have it. How easy we have it. And our Haskell that come because it's so easy, this is why we have to push ourselves even more. There's no time to relax. There's no time to take it easy. There's no time to give ourselves a pass. There's no time to say I'm too tired. There's no time. There's an urgency, especially when we find ourselves in Chodesh Nisan. The Nisan Nigalov and Nisan Asidim Resolve. There are great things that are happening. There are wheels that are turning. And if we just internalize Gemaras like this, and we push, and we push, and we push, and we relentlessly push, and we recognize that we are nothing holds us back. Nothing holds us back. Nothing holds us back. Nothing holds us back. Just understand this, and we'll tell you understand this. This is the very so that I sustain that people for thousands of years. And it's the very so we should internalize and actualize to the love that should bring us to the Guru of the Kala. I suppose we'll stop over for today. Shkara.
My specialty is got to be like, without any expertise, I can prove that this person is wrong just by a series of like Socratic questions, you know? Which again, I'm bad at everything.
It's funny that he pushes you out when you're. It sounds kind of like you're giving him advice. You're like you're one of his guys. And he's like, no. The magic beans guy wants to tell me about CBD. It helps kids with the cirrhosis of the liver. Oh yeah, that's forum. Right?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. Fuck yeah. How many can you do? You're approaching 10. I think I was in that.
Oh my god, that's good. Numbers guy.
Okay, 2 more.
If you do 10
All
more,
right, so good morning, Chodesh. Let's Baruch Hashem to be able to begin this new month and this new week, learning this beautiful Masechta together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shift. Thank our Hamatorah sponsors for Rothschild, the folks in Israel for dedicating all your shiurim and drushes this year. This is first of the Torah troubles for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollock, the donation of the Yartzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zachariah, great grandmother, Cyril Bas Batul, for both Nifter and Shmuel.
Dude,
on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. Both of Rosh Chodesh Nisan, Eretz Hashem, and Rosh Hashanah, and Aliyah, the family in the Chama, which was okay in Eretz Hashem, to the Soros Tavos, on the Shabbos, Baruch Shem, Eretz Hashem, with all of our hostages home. I will be soldiers, should be successful, the whole of Maaseh, then should be okay in Eretz Hashem. There should be a month of Nisan with flows. So it looks like we don't yet have a Torah songs before the month of Nisan. There are still opportunities in Eretz Hashem. He would like to do that in honor of a special occasion, honor of a loved one, or just some magic story about Israel. You can see the office, written by the office in Eretz Hashem for more details. That concludes the emotional part of this morning's share. And then in Eretz Hashem, we have again also today's dance is Cook Gimel 103. And we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Cook days on the days we left up 15 lines up from the bottom. Oh, Nachman. Akum Shakel Haya. Terrible Gemara. But Nachman says Akum Shakel. Now, what Shakel means is like literally equal, which means that what Nachman is saying is that Akum was not the complete Rasha. He was kind of like a middle of the roller. Shnei Mar. We actually had this Gemara before. So the Baruch who says to the Neshamas, who is going to entice Yaakov to sin? So he should go out to war. Remember again, Yaakov goes out to battle thinking that he's going to be successful. So Baruch is looking for a Neshama who's going to go ahead and entice Yaakov to go ahead and sin. Who is one who's going to do that? Vayomar, Zevakol, Zeomer, Vakol, Maskira, Yosef. So the idea over here, what is the Nachman highlight? The Nachman's highlighting over here is that Trump almost needed someone to entice Yaakov to sin, to entice Yaakov to follow the Roman advice, which seems to indicate that Yaakov was not all bad. He was shuffled. The Gemara says, "Maskilo Yosef, man de kasa de raklo hayo ke'achal asher is marka la'achas rabbeinu Hashem. Asher his soul says zero ishto." So again, the Gemara says, "Rabbi Yosef, how said that Yaakov was having that he was shuffled, that he was equal?" Look what the pasuk says, right? That ultimately again, there was no one like Yaakov who went ahead and did such terrible things in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, aside from his wife Yisrael, what did Yisrael do? The Tanina, the Chayil Haisa Shekelis Shikli Yisrael, Na'avodas Kohadim. Okay, the only person worse than Yaakov was his wife, Yisrael. What did Yisrael do? She measured out gold coins for Avodah Zarah every single day. Unless you're hearing yourself so much like that, measuring out gold coins. So remember again, it's one thing to worship Avodah Zarah. It's another thing to give your money to Avodah Zarah, right? So worship the faith. Maybe you're not so committed. Once you give your money, where you give your money, that represents your heightened level of commitment. So Yaakov may worship, but he never gave him money. So you know, back to that. On the shuckle, how you have to say Yaakov the shuckle. Ella Yaakov is so again. I have to explain the statement. So what does it mean? Obviously, Rabbi is coming along. Rabbi is trying to say that there was some type of positivity to Yaakov's personality. What was the positive? People say this is incredible. Ella Yaakov, Machon de Mamona Haya. Yaakov was generous. Yaakov was generous. He was Machon literally means he was easy going with his money. He shared his money. Shehet, the Gemara says, when we go, Shehet, Hamidi Chachamim Yechasav, Keeper no Mechasa. And because he went ahead and he shared his wealth with Hamidi Chachamim, that atoned for half of his avarice. And let's say, is that not wild? Is that not wild? The power of tzedakah, the power of generosity, that even for a person like Yaakov, another interesting that you see that the opposite of Yaakov and Zebah, right? Zebah concentrated a wealth ultimately again on the Avodah Zarah. But Yaakov went ahead and shared his wealth with Talmidei Chachamim. Again, he was wiping out Torah on one hand and supporting Talmidei Chachamim on the other hand. You say Yaakov will get the contradiction in just a moment. So the idea was to give to Halot Lamaisa because of his generosity, his tzedakah wiped out half of his riches, half of his iniquity. This is the motif of tzedakah Patzio Nimaras. Like literally again, tzedakah has the ability to save us from that. The power of generosity to wipe out even the most heinous sin is an overwhelming so. You got what's the logic of it? Why does tzedakah have such power? Well, so you know this. Because what is the hardest things in this world to part with? Money. We work hard for it, right? We always want more of it. And the ability to take something that you work for, that you have a strong feeling that it's really yours, even though your logic find out that it's not mine. If you take something that you work hard for that is mine, and to be able to give it to someone else is the highest, almost like the highest spiritual level that one can reach. The only way you could do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to give it, and a lot of times I don't give it. If I believe that it's not mine, But it belongs to the Shah, and Rothschild gave it to me as a custodian of his wealth. And I find the ability to overcome that base impulse to keep everything for me and to go ahead and be as generous as possible with others. It's the highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of spiritual accomplishment. Achov was lovely than Rizala, but he was ridiculously generous. Incredible, incredible, incredible. So much later, Rabbi Hashem, they were not just looking for a spirit. So they could really burn the shaman to go out and to trick Achov into going into battle, which would be the battle in which he would lose his life. So who would lose control? So we have a certain spirit to go in. But remember, he had my family. The spirit said, I will make Achov to go to war. But remember, Hashem, he loved Baba. Vayomer, it said, Ayisi Rak Sheker, Usi Kol Neviyav, Vayomer, Tifta, Tegantucha, Seva Asekim. The spirit comes before us, and his power is, I'll be the one who deceives Achov, I'll be a voice in the mouths of the false prophets, and you'll go ahead and you'll tell Achov to go out to battle, he'll go out to battle, and he'll die in battle. Baruch Hu says, say, good, go out to the Asekim. My Ruach, he knows this, who's Ruach, what spirit was. He says, before, I'm going to run. Ruchol shall Nabos and Israel. Remember again, it was the spirit of Nabos. What happened with Nabos? Remember again, Nabos had a vineyard. But Achov very much wanted. Nabos would not sell. Achov was very depressed. He spoke to his wife. His wife said, no problem. Just bring him up on false charges of rebellion against the king, idolatry, all this other kind of stuff. You have Nabos executed. What's the halacha when you execute someone for rebellion against the king? What's the halacha? The king gets his property. The king gets his property. And therefore, again, Allah for myself. So he got the vineyard, and Nabos died. Nabos executed. The spirit of Nabos wants its revenge against Achov. Might say, or even the Kushbam says the spirits go out. What is that? The Prophet says if you give a lie, just not if you give a lie, you can't come back. Once you go out to lie, you can't come back because again there is no sheker, there is no lying, there is no truth in the presence of the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. So this yields the famous adage, the Parakine, he who wants to go ahead and repay vengeance destroys his own home. So this is actually the time that sometimes the desire for revenge is so deep that at the end of the day, I might go in the path of self-destruction, and I'm bent on that revenge. There's another expression that's not used for this. The expression that's used is Kamos Nashi Kushti, which is that phrase that Shimshon said before he knocked down the pillars of the Colosseum, representing this idea that sometimes I want revenge so badly that even if I'm going to go down with the ship, I'm willing to go ahead and do it. So Shimshon is different. Shimshon is going to die regardless. But the Maisi, he goes down with the Plishtim. The same idea. He wants, he's bent on repaying revenge. Market basically will destroy his own house. Vayas Achov et Hashida, Vayosef Achov Lasos the Hashis of Hashem and the Jews. So Achov goes ahead and meets the Shir truth, the level of authority, and he continues to do the things that anger HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They call Masi and Shah Shari L'Chavet. And he was the worst. Achov was the worst. What did he do? Shekosov al Daltos Shoron, Achov Kafar Be'elokei Yisrael, Lefikach Ein Lofer Be'elokei Yisrael. Achov wrote on the doorway to the entranceway of his kingdom, right? The majority of the entranceway of the Shoron. He wrote, Achov is Kafar. Denies. Achov denies the God of Israel. Therefore, he has no portion in the God of Israel. By the way, it's so interesting, right? Why does he have to write this? Right? Why the active accusation? You only have to go out of your way to actively accuse, like things that you still feel touchable. So it's kind of like, like when you're having an argument with someone, and someone just won't let you have your own opinion. If you're secure enough in who you are, you don't have to go ahead and necessarily you don't need other people to agree with you. You do your thing. I don't need you to agree with what I'm doing. So people need you to agree with them, right? When they can't stand the fact that you have a different opinion, that highlights a heightened level of insecurity. Secure people are absolutely okay with other people not agreeing with them. So almost as if Achab feels this need, he's theologically insecure because we see the greatness of Achab, right? We saw yesterday's Gemara. Achab Mamish kind of like this element of him that was so pious, that was so righteous. Like what I'm saying, it's almost like an excuse. Him is constantly right on the doors of the kingdom. I was obedient to God as well. I wonder if that's just how God sees anyone and everyone but God. Like the funny thing I share with you, everywhere there's a mountain, there's a Avodah. We know the church only have Avodah. Why do you have to write it? Why do you have to write it? Alamai, there's that spiritual insecurity. Profound. You know those like this. The Gemara says, "Vayvakish es Achazio, Vayakidev, and the Tzayir Shomer." So that's exactly what you do. So it's another thing. Yehu. So then Yehu ultimately again was searching out Achazio, and he found him hiding in Shomer. Amor Levi, Shekoder Asparos, the Kosef Avodos Kofatim Kafeya. Was like, what did Yehu do? Yehu, we're going to unfortunately Elizabeth couldn't walk their way. So Yehu, basically, was talking yesterday's Gemara. So we do have to be careful about how we speak about them. Like after Menashe, I don't know, none of us want Menashe showing up in his right house. We just don't want that. I guess part of why we knew about Menashe, I just wouldn't be the worst thing. But again, something yesterday's Gemara is such a sensitivity that even about these people, with the Mishnah said, don't have the kids roll them out. We don't understand the struggles, we don't understand what they went through. So Yehu cut out everything was coming and said to tell him he found the name of the Rothschild. He cut out that name and replaced it with the name of Avodah Zarah. Menashe Shenashe Kos. Why is it called Menashe? Because he forgot God. Zava Achad, Menashe, Shushi Yisrael Yisrael. Or it means that he taught Klal Yisrael to forget a Kodesh. When you remember the Asila Amadah, see, how do you know the Menashe? They both told him how, but it says, very interesting. The Shema says Shana Menashe becomes king when he's 12 years old. It says that, remember his father is Hiskiel. Right, so Hiskiel dies, Menashe becomes king at 12 years old. The Kamishi becomes Shana Menashe, he becomes the longest serving man. He becomes king at 12, reigning for 55 years. Vayar Hara B'nei Hashem, Kasha Asa Achab Melech Yisrael. And he did what was bad, and I just thought was like Achab. So it's interesting. When Rabbi compares him to Achab, you want to say, what's the interesting comparison? Not Achab in the field of Haba, just like Achab has no portion in the world to come, Menashe in the field of Haba. So to Menashe has no portion in the world to come. By the way, that's the interesting thing that you have to wonder about this. Obviously, 12 years old in times of Rabbi is not like 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child. Like imagine they're becoming king and being vested all that responsibility at the age of 12, right? And be trying to figure all of that out just seems incredibly complicated. All right, now then, so therefore, Menashe has no pain that's in Olam Haba. So now goes like this. So you don't know. Menashe, Yesh Hashem Olam Haba. So now am I like calling Menashe Hashem Ayatollah? I really disagree. Menashe does have a portion in the world to come. He does have a pain in Olam Haba. Because the pasuk said that Menashe bowed to Hashem, and the Rebbeinu Shalom went ahead and listened to him. So what's the fun of Machloket about Menashe? Does Menashe have a pain in Olam Haba? Does he have a pain in Olam Haba? Which one? So the Gemara says, I'm going to be open. Both of them done the same pasuk. Shneimar, Yisakim Mezavo Lecholam Lechotar, Shiglam Menashe Bring Chesio. Masha Biglam Menashe Shasa Shuvah, Ve'inu Lo Avos, Umar Savar, that of cooking. When the master of the Menashe, the law of a Tshuva. So ultimately, again, the Torah speaks about the emotional handing over Israel to the nation, to the foreign nations. The Menashe is Hiskiel. So why was Israel handed over? One opinion is that because Menashe didn't do Tshuva. Other opinion says no, Menashe did do Tshuva. What was the problem? Probably Israel didn't do Tshuva. So let's say 10 minutes of focus about whether or not Menashe ever actually became a Baal Tshuva. Let's say Tapas Kima 138. This is a tremendous Gemara. Whoever says that Menashe doesn't have a favorite of Haba, ultimately again weakens the hands of Baal Tshuva. Weakens the hands of Baal Tshuva. So let's say, so amazingly enough, so this is very profound, because if you say that Menashe doesn't have a free will of Haba, we know one thing, Menashe did the tshuva. He did the tshuva. If we say that he doesn't have a free will of Haba, that means that tshuva doesn't work for everything. And the moment you put that out, that tshuva doesn't work for everything, you disincentivize people becoming Bali tshuva. Because people will say, you see, you could be too far gone for tshuva to affect any change in your life. The 2020 WLPNO, Menashe also tshuva, which motion the Shalom Shonim, Menashe Maria, Menashe for 55 years. For the first 22 of those years, he was a terrible Russia, but then for the last 33 years, he did tshuva. How do we know the numbers? It's good. Then Shane say Shalom Menashe Malcha. Menashe became king at the age of 12. The Chamishim Malach Yerushalayim, he reigns for 55 years in Yerushalayim. Vayas Harav Kasher Asa Achav Melech Yisrael. And again, the Navi traces to Achav. Kama Malach Achav, how long did Achav reign for? As you recall, 22 years, Menashe Kama Malach, Chamishim Mechamishana. Daniel Esther Metalkin, partially plus. So it's an interesting enough, you know, some to say as follows. Now what's happening over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, the Navi compares Menashe to Achav. Let's make sure the comparison. Achav reigned for 22 years. So the only thing over here is that Menashe reigned like Achav for 22 years. Means for 22 years he was a Russia. For the remainder of his reign, which was then 33 years, he became about Shiva. He became about Shiva. Incredible. Some of your in German, my decision, Vayishma Ela Vayech Parallel. So let's say tomorrow again, we know what turned Menashe, right? What was it that made Menashe to be about Shiva? He was captured, right? He was captured by Iraq, and again, probably tortured as well. And he calls us welcome to Sparkle. So Moshe says, Vayishma Ela Hashem heard Menashe's supplications, Vayech Parallel. So he goes, what's Vayech Parallel? Vayech Parallel. The Shushan Vayech Parallel is Menashe David, and it was returned to him. What does it mean by Yachtav? It's beautiful. Milano, Asawat and Prophet mean Machperes Barakia. The Rothschild made for Menashe like a tunnel, like a Machperes. Machperes means, furtively, like secretly. He made a secret tunnel for Shiva and Akia, and the Shemaim wife, he had a couple of Shiva. In order to go ahead and receive Menashe in proper Shiva, why? Which name Midas Hadin. Because ultimately, again, because remember, Midas Hadin, the divine attribute of justice, said, Menashe, you cannot become about Shiva. Because you go too far gone. You're supposed to be up and made like a secret pathway for Menashe's Shiva, but even the strict attribute of justice today. So let's say, what do you see from here? You know, the great part about being God is, one of the great parts about being God is you make the rules. You make the rules. So what happens? Midas Hadin says, a guy like Menashe can do Shiva. So what does the Ribono Shalom do? He makes a different pathway. He makes a different tunnel. He goes ahead and ultimately, again, allows for it. So he allows Menashe to come back. So let's say, we don't want much more than anything. We want a Shiva. We want a change. We want us to be able to go ahead and come back to him. And even if one of the constructs of Shiva says that such a person can't return, the Ribono Shalom will make a different pathway. So when it comes to Shiva, the Ribono Shalom never says no. And if a Baruch says no, you keep trying to do something, and even if he says no, you do Shiva anyways. Nothing stands in the way of profound and meaningful Shiva. Don't have your family first, please. I have to rush. We might have seen Rishis Mamlokos Yoyokim and Yoshio. Rishis Mamlokos Tzidkiot. The Tzidkiot is one of the Malkos. So this is something that the Rishis Mamlokos Yoyokim. Yoyokim was Yoyokim the first king, or Sid the first king. The Maris before the Ella. Teachers was also the Hatsias Olam Kulo. The Taiba Rothschild Yoyokim. In other words, it was easy like this. There were some people who were so evil that they literally wanted to go ahead and turn the world back and start all over again. Because things were so broken. In the days of Yoyakim, things were so broken that they literally wanted to return the world to Torah Bahovu. The start of the dog in its paradise. But again, although Yoyakim was including so many generations was there. Teachers for 12 and a half years, Ha'olam, Kulatov, Rabbi, Shlok, Rothschild, Tzidkiot. Soon again, if it's not wanted to go ahead and start the work all over again, for the generation of Tzidkiot. The start of the Tzidkiot in the Skaradaito. As God restored the righteousness of 60 and spread the generation because of it. So what do you see from here? If the vessel is just looking for someone who's righteous, either a leader who's righteous, even if the generation is not, or a generation is righteous, even if the leader is not. So we want to show a little more so success more than anything. And as long as he can find someone who is worthy of salvation, someone who is worthy of his bracha, and ultimately again his spirit to collect it. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, "For Tzidkiah non-Tzid, Vayachar b'nei Hashem." But also, but Tzidkiah also doesn't know he was very righteous. So he also did that with his evil eyes in Hashem. Shai v'yado minchos v'lo micha. What it means is like this: Tzidkiah had the ability to object. Mostly Tzidkiah himself was righteous. So what was his mistake? His mistake was he had the ability to object the negative behavior of his generation, but he failed to use it. This we see this theme over and over in Chazal. So when you see something bad happening, and you don't do anything, you are held liable as if you committed the wrong yourself. Overwhelming idea. Overwhelming idea. But I'm sure much these. Night it's ish chacham, nishpat es ish aval, the raga the sak of beina. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Moshe says as follows: Ka'asti al achos, I got angry at achos, let's do achos, one of the things, and I sought to be a nafi Damascus, and therefore I handed them over in the hands of the king of Damascus. And what did he do when he was handed over in the hands of the king of Damascus? Zigreach, the king of the hand, he ends up achos, instead of realizing that he's in trouble with God, maybe he should turn himself around, instead starts praying to their God, the God of Damascus. שנאמר, ויזבח לאלוקי דמשק, אמרתי בו, ויאמר כי אלוקי מלכי העולם הם מעטים עושים, והם אזבח ויביא לעמים ולהקשיב לכל ישראל. שחטתי עם אמציה, ונשאתי מלכי אדום בידו. So a little bit I smiled upon Amatzia, and I was like, you know, I'm not sure doing this, I do the right thing, but I smiled upon Amatzia, and ultimately again I gave over the hands of kings of Edom in his hand. Maybe Elohim, Yishtach Elohim, how did Amatzia finish his victory? He took the gods of Edom and he began worshiping them. Shemar, Vayach, Elohim, Ba Amatzia Me'akos Es Edomim, Vayach, Elohim, Vayseir, Vayamazim, and the thing Yishtach Elohim. So again, Amatzia was handed victory, and what did Amatzia do with his victory? He went in and started worshiping Indian gods. This is what people say, the famous adage that they say, so sometimes again, you can cry for someone and he doesn't understand. You can smile upon someone and he doesn't understand. Both the person who doesn't understand between good and bad. The reference to these kings who are given tremendous opportunities to turn themselves around and they fail to understand and present the opportunity themselves presented, and therefore again continue to go on the path of learning. By a vocal sorry Melech Badal, by a volley Bishar HaKaba. So also he's like Tzidkiah. So right, all the king the ministers of the king of Babel, himself came and he sat in Shar HaKaba. Welcome to the captain level. What's the second, third white line? The king of Babel situated himself at the gates of the city. He's the gates ultimately and known to adjudicate halakha. Ba'asra Gemare, Hala Zayne, Haman Kulba Raya Kulse Hala. In the place where ultimately the master of his house used to hang his weapons. Now the shepherd comes along and hangs his gloves. The idea over here is the gate of the city was the place where the Sanhedrin was ruled, the high court was ruled. So that very place where it used to be reserved for halakha. Now the shepherd, that's Rabbi speaking about. The shepherd hangs his stuff. I'm going to put some of you in the Barabba. 9% asks this beautiful puzzle. Well, it's a heartbreaking puzzle, but an interesting puzzle. So this Shomer HaMelech, says initially, I passed by the house of the field of a lazy man. Now, can I other possibilities? And I passed by the vineyard of a man who lacks heart. Both the lazy man and the man who lacks heart are both repentant. Right? So their field on to their vineyard. What happens? In the all of Kulot Kimshonim, Kasu Pan of Kalulin, together Avanim Nasa. What happens? The field is overgrown with thorns and thistles, and what happens? The stone walls are in a state of disrepair. So much as the metaphor. Who's the man, right? Who's the lazy man? Who's the lazy man with all the field? That's King Achaz. Karen Adam Chassamein, who is the vineyard. The person who lacks heart to own the vineyard is Zemenasha. Then also the metaphor starts to find the King Olive Ulotu Shorim, and against overgrown with thorns is Zahamo. Chasupar Kalilun is Zayahayaku. The Geda Abana Nasa, and the wall of stone has not fallen to a state of disrepair. Zetzikyo Shenefra is the Mikdash Kuyama. The Beis Hamikdash was destroyed in this. And also, I just want to point out how profound this is. The Navi, Rachel Leonard refers to these kings as people who are independent, trustworthy, or lazy. So I will say, the way that sinful behavior begins is not with an active desire to do the wrong thing. The way that it begins is just apathy. Apathy is the gateway to the most horrible and horrific sin. The moment you just begin to not care, the moment you just begin to not push yourself, the moment apathy sets in, anything happens that's up. This is what the Muslim told us, this first one was I don't know sure. But again, so Rabbi Nachman being there, the Nachman says that the greatest Kibbutz Sahara is not faith. The greatest Kibbutz Sahara is Yerush. Where there is despair, right? Where a person just gives up, where a person stops caring, where a person is apathetic. That's when all types of terrible behaviors begin to set in. So it's interesting. How does Shlomo describe the Nasha? How does he describe Achaz? As just lazy, frustrated, apathetic people. They all start with apathy. So that's why the most important result in life is to be passionate each and every day. To make sure, this is why we always speak about this. You have to push yourself every day. You have to be moving forward every day. Because if I'm not moving, if I'm staying in place, staying in place, do you know the other word for staying in place is? The symbol for staying in place is stagnation or apathy. Apathy. Let's say apathetic people aren't going out and addressing. Apathetic people aren't going out and doing things right. Apathetic people are just stay where they are. Right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to hover. Right? This is comfortable. This is nice. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong except apathy is the gateway to every other terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never starts with terrible behavior. Terrible behavior starts with apathy. Apathy, and then from apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. I don't think that this time of year, but how the people in the house are there are four people are four groups. Literally, again, who do not receive the Shekhinah. Who are they? Calculation. Alex. I don't know what's the word for Alex. Scoffer. It's really just a scoffer. It's like Alex is someone who takes nothing seriously. Everything is a joke. Everything is like, listen, you know this? Right. You know, in the beginning, when we're always with our wisecracks, like, oh, that's cute. And then, like, at a certain point, it's like, enough already. Don't you take anything seriously enough in life to not have, like, a one-line comeback? Like, just stop. And right, it goes from entertaining to annoying pretty quickly. And again, if you're that kind of person in life, nothing serious. Like, nothing serious. And again, you always... So listen, I'm only from like, I'm about to be serious about something. And you know, all you need, it can have a situation like this, but like, if you're talking about the Kavra, you know the Kavra, and like, you're in the legend of story, and then someone, right, comes along and he says that line, and what does it do? It like sucks all the spiritual air out of the room. And again, it's like, it just deflates everything. So personally, okay, just understand, you have no relationship with that Kaddish Baruch Hu. Let's get who's welcome this month. Next, not Shakranim. Again, I won't say Shakranim. Shakranim ultimately, again, is a liar. The person who's a liar can't have a relationship with his life. Why? Because the prerequisite for a relationship with God, the prerequisite for a relationship with God is honesty. Rothschild does not need perfection. He does not even need greatness. All he needs is honesty. Because if I'm honest with myself, I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And then if I know especially what I'm not, I can work on that. If I am honest, if I am a liar, liars cannot create relationships. Because again, if you're lying, then by definition, there is nothing to move forward on. Kanita. I didn't want to say again. Kanita, flattery. Right. But it's like, but it's
That's absolutely worse.
False flattery. Again, it's false flattery, right? Hanifa is flattery for the sake of getting something out of someone. Like, I don't really believe it. Right? I don't really believe it. But rather, again, I'm using it. Okay, I will say, like, when people do this, I guess this is like, lobbying, right? At the end of the day, it's the nice, like, it's so disingenuous. And everyone knows it's disingenuous. But what's the interesting part? What's the interesting part is, when someone starts letting go, look at how close. Even though I know what they're doing, they know what they're doing, but it's still not the same. Everybody likes a little bit of flattery. Joseph, at the end of the day, again, it's tiny things. That's what we do. Cut this out of Russian Hara. I know she again speaks Spanish. So I'll say it's interesting, by the way, if you notice, these are four groups who cannot have, in the public connection means, they can't have a relationship with Hashem. They will say, by the way, what's missing over here? What's missing over here? If you're going to make a list of people that can't have a relationship with God, who would you put in there? Who would you put in there? About the Zohar, right? Number one, right? Maybe a post number two would be. All right, you got it. That's good, right? All right, it's good. Right, number three. Sheikh's Garden, right? We got the big three. If you notice, they're not there. They're not there. What's it? You know why? Averos don't stand in the relationship with God. Averos don't stand. We all commit Averos. Right? We probably never else have done a couple of doozies or even pouring on the crowd. Right? So listen, we all commit Averos every single day. Averos don't stand in the relationship with God. Honest stands in the way of a relationship with God. And if you look at the coming animals, all of these things, it's all about honesty. The rest, you can't be honest about anything. You just can't take anything seriously. So what he does is he uses less humor to just take the honest out of every circumstance. A chaperone, obviously, again, dishonest. Dishonest. Even Lashon Hara. So let's say again, Lashon Hara always takes place where? But I shouldn't say always, often takes place behind closed doors. And usually, the greatest purveyors of Lashon Hara will present themselves like their friends. Right? They'll present like someone who's got your back, like someone who's your buddy. And at the end of the day, you're not looking behind your back. That's when they will verbally stab you over and over and over. So those are the common denominator, dishonesty. As Rothschild says, you're not honest, there's no foundation for a relationship. You can sing from today until tomorrow. This prophet says, I got you. We're working through a bridge, journey for all sinners. For all sinners. Just some of us are recreational, some of us are habitual, some of us are just on the weekends, others are like on alternate Tuesdays, right? But we have others 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? And that's what he says, it's okay. Whatever you're doing, I promise, I got you. You can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then there's no way to have relationships. It's like now people talking about Jeff. You can go on the podcast and talk about it. That's the point. This was as beautiful. Think a little bit about the pasuk over here.
what's going on there. Are you like, why is that a thing?
So the Gemara says, again, that the law will not be set upon you. Ultimately, again, it's a bracha. You should be Yitzhahara, you should have Yitzhahara. And what's very important? Doesn't mean you should have a Yitzhahara. There's not going to be Yitzhahara. When don't have Yitzhahara, right? When he's dead. Right? There's an upside to everything, right? When you're dead, there is no Yitzhahara, right? So there's no Yitzhahara when you're dead, right? So it doesn't mean that when you're Yitzhahara, rather, if you don't have the Yitzhahara, you should have Yitzhahara. Yitzhahara shouldn't be really over you. Don't say, I'm always going to have a Yitzhahara. The Shaila is who's in charge, me or Yitzhahara? The law cannot rule over me. Next, inside the neck of a Israel, and literally again, an affliction, Shnakam Tosti Tent, so Kimsa, Ishtafa, Safak Nida, Ishasha Kalaminagara. So okay, this is fascinating. That when a man comes home from a long trip, he shouldn't find his wife in a state of Safak Nida. I don't know what does this mean. What does this mean? So a man comes home from a long trip, Rashi says, he wants to be with his wife. So again, if a man knows that his wife is a Nida, okay, she's a Nida. Safek is where things become a little bit complicated, because what can happen? A man can justify to himself that perhaps he's really committed and end up ultimately again end up sinning with her. So also, it's actually interesting that perhaps it seems to me as this is was interpreted in the Pasuk, it could also be metaphorically understood as how it's a progression. The first part is, ultimately again, do not let the Yitzhahara go ahead and rule over you. How do you do that? The nega loikavi aharacha. The word actually realizes you don't come home and find your wife a suffering nega. The way to rule over your Yitzhahara is to eliminate suffering within your life. A lot of times the reason we get ourselves into trouble is because we choose to live in worlds of gray. We choose to live in worlds of suffering. And we allow suffering to be perpetuated. It looks like, all of us have areas of our life where if somebody were to ask us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like,
here are the women that I actually think are funny, crazy.
Kind of.
Because I know
that this area of my life, and we all have different, all of us have. Those areas, some areas where I know that I'm doing the Rothschild, and other areas where I know that literally again, in my tent is something nida. In my tent is a something right. And a lot of times, there's a suffering, and it just perpetuates kind of like the icky parts of our existence. If you have too much suffering in life, that's what we need to comes in. So much of life is identifying the areas of my life that are suffering, that are not really what they should be, and make them what they should be. If I can eliminate the suffering in my life to the best of my ability, I'm going to eliminate all of it. If I can eliminate the suffering to the best of my ability, then ultimately again I can sort of be following up to you. Incredible. So one of those guys what does it mean that negativity, rational rule over you? You shouldn't have bad dreams. You shouldn't have bad dreams. It means we were with bad thoughts. The negative traffic on our record, Shalom, you may look up Ben or Khalid, Shalafia, Tashir, Rabbi. What does it mean that ultimately again that affliction should not come in the tent, that you shouldn't have a student or a son, literally translated, who spoils his food in public. Which means that my children and my students should not do things that are publicly disgraceful. Privately, all kinds of stuff is going to happen. But at least publicly again, things should be encouraged. I can therefore offer questions very beautiful. The reason that's saying is that this passage is going ultimately again is a reference to brachos from a father, brachos from a mother, and brachos from a father. So the first brachos is so beautiful, is the brachos of a father. What is a father? What's the bracha that a father gives his son? Number one, don't let the Yitzhahara rule over you. Number two, right? Again, going what we said, how do you ensure the Yitzhahara doesn't rule over you? Don't let there be suffering in your life. If there's sickness in the way that you're living, deal with those sickness. Deal with difficult situations. Deal with uncertainty. There's gray, figure it out. Just figure it out top of my heart. This is what my father says to his son. My father says to his son, don't be scared by bad things in life. Don't be scared by bad things. What does it mean, don't be scared by bad things? What does that mean? What are dreams? What are dreams? Like, how much hold this is not what dreams are. They're meaningful, not meaningful. And let's say, what do you mean not to get scared by bad dreams? Or you're ruling life? So many times in life, we are scared off from doing the things we really want to do because we're scared of all the possibilities that could go wrong. This can happen, that can happen. And let's say, any given moment in life, anything and everything could go wrong in so many different ways. What does the father say to his son? The father says to his son, don't be scared off by bad people. Don't be scared to dream big and go big. Just because you could become paralyzed by all the things that could go wrong. Yes, you're right, they all could go wrong. And they may not go wrong. But the only way you know you'll be successful is in Eretz Hashem if you give it a try. This is what a father says to his son. And what does the father say to his son? Son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. in those moments of weakness, make sure that at least you fail privately and not publicly. Let's say it's a big thing. We all fail. As Imam says, remember says, person has Yitzhak Hara, person never going to finish something. The person has Yitzhak Hara, person has Yitzhak Hara, and what happens, let's say I can't go ahead, I can't start a comment. What did the Gemara say? What's the Gemara say? Go back to the go somewhere where no one knows you and do what you need to do. There's an understanding that sometimes in lifetime to lose the battle against you. Minimize the collateral damage. Minimize the collateral damage. You're going to sin, don't do it public. Sin, go somewhere. That's what about at all of these lofty ideas of the Father says to his son. You're going to fail because it's going to happen to all of us. Just make sure at the end of the day you minimize it. Incredible. That's what the Father says. You come to Allah to get Father in that, is the bracha that a mother gives to a child. What does a mother say to a child? You see, mother says, a mother says, Mama probably tell her that she's not going to call to that house. I'll find you something. So what does the mother say to a child? Like the Malachim should watch over you in all of your ways. They should hold you in the palms of their hands. I'll shut up a facet of Israel. And ultimately, be careful on the lions and the snakes. So what's the bracha of a mother? What's the bracha of a mother? Be safe. Be safe, right?
I've never done it, or a lot of the work we do with my brain on the podcast kind of
what does the mother say? Shape of the head. The Malachim should watch you. You should check, right? I'll tell you, a father ultimately again is son to be successful. Right, so a father gives the different things that needs. Overcome the sorrow, bring it in, right? Something. Don't get bad shit up. Accomplishing gifting, all these things, the ones that shape of and such a look. You look at Malachim should watch over you. You make the scorpions. You do accomplish. You don't accomplish. The two things from the mother doesn't matter that much. She wants you to be safe. I want you to be okay. And those are the levels of a mother. You can't touch them out. After that, it's probably what are the brothers we will say on the days? He beat the shot back on him. I said, when you so I say, what's the Bible say? If you put your faith in me, I will save you. I will save you. I start to with you. I will lift you up. Production, if you know my name. You pray me. If you call out to I will answer you. You know Anochi, but Sarah, I meet you in every difficult place. I'll consider the day. Only a trust to me by a Yeshua. So ladies and gentlemen, what does the Bible say? See, the mother said it wants you to be saved. What does the Bible say? I got you. I got you. As long as you cast your out with me, right? As long as you put your hand in mine, which Bible says, I got you. I will say, is this not absolutely beautiful? The Father giving all of the advice the Son needs in order to be successful. The mother, this I don't really which will accomplish what the accomplish in life. I just want you to be happy. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be happy. And if I'm tomorrow, put your hand in mine. And I promise you, whatever happens in life, I got you. I got you. I'm just going to love this. Incredible. Listen, by the way, you know, when you drill down here, some things forget that, like, he's not looking he's not saying, like, finish up. He's not saying that. He's just saying, put your hand in mine. Put your hand in mine. Exactly. We forget that some all that the Father wants from us is love. All he wants from us is that sense of commitment. All he wants from us is we are together with him because we'll work the rest of it out. You're sinning, you're doing yourself, you're down the wrong path. We're like, okay, we'll work it through. We'll work through. But just tell me that you're true. You just cast that out. You cast with our hands responsible. Throw our arms around him. That's all we have to do. It says, I got you. I'm sure not this might seem. I'm going to show you how long. It's no allowance to shot. It may not, I ain't so some process of interesting that in the word is showing. So there isn't a soda, there isn't a soda. Whenever you wrote the word rock, the iron was higher, the reach and the shin. So we reach higher shin and iron in that way. Why is it in that way? Everybody should ask some rush, we will not go. Not say rush, we will not. So remember, the iron out of Russia. What do you have? Rush. What does rush mean? Rush means pour. So the idea was listen to this. That pour below is pop. What does this mean? So the like this. A person is disliked by other people, and it's very indicative that they are disliked by other people. Very strong statement. Once I found out, there's actually some basic logic to it. If you can't get along with people, right? Who you can see, who you can interact with, who you can talk with, who you need, they're a lot less power of the camera, you most probably won't be able to get along with them. That's just the way that it works. So if a person is disliked by people, then ultimately again they are disliked by a Polish party. So like this, so you must add that to it, and it's not cloud. So just take the iron altogether. And you're going to love the Hadron and take photo from Rabbi. The Hadron is photo from the Kenya Ben Kakaya. So that's a very interesting. You have there are exceptions to this rule. There are just this rule. There are people who are despised by other people, and yet they are still the one back in front of them. So who's a good example of that? Who's an example of that? David Amela. David Amela. David Amela was despised by people. And yet he was beloved by a Polish people. In Kenya, we have to rebuild the second Messiah was despised, not by Jews. He was despised by the Gentile rulers, ultimately again for rebuilding. So generally, this metric is correct. If you can't get along with people, by definition, music don't have much with us. But our exceptions is when people who don't get along with people, but are still beloved by in the gospel. Let's say, it's not just stuff, not just cover. You know, by the way, if you're 40 years in the desert, you were to take a popularity poll, right, about most Rabbi. I don't know that he even double digits. I mean double digits. What you say is great people that can really become appreciated. Right? So again, David, when you say David Amelech, like I sit in David, I'm like, look, I should stand up. David Malcolm, he was treated like garbage. Literally like garbage during his lifetime. By masses of people, by his own family, treated with garbage. Once he dies, okay, and everybody loves him. Moshe Rabbeinu treated like garbage. None treated like garbage, disparaged, despised. Yeah, but the accused one of stealing, the accused one of adultery, the accused all kinds of crazy stuff. It's just human nature, whatever the reason is. We often don't appreciate the great people we have in our midst when they're alive. Once they die, then we recognize ultimately again what we truly had in our life. So again, we want to point out generally the rule is if you're despised by people, you're generally despised. Except there are two exceptions. Now I want to point out there's no two exceptions. There's nothing like the Kenya. The rule holds true for everyone else. Okay, turn off on. ונעשה ישר פנישה ופנישה פנישה פלוס קונים כנגד שני בחוסו. Let's get started. King Menashe had 55 different interpretations of Fish Vayikra. Let's just point out how ridiculously amazing this is. Can you think so? We're just trying to finish Vayikra this week. Mamish, it's Sunday of Chumash Vayikra. You can't fit it. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. On a 7.5-year cycle, the first Sunday of Chumash Vayikra, and now, by the way, Menashe, ultimately again 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra, corresponding to the years of life. I don't know what it means that every year you establish a new drasha, a new interpretation. That's what I have to say. Menashe, obviously again, despite all of the Avodah had a tremendous connection to Torah, and ultimately again had a tremendous insight into Torah. Again, one side, again, now, but it's not just for 33 years that he did Tshuva, it's 55 years of drashas of Chumash Vayikra. That was Menashe. Achad, Shlomo Lechamisha. Achad advanced 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Yilabon Mei Shosha. But there are two interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Also, by the way, why do all things see them in Chumash Vayikra? Why do you have to say Chumash Vayikra? Because what's the opening verse? Adam Yaki Unitan Karban Lasha. Vayikras Karbanos. Short of Karbanos is color close. Like deep down, what does every single Jew want? Deep down, what we all want is Kirbas Hashem. It's close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's all I want. Rani Kirbas Elokim Yitov. All I want is to be close. Just sometimes I become so ridiculously complicated, and for whatever reason I get derailed from that primary life mission. But everyone wants Vayikra. Everyone wants Karbanos. Everyone wants Kirva. Even Menashe, even Achab, even Menashe, even Achab, by the way, Achab, Yilabon, Menashe, if you listen to our Mishnah, we don't have a Halak in only Achab. If you listen to our Mishnah, it sounds thousands of Chumash Vayikra. Even the greatest singer of God Yisrael just wants connection with the Ribono Shel Olam. I know. I want to know to have to stop up here for today. Tomorrow's a short out.
Most famous person at Mark's phone contacts.
Shorter. We are fine. Tremendous start to the week. Come on, you excited? For those who have a few comments, the few times we're going right in the classroom right after the classroom 6 right across. Also, schedule the regular opinion from the shoot.
Hey, what's up? Guess who's here? And she was like, so nice, I don't have to do that shit. Yeah. He's a very cool guy.
Desperado. How would Shop say Antonio Banderas?
Hey, good morning. Good Chodesh. It's Baruch Hashem to be able to begin this new month and this new week, learning this beautiful necessity together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Talmud sponsors for God Shin Pei Hey. The Tosim Mishpach for dedicating all the Shiurim and Drushos this year as the Shus B'Soros levels to Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, the creation of the yahrzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, great-grandmother, Cyril Bas Rabdov, were both nifter on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. Yeah, both of Rosh Chodesh Nisan, Meretz Hashem, and Rosh Hashanah, and Aliyah, the family in the Chama, Bizok and Meretz Hashem, to be Soros Chavos, and Yisrael, and Meretz Hashem, bring all of our hearts to this home. Our holy soldiers should be successful. Chol Maaseh Yadayim should be Zok and Meretz Hashem. There should be a month of Nisan when it flows. So it looks like we don't yet have a Talmud Torah for the month of Nisan. So there are still opportunities in Meretz Hashem. If you would like to do that in honor of a special occasion, in honor of a loved one, or just stop to the Marbit Stolen Bal Yisrael, you can see the office in Meretz Hashem for more details. That concludes the emotional part of this morning's share. And Meretz Hashem, we are beginning of today's daf is Kuf Gimel 103, and we are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Kuf days and the days we left off 15 lines up from the bottom. Or Nachman, Achim Shachol Haya, terrible Gemara. But Nachman says Achim Shachol. Now, what Shachol means is like literally equal, which means that so what Nachman seems to be saying was that Achim was not the complete Rasha. He was kind of like a middle of the roader. Shneimar, Yomer Hashem, Miv Teres Achim. We actually had this Gemara before. Baruch Hu says to the Neshamas, who is going to entice Achim to sin? Said he should go out to war. Remember again, Achab goes out to battle thinking that he's successful. So Baruch is looking for the Shama who's going to go ahead and entice Achab to go ahead and sin. Who is the one who's going to do that? Vayomer, Zebekol, Zelmebekol, Maskira Yosef. So the idea over here is what is the Machman highlighting? The Machman's highlighting over here is that Baruch almost needed someone to entice Achab to sin, to entice Achab to follow erroneous advice, which seems to indicate that Achab was not all bad. He was shakol. The Gemara says, "Maskela Yosef, man dekasa be'rak lo haya ke'achal asher ismachar la'asas rabbeinu Hashem asher histo soizel ishto." So again, the Gemara says, "Rabbi Yosef, he would say that Achab was that he was shakol, that he was equal." Look what the pasuk says, right? That ultimately, again, there's no one like Achab who went ahead and did such terrible things in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, aside from his wife Izabel, what did Izabel do? The Tamina, the Koyom Haisa Shakelis Shikli Zav, Okay, the only person worse than Achav was his wife, was Izebel. What did Izebel do? She measured out gold coins for Avodah Zarah every single day. Well, so you're saying yourself, so what's up about measuring out gold coins? So remember again, it's one thing to worship Avodah Zarah. It's another thing to give your money to Avodah Zarah. Right? To worship, okay, maybe you're not so committed. Once you give your money, where you give your money, that represents your height worship. But Izebel gave her money. So the Gemara goes by Dvat Amr Shakel Haya. How can we say Achav was Shakel? Ella Achav. So I'll say, so again, we have to explain the statement. So what does it mean? Obviously, Ramat is coming along. Ramat is trying to say that halacha and I said there is some type of positivity to Achav's personality. What was the positivity? We'll say this is incredible. Ella Achav Vatshon B'Mamona Haya. Achav was generous. It's incredible. Achav was generous. He was Vatshon literally means he was easygoing with his money. He shared his money. And because he went ahead and he shared his wealth with Talmidei Chachamim, that atoned for half of his avos. I will say, is that not love? Is that not love? The power of tzedakah, the power of generosity, that even for a person like Achav, another interesting that you see like the opposites of Achav and Izebel, right? Izebel concentrated her wealth ultimately again on the Avodah Zarah. But Achav went ahead and shared his wealth with Talmidei Chachamim. Again, he was wiping out Torah on one hand and supporting Talmidei Chachamim on the other hand. You say, I follow what gets to this in just a moment. Those are the idea over here. Because of the generosity, his tzedakah wiped out half of his rishus, half of his iniquity. This goes with the motif of tzedakah hatzil mimaras. Literally, again, tzedakah has the ability to save us from death. The power of generosity to wipe out even the most heinous sin is an overwhelming so. You got what's the logic of it? Why does tzedakah have such power? Well, so we know this. Because what is the hardest thing in this world to part with? Money. Money. We work hard for it. Like we always want more of it. And the ability to take something that you worked for, that you have the strong feeling that it's really yours, even though theologically I know that it's not mine. The ability to take something that I worked hard for that is mine and to be able to give it to someone else is the highest, almost like the highest spiritual level that one could reach. Because the only way you could do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to give it, and a lot of times I don't give it. If I believe that it's not mine, but it belongs to Kosh Baruch Hu, Moshe gave it to me as a custodian of his wealth, and I find the ability to overcome that most base impulse to keep everything for me and to go ahead and be as generous as possible with others. It's the highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of spiritual accomplishment. I thought was probably the Avodah Zarah, but it was ridiculously generous. Incredible. So going back, remember, Chashbach was looking for a spirit. So he's looking for a neshama to go out and to trick Achav into going into battle, which would be the battle in which he would lose his life. So we do 2 steps forward. So Ruach, a certain spirit came forward. And the Spirit said, I will entice Achav to go to war. Vayomer Hashem, Elov, Bameh, Vayomer, Eitzeh, Vayisi Rach, Sheker, Fikol, Viyot, Vayomer, Tifta, Begam Tuchal, Seva Asikim. The Spirit comes before us, and I'll be the one who deceives Achav. I'll be a voice in the mouths of the false prophets, and they'll go ahead and they'll tell Achav to go out to battle, and they'll go out to battle, and he'll die in battle. The says, say, good. Go out to the Asikim. My Ruach, Gemara says, who's Ruach? What spirit is? You saw Gemara before. Rabbi Yochanan, Rucho shall Novos Hayizraeli. Remember again, it was the spirit of Novos. What happened with Novos? Remember again, Novos had a vineyard that Achav very much wanted. And Novos would not sell. Achav was very depressed. He spoke to his wife. His wife said, no problem. Just bring him up on false charges of rebellion against the king, idolatry, all this other kind of stuff. He had Novos executed. What's the halacha when you execute someone for rebelling against the king? What's the halacha? The king gets his property. The king gets his property. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. So he got the vineyard, and Novos died. Novos was executed. The spirit of Novos wants its revenge against Achav. Might say, or even if Baruch says to the spirit to go out, what is that? You know, Sinu Mechitzasi, Shekin Gover, Shkared, Lo Yikon, Leneged, Eina. Baruch says, if you spirit, if you're going to lie, just know if you're going to lie, you can't come back. Once you go out to lie, you can't come back because, again, there is no sheker, there is no lying, there is no untruth in the presence of the Ribono Shel Olam. It's incredible. I'm not talking about Paradam Inchi, the Parat Kine Martin Bese. This yields the famous adage, the Parat Kine, he who wants to go ahead and repay vengeance destroys his own home. Destroys his own home. So say this is actually the profound idea that sometimes the desire for revenge is so acute that at the end of the day, I might raise a path of self-destruction and I'm bent on that revenge. Well, there's another expression that's often used for this. The expression that's used is Kamos Nafshi Ishti, which is the phrase that Shimshon said before he knocked down the pillars of the Colosseum, representing this idea that sometimes I want revenge so badly that even if I'm going to go down with the ship, I'm willing to go ahead and do it. So Shimshon is different. Shimshon is going to die regardless. But when I say he goes down with the Pushkin, so the same idea. Harakine, he who is bent on repaying revenge, Martin Base will destroy his own house. Vayas Achal es Hashira, Vayosef Achal Lasos Lahakis as Hashem Elokim. So again, so Achal goes ahead and makes the spiritual things and grasp. I mean, that's the worst. What did he do? Shomron, Achal be'Elokei Yisrael. Lefifach ein lochevet be'Elokei road on the doorway to the entranceway of his throne road. Below, his gopher. Denies. Achab denies he got it. Therefore, he had no portion in the God of this. I will say, by the way, it's interesting, right? Why have to write this? Right? Why the act of repudiation? The act of repudiation. Like things that you still feel tight. So I will say, it's kind of like, like when you're having an argument with someone, and someone just won't let you be open. If you're secure enough in who you are, you don't have to go ahead and necessarily, you don't need other people to agree with you. I don't need you to agree with what I did. When people need you to agree with them, right? When they can't stand the fact that you have a different opinion, that highlights a heightened level of insecurity. Secure people are absolutely okay with other people not agreeing with them. So it's almost as if Achab feels this need. He's theologically insecure because we see the greatness of Achab, right? We saw the other. We saw yesterday's Gemara. Achab managed to like this element that was so highest. Like one might say, it's almost like that insecurity. It needs to constantly fight on the doors of the kingdom. I repudiate the God of Israel. I just do the thing. We already see what you're doing. Worshiping anyone and everyone but God. Like you're putting in a share trees. Everywhere there's a mound, there's Avodah Zarah. We know probably Avodah Zarah. Why do you have to write it? Why do you have to write it? Elamai, there's that spiritual insecurity. The Gemara goes by there. The Gemara says, "Vayivakish as Achazio, Vayokiveh, v'mischal v'shomer." I'm sure that's never switching gears in a second. Going to another king, Yehu. So again, Yehu ultimately again was searching out Achazio, and he found him hiding in Shomron. I'm going to Levi. Shekoder Askaros, because they avodas kohabim kafkeim. What did Yehu do? Yehu, again, we're going through, unfortunately, a list of kings who lost their way. So Yehu, we're both seeing stuff from yesterday's Gemara. So we do have to be careful about how we speak about things. Like after Menashe, I don't want, none of us want Menashe showing up in the right house. We just don't want that. I mean, I guess Halabai was dreaming about Menashe. I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing. But again, we saw from yesterday's Gemara such a sensitivity that even about these people who the Mishnah said don't have a kid going on we don't understand their struggles. We don't understand what they went through. So anyway, so Yehu cut out every single time that I say the he found the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He cut out that name and replaced it with the name of Avodah Zarah. Menashe, Shana Shakaf. Why was he called Menashe? Because he forgot God. Davar Acher, Menashe, Shishi Yisrael Yusha. Or it means that he caused Klal Yisrael to forget HaKadosh. I mean, now learn also the Holocaust. See, I don't know that Menashe did he go to Olam, but the Sid is very interesting. When Shtemis is shown in Menashe becomes king when he is 12 years old. Remember again, both say his father is Hiskiel. Right, so Hisyo dies, Menashe becomes king at 12 years old. The Chamishim becomes the longest serving monarch. He becomes king at 12, reigned for 55 years. Vayas hara b'nei Hashem, kasha asa Achav melech Yisrael. And he did what was bad, and as people like Achav. So it's interesting. The Navi compares him to Achav. The Gemara says, what's the nature of the comparison? Ma Achav eno chelik no'olam haba. Just like Achav has no portion in the world to come, Menashe eno chelik no'olam haba. So Menashe has no portion in the world to come. We'll say, by the way, it's an interesting thing that you have to wonder about this. Obviously, 12 years old comes to the Navi, not like 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child. Like imagine him becoming king and being invested with all that responsibility at the age of 12, right? And trying to figure all of that out just seems incredibly difficult. All right, in any event, so therefore, Menashe has no feeling in all of them. Gemara goes like that. Yudomer, Menashe, Yesh Ochel Golam Haba, Shneemar Vayzchal Menashe Al Hashem Vayakar. Yudah disagrees. Yudah says, no, that's a shalom. Menashe does have a portion in the world. He does have a chelik in Olam Haba, because the pasuk says that Menashe davened to Hashem, and the Ribono Shel Olam went ahead and listened to him. So we'll say, so a fundamental machlokes about Menashe. Does Menashe have a chelik in Olam Haba? Does he have a chelik in Olam Haba? Which one? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, both of them dash in the same passage. Shneemar, Nisakim Nezabo Lechol Mamlechol Saaretz B'Glam Menashe Ben Yecheskiyo. Mar Savar B'Glam Menashe Shasa Tshuva Ve'inhu Lo Avod Umar Savar Dapot Kufkim Umar Savar B'Glam Menashe V'Lo Avad Tshuva. So ultimately, again, it speaks about the emotion of reigning over foreign soil to the foreign nations. B'Glam Menashe Yecheskiyo. So why was Klal Yisrael handed over? One opinion says that Menashe didn't do Tshuva. Other opinion says no, Menashe did do Tshuva. What was the problem? Klal Yisrael didn't do Tshuva. So we'll say fundamental focus about whether or not Menashe ever actually became a Tshuva. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. We'll say Shabbat Shuvah 103a. This is a tremendous Gemara. So la Omer Menashe eno chelik olam haba, v'rapa yidein shel balei tshuva. Whoever says that Menashe doesn't have a chelik olam haba, ultimately again weakens the hands of balei tshuva. Weakens the hands of balei tshuva. So we'll say, so amazingly enough, so this is very profound, because if you say that Menashe doesn't have a chelik olam haba, we know one Menashe did do tshuva. He did do tshuva. So if you say that he doesn't have a chelik olam haba, that means that Tshuva doesn't work for everything. So the moment you put that out, that Tshuva doesn't work for everything, you disincentivize people becoming Bali Tshuva. Because people will say, you see, you could be too far gone for Tshuva to affect any change in your life. The 20 times I made Rabbi Yochanan, Menashe asa Tshuva, V'shloshim v'shalosh shanim. Menashe reigned for 55 years. For the first 22 of those years, he was a terrible Rasha, but then for the last 33 years, he did Tshuva. How do we know the numbers? That said, then Menashe became king at the age of 12. The Chamishim Malach Yerushalayim, he reigned for 55 years in Yerushalayim. Vayas hara kasher asa Achav melech Yisrael. And again, the Navi equates him to Achav. Hama malach of Havod or the Chamishim. We know who estimated targeting partially plus or plus. So this is interesting. You must yes. Now what's happening over here is that halacha l'maisa, the Navi compares Menashe to Achav. What's the nature of the comparison? Achav reigned for 22 years. So the more is understanding over here, Menashe reigned for 22 years. For 22 years he was a Rasha. So the remainder of his reign, 33 years, came about Tshuva. Some Rabbi Yochanan goes in Shur Mashdi. Ma'ativ Siv, Vayishma'ela, Vayechtarlo. So say tomorrow again, you know what turns Menashe, right? What was it that made Menashe into being about Tshuva? He was captured, right? he was captured by Aram and again probably tortured as well, and he calls out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Rothschild says, "Vayishmael Menashe supplications, Vayechtar lo." So the Gemara says, "What's Vayechtar?" Vayechatar lo miboy. He should have said Vayechatar. It means Menashe David, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu turned to him. What does it mean? Vayech means machteres b'rakia. Made for Menashe like a machteres. Machteres means to fertility, like seed. He made him a secret tunnel and rakia in the Shemayim. To get a couple of tshuva. Go ahead and receive Menashe proper tshuva. Why did he ask that? Because remember, the divine attribute of just said Menashe can be too far gone. There's far from the upper made secret path from Menashe's tshuva, that even the strict attributes of justice from God is you make the rules. So what happens? Hadin says a guy like Menashe. So what does the Ribono Shalom do? He makes a different pathway. Makes a different channel. He goes ahead and ultimately, again, I'll come back. So look at Ribono Shalom wants more than anything. He wants our children. He wants us to change. He wants to be able to go ahead and him. And even if the construct of Shuvah says such a person can't return, that he has a different pathway. When it comes to Shuvah, the Ribono Shalom never says no. And if he says no, you keep trying what he says. And even if he says no, you keep doing Shuvah anyway. Nothing stands in the way of found and doing Shuvah. Rabbi Yochanan Rashbi, and Yochanan Rashbi might have said, "Bereshis Mamlachot Yoyakim Ben Yoshio." Said, "Bereshis Mamlachot Tzidkiah." That he ad ha'ikala ha'malchei. It sounds like over here, Bereshis Mamlachot Yoyakim. Yoyakim was Yoyakim the first king? Was Tzidkiah the first king? There are monarchs before them. Ella. Bikesh responsible the Haksias Olam Kulo, the Tavalo Bishul Yoyakim. Rather, it wasn't like this. There were some people who were so evil that they really wanted to go ahead and turn the world back and start all over again. Because things were so broken. In the days of Yoyakim, things were so broken that I was literally to return the world to Tov Vavohu. He stacked the Dora with his Karadaito. But again, although Yoyakim wasn't good, his whole generation was good. Bikesh responsible the Haksias Olam Kulo Tavalo Bishul Doroshot Tzidkiah. Soon again, we wanted to go ahead and start the world all over again. Through the generation of Tzidkiah, the start of the Tzidkiah in his Karadaito. Is looking for something else. Either a leader who's righteous, either not, or a generation who's even if the leader wants us to as long as he could find someone who is worthy of his bracha, and ultimately again he'll spare them. So the Gemara says, the Tzidkiah Namik says, Vayasra Hashem, but one second, but Tzidkiah also was very righteous. Says he only did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Shai the linkos, what it means is like this: Tzidkiah, the ability to object. But Tzidkiah himself was righteous. So his mistake was the ability to object to the negative behavior, but he failed to do so over and over and down. So when you see something bad happening and you don't do anything, you are held liable as if you committed wrong yourself. Overwhelming idea. Rabbi Yochanan Mishum Rashbi, you can say Ish Chacham as Ish Adam, the Sacham Beina. Rothschild says as follows: angry at Achos, like King of one of these things. And then over in the hands of King of Damascus. And what he's doing is handing over the king hands of Damascus. He ends up Achos, instead of realizing that he's ruled with God and he should turn himself around, instead starts praying to their gods of Damascus. Shneemar, Vayizke Damascus, Habal Vayomer, Ki Elohei, Ma'im Ma'azim Osam, Ezbach, Azuni Behim, Lo Haylo L'Chol Yisrael. Shachati im amatzia, Minasati Machem Biado. So literally, I get smiled upon Amatzia, right? Amatzia didn't do the right thing, but I smiled upon Amatzia, and ultimately I gave over the hands of kings of Edom. Hevi Elohim, Vishtachav Elohim. Did Amatzia repay me for this victory? He took the gods of, he began worshiping them. Shneemar, Elohim, Ba Amatzia Edomim, So again, I'm to do with this victory. He went and started worshiping alien gods. This is what people say, the famous adage that they say, so something you could cry for someone and he doesn't understand between good, tremendous opportunities to turn themselves around, which was presented, and therefore again continue to go on the path of evil, overwhelming. So this is by Tzidkiyahu. So right, all the king, right, the ministers of the king of Babel, himself came and he sat at the Shar Tabach. So what's his third white line? The king of Babel situated himself at the gates of the city. This the gates ultimately, and when they were normally adjudicate halacham. Asra demare zaine taman kul raya in the place where ultimately the master rabbis used to hang his weapon. Now the shepherd comes along and says, "Judge." The idea over here is that the city was the place where the city would rule, the high court would rule. So that very place where it used to be was used for halachah. Now the shepherd, that's a reference to the king of Babel. The shepherd hangs his stuff. This is a beautiful pasuk. It's a heartbreaking pasuk, but an interesting pasuk. So again, this is Shlomo HaMelech says in Mishlei, I passed by the house of the field of a lazy man. And I passed by the vineyard of a man who lacks heart. Both the lazy man and the lax heart are both inattentive, right, to their field and to their vineyard. And what happened? They gather abanam there. And what happens? The field is overgrown with thorns and thistles. And what happens? The stone walls are in a state of disrepair. So the Gemara says a metaphor. Who is the man, right? Who is the lazy man? Who is the lazy man with the overgrown field? That's King Achaz. Who is the vineyard? The person who lacks heart, who owns the vineyard, Zemenasha. And I will say the metaphor is quite profound. And again, it's overgrown with thorns. Ze'amon. The Geder Abanam Nersa, and the wall of stone has now fallen to a state of disrepair. Zet Tzidkiyahu Shenechrav Beis Hamikdash B'Yamav. The Beis Hamikdash was destroyed in the day. So I just want to point out how profound this is. The Navi, by Shlomo HaMelech, refers to these kings as people who are inattentive, chasr leiv, or lazy. So I was saying, the way that sinful behavior begins is not with an active desire to do the wrong thing. Really, the way it begins is just apathy. Apathy is the gateway midah to the most horrible and horrific sin. The moment you just begin to not care, the moment you just begin to not push yourself, the moment apathy sets in, anything happens. That's apathy. This is what we spoke about. This not so long ago. I don't remember what year. But again, so Rabbi Nachman brings down. Rabbi Nachman says that the greatest tool of the Yetzer Hara is not hate. The greatest tool of the Yetzer Hara is yeush, where there is despair, right? Where a person just gives up, where a person stops caring, where a person is apathetic. That's when all types of terrible behaviors begin to set in. So it's interesting. How does Shlomo describe the Nasha? How does he describe Achaz? As just lazy, chasr leiv, apathetic people. It all starts with apathy. We'll say that's why the most important result in life is to be passionate every day. To make sure, this is why we always speak about this. You have to push yourself every day. You have to be moving forward every day, because if I'm not moving, if I'm staying in place, so we'll say, you know what the other word for staying in place is? The synonym for staying in place is stagnation or apathy. And we'll say, apathetic people aren't going out and regressing. Apathetic people aren't going out and doing things wrong. Apathetic people they're just staying where they are, right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to hover, right? This is comfortable. This is nice. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. Right? Not doing anything wrong. Except apathy is the gateway midah to every other terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never starts with terrible behavior. Terrible behavior starts with apathy. happy, and then from apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. There are four groups, literally again, who do not receive the Shekhinah. Who are they? Kat leitzin, a letz. I don't know what's the new word for a letz. Scoffer. It's more than just a scoffer. It's right. A letz is someone who takes nothing seriously. Everything is a joke. Everything is about it. Listen, you ever meet a person like this? Right. For example, in the beginning, when they're always with their wisecracks, like, oh, yeah, that's cute. And then, like, at a certain point, it's like, enough already. Like, don't you take anything seriously enough in life to not have, like, a one-line comeback? Like, just stop. And it's right, it goes from entertaining pretty quickly. And again, that kind of person, lets nothing serious, right? Nothing serious. And again, you always, so listen, there are moments in life, right? We're like, I'm about to be serious about something. And then you know what happens? I'll say, all you need, you ever have like a situation like this where like, maybe you're talking with a chevra, you're living with a chevra, and like, there's a momentum that's going. And then someone that lets, right, comes along and he says that line, and what does it do? It like sucks all the spiritual air out of the room, right? And again, it's like, it just deflates everything. So a person like that, okay, just understand you have no relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Well, that's, again, means well, but missed the mark. Next, kat shakranim. Again, I will say shakranim. Shakranim ultimately, again, is a liar. A person who's a liar can't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because the prerequisite for a relationship with God is honesty. Rothschild does not need perfection. He does not even need greatness. All he needs is honesty. Because if I'm honest with myself, I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And then if I know especially what I'm not, I can work on that. If I am dishonest, if I am a liar, liars cannot create relationships. Because again, if you're lying, then by definition, there is nothing to move forward on. Kat chanifin. Chanifin will say, again, it's chanifa, flattery, right? But it's like, but it's, false flattery. Thank you. It's false flattery, right? Chanifa is flattery for the sake of getting something out of someone. Right? I don't really believe it. Right? But rather, again, I'm using ultimately. And I will say, like when people do this, I guess this is like lobbying, right? It's like at the end of the day, it's the nice like. It's so disingenuous, and everyone knows it's disingenuous, right? But what's the interesting part? The interesting part is when someone strokes my ego, like, oh, that's nice. That's nice, even though I know what they're doing, they know what they're doing, but it's still nice. Everybody likes a little bit of flattery. So as I said, at the end of the day, again, it's chanifim, and those who again seek slander. So I'll say it's interesting, by the way. If you notice, these are four groups who cannot have, in the Kabbalah means they can't have a relationship with Hashem. That was interesting, by the way. What's missing over here? If you were to make a list of people who can't have a relationship with God, who would you put in there? Avodah Zarah, right? Ding, 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 ding. Right, number one, right? Maybe a close number two would be Arias, right? You get this. Good, right? Arias, good. Right, number three. Sheikh's done it, right? Good, we got the big three. If you notice, they're not there. We'll say, do you know why? Averos don't stand in the way of a relationship with God. Averos don't stand, because we all commit Averos, right? We probably, a number of us have done a couple of doozies, and it's even before 9 o'clock, right? So commit Averos every single day. Averos don't stand in the way of a relationship with God. Honesty stands in the way of a relationship with God. And if you look at the common denominator amongst all of these things, it's all about honesty. The let's, he can't be honest about anything. He just can't take anything. So what he does is he uses his let's humor to just take the MS out of every circumstance. A shakran, we see again, dishonest. Chanifa, dishonest. Even Lashon Hara. I will say again, Lashon Hara always takes place where? I shouldn't say always, often takes place behind closed doors. And usually, the greatest perverters of Lashon Hara will present themselves like your friends, right? They'll present like someone at your back, like someone who's buddy. But at the end of the day, when you're not looking behind that, that's when they will verbally stab you over and over and over. So those are so they come later, dishonesty. Which Rabbi says, you're honest, there's no foundation for a relationship. You could sin from today till tomorrow. Rabbi says, I got you. Let's work it through. Because you're a sinner. Join the club. We're all sinners. Not recreational. Some of us are habitual. Some of us are just on the weekends. Others are like on alternate Tuesdays, right? But we had others 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? And Rabbi says, it's okay. Whatever you're doing, I promise, I got you. We can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then there is no way to have a relationship. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. Gemara says, now the Gemara teaches Katleis in Tichsid, Mashach Edos Al Titzim, Kachak, going to close about Suki Visions, Kachak, on Tichsid, Dover Shkar Lo Yikom, Lenegedinai, Kas Chanif in Tichsid, Kilo Lafon of Chamav Yavo, had the Taber Lasid, Kilo El Chofetz Rasha Ato Lo Yigur Chara, Sadik Ato, V'lai Mugur Chara, Amrav Chista, Amrav Yirmiyah Baraba. My Tichsid, what's the meaning of the Pasuk? Lo says beautiful. Lo Su'una Elechara, Venega Lo Yikra Bi'alecha. Say, what is the meaning of the pasuk over here? Where David HaMelech says, in Tehillim, what does it mean? So the Gemara says, Lo su'una elecha ra, that literally again, that ra will not be set upon you. Shelo yishlok bahen. Ultimately, again, it's a bracha. The Yitzhahara, shelo yishlok bahen yitzhahara. Also, it's very important. Doesn't mean you shouldn't have a Yitzhahara. There's a time you don't have a Yitzhahara. When don't I have a Yitzhahara? When you're dead. Right? That's the right. There's an upside to everything, right? When you're dead, there is no Yitzhahara, right? So there is no Yitzhahara when you're dead, right? So it doesn't mean to be Yitzhahara. Rather, if you notice the lashon is shel yishlok ban Yitzhahara. The Yitzhahara shouldn't rule over me. So I'll say I'm always going to have a Yitzhahara. The shaila is who's in charge, me or the Yitzhahara? Lo su'una elecha ra. The ra, the Yitzhahara, should not rule over me. Next. Lo yikra bi'ahalecha. I'm sorry, v'nega lo yikra bi'ahalecha. And literally again, an affliction should not come close to your tent. Shlo timsa ishtecha safek nida b'shah shetavo min haderech. So I said, this is fascinating. That when a man comes home from a long trip, he shouldn't find his wife in a state of safek nida. And I said, what does this mean? So a man comes home from a long trip, Rashi says, he wants to be with his wife. So again, if a man knows that his wife is a nida, okay, so she's a nida. Safek is where things become a little bit complicated because what could happen? A man could justify to himself that perhaps she's really permitted and end up sinning with her. So I'll say it's actually interesting that perhaps this is the way the Gemara is interpreting the pasuk. It could also be metaphorically understood as follows. Read it as a progression. The first part is Lo su'una elecha ra. Ultimately, again, do not let the Yitzhahara go ahead and rule over you. How do you do that? V'nega lo yikrav bi'ahalecha. The Gemara is darshaning it as you don't come home and find your wife a safek nida. The way to rule over your Yitzhahara is to eliminate safek within your life. A lot of times, the reason we get ourselves into trouble is because we choose to live in worlds of gray. We choose to live in worlds of safek, and we allow safek to be perpetuated. I will say, all of us have areas of our life where if somebody were to ask us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like, kind of, because I know that it's, I know that this area of my life, and we all have, all of us have it. Those areas, some areas where I know that I'm doing the Ratzon Hashem, and other areas where I know that literally again, in my tent is safek nida. In my tent is a safek in life. And a lot of times we know there's a safek and we just perpetuate kind of like the iffy parts of our existence. If you have too much safek in life, that's where the Yitzhahara comes in. So much of life is identifying the areas of my life that are safek, that are not really what they should be, and make them what they should be. If I could eliminate the safek in my life to the best of my ability, I don't know if I could ever eliminate all of it. If I could eliminate the safek to the best of my ability, then ultimately, again, I can ensure that the Yitzhahara will not rule over me. Incredible. So Gemara goes weiter. What does it mean that negativity, Ra, should not rule over you? You shouldn't have bad dreams. You shouldn't have bad dreams. The Hurim Ra'im, or bad thoughts. The Negala Yikra Bi'ahalecha, Shelo Yehelecha Ben Otamid, Shemachtiach Tavshilo B'Rabim. What does it mean that ultimately, again, that affliction should not come in your tent, that you shouldn't have a student or a son, literally translated, who spoils his food in public, which means that my children and my students should not do things that are publicly disgraceful. All right, privately, all kinds of stuff is going to happen, right? But at least publicly, again, things shouldn't occur. Adkran berchol others. This is very beautiful. The Limar's darshaning is that this pasuk in Tehillim ultimately, again, is a reference to brachos from a father, brachos from a mother, and brachos from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the first parable says, it's so beautiful, is the brachos of a father. What does a father, what's the bracha that a father gives his son? Number one, don't let the Yetzer Hara rule over you. Number two, right? Again, going with what we said, how do you ensure the Yetzer Hara doesn't rule over? Don't let there be suffix in your life. If there are sveikus in the way that you're living, deal with those sveikus. Deal with difficult situations. Don't live with uncertainty. There's gray, figure it out, and figure out a proper amount. That's what a father says to his son. Furthermore, a father says to his son, be scared by bad dreams in life. Don't be scared by bad dreams. We'll say, what does it mean, don't be scared by bad dreams? What does that mean? You know, we'll say, what are dreams? What are dreams? Like, you know, it's about what dreams are. Are they meaningful, not meaningful? And I will say, what does it mean not to get scared by bad dreams or Hirurim Run? So many times in life, we are scared off from doing the things we really want to do because we're scared of all the possibilities that could go wrong. This could happen, that could happen. And again, I will say, in any given moment in life, anything and everything could go wrong in so many different ways. What does the father say to his son? Father says to his son, don't be scared off by bad dreams in life. Don't be scared to dream big and go big, just because you could become paralyzed by all the things that could go wrong. Yes, you're right, they all could go wrong, and they may not go wrong. But the only way you know you'll be successful is in Eretz Hashem if you give it a try. This is what a father says to his son. And what else does a father say to his son? Son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. In those moments of weakness, make sure that at least you fail privately and not publicly. Let's say it's a big thing. We all fail. That's the Gemara says. You know, remember the Gemara says, brachas, person has a Yetzer Hara. We're never going to finish Sunday. The person has a Yetzer Hara. Person has a Yetzer Hara. Person has a Yetzer Hara. And what happens, let's say I can't go ahead and combat the Yetzer Hara. What does the Gemara say? What does the Gemara say? Yilbash, put on black clothing, go somewhere where no one knows you, and do what you need to do. There's an understanding that sometimes in life I'm going to lose the battle against the Yetzer Hara. If you're going to lose the battle, minimize the fallout. Minimize the collateral damage. Minimize the chal Hashem. You're going to sin, don't do it publicly. You're going to sin, go somewhere else. That's what a father, and after all of these lofty ideas and ideals, a father says to his son, to fail because it's going to happen, it happens to all of us. Just make sure at the end of the day you minimize the damage. Incredible. That's what the father says. After that is the bracha that a mother gives to her child. What does a mother say to her child? The Gemara says, what does a mother say? So what does a mother say to her child? As the malachim should watch over you in all of your ways. They should hold palms of their hands. Al shachal bafes and tidroch. And ultimately, again, you should trample on the lions and on the snakes. Shabbat said, what's the bracha of a mother? What's the bracha of a mother? Be safe. Be safe, right? A father has all of these different ideas, right? Father says, what does a mother say? Shefala, I love you. I just want you to be safe. The malachim should watch over you. You should champ, right? A father ultimately, again, wants his son to be successful, right? So a father gives all of the different things he needs. Overcome the Yetzer Hara. Rein it in, right? Don't live in suffix. Don't let bad dreams scare you off from accomplishing big things. All these things. And the mother says, Shefala, I just want you to be okay. I want you to be okay. Malachim should watch over you. You should trample on snakes and scorpions. You do accomplish. You don't accomplish. The truth is, from the mother, it doesn't matter that much. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be okay. And I want you to be happy. Incredible. Those are the brachas of a mother. After that, ultimately, again, Kodesh Baruch Hu gives brachas. What are the brachas of the Baruch Hu? We'll say on the base. So we'll say, what does Kodesh Baruch Hu say? If you put your faith in me, I will save you. I will save you. Asagvehu, I will lift you up. If you know my name. Yikraini, if you call out to me, I will answer you. Imo anochi b'tzara. I'm with you in every difficult place. Achatzeo v'ach b'dehu. Ori achemin aspi'iu v'are'eu b'shuasi. So this is incredible. What does the Kadosh Baruch Hu say? See, the mother says, I just want you to be safe. What does the Kadosh Baruch Hu say? I got you. I got you. As long as you cast your lot with me, right? As long as you put your hand in mine, the Kadosh Baruch Hu says, I've got you covered. I will say, is this not absolutely beautiful? The father giving all of the advice the son needs in order to be successful. The mother, just the anticipatory wish, I don't really even care what you accomplish or don't accomplish in life. I just want you to be okay. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be happy. And Kadosh Baruch Hu telling us, put your hand in mine, wrap your arm around me, and I promise you, whatever happens in life, I got you. I got you. Incredible. Incredible. I will say, by the way, when you drill down to it, we sometimes forget that, like, the Ribono Shalom is not looking. He's not looking for us. He's not like, if you notice, by the way, he's not saying, learn my Torah, do my mitzvahs, finish us. He's not saying that. He's just saying, put your hand in my hand. Just throw your arms around me, and I got you. We forget that sometimes all that Kadosh Baruch Hu wants from us is love. All he wants from us is that sense of commitment. All he wants from us is to know that we are together with him. And he says, we'll work the rest of it out. You're sinning, you're doing bad stuff, you're down the wrong path in life. Okay, we'll work it through. We'll work it all through. But just tell me that you're with me. And if we could just cast our lot and cast our destiny and put our hands in the Kadosh Baruch Hu and throw our arms around him, that's all we have to do. That's all we have to do. He says, I've got you. Overwhelming. So it's interesting that in the word Rishoim, so there wasn't a Sorah that whenever you wrote the word Rasha, the ayin was higher than the Reish and the Shin. Right, so the Reish, higher Shin, and ayin. Why was it? Well, there was a Sorah that was written that way. Why is it written that way? Kevan Shena'asa Adam Rash Milamata, Na'asa Rash Milamata. So it was very interesting. Because remember, if you take the ayin out of Rasha, what do you have? Rush. What does rush mean? Rush means poor. So the idea was, listen to this, that if a person is poor below, he's poor above. What does this mean? So the Gemara says like this: if a person is disliked by other people, that is generally indicative that they are disliked by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Very strong statement. And I was about to say, by the way, there's actually like a basic logic to it. If you can't get along with people, right, who you could see, who you can interact with, who you can talk with, who you need, then Allah you most probably won't be able to get along with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's just the way that it works. So if a person is disliked by people, then ultimately, again, they are disliked by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Gemara says, that thing is lo nichtav klal. So just take the ayin out altogether. And Shalom said, this is very interesting. The Gemara says, because there are exceptions to this rule. There are people who are despised by other people, but yet they are still beloved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Who's a good example back here for this? Who's an example of that? David HaMelech. David HaMelech was despised by people, but yet he was beloved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nehemiah, who helped to rebuild the second Beis Hamikdash, was despised, not by Jews. He was despised by some of the Gentile rulers, ultimately again for rebuilding the Beis Hamikdash. So it says, generally, this metric is correct. If you can't get along with people, then by definition, you usually don't have a good relationship with Hashem. But there are exceptions to this. So people who don't get along with people, but are still beloved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I just want to point out, by the way, it's not just David. You know, by the way, if during 40 years in the desert, you were to take a popularity poll, right, about Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't know that it'd even be in double digits. Maybe in double digits. The yesod is great people often really only become appreciated when they're dead. Right? So again, David, we say David HaMelech, like I say the name David, I'm like, feel like I should stand up. David Malcolm Mashiach, he was treated like garbage, literally like garbage during his lifetime. By masses of people, by his own family, treated with garbage. Once he dies, okay, then everybody loves him. Moshe Rabbeinu, treated like garbage. Mamish treated like garbage, disparaged, They accused Moshe Rabbeinu of stealing. They accused him of adultery. They accused him of all kinds of crazy stuff. It's just human nature. For whatever the reason is, we often don't appreciate the great people we have in our midst when they're alive. Once they die, then we recognize ultimately again what we truly had and now what we lost. So again, the Gemara is pointing out is generally the rule is if you're despised by people, you're generally despised by God. Except there are two exceptions. Now I want to point out there's only two exceptions. Right? It's just double it. The rule holds true for everyone else. Okay, Let's get ready for this. King Menashe had 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. I just want to point out how ridiculously amazing this is. Chumash Vayikra. We just started Chumash Vayikra this week. This week, Mamish, it's Sunday of Chumash Vayikra. Right? No? Is this decaf today? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. On a 7.5-year cycle, the first Sunday of Chumash Vayikra, and now, by the way, Menashe Darshan, ultimately, again, 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Why 55? Corresponding to the years of his monarchies. I don't know if it means that like every year he espoused a new drasha, a new interpretation. What does this say? Menashe, obviously, again, despite all of the Avodah Zarah, had a tremendous connection to Torah, and ultimately, again, had a tremendous insights into Torah. Again, I will say, again, now, and by the way, it's not just the 33 years that he did Shuvah. It's 55 years of drashas of Chumash Vayikra. That was Menashe. Achov, Shmon and Chamisha. Achov advanced 85 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Yerovam, Meir Shlosha, 103 interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. I will say, by the way, why are they all fixated on Chumash Vayikra? Why is it all fixated on Chumash Vayikra? Because what's the opening buzz? Adam kiyakriv mikem karban lashem. Vayikras karbanos. Shorosh of karbanos is karov, close. Like deep down, what does every single Yid want? Deep down, what we all want is kirvas Hashem. It's closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's all I want. Vani kirvas Elokim litov. All I want is to be close. Just sometimes I become so ridiculously complicated, and for whatever the reason, I get derailed from that primary life mission. But everyone wants Vayikra. Everyone wants Karbanos. Everyone wants Kirva. Even Menashe, even Achav, even Menashe, even Achav. You know, by the way, Achav, Yeravam, Menashe, the three kings listed in our Mishnah, who don't have a chilik in Olam Haba. The three kings listed in our Mishnah espoused volumes on Chumash Vayikra. Even the greatest sinner in Klal Yisrael just wants connection with the Ribono Shel Olam. Tanya, all right, boss, I know I have to stop over here for today. I will say tomorrow's a short off. Shorter in comparison. We are fine. I will say tremendous start to the week. I'm on a good finish. I will say for those who are from Mechiras Chumash, Mechiras is going to be doing right in the classroom right opposite here. Classroom 6 right across. Everyone Zoom everyone. Also schedule wise, the regular 9 o'clock minyan in the shul, this Orus minyan here in the basement.
Can I take the first sales seat?
Definitely take the first sales seat. Yeah. Just walk with me into that room over there. Right over here. But I'll take you first, man. Yeah, I realized I was supposed to stop it. I don't know why I put it at 10 to 9. That was never going to happen.
Because he's careful. Turn off the room and switch the camera.
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Baruch Hashem, so first of all, so beautiful. All right, good. Begin by thanking the sponsor for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for Tufshin Pei Hey. It's also Mishloach Avar Yisrael for dedicating all insurance rushos this year as a chus for Risol Sol Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Abalin, Tova, Terry, and Steve Zinn. loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Svi Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Neshama Savah, the families in the Chama, all those who need to report Shabbat, that are called Chol Yisrael. Hashem should bring our hostages home, B'Shalom and B'Karav, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Ma'aseh Yedehem. Was with that? Let us begin. So beautiful to hear the what's the Lashon? The din or din. Got it. The low noise. Of Bakshim of the Chazar says so beautiful. Okay, well, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Kabbalah. We have a lot to do today. The goal is always to come into Shabbos and Eretz Hashem somewhat caught up. We're going to get there. All right, so today's daf is Kabbalah 101. We are starting on Kuf Amud Beis 100b, and let's just actually pick up again by the right by the two dots. After Bar B'Sefer Achitzonim, kind of a separate tzdukim. But he'll say B'Sefer Ben Sira Nami Aso Mikri. So again, remember, Mishnah said people don't have a chiluk no haba. Ultimately, again, we're those who read what we call the Sramach Kitzonim, these external knowledge, these books of external knowledge. So again, one opinion said the book of the Tzdukim. Second opinion said the book of Ben Sira. Ben Sira, which was this composition of knowledge. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, my time. Well, what's the reason? What's so bad about Sefer Ben Sira? So it's a really interesting Gemara here. Even Mishum Dechsev Bey, Lo Tintosh Kildana Me'udnei. Why? Because like in Sefer Ben Sira, there's some nonsensical stuff that's written. For example, Ben Sefer Ben Sira says, do not go ahead and remove the skin from the Gildana fish, because what's going to happen? Otherwise, it goes to waste. Ella, Sali Asebin, or the Echobe tarting greets, and rather again, roast the fish whole with the skin on. This way, you'll get the fish, you'll get the skin, and also again, eat it with two pieces of bread, 2 cakes of bread. Okay, so maybe you'll see some information like that, and you'll see to yourself, that's totally nonsensical. To which the Gemara says, all right, so that makes it. If you think this statement at face value, then the truth is the Torah also says the same thing. What does the Torah say? So we'll say that is the prohibition of balkashlis. Right? Balkashlis means unnecessary or wanton waste. The Torah says you go to war, you're not allowed to just cut down fruit trees for absolutely no reason. To cut down fruit trees, strategically is needed, but you can't just do it for absolutely no reason. So we see over here, even the Torah cautions us against unnecessary waste. So it seems to be all that Ben Sira is doing. The Gemara says, Kamash Malon, to the liberal, image Russia, or the Kamash Malon. And if you dash it, in other words, if some say that Ben Sira was talking about something a little bit different, what was he talking about? The liberal Shaloki Darko. That one should not engage in Via Shaloki Darko. That as much as Via Shaloki Darko is mutter, there are certain things that, although they may be mutter, may not be the normative practice, and one should avoid. So perhaps that's what Ben Sira is saying, albeit in a little bit of a more nuanced fashion. The Gemara says, what's wrong with that statement? In other words, that makes sense as well. Rather because of statements like this. For example, in Sefer Ben Sira, it's written, a daughter for her father is a treasure in vain. Right? Is a treasure in vain. Now, what does that mean? When a father has a daughter, out of concern for her, a father never gets a good night's sleep. Why not? When she's young, a father is afraid that someone's going to take advantage of her. But now, as she gets older, a father is concerned that maybe she'll be immoral. As she gets older, he's afraid she won't get married. Once she gets married, he says, maybe she's not going to have children. She'll get older. Maybe she'll get lured into witchcraft. The idea of it was that Ben Sira says, when a father has a daughter, he is worrying about her at every single stage. By the way, anyone who has a daughter knows this is absolutely unequivocally true. Right? A son, you're like, he's gonna figure it out. Whatever, he'll break like a bunch of stuff along the way, but he's gonna be absolutely fine at the end of the day. But a daughter, perpetual concern. The Gemara says, well, that's how Rabbanan Rabbanan also said this. He actually gave us. So Chazal said this as well. The world needs both boys and girls. Ashrei shebanim scharim, ayilmi shebanim nekelas. Praiseworthy is the one, right? The world needs boys and girls. Praiseworthy is one who has boys. Woe to the one who has girls. And we'll say, now again, what are Chazal saying over here? That it's not good to have girls? That doesn't make any sense. First of all, there are so many other statements of Chazal that praise, right? Bas tchila singing up on the bottom. So what does it mean? Chazal were echoing was this sentiment that just understood, of course, it's a bracha to have boys and girls, but understand that a daughter understandably so, a father is and a mother, right? Parents have so much more worry over a daughter ultimately again than over a son. Incredible. I will show this once. Remember again, Abai is saying that if you read Sefer Ben Sira, you don't get Olam Haba. Why? Because apparently Ben Sira contains heretical stuff. We're just trying to figure out what's the heretical stuff in Sefer Ben Sira. Rather, El Mishum Dechsev Mosail Dab Yabalechot Digavri Givrin Katul Davio. Perhaps it's because it says the following: that ultimately, again, a person should, is actually a profound statement. Excuse me, a person should not allow worry in his heart, because ultimately, again, worry in his heart could kill him. Or if he has worry in his heart, he should kill it. So the Gemara says, well, that makes sense. Shlomo Amra. Shlomo also said it. Shlomo said the same thing. Daika b'levish yishchena. If there's worry in the heart of a man, yishchena. Now, what does yishchena mean? Rabbi Ami, Rabbi Asi, Chadamar yishichena. You should uproot it midaito. Chadamar yisichena la'acherim. Tell it to someone else. So what I say is actually beautiful. Shlomo says this is really profound. If a person is worrying about something, the one thing you can't do with daiga, with worry, is you can't let it sit in your heart. Why? Also, we all know this. What happens when you let worry sit in your heart? It amplifies, right? It grows, it increases, and then all different types of negative and dark things happen. Often it just overshadows and eclipses everything, and that worry, which may have started from a legitimate place, becomes a totally illegitimate, overpowering worry. So what someone else says, so what should you do? Daiga b'lavish, if you have daiga in your heart, which all of us do at different times. So again, yishichena. So yishichena can either mean one of two things. Either uproot it. Uproot it. You want to say, what does that mean, uproot it? So Shlomo says essentially, stop it. Stop it. Right? So remember, we've seen this motif before at the Rambam brings down. We talked about this in Chassid. Who was it? Baduar. Right? So again, the Rambam says one of the most destructive egos a person could have is anger. So what should a person do? What should a person do if they struggle with anger? The Rambam says, stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. You know, it's like sometimes in life, there's not like some type of magic therapy or pill or approach to go ahead and solve your problems. Sometimes you just have to stop it. So the Rambam says, you have a problem with anger? Stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. Oh, no, but how do you do it? How do you do it? Right? What's the skula? What's the approach? Just stop it. Just stop it. And sometimes, again, if you just take that approach that I am in control of a lot of the things that I feel and a lot of the things that I do, and I could choose to start it or to stop it, it's the most empowering thing in the world. So Shalom says something amazing. You're worrying about stuff? Well, worry is not good. Worry is not good. So what should you do when you're worrying about stuff? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it in one of two ways. Either stomp it out, just literally stomp it out, because you recognize a lot of times in life, the worries that I have are actually irrational. They're irrational. So just stop it. Stop paralyzing yourself with things that you can't really do anything about, and that may not even be real, or share it with someone else. Because sometimes, again, if you have a good family, you have a good friend with whom you can speak things out with, and suddenly you begin to realize that what? Those things that are seen so scary, so overwhelming, and so powerful are not. So either stop it or talk it out, or both. Incredible. So someone else says the same thing. Maybe because the Zir says stuff like this. Don't allow a lot of people into your house, right? And don't bring everyone home with you. Rabbi said the same thing. Rabbi Omer, so a person should not bring home too many friends into his home. So it's because again, one has to be careful. Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, who he allows in his home. What influences do I allow in my home? Who do I allow in my home? It's beautiful to have an open home, but nevertheless, one has to take care. So again, Chazal said the same thing. This is interesting. Zaldikan Kurtiman, which literally means Rashi helps us over here. If somebody has a thin beard, then ultimately, again, they are very wise. They're very wise. On the other hand, Abdikan Saxichan. Someone has a thick beard, they're not wise. The kisei lo tzafi. If somebody blows the froth off their beer, they're clearly not thirsty. So the Gemara says, Amar b'mai eichel lachmo. If someone asks, what do I have to accompany my bread? What type of condiments do I have for my bread? Lachmo. Because clearly he's not hungry. Mandi, like literally a split in his beard. Also, this is a very wise man. Like, you have the split beard to someone with a long beard, poking their beard, like in the middle. So what that represents is like a person is like plotting a scheme